It's a good day for Dota 2 here as we head back onto the road to the International. The NA closed qualifiers about to kick off day 3 of the games. Hopefully some games. Should be some games. We've got players in lobby this time, Waga. So we will have some Dota on our screens momentarily.
Yeah, I was about to say
I would promise, but I can't even promise.
Yeah, I was about to say we're pretty, many games into it now. We're, already here on day 3, but we're not that many games into it, Gareth, as we've had some walkovers, some teams perhaps scheduling issues for them, not able to show up that early in the day. But ultimately, we've had more walkovers than we would like for sure. So hopefully we get some Dota played.
Yeah, but we can take a peek at the results, even if they were both walkovers. We're progressing through the bracket, right? We're looking for that one team, that one slot to head to the International. And we did have, our 2 series to kick things off were just forfeits out of here. Quick and easy 2-0 then for TT and Team Slayers. Slayers we've not seen play at all in the closed qualifiers yet. But then we did have some Dota later on in the night. We had some actual games that Trent and Lyrical got to cast.
Yeah, and in pretty expected fashion, I would say Wildcard and Shopify are the ones advancing, getting 2-0. I think it was pretty expected in both these series. I think BSJ and Friends have a chance, obviously, against Wildcard. I think that there's potential for them. But on the other hand, I think Shopify Rebellion is just a really strong team that for Anchors, they got taken out pretty fast. Those 28 and 31-minute games.
Yeah, there is very much a hierarchy, right? In the EWC qual, Shopify 3-0'd Wildcard in the grand finals, and that was a 4-team qualifier. Now we've got an 8-team qualifier, and the gulf between top and bottom is pretty obvious. But we can have some competitive games, in this lower bracket in particular. But it's the expected result, right, is another Shopify Wildcard grand final and Shopify winning again. It's just a matter of, can some of these teams down here, make a lower bracket run, have some upsets going?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always possible to come back. Dota is one of those games that's crazy as well. You can have someone just figuring out something on a patch or, getting off to a good start. So many different things can go right or can go wrong that even if we have an expected winner, it's still never guaranteed. It never is in Dota. How many times have we seen a team that, they should easily go through and then they get knocked out in closed qualifiers or sometimes even open qualifiers to an event?
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. I mean, even just now, the EWC Southeast Asian qualifiers, we had Execration going through, beating the Cuckoo team, beating Boom Esports, all these big teams. Execration take the slot there in a kind of unexpected fashion. That could easily happen here for NA qualifiers heading into TI. Wildcard, I'm not going to say very easily, but there is a non-zero chance that they take the slot. Yeah. Even if they have been 3-0'd in the past, there is that opportunity.
Yeah, and I want to give credit and a shout out to the teams that are coming in here to qualifiers and actually doing a lot of interesting stuff. We had 4 Anchors against Shopify, bringing out Necro twice in a row and going for a very early Blink Dagger build on him, try to get some ganks going and, play aggressive together. Ultimately, didn't really work out for them, but, previously we had TTG as well that I praised in their matchup against 4 Anchors, going for the Rapier on Gyrocopter. A lot of crazy stuff has happened in the games that we have seen so far.
Yeah, and there's I guess we can look at the schedule for today and think about where we're going to. Of course, our first series up is going to be Team Slayers against 4 Anchors and Dota Sama. Don't forget that very important bit at the end. And it looks like we've got 10 players in lobby, so that's going to happen. We're going to have a BO3. We're going to have some games here between those 2 at the top. And then BSJ and Friends against TTG. We're kind of leaning towards BSJ and Friends, right?
Yeah, definitely. I would rate them pretty highly. I mean, a lot of them are just very, very experienced players who have been around the scene a lot. And TTG, it's nothing that we necessarily hold against them. It's just we don't know too much about them other than that their MMR isn't really as high as some of these other teams. And they're newer names that we just don't really know too much about. So it's hard to say anything other than they are the underdogs. BSJ definitely going to be the upper echelon for that matchup, but on the other hand, BSJ is also not playing in that matchup. It's just the 5
You want to say upper dogs, right? It's like underdogs and upper dogs.
Yeah, upper dogs. It's like they're the upper echelon in that tier. Yeah.
The English language is stupid. You can't just do that, though, sadly.
What's up, dogs?
I wish you could. Yeah.
That's how it is. If you have underdogs, you have up dogs.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But yeah, looking through my little notepad here, Team Slayers in this series average MMR of like Immortal 1.5k. They range from like Immortal 1000 to 2000, and then 4 anchors, you know, like Immortal 400 I think was one of their highest MMR players. So definitely a bit of a gap between these two. But it, you know, it comes down to drafting, comes down to execution, who's, you know, awake and open on the day. Because last night there were a couple of moments in that Wildcard versus BSJ and Friends series in the draft where I'm like, yeah, there's lacking critical information, it felt like, because a couple of times they're going for this like Oracle DP, a Baden DP, a Baden Oracle, whatever it might be, and they've left Doom in the pool. And that's one of those things that I feel like top level teams will just like, if we're picking healing heroes, we're not allowing Doom AA to be in there.
Yeah, I mean that happened twice yesterday, right?
Yes.
BSJ, they ran one DP lineup, one Oracle lineup, both lineups with Abaddon in the team, and then you have, you know, stuff like Queen of Pain in the mix too. All of them relied a lot on healing, and Doom just had a field day. So yeah, that's one of those heroes that you just gotta get rid of. A lot of times we see the AA removed, but teams sometimes forget about that Doom. He's honestly the bigger threat between the two of them. At least AA can miss, but a Doom with a Blink Dagger, he'll find his mark.
But yeah, I mean, that's one of these things, right? Coming into this one, the fact that Slayers haven't really played that many games, we're just, you know, going back to looking at their opens performances, their opens drafts as the main data bank to kind of learn things off them. Whereas 4 anchors have played, you know, a couple of series, they've got some games there. You can see, oh, maybe we, you know, focus out this this Necro or this Omni Knight, these big heroes they like to pick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're still working on very limited information, even here on day 3 of the qualifiers. It feels like the start, honestly, still in a way, because of the walkovers that we've had. But yeah, a little bit of information here and there. Team Slayers, let's see what they can bring here as we head into a draft with Team Slayers versus 4 anchors in Dora-sama.
Yeah, we'll see if, you know, that bit of information that I learned from the open qualifiers, digging through their drafts, they picked PL and lost with it. Hopefully they've learned the lesson from that and we won't see PL again, because the little cat boy is not a hero in modern Dota.
No, sad Kimori Ronso Noises, the hero, he's still dead, sadly. I mean, I say sadly. PL metas are probably some of the most toxic ones you could ever have. He is not really a fun hero when he dominates the scene, so I'm also fine with him being where he is. But as we go into some of these bans and picks, let's see what they're gonna go for first and first phase bans and picks. Team Slayers are the ones who will have the first pick, and 4 anchors banning out the Batrider and Kunkka. We see such a drastic difference in drafting methods looking at NA Dota compared to what we saw over in the EWC qualifiers, for instance. Like, there's no TA ban, no Bristol ban from the team that has second pick.
That's kind of crazy, honestly. And even just looking overall at the regional qualifiers for TA, oh my god, for TI? You've already put TA in my head. But across the regions we've had so far, TA is still up there. Banned 67% of the time. Undying, Bristleback, Darkseer, Puck also up there in terms of bans. But yeah, it's always curious to see, well, she doesn't get removed now, but curious to see if, you know, heroes like Shadow Shaman, right? One of these that has shifted from being first phase pick into first phase ban, has that information traveled across the pond?
I think so. I mean, Shadow Shaman has been meta for a long time as well in the high scene. Like the last 3 months, 4 months, he's been played a lot. So it's just the fact that he's still strong. And yeah, Team Slayers are going to be the ones who have to ban out the Bristleback, as Dora-sama, of course, his notorious hero, his best hero.
And what is it, Lincoln's Glimmer Cape business?
Yeah, Perseverance first. That's the thing. Perseverance first, then Glimmer, then back into the Lincolns. But he's going to play what we saw him play as well, both games in the first series here in the qualifiers, the Omni Knight.
You've picked DP, you've banned AA Doom. Literally the topic we were talking about earlier on. Love to see it. Like, not sarcastically. Actually love to see it.
Yeah, no, it's good. At the same time, though, the Doom, you know, do they have the flexibility that they would have picked it? Because Omni Knight already picked up that is almost guaranteed to go offlane for them. Would they play carry Doom? Maybe you don't want to take the risk, you know. We've seen Got the Juice Doom, you know, you and I have had some impressions on a strong carry Doom player. If anyone wants to check that out, you know, look up Got the Juice. Definitely plays it fantastically.
We've got Double King with a Bayern Munich little hat on. Interesting. And he's playing against a bunch of European players, right? We've got a couple of Ukrainians.
Oh, yeah.
Russian, Canadian, and an American.
He wants to go to Germany. You know, that's why it's Germany TI. You got to channel the energy already.
True. Yeah. Oh, he's already halfway there. But here we go. Like, you know, you ban AA Doom to protect your DP. That's also protecting this Omni and now the Undying. So, a nice little pickup there.
Yeah, heal mechanics are looking big for both teams. A lot of focus on healers.
Oh, wow.
Might definitely be looking towards item counters towards them later on.
Wow.
Okay. That's a method of drafting. Okay, we get to snap into Lina. So this is hard countering Undying.
What's in the bowl?
They're dealing a little bit of cereal before the game, maybe. Dealing with the Tombstone by getting the super fast attacks from Snapfire and the Lina is really nice. And you now also have some way to reposition your DP, who tends to be diving heroes. Yeah, Cookie can sometimes save people, get them away from Omni Knight. Can be useful.
A lot of very nice spells for this Rubik to steal, though. Grabbed up by 4 anchors. Crypt Swarm, anything from Lina. Super handy.
It's nice when you have a hero that you can just think anything from that hero, please. You know, you just order the surprise me menu from Lina. It's all good.
Just to get the combo menu number 2, thank you very much. But yeah, have fun Undying casting Tombstone. I might not even level it up. Just like ignore that spell.
Yeah, I mean, DP also has like 3 of her 4 spells are absolutely insane on Rubik, and the last one is Spirit Siphon, which definitely isn't bad, especially with extra cast range. It does scale with that. So
it used to be insane with the Fear Shard and the percentage HP removal and stuff like that. You know, we had moments where Rubik was countering DP just straight up by stealing spells.
Now it's not as crazy for him anymore. It's better on DP who's, you know, able to go in and be a melee hero and use this as a low sustain tool. But like for anchors, bringing in the Pango into the mix, you need some form of way to take the team fight into DP, Lina, and Snap. There's going to be a lot of magic damage, a lot of control. So get debuff immunity straight out the gates. Now you have 2 debuff immune heroes from the start with Omni and Pango.
True.
I've been harping a little bit in our casts about how getting an early timing of triple BKB or double BKB plus a Pango or double BKB plus an Omni, something like that, is very, very hard to fight into because you can't target any of the cores realistically.
You can't control them, can't kite them, can't do magic damage. It gets very difficult. We saw a lot from Navi Jr. The offlane Pango of PMA was very nice. But I'm assuming here we've got the Omni Knight offlane for Dota Sama, then mid Pango, and then looking for a carry as the last pick.
Definitely. That is how I read their draft, at least. The Tusk is a nice addition into Team Slayer's draft. Not only does it pair super well with Snapfire, just an amazing hero to send in, and it's also countering out the Pango. You can now use your shards to block off the Pango. We've seen Pango ultis being completely thwarted by a single ice shard being thrown at the right time, sending him to bounce away and miss his targets.
And where are these Slayers heroes going? Because DP's flexible 2 and 3. Snap we haven't seen a lot of recently, but she was always like a 3 or 4. Lina we've had 1, 2, and 4. Tusk is the only one here I'm looking at and thinking, yeah, he's a support.
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be Lina carry and then DP either mid or offlane, whichever they prefer. That's how I'm reading it. And Lina does have a lot of right-click potential, so even a sustainable hero like the Omni Knight, if Lina gets level 2 Fiery Soul, gets a few items, you know, it can be hard to sustain in that lane. Also, I gotta say, a team called Team Slayers, very happy they picked Lina Inverse, the Slayer. It's literally what the hero is called in Dota 1, right?
Yeah, Luminous Inverse used to love calling her the Slayer.
Yeah.
The LSA. Now, what I could do is open my notepad where I've got, you know, the most recent heroes listed. So their carry player didn't play Lina in the opens, but their mid player did. So I wonder if that's an indication. While their offlane player was primarily playing these tanky Primal Beast, Underlord kind of heroes, TB in a couple of games. He played offlane CK actually. This was the team that had a couple of funny little heroes and funny little people.
Yeah, I mean, it's fully possible that it is an offlane DP mid Lina and that they're looking for the carry, because that's also what 4 anchors are banning and protecting against. They ban out the Bloodseeker themselves. It usually tells you that there's like a PA or something around the corner, but I would not want to pick PA into Omni Knight lane. Oh, they're gonna go with Bloodseeker or Slardar, another hero that gets bothered by Bloodseeker. I like their draft. I actually do. I think Team Slayers, they have a great mix. Super good fighting heroes. Scales pretty well into late game. BKB piercing stuff exists. They have push from DP. And their lanes are reasonable. But the question is just, is this carry Lina or, you know, is it carry Slardar? How do you want to run this? Offlane Slardar?
Right. Like, how's Slardar Pango lane? For Pango.
Slardar versus Pango mid. Slardar wins hard.
So that's what I'm kind of looking at here then, is like Lina carry, offlane DP. We've picked this because like Pango is kind of role locked into mid lane. So it's like, okay, we'll play Slardar into him. And then last pick, Troll Warlord from 4 Anchors.
The Troll? That feels like it's always been an American hero. Every time I go to NA to cast some tournaments, you know, it's always getting played. I don't see this hero too much in high level right now. We've had some games here and there, but hero has not been impressing me too much. It's a good counter to Slardar, but eh.
I mean, it's a strong lane as well, right? Troll, Undying. This is the kind of lane that actually can stand up against. I mean, is it DP Snapfire, their off lane? Let's double check.
It is. DP is the offlaner.
That's right.
It's Lupa, and then Vagabond is their mid player, so he's going mid with Slardar.
Therefore, is the Snapfire. Yeah, so it does work out like that. Interesting. So it's double ranged offlane DP Snap into Undying and Troll. And I guess Troll kind of brings up the slack there as a ranged hero. You spam them with axes and decay. Things get a little bit nasty in there.
I think maybe they... I think it's a bit of a misread though for the Troll. Troll wanted lane against Slardar. It's a common hard counter to Slardar in off lane. So Slardar off lane gets shut down by a Troll. You can't do anything. If you go close, you get mischance. If you don't go close, you just take damage from the axes over time. So that lane would have been amazing, but it's not going to be that lane. It's going to be a Death Prophet, which she brings quite a bit of magic damage, and that's Troll's weakness. He is great against auto attacks, has good armor, mischance, etc. But they have spam. Like a Snapfire DP can spam you out of lane as a Troll.
Yeah, I mean, so player-wise and kind of momentum-wise, we're looking at 4 Anchors being the favored team heading into this. Maybe not by much, but draft-wise, it sounds like you're kind of heavily in the corner of the Slayers here.
I am. Yeah, I think I really like what they brought to the table here. Their draft makes a lot of sense. It looks good against the enemy. It looks good internally. The combinations are there. So I really rate their chances, even though I think, like you said, they went in a little bit the underdogs into this matchup. I think they have the upper hand.
Exciting stuff. We'll see how it pans out.
They are the up
best
dogs.
of 3. They are the up dogs against the underdogs here in the lower bracket. Best of 3, and of course another chance to progress forward. You know, next step is lower bracket semi-final, lower bracket final, then the grand final. So potentially a few series away from making that break towards the international. That's what everyone is vying for here, as we already have everybody smoked up. Big Fat B leading out, while the Slayers also smoked in behind them technically.
Yeah.
If they go up this high ground and clash heads, it could get interesting quickly.
4 Anchors moved up without smoking and then smoked because they, you know, were waiting to get the most value on the duration on it. So you still will have this smoke going for a while, and they're in good position to maybe get a stab. If anybody backs up the cliff. Oh, Rubik broke and says Dire were not smoked. They don't know about it.
Oh, it's so spooky. Those staircases are devilish. It's like playing DayZ in the olden days, 10 years ago. You know, you go into the firehouse, you walk down the stairs, you break your leg. You don't want to be doing that here.
Definitely not. Want to be careful. I think at
Unless
this level,
past each other.
At this level, it's usually a mistake not to buy the smoke level 1. By the way, they didn't do a smoke at all, and I think overall you lose that information. Did they smoke? Did they insta smoke?
Yeah, both teams smoked.
Oh yeah, they did actually. Never mind.
They got the wards over in the entrance.
True.
DNM, mid lane Pango up against the Slardar. And you said Slardar crushes this one?
That's what the hero does. Yeah, this matchup is really hard. Pango can get some CS going for him, but ultimately you're just getting beat down, and you can see that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't have Bash yet, it still hurts. And once he gets Bash and Crush stun, it's too much to handle.
Already getting punched. I'd say across all 3 lanes, Tusk and Lina up top. Pretty powerful lane in its own right, already trapping Roseanne Rubik in the shard. That's constant harassment, just looking to put people within kill threshold. in the third lane bottom. Troll and Undying against this DP Snapfire. Lane is already in a pretty good place here for the Dire, dragging it a little bit closer to their own tier 1, which means they get the chase.
They're chasing. They're doing a lot of reckless damage. Double King has Magic Stick, but I mean, you're low, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get in close and go head to head with that Death Prophet, but now it's Big Fat B getting turned on. Another decay there. Tops him up to about 100 health, but in comes that magic spam damage. Scatterblast and the Crypt Swarm. Enough to take him down for first blood.
I mean, this is really painful. Troll is away from lane for a long time as well, just regening in the sidelines, and Snapfire is actually going to zone him, so they're completely taking control of the lane. They didn't have a lot of going for them here, being double range against an Undying. I mentioned how good it is against Troll, but against Undying as well. Easy to split when you have two heroes who both have long range.
Yeah, and usually in this kind of situation, Undying will come back and be like, okay, not a big deal, I'm full resources again. Let's go level 2, right? Level 2 Undying is meant to this pretty big power spike in lane with Decay plus Tombstone. Not such a problem here, as you've already explained, with both these ranged heroes and having Little Shredder on the snap. Makes Tombstone kind of useless.
Exactly. I mean, there will be a timing where you can kind of drop the Tombstone before they have that. Oh, Roseanne walked too close. The tag team slows him down so much.
Already a very good start for the Dire. The Slayers are slaying.
Lanes are working out beautifully. To their credit though, DNM is doing a good job CSing on mid lane. He is looking like he's ahead right now. Commitment on Snap.
Yeah, Snap level 2 doesn't have the Little Shredder yet, so that Tombstone does pay off for Big Fat B. Reclaim a bit of territory down here, and you've also put the Death Prophet within striking range. Has to ferry more regen out just to stay in the lane.
Yeah, she's gonna send out some regen with her support as well when he respawns.
And Troll can get back to last hitting and dragging his feet a little bit down at the bottom of the last hit board in terms of core heroes, but he'll get back up there.
Getting the healing Lotus on them is pretty useful though. Roseanne has been trapped. Omni's trying to fight back, but can't really stop this.
Again, Tusk and Lina. Long range damage from this Lina. Limited commitment from the Tusk as well. Just has to kind of step up to this range support.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning earlier. The Fiery Soul level 2.
Dying down bottom. One more touch. Spirit Siphon takes him out of it. Big Fat B left here with no Tombstone for 10 seconds, trying to put the damage onto Looper, but the Death Prophet gets away.
And even secures the creep as well. Very nice nuke from far away. Pango's managed to do quite a bit of damage to the Slardar, but it's ever so difficult to fight him in the river. And as the runes are spawning, both the mid laners are just gonna heal up.
Well, every time this tomb is up, they're making it work. Yeah, this timing pre-Little Shredder, kind of a big deal. I don't know why I was expecting Snapfire to go for Little Shredder quite early on, but I guess Scatterblast and Cookie are just better magic damage early.
He still has to go for this. Yeah, he still has to go for a double nuke build. It's stronger overall. And this is a good move by Big Fat B, just going into zone the DP.
Yeah, I kind of imagine like a 1-1-1 build, but yeah, you're right. It just makes more sense going for this on the snap. It does mean that Big Fat B is getting value out of this lane though. And with the Tombstone, with that pressure, they force them back under tower. Yes. It hasn't netted them an amazing increase in the last hits from the Troll yet though.
No, as much as the Troll is struggling, the Undying is very happy with this non-stop fighting. The hero is still built for fighting, has his early boots, good at running at people. But it does come at the expense of Troll's game pretty much.
Definitely been a scrappy early game though. These side lanes back and forth, fighting pretty hard. Yeah. This mid lane is going to be a big difference maker once we strike out of there with level 6 on Pango, maybe a movement from the Slardar through the river.
It is going to be Slardar has the ability to move first though, as the Pango had to go all the way base and now TP'd out, but Slardar looking to get involved in top lane. As bottom is of course fighting again, but the Slardar looking for a wraparound on the Omni Knight.
He places his own Alden Sentry, sees the Rubik, and they'll come in with the shards. Tag team, Tusk is there to lock in on the Rubik. Roseanne yet again getting caught out.
Yeah, and Omni can at least get the courier. He's chasing him. He's running away from it. The scare courier, but he's going to be fine. He will go and take the bounty rune, because what else can he do right now? Doesn't find the Slaughter courier as well, though.
And Big Fat B again getting up in the faces of the DP and Snap. This time, though, the Troll looking to connect and join in with a bit more damage out of the axes. Got another decay, another couple of punches, but with Tusk's arrival, they're going to shut down the Undying. They lose the snap, but now the shards block the Troll in. Locked up next to the trees and the ice and taken down with a double kill from the Death Prophet.
I really like that move from Menace, coming down to the bottom lane, making some swings between the side lanes now can be so important because you have big kill potential in either of the lanes. So getting some of that movement going, just TPing down here, easy kill. And Troll stays struggling.
That's not easy for him at all. Is Pango struggling as much as we'd expect, though? It feels like DNM's doing all right.
Yeah, he's doing better than I would have expected, and that comes down to him being such a good player overall. He just really knows his mid lane mechanics. I think he's maybe the stronger player between him and Vagabond, but Vagabond has a really good matchup, so Pango is trying to do what he can. Did find the leader into bottle up as well, which can be useful for the first gank.
We'll see if he can get something done with it. First Rolling Thunder can really set the mark on the game. Up top, Laguna Blade chucked in from this Lina. Tusk wrapping around behind onto Dota Master, but this Omni Knight's going to be able to swing back with his big hammer. And a rotation from Big Fat B and DNM both arriving, bring the numbers up top. They made sure to shut that one down quickly.
Yeah, good takedown, but Lina gets herself to safety as well, not gonna stick around. This does open up an opportunity to deal damage to a building though. DD Rune's still running for quite a while. Pango's still hunting, but they could just crack this tower nice and quick. Meanwhile, of course, DP is wasting no time doing the same thing. She sees a lot of people moving top. She pops the Exorcism down bottom. And Troll tries to show up to leech a bit, but dangerous when Tusk comes in. Next creep wave will be a dive.
And Big Fat B is going to get the tombstone down. And Troll fighting back under this tower, killing off the Death Prophet, who went a step too far and it took a few too many tower hits.
Get them all.
Tusk snowballing to save himself. That's just going to delay his death. He's got no way out of here. A double kill for Double King. And Snapfire teleporting. Roseanne has the lift. The vision over the cliff finds the grab. And all of a sudden, a massive situation for 4 anchors and Dota Sama down bottom as we almost had a Troll Warlord triple kill. But they defend the tower, bring double kill back into the game, as it looks like this Pango is going to roll away from Slardar up at top.
I was really unfortunate for Lupa there. He played a little bit too early on the timing. Exorcism was about to come back in and heal him. He had 9 Magic Stick charges and the Healing Lotus, but did not manage to stay alive. So if he just lived a little bit longer, he would have been able to heal up to full. But took too many tower shots into the zombies as well. Brought him low. Vagabond trying to fight this Undying.
He's got a Rubik and a Pango here, though. He's got buddies arriving. TP out, it's not going to work. He's dead.
Dangerous solo move. He had a ward in the area. I think he saw the Rubik, but didn't expect the Pango as well to show up. Against Rubik and Undying, he would have gone to kill, but they're playing as a tight team over on 4 anchors and Dota Sama.
Lina back into jungle. I thought Vagabond was very, very still and very calm, but I think his cam's frozen.
No.
I was about to praise him for his posture, because he's like sitting very straight. Posture looks good, you know. Eye level into the monitor looks good.
It's pining for the viewers. Snapfire.
Snapfire's going to get mid.
Yeah. Grab some levels.
Experience.
Get herself a little bit of EXP.
Yeah, level 6 pretty good on Snap. Especially when you've got Tusk, Slardar to set up some kisses. Invis Rune going to get stolen by the Undying. And now Slayers, figuring out what to do now can be a little challenging for kind of amateur teams, right? You've tried to go bottom and you've been thwarted. You failed. So Slardar's waiting for Blink, so that's the timing that he wants. Sitting back kind of feels like the easy route, right? But we want to see them continue to use Exorcism, use these cooldowns, play aggressively.
Yeah, ideally they want to get, Slardar involved in some good action as they chase down bottom. Troll, his ulti had to be popped to keep him alive, but I think he's gonna drop in the end.
He's trying to turn and fight, but the ghosts are coming for him. He's not surviving that. And DP comes out with the exorcism, and they do continue to keep that pressure going on in that bottom lane. They should be able to finish off the tower eventually.
That's so difficult so difficult to deal with a DP ulti like that, but they're at least making the most during it, pushing down mid, shoving, using the tombstone. Wow, they actually found that kill on Slaughter. What?
Yeah, just a little surprising.
Just level 4 decay and a little blood grenade, and he died.
There's another dive bottom though onto Roseanne. Rubik does get the lift. Maybe denied to neutrals. Nah, it's going to be difficult whichever way you go.
Roseanne,
Menace down bottom.
Roseanne still struggling to get the level 6 on Rubik. Just wants to leech some experience, but at least better Rubik dying than Troll dying one more time. So Troll does find time to fire him up. Roll.
Yeah, coming into mid, DNM wants the snapfire kill real bad, and he's gonna find it. Also has the backup of Undying here if they want to continue fighting. Vagabond could easily bite off more than he can chew. But it's kind of a weird spot. Like, Omni has booted Lina out of that top lane. It seems like Lina doesn't want to sit there alone. DP has killed this troll over and over again and opened up that bottom lane. But the mid, where we expected Slardar to win, it's the Dire that lose their tier 1 first. And now 4 anchors have, you know, this pivot point, right, from mid into both jungles that they can use to their advantage to stop the farming heroes.
Yeah. I think there's a few things to be said. The mid Slaughter of Vagabond, he has really tried to gank a lot, but he only got 1 kill total to his name for it. And now the smoke will find the support. Diffusal might be enough to bring him down.
And they've got the one bit of stun to stop the TP.
Radiant are just getting towards more effective items quicker here. The Diffu came in so early, Blink still nowhere to be seen for the Slaughter, 100 gold away. And not too far from now, this Radiance is going to complete on Omni-Knight, making him a serious threat.
Yeah, I mean, when this series was starting, when this game was starting, we were always looking at 4 anchors as kind of having the upper hand in terms of general Dota skill. And in this game, it feels like the Radiant and this runaway train, right? Getting to these, you know, like you're saying, more effective items, but even just bigger items. Radiance on Omni, Battle Fury Troll, that's going to allow them to accelerate in that mid game even further. So if you can't pull the brakes on this runaway train, you can't jump on it, you can't go through it, you can't go over it. What is the Dire meant to do?
Well, they have the Blink now, so you gotta make stuff happen with the Slaughter at this very moment, and they're looking to do that. Chasing after, Cookie is available to stun if they need to. Should probably go for it.
And it's not gonna catch him properly. Sama's got backup coming in. Can they heal him enough to turn and kill the Slardar? Yes, but now Big Fat B and Roseanne in trouble. DNM arrives on the scene of the crime, and this Undying Tombstone on the high ground, causing real problems for the Slayers. They lose both Snap and Slardar, and a good jump in towards the Ice Shards here is gonna collapse onto the Tusk as well.
That's great for DNM. Such a good thing for him. He did struggle a bit, but you and I talked about that as well. DNM, you know, might have some games where the early game can look hard, but he is an experienced player who will pull himself back into the game as well. And now he's sitting at 4-0-3. Dominant force from the mid lane. That first connection from Lina, though, was pretty useful. Like, they need to try and find those chances for her to get engaged and get involved as well. And Lupa going for a Witchblade into Aghanim's build on the DP is definitely looking to scale himself as well. So both teams are trying to build, you know, a lot of progression on all heroes. I think the only one kind of slipping behind is the Slardar, which easily happens. If you go for this build, it's face boots instead of power treads, it's blink dagger first. You end up just really relying on getting those kills, otherwise you always become the least farmed core.
Yeah, then it's like, how do I get to Aghanims? How do I get to BKB? How do I get, you know, there's all these, I want that next item so bad, and it's difficult to get there. Now, Lupa has run into the Troll here, popped the Exorcism, is trying to run away, but I think Troll just has the upper hand in this fight.
He realized a little bit late, I think on DP he could heal from all those creeps next to him, but in the end, not gonna be able to stay alive. Didn't pop the Spirit Siphon soon enough. I think he would maybe have died anyway, but it was a full stack for him to heal from.
Just imagine rounding the corner in that forest and seeing a Troll Warlord sitting waiting for you. Oh god.
That is massive.
To deserve this?
That is so huge for Double King, who has struggled in the start of the laning stage, but now feels amazing for him. He's accelerating really fast with the Battle Fury. Even if he knows there's a Lina farming on the other side of the map, you're very happy going late as a Troll against Lina. At some point, you become difficult for her to deal with when you have the Battle Trance strong dispel in late level 25.
Because we haven't really felt the Lina yet. You know, she's popped her head around the corner in a couple of these fights, thrown a Laguna Blade in, but has very much been sitting and farming. Maelstrom, Boots of Travel, Dragonlance now coming on Courier. She's top of the net worth, and 401 is having a pretty stellar game so far.
He's doing very well. A smoke is coming his way, so we'll see if he can read this one and dodge it, but he is going to be under a ward soon, so this is definitely dangerous. They see the Courier coming in, they see him right now. This could be a beeline in. They have Blink on Pango, but he's got good senses. He steps away. The fact that he queued up the Hurricane is such a good idea as well, because in this game you need ways to get off the Omni Knight, you need to get away from the Pango, push the Undying away. Like, this is very high value game for Hurricane Bike.
Man, she's fully out there. TP's down to Ancients. And continues farming while the rest of the Lina's team kind of sits in front of that Ancients area like a bunker.
Oh no, he got stuck. The Pango.
DNM, unfortunately, yeah, stuck by a cliff and then doesn't get to go up the stairs. Now he's being jumped on by this Slardar and Tusk, but he pops himself to high ground. So does the Slardar, lifted up as the shards going to come out and block him in. Kisses land. DNM dead. Dota Sama has arrived though. So has Double King, but they don't have that hero to go in to catch and start the fight off.
Slaughter even looking for a bit more. This is pretty wild to go in. Slaughter has to be cautious about the troll ulti still being up. But that's amazing.
And Lina also showed up, just kill Undying and then back to farming.
Yeah, that was an easy, you know, joining it with her farming route anyway. It was on the way, a little pit stop for her. And DP not far away from having the full Aghanims, gonna be sent out now after that creep wave. So now DP has a massive power spike. The Aghanims complete with Witchblade. She's gonna attack pretty fast. She's gonna summon a bunch of ghosts when she does. This opens up pushing tier 2 towers, taking fights, or even going for objectives like Roche or the Tormentor in 2 minutes.
You know, we've had so many one-sided stomps, expected victories, forfeits, and stuff like that. My body hasn't like acclimatized to NA Dota yet. So I've literally just physically shifted to sit on my chair properly, realizing we're 20 minutes in, it's dead even in net worth and kills. This game is anybody's.
Yeah.
You know, we've got a real competitive game on our hands, as we'll see the Tusk snowball to try and buy himself some time. But he's surrounded. 4 anchors come in with a Pango. DNM finds another kill.
He doesn't have a blink yet. That's why he was trying farm on that mid lane. So good pick by them to go in there and find him. They have very aggressive vision on the side of Radiant and playing towards it now. They're gonna try and siege up on the tier 2 tower. They saw Lina earlier in the jungle. Blink Dagger ready.
Very good job not dying.
Yeah. Blink Dagger ready on the Omni Knight though means that Lina has to be more careful than ever.
Well, they're all groping up to go through the twin gate. Have they seen the DP, or do they just feel like the troll is such a tasty kill? They're dangling Double King right in front of them.
A lot of heroes behind her. This could backfire.
They're arriving to back up this Death Prophet. Troll's going to walk up the high ground, as is the Omni Knight with the ulti going. They're tanky against the physical damage, trying to turn the fight into the DP. Double King, though, dropping low quickly, forced to ulti up as the Rolling Thunder, it whips. The shards block his path.
Lina is here.
Trying to come in here. Slardar sprinting to jump into the back, looking for the Troll Warlord. The mischance, though. They heal from the Purification, turning on this Slardar. Double King's alive. The snowball's not going to land either. DNM comes in to save him up. Omni Knight's on the run from this.
Oh, the light strike.
Shredder, Snapfire, the Tombstone's on the floor, and this massive connection stunning up the Snap and the DP. They throw the Laguna Blade and the stun on the Undying, but now the Lina's trapped and dead. A 5-man wipe as 4 anchors come in, save their teammates, turn, and kill the enemy.
Wow, give it up for the Radiant supports right there. They won that fight so hard on their own. It was pretty lackluster start from the course. They blinked in, got silenced. Troll had to use a very defensive ulti, but 3-man Light Strike array, Tombstone on a nice high ground positioning. These Tombstone placements have been really good this fight. But look here, Slaughter blinks in, his team not really with him yet. Sometimes when you're Slardar with Blink, you're so mobile that you play a bit too aggressive. His team just wasn't really able to follow up on this play. And now you see that Tombstone. That's a 3-man Light Strike array by Rubik onto everyone below the waterfall. They all tried to follow up the Slardar, but they were too late to do so. And now this gives them a massive advantage on Radiant. 6k lead, 7k lead, the first real big advantage in this game.
Then you're stuck in this channel, right? In the ravine. And the mountains on all sides, you know, there's archers and snipers looking down on you. What an awful spot to be in there, just trying to catch up to the Slardar.
Yeah.
Like how quickly the terrain advantage can change from where they're smoked on a high ground looking down at a troll to then being completely inverted.
Yeah, you know how they say that you shouldn't drink from a creek. You don't know if there's some animal dead up the creek. Well, they were the dead animals up the creek after that fight, man. They all got stuck underneath the crushing water.
Oh, this mountain water tastes so fresh and lovely.
And a bit like human.
There's a little funk to it. Yeah. Man, big fight for them. And 4 anchors now, 7,000 to the good. 7 kills ahead. And 7, a lucky number for some, as Rubik's going to blink away from the DP, who used Exo and Blink herself to jump into position, but not netting a kill. That's a pretty big loss, 2 minutes with no Exo.
Yeah. This Exo is just going to be farming jungle creeps, not really getting anything valuable done.
Unless they Roche.
Yeah.
Too late now, though,
I don't
isn't
think
it?
you can really blind Roche into Pangolti and Tombstone, though. It's so scary to do it.
Oh, I was just looking for, like, what the one possibility. Maybe they could get an objective, but
Yeah, of course.
even that is a possibility.
You try what you
And now
can.
knowing that now with the info that Exo's on cooldown, 4 anchors and Dota Sama straight across to the Roche pit.
Yeah, they can.
Under dire vision though.
Even with vision, I don't think they want to fight it. DP ulti is that important for them. If you don't have it and you go into a 5v5, I think they automatically lose. DP still, even with the items he has, revolves mainly about his ulti. And this is going to give a nice layer of safety for the troll. He has BKB just about to be completed. Aegis going to be picked up as well. And they're looking to catch bottom. Rubik gets silenced. Pango again, little pinball action. TNF has not had the cleanest jumps, but these kids...
He's had to deal with enemy shards and Rubik shards multiple times. It's kind of challenging for him. I've got a lift on the Snapfire though, so a good snipe there by Roseanne gets the kill. What's his name? YXMT, but upside down.
Yeah.
What is he, Australian?
I'm not sure, man. I assume his player cam should be upside down as well at this point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just hang like a bat from the ceiling and play.
And Vagabond's going to try and get himself into that next key item.
Yeah, he has it now. So BKB is complete on Slardar. Credit to him. It's not easy to keep up the farm like he has done, but relying on that shard has been allowing him to farm quite fast. Slardar shard is incredibly useful. But the outer towers have been removed, and now we have 4 anchors thinking about making moves for bigger objectives. DP with another ulti pop, and oh, the shard.
Oh, no.
Rubik blinks in willingly. Wants a bit of action. Yeah.
The off chance that you can steal Exorcism there is like huge.
Yeah, if he gets Exo, it's totally worth. In the end, he had 4 staff, so he felt pretty safe to just jump in.
It's wild. We're now entering a portion of the game where it feels like Radiant are invulnerable. Right? You've talked about this multi-BKB timing. They've got Pango, Omni, plus Troll BKB and Aegis. Finding a core kill here as the Dire team seems like an impossible task. And then support kills, you're into Undying. Rubik's playing from Fog. If 4 anchors just take a portion of the map, play these bits of terrain, play the staircases, play the northern jungle, that's very difficult for Dire to approach.
This is also that part where the Shivas is complete now, coming out for the Omni Knights. And I think it's going to be very hard for him to deal with this. Not only the anti-healing against DP, but also Slardar can't auto-attack. He has no attack speed. Like he will definitely get messed up. Troy's just killing Snap. Almost got him.
Are they just going to take a lane of racks here?
I mean, they have Omni behind, and it's an Aegis Troll with BKB. I'm not sure what you do to him. He even has Aghanim Scepter to dispel any corrosive haze has put him.
Yeah, I mean, you've glyphed, but you've lost your tier 3. Creep wave is still reasonably healthy. Melee Rack's just being clicked down. You're going to poke at this troll, but now you've been lifted up on Lina and a dive in straight towards her. Lina's getting blown up on a snowball save. Can we get her out of here? She's got no blink or anything, so stuck nonetheless. Now a Rolling Thunder onto the snap bar in the back is going to catch up to her and take her down a notch. Oh, as quickly as that, Vagabond is back in, but I mean, diving for an attempted kill on an Aegis troll and losing your life for it as you're rooted up. Broken apart. Full set of racks going to die here. They can't go for more in the base because tier 2s exist, but that is a... Oh, wait, no. They're going tier 4s?
Yeah, they're going for more. I mean, there's no buyback on 2 cores, at least force the glyph. They're going to force the glyph, and now we'll see if they think about sticking around. They're going to back up, I think. I mean, that little move is so useful, because now next time you push a tier 2 tower, there's no way to delay that push, and it will make their move much faster. We can see a replay here. Lina did not have BKB yet, by the way. So she got lifted, chain stunned, and then Hurricane Bite herself, because what else can she do? But that only pushed her even deeper into the enemy. The fact that she went back for Crystallis before BKB as well, I do feel this BKB timing is so much later than we see from some other Linas make the concession, get those safety items early. Because Maelstrom plus Crystallis, like, yeah, you're doing crazy damage, but what if you get jumped?
Yeah, we see it right there. And this is, you know, as we see everything, right? As casters, we've got this bird's eye view, we see items, we see quick buys. We kind of felt the Radiant were picking up the pace and getting ready to just go all in, hit critical mass. And off this Aegis, they've shown that they can be very explosive. I do jump on this troll with a tusk, but he's blown up just as quickly as he appeared on our screens. And now Slardar, they're still trying to break this Aegis. Double King's fine. First life gone, but he'll pop back up with BKB and Blink ready, so he could blink away just like that if he wanted to.
Didn't layer any of their spells perfectly there on the respawn, so he just gets to safety.
They do jump the Rubik. Snowball, but then blink, off he goes, deeper and deeper. The Tusk is sent in the middle of 4 anchors. Lina and Death Prophet are considering entering this fight, but without the Tusk, it's hard. And Slardar's out of mana, out of resources. He's gonna, pop his wand and try and run away from this with DP coming in. A 2-man stun is good onto the Pango. They blow him up. Troll Wall in trouble as well. Tombstone saved though. There we go. Big Fat B keeps Double King alive. Gets the BKB and ulti off now, and he'll swing in with the axes. Slow down Looper. Vagabond's in trouble. He's on the run, while Big Fat B is zoning the Lina out with Roseanne. The 2 supports going to work. They lose the Rubik though. Putting in all that hard work to die. But still a statement here from the Radiant.
That was such a clutch Undying Shard there, having that to save as well. It just feels impossible to kill the troll. With Omni and Undying, it's just layers of saves. You need to go on the backline. And again, the DP ulti popped so early, made it awkward for them to take the long fights. For a majority of the fights, they just got kited. Another lane falls as Troll adding up a basher in his inventory, coming out soon. Lina can poke him, but cannot bring him away.
And then healed back up by the Omni. Yeah, off we go. Now we can farm through enemy ancients, take control of this area, which is already warded by 4 anchors, and then play 2 lanes. Play into mid, play into bot, and make this map hard to navigate as the Dire team, they're going to have that Lina jumped on again. Omni and Troll making life hard here as the Tusk has to snowball himself to buy some time. Dota Master has a BKB going, so this Omni Knight perfectly safe to back up. Looper wants to make a meal of this though, jumping in onto the Undying, trying to catch him up with the kisses, and the damage is good. Big Fat B down. DNM is in though with his Rolling Thunder crashing onto the Death Prophet. Looper is tanky, getting cookied around, and DNM is circling, running circles around the Death Prophet, but dies to the damage burst, giving Looper a double kill.
Still chasing. Trying to get more.
Undying. Punched up and taken out.
Slardar's
very deep here as well. He's found Roseanne, Looper, and Vagabond on the Rubik's tail. I don't think he can get out of here, even with the Omni Knight's help. Healing, repelling, but surrounded by ghosts.
And finally, Lupa gets to have the fight that he's been looking for. A fight where he can actually just chase onto people and deal some damage and not just get kited entirely. It did look a little bit risky again with the ulti pop. I think Radiant willingly turned and went into him. I felt like they could have kited him and just ran away again. But they decided to stay, take the fight, and DP ulti is still a tremendous powerhouse in these team fights.
What a fun game.
Yeah, you can see
Look
there.
at that swing, 5k swing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of gold, and that's only the initial gold. Then you have the aftermath, being able to get out, get on the map, get some neutral items for yourself, shove out lanes. So definitely well needed for Dire. They're 2 racks down, but still have the potential to turn this game around. They have fantastic heroes to scale into late game. And it's still getting a bit scary though when Double King gets closer to this blink bash. He's gonna blink and ulti onto the troll, into the Tusk.
Menace put in his place. Our troll making a run down his bottom lane now. You want to try and open up a bit of space for that next Roshan. Potentially up now.
Yeah, the Rosh is up, gets pinged out, and they will very, very quickly take it down. Troll gets spotted walking over there. We might see a move from Dire, grouping up.
We're coming in. We're coming in.
DP pops
DP
ulti.
straight up Exo to jump into the pit. And they de-warded on the way here, but there's been a lot of these moves where Lupa just goes for it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate. I feel like they have not had the best coordination with actually chain stunning someone and grabbing them. They have a lot of stunts in their team, but every time I see a DP ulti get popped, it's not really in tandem with Slardar saying, I can jump someone right now. So it's like DP blinking in with ulti ready and silencing people, and then they just walk away. And there's going to be another Rosh Aegis, and with DP ulti on cooldown, definitely a chance for Radiant to just immediately push and look to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, now all it takes is one fight, right?
Yeah.
A kill or two, a buyback spent, a dieback, whatever it might be. Killing Lupa off here already a pretty big deal. If they're going to take the Death Prophet down with no buyback on her and no ulti on her, you know, she's gone for all intents and purposes.
Well, the Slaughter is doing a good job cutting next creep wave, but there's still going to be that first wave, and how do you bring it down? Actually, it's going to be Snapfire. I think he was trying to set up to Mortimer kisses the creep wave. I think he was, you know, looking for an angle to kill next wave, but
Might have been.
they have glyphs, so they could try and bring it down that way. With 3 heroes tanking, though, the wave wouldn't really die here.
And they've got banner as well. So they could actually just banner the kisses, right?
Yeah, they could. Rubik is ready.
Well, they're on high ground. We banner now, going up to this last tier 3 and last set of barracks. They see the Tusk on the right-hand side as well. DNM rolls in and a blink from Troll forces the snowball quickly from Tusk, and the dive deeper from Dota Sama, looking for the slaughter and Lina in the back. Tusk still being focused by DNM. A few more touches will take him down. As this Omni Knight 1v2 mano a mano, destroying this Lina and Slaughter on his own, pushing him back to Fountain, but now he's going to feel the pain. The kisses and the long-range artillery from Snap and Lina bring the Omni down. Undying follows as Double King looks at these barracks and wonders where the rest of his team has gone. I want to kill buildings here, boys. Let's get Mega Creep, shall we?
2 down. Lina is back here. She has Daedalus. She hits really hard. Can they set up for her?
Slaughter jumps in with a stun, but there's no chain stunning. The flag can be dealt with now. Or maybe just looking for these heroes to blow them up, as Pango helped out by the Yule Scepters from the Rubik, keeping the Slaughter at arm's reach and then swashbuckling back to safety.
Good saves there coming in from Roseanne. Having the Force Staff, the Yule Scepter, just controlling and making sure that not more heroes die. They did open up the base at least. Didn't really finish up the job, but maybe a little bit too much fountain diving going on. You can tank for quite a while, but eventually Omni Knight's protection runs out. That's why he's queuing up the refresher. He wants it to last twice as long.
That's all we need. Just end the game with a refresher. Well, Troll is hunting.
He's
Not going to find anyone out here.
He's got the Blink Abyssal now, so it's not going to be easy to get away from him. And Tormentor is waiting up top. Might see Troll and Pango just go and take it.
We did get a little glimpse into how much damage Lina can do, though.
Yeah.
Now, if she's given an opportunity with Slaughter Blink Stun, DP making noise, all these frontline heroes, right, opening a scenario for her to do damage, there's the possibility that she can kill off some cores quickly enough.
Yeah, Slardar gonna run away. Is staying safe, as there was actually a smoke attempt at the same time from Radiant, so nobody wants to TP back to deal with Slardar. But no,
Yeah,
you're
even
right. The
scan
positioning
forward.
has to be right so that Lina is allowed to stand and auto attack. They could play under their own ward. DNM gets revealed. The smoke breaks.
Yeah, Lina is like that little StarCraft 2 Protoss tower rush business. You know, you've got to sneak your units in there first to build it. You can't just throw her in. And
Gotta
hope
get
for
some
the
pylons
best.
going.
You've got to build the pylons and then you build the towers.
Pango didn't get vision in time, else maybe he could have bashed her there with the W. Didn't quite have the Q ready, but Lina gets to safety.
Slardar might not be so lucky. He's being run at by a troll and a Rubik TPing home.
Again,
Gets it back to safety.
chasing ghosts, though they're not connecting on anyone. This is giving time for them to finish up some key items. Lina only 100 gold away from the Satanic.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Nullifier is complete on the Slardar. Not a bad item to have. Obviously against the Omni Knight, it's really nice against his ulti, but more often than not, there's going to be a repel first or a BKB first, and then you can't get rid of the ulti again. Do you see the troll?
Yule scepters and stuff like that, though.
Aegis in 15 seconds. Oh my god. If Aegis was 15 seconds earlier, I think they would insta jump there, get the kill.
And the window is so tight.
They do have great
still
vision
thinking
though.
about
He's walking up with Aegis timing out. This is the goal time.
They see him. They know exactly what to do. They jump double king down to half HP. Can't even battle trance to save his life while they're dying. Also going to fall to the kisses.
Whew. That was
That lane ward.
Yeah, that lane ward got them 2 massive kills right there. Look at the amount of gold they got from it. And yeah, I don't, think there's anything wrong with them immediately just exoing, get all the spells going for that. I was a little bit worried when
massive
Slardar
swing.
jumped to Undying that the troll was going to get his BKB or his ulti out, but they had the damage.
Unable to get any real big objectives, though, is always a sad story when you're doing this kind of move on your side of the river. But they will push out lanes and at least set the map up for another potential move later on. And that's the big challenge now, right? When you've got super creeps top and mid, it's a non-stop. You're a gardener, you're not a Dota player anymore. You're coming out pruning all these weeds and hedges and bushes. All the little radiant creeps are just nasty little plants growing in your dark, desolate garden.
My dark, desolate garden. It sounds like real life, man. I never.
You're
never
the
look
dire
at-
team. You want pumpkins growing and brambles.
Yeah, some Halloween
And-
theme.
Yeah. What else is a Halloween plant?
A skeleton.
Thorny stuff. You say skeleton.
Yes. They're plants. They just grow in, a fleshy form first.
Yeah. Okay. Where are the roots?
Not sure. Not sure. I don't know
The
plants
roots are the
that
friends
well.
and family.
I
you
don't know
make
if it's
along the
obvious, guys.
way.
I don't know plants that well, okay? I do know Dota though. We have the level 25 Refresher Omni Knight ready to jump the starter. No chain
yeah.
stun. He
then
will
BKB?
maybe get out as the Pango doesn't have any bash anymore. That's a big
Troll's too far
cooldown.
away for the abyssal.
A window opening up for them.
Radiant's top tower.
Dire have the high ground over here, but they don't have the numbers. Did Troll just blink into the middle of them?
Yeah. Feeling confident.
He sends the rest of them scattering and just kills the Snapfire.
Well, they were on the back foot after the initial Slardar BKB force, so he smelled weakness, he pounced on it. And sometimes when you troll, it's better to jump the enemy than you getting jumped, since he doesn't have 25 talent yet, doesn't have the strongest spell yet.
It's a good job by the Slardar and DP, though. Top and mid both pushing in across the river onto the Radiant side.
But they have
with
the
the
amount of
Dire having
defense
one
now.
lane of barracks to go. Yeah, it's one lane to attack, one lane to go in. Troll Warlord, even without BKB or Aegis, still pretty happy to go in here, while the Lina jumped on by the Pango, forced the BKB early, turning to try to get damage in, but his Omni has ulti. So now Lina's BKB is going to wear out. Tombstone in the back end is protecting the rest of them from the Slardar on a DP jump, and Troll just opens up. Deathprop is getting shredded here. The snowball comes in, tries to save her up. She's rooted and finally dead. Tusk now, is that a buyback out of him and the Lina?
Dieback
Dieback
from
on
Tusk.
Tusk. Lina's in trouble. She's trying to push damage onto this Omni Knight, but he's like losing it. Barracks, Big Fat B, the Blade Mail return. If they get another jump on this Lina, it could be lights out. Light Strike Array from Roseanne, and there's a jump for the Troll. They get the connection. She's gone for 2 minutes. Carrie's dead. 4 heroes gone. 1 remains on our screen. The Snapfire's going to fall immediately. And 4 anchors with Dota Summer. They're looking at this tier 4 tower now and potentially just game 1.
Fantastic play by them overall, as we have a disconnect here. But yeah, the players.
Oh, yeah.
The players are done. They're calling it GG. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing you can do anymore. That was a strange game to witness because they got off to such a strong start on Dire, but then they had several moments where they tried to get a fight going, didn't manage to have enough lockdown and catch, which is almost a bit surprising. With Slardar, Tusk on their team, they had a lot of chasing heroes, but all those wasted DP ultis, it was like 3 or 4 fights, maybe even more, where the DP ulti was just baited, kited, and then DP is almost useless when she doesn't have ulti.
Yeah, they had some real difficulties like connecting the dots, right? Putting all these pieces together. You know, lanes went. The game in general went better than expected for me, for the Slayers, in terms of getting this draft off the ground. But
not to mention
connecting everything together is always hard.
Yeah, this moment as well, Slardar, getting hungry for more kills, and then his entire team get baited into the river. Slardar is storing in the river. His team, not so much. They don't have the same advantages there. And they get completely team wiped. That was the start of the big turnaround.
And being allowed to go high ground multiple times, getting multiple Roshans, Double King's Troll Warlord felt pretty happy with momentum in this game being pretty firmly in his hands.
Yeah, I think overall we also just saw in team fights a bit more the evidence of 4 anchors having more coordination in how to jump and burst people. Like, they did such a good job. Not that they have the stronger lineup for doing it, but they were more capable of executing their combinations. Whereas Dire, it was more like watching 5 players. They're all pretty damn good, at what they do. They all know, but they're not always on the same page.
Yeah, the little things like going in to elicit a reaction, right? Like you force the hand of your opponents to show themselves. So we go in with a troll, Lina shows herself, and that's the immediate jump from this Pangos and dying this Rubik to get on top of her. Then you force more reactions, like, okay, now we see the Tusk, now we see the Snap. You get more information, you get more opportunities, just more angles, right? More avenues to use your spells, more targets to go on. Very good target acquisition in general from 4 anchors and Dota Sama. As we see the scoreboard at the end,
they end up 10 with a scoreboard that honestly looks like the game was never that hard. 42-24, very nice and symmetrical right there. But the heroes KDAs, all their cores 11-4, 10-3, 11-2. It looks like it was an easy game all along, which really wasn't true. The start was quite rough for them, but I do think their supports did some amazing moves, good reads in this game. Lane started out really bad for the Rubik, but he had a big comeback, and there we go. Yeah, give him the MVP, man. He was doing some big lifting, quite literally.
Yeah, I mean 71% kill participation. The light strike arrays that he was landing was super nice. Even just grabbing ice shards from the Tusk and trapping Lina in. Roseanne had a pretty nice game there. And we knew it. Was it 3rd pick Rubik into the 3 heroes that were already shown? It was going to be a good Rubik game.
Yeah, for sure. But also sometimes when you see, this is a great Rubik game, and then you feel the pressure like, if I don't have a good Rubik game, it's going to look awful. But no, he did what he was supposed to do and more. Finding the good positioning, saving his teammates as well. Some of that secret impact, the uses of Yule Scepter and Force Staff to keep his cores alive was also something noteworthy.
Yeah, super well done. And 4 anchors coming out with that game 1 victory here in the lower bracket. You don't have any more chances really. It's best of 3 to the death between these two. The Slayers, the underdogs, the updogs, 4 anchors.
They are now the updogs, confirmed. Before the series, and also now by being 1 game up. But it is a best of 3, Gareth. They can still turn this around. I believe in them. Slayers, things didn't really work out in game number 1, but I ultimately think that they had good drafting ideas. They started out well with lane stage. Just need to find that little bit of coordination, and things would have clicked really well for them.
That can be one of those things that's like really hard to change though, right? Like in draft, you're thinking, we forgot to ban the Doom, the Brood, whatever it might be, and you can go back and remedy that in game 2. Remedying like team cohesion on the fly That's an uphill challenge. I'll say that right now.
I mean, this looked like one of those cases where players just need to talk more, say what you want to do, talk about who we go on. You know, you just gotta get that voice out there. So maybe, you know, sometimes players just get too isolated. They focus on what they want to do, and then you don't end up talking enough and saying it before you go. Because sometimes you see a player, they jump someone and say, "I'm jumping Lina." It's like, yeah, you did it 2 seconds ago, and now you're telling us. Like, it's not a surprise, you know, that it's not working out. You need to say it 2 seconds before you jump, so your team is on the same page and the enemy team gets surprised, not the other way around.
Like, where's the rest of you? We don't have blinks, right? There's a lot of jumping in. The rest of them are thinking, oh, we can't really catch up over there. It gets kind of tough. But there we go. Game 1 for 4 anchors. We'll see if the Slayers can strike back and maybe tie things up. We'll have a quick break and come back with game number 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. 3 minutes left in the game. 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 3 minutes l back on the road to the international here as we head back into the NA closed qualifiers, when the lower bracket dealing with a best of 3, where 4 anchors and Dota Sama are now a win away from progressing one step further forward.
Exactly, they're very, very close to winning the series. Just need one more game, whereas at the same time, Slayers came out the gates looking pretty good, but at the same time, they fell off a little bit in the coordination, the mid-game team fights. And to me, Gareth, I gotta say, if you playing against a team that just got knocked down from the upper bracket, sometimes it's good to just take information from what was it that brought them down as well. Looking back into the drafts and thinking a bit, we saw Dota Sama now playing on his Omni Knight, which he played in the first day as well. And he really, really shines on this hero, quite literally with the Radiance. But I think taking it away, the way that Shopify Rebellion did, taking the Bristle and the Omni Knight away, forces him to play something else. And this guy is extremely good at what he does, but how wide is his hero pool? Maybe that's an avenue to exploit for Slayers.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. In the opens, they got at least 2 wins with Omni, maybe 3. I can't remember. I didn't do the maths on that.
Many games.
But in the closed, they've already won 3 games now on the trot with Omni. Yeah. And if Shopify Rebellion are banning Omni, I think you should too. I think you're right. I think you're onto something.
Steal the homework.
Yeah. I mean, Shopify banned Omni, Bristle, and Undying or Shadow Shaman.
Exactly.
So it would definitely look to go down the same route there.
Yeah.
What did we ban? We banned Lesh, Ursa, Bristle. I don't know if that's valid. You know, the Lesh.
Yeah. I really don't feel like that's something that you need to ban first phase. The question can come like, oh, was it already a plan that they wanted to play a mid Slardar and they didn't want to go up against the Leshrac because that's kind of a hard matchup. It could be a lot of other things weighing in, but just looking at 4 anchors and how they play, I think it's a good idea to at least try to target down and shut down their offlaner, force him to do something different than his own comfort zone, because he's known as a hero spammer. I mean, Dota somehow spamming Bristleback, it's literally became a bit of a meme on the EU server. Run into him, it's always Bristle. And then Omni Knight has been added as, you know, a new hero. I wonder how many heroes can he play at the same proficiency level, and I think that's something they should target.
Yeah. Honestly, though, it's been really nice to see the Slayers, you know, show up and play today. Because, you know, to get here, they had a couple of walkovers and a couple of forfeits, even in the opens to get here. Then, of course, the walkovers and forfeits in the closed itself, them coming and showing they can go toe-to-toe with 4 anchors, even without the, you know, wind in their sails, the momentum from having played other games. It's a good sign for the series. It's a good sign for Game 2 that maybe it gets even closer, even tighter. Though the experienced Dota caster in me has seen many of these series before in these kind of qualifier situations. And when you lose a Game 1, now, Game 2 can also get very sloppy.
It can. There's always a chance that they just bomb out, but I would like to say, you know, that they have a chance for sure. I really believe in them after seeing the way they drafted in the first game, seeing how they play the lanes. They did play really, really well on the top and bottom lane, the side lanes in particular. I think mid lane maybe could have crushed that Pango a little bit harder. DNM definitely got out pretty okay from mid lane and ended up being the more farmed at minute 10, which shouldn't really have happened. But yeah, the early
Some
game,
fine-tuning.
Yeah, the early game was really strong. I think the main thing is just communication. You know, make sure everyone is vocal about what they want to do, their vision for the game, maybe pre-communicate. Sometimes the moment draft is done, it's really important to already have, you know, start listing out, okay, in team fights, we're going to have to hunt for this guy. You two are going to need to do this. You know, you get some loose concepts so everyone has those ideas in mind. It's actually a practice that in a lot of teams that I've played in the past, we've come to the same conclusion, which is like, okay, after a draft, you just need to really do a overall game plan talk quickly, like 30 seconds. Yeah, like this storyline goes like this, you know, say exactly how you envision that you win. And then maybe it goes exactly like that, or maybe you win in a different way, but at least you have had that sort of seed planted.
Yeah, because, you know, sometimes you pick a hero that in your mind, oh, this hero counters that hero, but it might be this kind of, you know, enigmatic process that, or some kind of like vacuous idea of like, in general, the map space that's taken by this guy overlaps with that guy. But that's something that you know have to kind of explain, because in Dota you can think, oh, hero counters hero, and it's like skill versus, you know, one skill versus one skill. Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
But when it comes to drafting 5v5, there's so much overlapping stuff you've got to consider.
There's a lot to think about. And Gareth, maybe hop into the slot as well, so you don't forget your little caster slot. Just a reminder, as we didn't have a caster slot earlier. sometimes it's easy to forget when we're already talking that, oh yeah, I need to get in there as well. But yeah, looks like all the players are back, of course, and ready. I'm just excited that we get some Dota played today, Gareth. Yesterday, I felt starved. We came here, we wanted to see some good series, and we got 2 walkovers, and I walked away hungrier than I arrived. It was a disappointment.
Well, it's one of those. I don't want to say it's the worst feeling in the world because it's not. But it is one of those bad feelings where, especially when, you know, you're on camera filling for 30 minutes and you're building yourself up and you're trying to, you know, you're building expectations. They're getting higher and higher. Like, oh my God, we're getting closer and closer. You see 9 players in lobby and then it's like, oh, it's not happening. Game's forfeit. Like, oh God. Oh,
it's like a ruined meal. You know, you cook something or you forget something, you burn something. It's like it's inedible now. I guess
there's no salt in it.
Yeah, there's nothing. You can't have anything. A large letdown, but hopefully not a large letdown for game number 2 here for Slayers. I hope that they come back because honestly, the players are cool to look at. You know what they're trying to do, bringing into the game. I think that especially the supports and their activity, Menace, his early moves, I think worked out really well. I do wish a little bit that we could see more involvement from both the 1 and 3 after they win the laning stage that hard. But that's like me kind of just picking what I think could maybe improve a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were quite a high octane and frantic. You know, maybe the thing is they need to kind of calm down a little bit, right? This DP was popping ulti in situations where maybe it should have just waited like 1 or 2 seconds to see what's going on. And it's like one of those weird things, right, where you can play too fast and that can slow you down. You know, there's DP trying to play too quickly and then wasting ulti, not getting something done. That means there's now a 2-minute window where you can't do anything. So with that 1 second action, you've actually delayed your team by 2 minutes potentially.
Yeah, and sometimes you lose objectives because of that. You know, DP is very much one of those heroes where you have to be a little bit ice cold with your commitment. And all credit to for Anchors as well. They did a good job kind of baiting those situations and then using their 4 staffs, using their repositioning to get to safety, or even just pango hopping and jumping away. But we have no idea what type of draft is going to come out next. Just if I was in Team Slayer's shoes, I would definitely just say, you know, that this Omni Knight has looked really good for him in a lot of games. Time to get rid of it.
Yeah, the fact they got Omni and Undying in a situation where Doom AA were banned was such a nice spot for 4 Anchors, because it then felt like these 2 heroes aren't being countered.
Yeah.
And even when we get the Snapfire, who is a counter to Undying, that's not, you know, I thought it was going to come in the laning stage, but we didn't have Little Shredder skilled until like, you know, level 5 or something.
Yeah, I think it was fine how they, you know, used the burst early on from the maxing out QW. But the big story of Omni Knight is that he gets more countered by anti-healing than even Death Prophet does. Like DP can to some degree still deal with anti-healing. Like it can work, it's not great. But Omni Knight, he's such a dive in type hero. When you get this Radiance blink, you want to just jump in and chase people. So him knowing that there's no counter to his gameplay, no anti-healing, was just a blessing for him.
Well, let's see how it all goes. Game 2 draft is almost upon us here. We're in the lobby. We've started. We have a game 2 coming up. We've got real matches happening. NA qualifiers continuing. Game 2, 4 Anchors and Dota Sama against Team Slayers here in the lower bracket. Where again, if you're just joining us, 4 Anchors have the 1 game advantage already, winning game 1. So they are a match away from moving further forward.
Happy that I was harping on it for so long and that I don't, you know, get disappointed here. Team Slayers, don't even mess around. This first ban on that Omni Knight. Don't give him a repeat on it, because we know that they would definitely go for it. There's no doubt in my mind that if it was available in the pool, 4 Anchors would pick it.
10 seconds
And what goes along with it? Undying as well? I mean, Bristleback has to be banned, right? You can't have Dota Sama playing Bristleback.
Yeah, I think Bristle should be one of the bans, and they only have 1 ban remaining, so that would be my consideration. They could also play it for themselves, definitely a possibility, but we'll see if 4 Anchors ban it out. They're gonna ban TA, pretty normal stuff.
10 seconds remaining.
Why does everybody think I dye my beard?
5 seconds.
Jenkins and Sons fan was saying it earlier on Dream League. Now I've got someone in chat asking if I... No.
Yes, my
I was a ginger
rumors,
boy as a
they're
child.
spreading.
It's you, is it?
Yeah.
That's naughty. No, I've been a ginger kid since I was a young boy, but I don't know. I grew older. My head hair turned brown. My beard stayed bright orange.
Yeah.
The more I grow the beard, the more orange it gets. It's just volume.
Man,
Well.
I could not ask for a better start out here by Team Slayers, honestly. Banning out Omni, banning Rosan's Rubik, who we did praise. He got the MVP note after an Asta game,
Yeah.
so I can't really fault them for that. And then banning Bristle and picking up Shadow Shaman, one of the absolutely most successful supports lately. This is a refreshing opening from Team Slayers. Hopefully they keep it up as well.
Dire team back.
Mr. Tusky Tusk.
Yeah.
Gonna be the pickup. So potential for both supports to take this one. I love Tusk early in the draft because he's as good as a 5 as he is a 4.
Yeah, there's a lot of combinations you can play with Tusk as well. Not only is he flexible between the roles, like you mentioned, but also there's a lot of different heroes that work well with him. If you want to run a Beastmaster, if you want to play him alongside even something like Axe, which isn't really a combo, it still works. You know, he's just a brawly hero, and he will find ways to fight. A Battle Hunger plus a tag team, you're not having fun.
He's so good at those early trades. Let's see who else we get rid of. As the Ursa and Slark are both removed. Usually an indication of some kind of underlordy, tidy kind of guy. We'll see if that's the direction the Slayers want to go. Let's have a look actually. Their offlane player, Lupa, played Primal Tiny TBCK Underlord. So yeah, absolutely within his wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, these are also just annoying heroes for Rasta. It's not just that, but a carry Ursa is still risky for Rasta to jump. Yes, you could theoretically chain stun him, but it's always that worry that he presses like just a Q with Shard and suddenly you messed up your initiation. Big saves coming out from 4 anchors. They go for Tusk and Dawnbreaker as an opening. Dawnbreaker, at least thematically, very similar to playing Omni Knight. You know, still a very healy, holy type of hero.
Yeah, very, very fitting. Definitely within the theme.
And
Yeah, it's one of the ones he played a bunch in the opens as well. He loves these healing heroes, right? Like even Bristle is kind of a healing hero. Omni, Dawn, Necro, and then Bristle is always banned against him.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker Tusk is also one of the strongest combos. Very nice pairing. You get a ton of damage going. Normally they can struggle against certain matchups that are like ranged and can poke really well, because they do want to commit. Like they have to get pretty close to be able to deal their damage. So that's why they ban out the Lina as well. And of course the TA already banned in first phase.
Right, this was the team that was running Magnus 5. So this is actually super flexible between their like 1, 2, 3, and 5. I don't know if their 4 plays it, but we'll see. And both Magnus and Phoenix, decent answers to this Solar Guardian from Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, Phoenix is generally really good when the enemy have slow attackers as well, and Tusk and Dawnbreaker never really attack that fast. Sure, we might see an Echo Saber Assault Cuirass at some point on Dawnbreaker, but for the majority of the game, you're not going to be killing that egg very easily.
5 seconds remaining.
So they have very good team fights. They have Shadow Shaman to start to pick off a little bit.
Radiant
See what 4 anchors response is going to be. Normally we get some quick attacking heroes into the Phoenix. It's going to be in the form of Murta.
So then we might not get this Tusk Dawnbreaker lane. We might have the Dawn and Muerta together.
Maybe. Could also be Flex. Could be Carry, for all we know.
I've not seen that in so long. Like we keep saying
really?
it. It's like, oh, the flex is there. Yeah, I guess I've just not cast a game of Carry Muerta in a long time.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I haven't seen it in Pro Dota recently either, but I've seen so many high-level ranked games where like the pro players are playing it. So I definitely think that it's possible.
Wait, is this Carry Dawn? So is it Tusk Dawn safe lane, Necro Muerta off lane? Because this Necro is the Dota Sama hero, no?
Yeah, I would assume that it is. It does get a little bit tricky to read their matchup right now.
Let's look.
Yeah,
Who
very
played it in
flexible.
their game against Shopify? Yeah, it was offlane Necro for Dota Sama both times. Interesting. I didn't see Dawnbreaker come up as like the carry hero for them at all. And both of them want to buy Radiance?
Yeah, that's curious situation.
We've got the Healing Holy and then the Undead clashing in colors and draft as well.
I mean, this is, yeah, the Radiance Necro is kind of must-have item. It feels so good to have it. Team Slayers thought a little bit about what they're seeing and what's coming out of their way. They're just going to pick up the Medusa. Okay.
And this was something they ran in the opens, was the Magnus, yeah, so it was the Magnus 5 and the Caridusa. And then
Sure.
they had some big team fight around it.
Those two heroes are pretty nasty in combination in team fights later on, yeah. As you mentioned, you get the RP, you get the Stone Gaze, very, very hard to fight into. Magnus can kind of force the enemy to look at Stone Gaze sometimes as well, just to make them get even more chain stunned. And Empower Spam on Medusa feels really nice. One of the few range heroes where it actually feels like it makes a big impact.
But yeah, these drafts got weird quick, huh? Game 1 was very much homework done. This is normal. This is normal. And now we've devolved into a bit of close qualifier madness. Pulling out some real cool signature heroes, weird and wonky stuff.
It's also tricky here for Team Slayers because it doesn't look like they're going to have a nice nullifier hero unless they find a pick of one, get some mid hero that can do it. And also, that's still the question. Is it going to be a, offlane Phoenix? Do you really want to play core Phoenix into the Murta?
10 seconds.
What's the idea here? Team Slayers have to make some decision. If this is going to be, as you said, the 5 Magnus, they could still put it core as well.
Yeah, the flexibility is there for sure. I'm super curious how it goes. Because then, I mean, if that happens, then we're left with like 5 Phoenix or 5 Shadow Shaman, right? And it's like Medusa Shadow Shaman versus Necro Muerta. I'm putting my money on Necro Muerta in that
I
lane.
would put a Phoenix together with a Medusa as a lane.
Yeah.
And then either you pick an off laner, pair up with your Shadow Shaman, have a mid Magnus, or you just Shadow Shaman Magnus, which is decent enough on its own. And then you look for a mid hero. But yeah, for anchors, kind of cover their bases, banning out the Void Spirit, but also banning out the Doom, which obviously Doom anti-healing. They have 2 big healing heroes already.
This is where you pull out a random like Oracle or something, some hero with a built-in dispel. You're like, I don't need to buy Nullifier. I can just pop a spell on this Necro.
Yeah, would be nice. Would be nice to have something like that, but that would force them to do both Magnus and Phoenix core, and I wonder how willing they are to do that. Yeah,
It'll be fine.
Stretching the player capabilities here. What is the hero pool of the different players?
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling this. This is like a mid laner's last pick, right? Like Queen of Pain or something like that.
Could be. You know what would go extremely hard here? Brewmaster. If you had a brew player, oh my god, dude, what a game. You lift the
That's a pretty
Murta to your
good brew
ulti,
game.
you dispel the Necro, you can even just mess with the Dawnbreaker a lot in the fights.
That's
They're
an
gonna-
axe.
They're gonna find the axe pick towards the very end. Okay. A hero that I do think is extremely strong lately in Dota. He is overall pretty overtuned in this patch. The neutral item, of course, making a big difference. The chipped vest.
And Pango again for DNM. Right, who's picking what? Yeah, Dota-sama Necro.
So mid
That's
Phoenix.
what we expected.
Mid
Double
Phoenix
King,
coming in for
Dawnbreaker, and
team.
mid Phoenix, yeah.
Oh my god, he's possessed. Menace pulling some crazy moves on camera. What the hell?
So then it's a 4 mag with the axe and a 5 Shadow Shaman with the Medusa.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I'm not feeling this draft or these lanes from Team Slayers. I can see mid game, right? That's easy to envision. The blink daggers are up, the ultis are ready. You can see those mid game team fights. Getting there is the challenge.
Yeah,
me.
definitely true. Especially when for anchors have this super strong safe lane of having double king on the Dawnbreaker. A lane that can be challenging for Axe. Yes, you're pretty good against melee heroes, but Dawnbreaker, she packs a punch, and together with this Tusk as well, I wonder how well the offlane is going to go. Honestly, both the side lanes, I praised them last game. This time, I think Team Slayers might have the weaker lane on both the side lanes, so they need to pull out some big plays.
I think so, yeah. especially with the amount of like heals and stuff coming in here. Like once we hit level 6 on Dawnbreaker, you've got Muerta and Necro who are very adept at kind of dragging fights out there a little bit longer for some kind of response to come in. Rolling Thunder and this Tusk with a snowball, great ways to gap close on people and enable this Solar Guardian to land on the right targets.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like they've got enough damage to kill through like a Medusa as well, right?
Yeah, they do, especially if they get the tag team going and a little bit of right clicks into it with, you know, the control they have coming in from Pango. The nice thing is, though, the Medusa is one of those heroes that Necro isn't that good against. The Heartstopper doesn't do much. The ulti is very useless against Medusa because she stays full HP until all the mana is gone. So that's at least a cute thing going for her on Medusa. If she gets off to a good start, she has a pretty nice matchup into these heroes. The question is going to be, how does those starts go for the side lanes of Team Slayers?
Yeah, and it's like one of those things, right? You take a target away from Necro, he's like, oh, okay, I didn't really care about the Medusa. I'm going to be racking up these stacks by killing off, you know, your Magnus and your Axe over and over again with the Reaper's sides. One-man army Axe, triple ring of protection. Big man on campus.
Yeah, all the armor. I mean, it's probably a good choice in this lane. I don't normally think that this is the best build, but you're going against what looks to be a safe lane Dawnbreaker plus Tusk. I mean, you know it's so much physical damage coming in, so this is pretty high value.
I don't think I've seen this in a pro game, the triple ring protection, one-man army Axe.
Yeah,
So we've seen a fair amount of Axe recently, but...
Yeah, it's been a lot of Vanguard rushes, right? We saw Seal play it a
Yeah.
whole lot. We saw some other people playing it, and usually it's the Vanguard rush. But this is not really a usual game. The lane is a little bit peculiar, so this might be the correct approach. And if you get to triple, this also is usually the build to skip Vanguard altogether, by the way. So you go Blade Mail Rush after this, or Face Boots into Blade Mail after this. And that's very, very high armor, strong in lane. Also, it does make your Battle Hunger slightly stronger, right? Every bit of armor does effectively increase the damage of your Battle Hunger. So there's always something.
Is this a case of him maybe lane dragging and cutting waves and stuff like that as well?
They very well might need to do that. That's going to be the job of the Magnus, though, who does have Windlace already, so kind of signifying he might be interested in doing it. A good hero against it, though, is Tusk. You can just throw Ice Shards and stop the pull for a while, and then it takes so long, you don't connect it as you should, and everything kind of shifts.
Well, some interesting techers. We'll see if it works out for them.
30 seconds to battle.
And 4 anchors sat on their own side of the river, waiting to see who comes up any of these staircases. Unlikely that someone's going to show their face. Just sit here and wait.
Yeah, instead it's just going to be ward blocking the camp and put wards to spot any couriers coming in or next creep wave. Magnus looking for the right spot. Gonna be pretty far to the left.
The battle begins.
He gets himself that deep bit of vision. Bounty runes going 2 for 2, though, it looks like.
Yeah, fair trade. Magnus is set up to try and body block the first creep wave, so he can at least make sure the first creep wave bounces. Get his axe in a favorable position. Don't need to do too much blocking, just a little bit. And the axe, meanwhile, is ready to stop the Dawnbreaker from blocking on their other side.
And Tusk already getting some free damage in on that Magnus. And yeah, Double King trying to block the wave, but it's going to reach the tower. But like you said, that'll shove back out across towards the dire side of the map.
Looking
Mid lane,
at
Pango against Phoenix.
that is not a common matchup, but Phoenix generally is one of those heroes who can absolutely demolish heroes like Pango. Some mid heroes can get really destroyed, especially if they need to go close, since the burn coming out from the dying light is just so painful. He still has to kind of toe the line, though. If he gets too low HP on Phoenix, Phoenix is a super low armor hero, and Pango is all physical damage, so it can backfire.
Yeah, you can take some serious damage. It's just one of those funny things, right? That started as like a TA counter solely. This core Phoenix off lane, then the mid lane Phoenix pops up, and then all of a sudden, wait, we can play, we can play this mid Phoenix against multiple heroes. There's lots of things that we can fit him into.
Yeah,
I did see his 15 minutes of fame a few months back.
Yeah, very true. Phoenix has been played a fair bit mid, and it's been different builds as well. We've seen some Vessel rushes ever since that was buffed. Before that was a whole lot of Orchid rush or Shiva's rush. Ooh, big damage onto the Magnus. Gets chains down to level 2. He didn't want to skewer the Dawnbreaker with him, so he stopped it. Up top though, they get a kill.
Shadow Shaman rolling high on his damage there. Big hits into Roseanne, who tried to Fairy Fire and run away.
Yeah, gets the clicks, and also going to be power denying a little bit together with the Medusa here, perhaps. Looking to deal some damage back to the Necro.
Shackles and Snake are going to be stopped in their tracks by the dead shot, but Dota Sama already burning through the majority of his regen, needs the tangos to be handed over. While in the mid lane, the Phoenix did drop low, but the skewer on the tower puts DNM in a tough spot. The roaming Magnus comes into play.
That's always one of those scary things as a mid player when you don't really realize that someone died on a side lane and then they just TP in and go. Actually, Medusa?
Medusa's dying. Was that a Lotus or a Wand? Some pretty hefty heals, whatever it was, takes her back up to a healthy state.
It's only minute 2,
It's a
Gareth.
pretty full wand.
Yeah, big wand coming in.
Yeah, you're right.
But she will
Feels like
definitely
it's
look
later. Already got a bit of action.
Now the Axe taking quite a bit of a beating going up against these heroes. Looks like he's going to be the one going for the urn. Interesting choice. As he will fight up against the Tusk, but Dawnbreaker already running over. Tusk is completely alone. Magnus is coming over, but pretty far away.
Who said you could use our pool? What are you doing in our back garden? What are you doing?
Oh no.
Snowball's there, going to turn on his axe. Tag team, and this Starbreaker whacks them down. They get the Lotus, and this dire bottom lane, it's just been shredded up.
Just a bit of miscommunication there as well. The skewer and the call at the same time, and then the snowball dodge on top of it as well. Anyway,
That was a Lotus.
Bit of more than he could chew on the axe.
Oh, Magnus skewering 2 people back in, but they'll quickly pummel him down. And Lupa's axe trying to get some damage on his Tusk. Not going to be able to get a kill or anything, but at least he's back in the lane last hitting. Top lane again. Every time we peer up here, it's danger, death, destruction. Shadow Shaman this time, going to feel the pain. Trying to hide in the trees as a little chicken, but Dota Sama's there to clear it up.
Yeah, it gets taken down, and lane is looking pretty strong so far for the Necro and the Murta. And this is also what I feared, that these side lanes would be difficult for Dire. Said that they are pretty favoring the Radiant. Their draft is stronger for laning stage. Mid lane, however, is where they maybe have an advantage with the Phoenix against the Pango.
Oh, Mango, even more heals and sustain put into this Medusa's lane. Trying to keep her as healthy as possible while Dota Sama and Roseanne diving. But they don't realize that Phoenix is arriving. Shackles and now the fiery burn damage takes them low and should finish them off with Vagabond getting a double kill.
Very nice TP there. Hyper aggressive play from Radiant, and gets punished appropriately by the Phoenix coming in. That definitely helps offset the balance on the lane.
It's just funny having like what 150 HP mid lane hero TPing to aggressively make a move, right? But the lower this Phoenix is, the more damage that comes.
The Dying Light is main source of damage output, so a lot of time he is gonna stay low. DNM has to be caught. Oh, he takes the tower hits. You're not level 6 yet. What are you doing?
Oh my god! Trading 1 for 1, but DNM gets the kill first.
Yeah, DNM is gonna be very happy with that. He gets the kill first, gets the experience. Phoenix, I mean, a bold play, but you can't slow the attack speed of the tower, and tower just shot him down.
Now Roseanne's made a move, places a ward right under the nose of this Magnus and Axe, and now has to swing back towards mid. Dead even in kills and net worth, but it's felt a bit cleaner from 4 anchors so far in this game.
You know what I think was the difference maker there on Phoenix diving in? The Pango had a blood grenade and threw it at the Phoenix. So I think he calculated that he would get the kill in time before tower hits, but the blood grenade brought that little bit of extra damage in.
Oh, the difference maker. The feather on the scales, or the thumb on the scales in this case. Pango gonna roll in. He doesn't get the illusion rune, but he might just get a kill here with a dead shot. Not landing on Magnus. He skewers to high ground. They aim for the Phoenix now instead. Stuck in the calling for a long time. Can't cast any spells.
And doesn't get his level 6 as well in time, so that dive earlier onto a tower really coming back to haunt him now as the double support comes in mid, pushing for
Double
the
king.
tower.
Called up by the Axe, threw out his hammer. pretty low on resources, but might be able to turn and fight back into this axe. Loses the battle hunger and sticks back up. An awkward fight down there, though. Still waiting for the Solar Guardian to come into play. The Phoenix is still level 5 in the mid lane. Silenced by the calling. Dives off cooldown, so could dive forward. Looking for more damage and thankful to not be punished.
He didn't get level 6 because there were 3 heroes sharing the experience. Now he gets level 6 finally. Otherwise he could maybe have dove in, dropped the egg, but didn't have to expend it at least. Bottom lane looks so gankable still. Both these teams sitting on really low HP. The Dawnbreaker. Does she have any resources sent out? No, not even.
And that's kind of left this Necro top in a 1v1 against Dusa, both of them farming.
Yeah, it's a farm trade that Medusa's very happy with. She has easy access to her Ancients as well once she gets a little bit of damage from the Yasha. Necro, of course, not going to be too sad in the matchup. It's not like he's getting shut down, but Medusa, definitely the hero I would rather have free farming in this matchup.
Yeah. And have we decided who's buying Radiance? You said it was more likely Necro, right?
Yeah, I think so. The Dawnbreaker already has a bunch of items to queue up. The Echo Saber,
Okay.
Desolator, BKB. He wants to be a physical smacker.
That's fair enough. I'm getting punched around a bit by this axe, though.
I'm punched around, but can take a punch if it's just axe, no other hero nearby. Keep spamming the battle hunger on her, but she's doing all right.
And then a lot of focus continues in that mid lane. But minute 8 hits. And now the transition from mid down to bot as Vagabond picked up an arcane rune, I believe. Looking to put it to use.
Oh, they might just
Maybe
get him.
they can connect with Double King. Dive over the top of this Dawnbreaker. Hex and Shackle should come. And that damage from the Phoenix, more than enough to take this carry out.
Oh, Axe even claims the last hit over there with this battle hunger coming in.
Well, Deadshot up top misses. Phoenix TPing up top now to try and force this Radiant team to run away. It looks like he'll succeed in that.
Phoenix still hanging around though. Wants to use the ulti. Has dive. Not quite in position to catch him though. Now Pango and Tusk looking for a turnaround.
Yeah, straight onto this Phoenix. Dive in and kill him off. A Reaper Scythe over the top as well. That is one of the big worries. Phoenix wants to be playing at low HP, kind of like a Huskar almost. And this Necro is in a prime position to punish that kind of style.
Yeah, he's very aggressive, the mid player of Slayers. He's just running at people like a rabid dog. He's just chasing kills, and sometimes it can backfire.
Another attempt bottom onto Double King. Shadow Shaman this time arriving to fight alongside the axe. Rainbow TPs are here. So Shards into Snowball, turns around on the Menace Shadow Shaman. Calling place down, but they need a little more forward-thinking movement here. I'll try out with a hammer and Starbreaker, but in comes Phoenix now to turn back on Double King with a dunk out of Lupa. They've finished off the Dawnbreaker. Tusk trying to escape, but he's skewered across to the right-hand side as well. And chase onto Roseanne now. Axe trailing.
I mean, that's
right
a lot of slow.
behind her.
He's gonna have to try to deny neutrals. No, not even. The Urn working out for this Axe, getting quite a few kills going. Fight looked like it was gonna go pretty bad, but ultimately they turn around and get a lot of kills with it.
Well, they definitely know how to make this early game very competitive and entertaining. 8 kills, 9 kills, dead even in net worth. And DNM just trying to stay it out in this mid lane with that shield rune.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine for now, but they also are eyeing up a push. Sadly, don't have level 6 yet on the Shadow Shaman, so no way to drop ward and just push. It is Blink on Necro, by the way. He wants to join as the Reaper.
And they've got the Solar Guardian straight onto this axe. 3-man Shockwave, but the Snowball's there to turn around and Reaper Scythe down Lupa. Magnus going to join him in the grave as well. 2 stacks up now on this Necro.
This is what they did as well against the Shopify, right? It's the same kind of build, the rushed Blink Dagger. And then look for fighting. And then he's probably gonna go back for the Radiance next.
I just play forward, play aggressive. Jump from lane to lane. Allows you to play so much nicer with your Tusk and Pango as well, who are very mobile heroes.
Yeah, I mean, while the tier 1 towers are up, it's really nice to have your Blink Dagger ready, because then you can TP in and reinforce those towers and kind of defend them. Later on, you have less TP points, the Blink Dagger loses some value. Rasta sidesteps the Q, but...
And stuck outside the Roche pit. A little chicken's pummeled by Double King.
Yeah, just 2 level 5 supports. Can't really fight into 3 heroes alone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this is where the game started to become a little more challenging for the Slayers in game 1. You know, transitioning out of laning stage, things are breaking down. Tier 1s are falling, the map is opening up. Trying to find these key moments to make very important decisions of where to play from, where to gank into. It can be difficult.
Yeah.
So it's nice already to see that they've got like vision placed bottom right corner. Tier 1 tower could be the next objective for them to take. They've got some stuff they can kind of go through the motions and systematically just take the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, they're chasing Double King, can get the Hex on him. Gonna hold him in place. TP is coming in, but pretty late. He should be dropping.
Yeah, skewer the Stormbreaker back in and maybe dunk her down, but she's turned. With the Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker, she stays alive, gets good damage back onto Shadow Shaman. The Reaper Scythe not quite enough to finish the axe immediately, but they get the kill regardless. While Magnus, Shockwave, 2-man RP into the Supernova and the damage from Medusa. They're trying to root up and kill them off, but there's a ton of healing coming out of this 4-anchor side. Double King down into the little hot tub. Sorta time for the Dawnbreaker to try and TP home, and she's going to be successful. Dota Sama in the meantime, picking up the Menace Shadow Shaman. Snowball fall from Big Fat B. Buyback from the Magnus. They want to turn this and get something, but in comes DNM. The Pango's arrived on the scene of the crime, and as Medusa's in trouble, out of mana completely. Medusa, oh, she's gonna get taken down by this Necro and Pango right on her head. A little bit more. Dota Sama wants it. In we go with the Death Pulse to take her down. And the Phoenix. Oh my god, there's no spells left. 21 charges though. 21. Can we stay alive, Phoenix? To buy time. Dota Sama very low, but he's stepping away from it. Can't finish the job, and he's gonna get taken down himself.
Oh, swing and a miss there for Pango with the Swashbuckle. Doesn't connect. Meanwhile, mid tower pushing on Dawnbreaker. Menace is gonna go on him a little bit, but doesn't actually have any backup. There's too much action going down bottom. They actually find the Phoenix in the end. Stuck around.
Phoenix still dies.
Stuck around a little bit too long. And Pango goes behind.
Insane. Now DNM's trying to back up from this Looper axe, but with no blink and no gap close. Not a great way to get on top of this Pango, who's just rolling, crashing, swashing back to pick up an Invis rune and run away. Big Fat B in the meantime does get caught out though with Serpent Wards and Control.
Very low resource on some of them as well. This Magnus saving for the Blink Dagger without even a magic stick. I think when you have this active of a game, you kind of beat yourself up afterwards that you didn't buy a magic stick. So many spells cast. He kind of wishes he had mana. He's going to have to just walk back to base.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
In this rune, probably not going to find too much, but they do have Necro ulti. They're thinking about the axe. Not an easy man to burst.
But there it is though, right? That transition from lane stage to minute 15. A couple of good fights for the Radiant. 4 anchors cement their position on the map. Force the Dire to like buy back, react, play around this bottom tier 1, which is not a valuable place for them to be in. And most importantly, Radiant now get to their next round of items with all this fighting and killing.
Yeah, I think it's very true. Their post laning stage moves on 4 anchors have been a little bit sharper, and that's also part of the laning stage, right? Cracking those tier 1 towers is a big part of laning stage. Going and opening up the enemy safe lane, which didn't happen for Dire. They never made that big concentrated effort of taking bottom tower. Partly because they got a late Rasta level 6, so they didn't have the wards, but also just didn't really concentrate their efforts towards that objective.
And now the speed picks up even more for 4 anchors. Deep Observer Ward, they're hunting for this Medusa. They might just be able to catch up onto her as well with a good snowball, swashbuckle in. Stone Gaze comes out, but it's Solar Guardian, but the shards have blocked her in place, and the damage comes so quickly now with the mana gone. A little heal there to top her up, but surrounded on all sides. They'll drop the Serpent Wards and even dive forward looking for a cross kill on the Tusk. Vagabond should have that at the very least. No, the Soulburn doesn't finish him. He's TPing home. They need the Magnus Shockwave to take him down.
Well, they get him in the end, but mission accomplished for Team Radiant. They got in, Hitman job was successful. They brought down the Medusa, slowing down her farm a little bit. Meanwhile, Double King can just kind of hover over here and farm some Ancients. Lupa is pinging, saying that he wants to go onto the Necro down bottom, but he doesn't have anyone nearby.
Who's he pinging for? Himself?
Yeah, I think he just wants to kill. You know, you don't have the Dawnbreaker, sadly.
Look over here, guys. I'm going on the Necro. Look what I'm doing, guys.
Hey, man,
Oh, now the Magnus is TPing. They'll get another blink call in. Skewer under tower. Maybe it was all an elaborate bait. As Dota Sama's put under a tier 1.
RP.
Being kited around a bit with Medusa arriving. Maybe a volley to come into play. And RP will be there as the Reaper Scythe isn't quite enough to do the job on the axe. And Dota Sama's dead.
At least, you know, the ping served its purpose. In the end, people knew what he was doing down there, and they paid attention, came down there. Radiant still want to take the fight, though.
You were the one saying comms have got to be, 2-3 seconds ahead of schedule. He was doing it a calendar day ahead of schedule.
two or 3 days, yeah, very nice. 2 or 3 business days ahead. Guys,
He made sure his team knew what was up.
Phoenix soon has the Orchid here, and even without it, Tusk is in trouble. Shard blocks himself, sadly. Didn't do the high ground trick to slip away.
Nah, he looks pretty dead.
You know, it's fun to watch the most comfortable Tusk players there are in the world. Like, they just walk with such confidence, always knowing they can immediately push themselves to high ground. I think maybe he could have done that trick to get to the high ground below him instead. But it takes a bit of practice to actually be used to doing it.
Yeah, you got to know where to click. Another go here on the Necro. Solar Guardian's going to be countered by the Skewer play, and they've actually pulled him far enough away to blow up the Necro that now Double King is a bit isolated. Supernova's well placed. Rolling Thunder's going to crash in, but it's a defensive one here from 4 Anchors just to try and disengage, because this Looper Axe jumping in and attempting to call people, but maybe he's going to step too far. Turn around from Double King with a Starbreaker. Stonegaze, though, now is return fire. The hold back 4 Anchors. This Medusa well poised to stand and hit. Needs some backup, though, as her mana is depleted by Double King. Another Celestial Hammer in, and the snowball forward. They finish the Medusa off. Now a frantic scramble by the Slayers to try and run away.
Oh, that... I mean, I can understand it, man. They were behind in game number 1. Now they finally get some momentum. They want to capitalize and get the most possible. But diving behind that tier 1 mid, going in under a tier 2, really risky stuff for them. In the end, they kind of throw away the advantage they just built in the last 2 minutes.
God, it's rough, isn't it? Just those little moments. We're praising them for their comms, praising them for this, picking up the pace, getting things going, and then they just get too hungry. Their eyes too big for their stomachs.
It's a common thing. That's a syndrome that most of us Dota players have. We all want too much.
I was going to say the save your buddy syndrome, and then this is the flip side of the same coin, right?
Eat your enemy.
Kill your enemy syndrome.
When you want too much. Also, a few of the jumps were a little bit off the mark there. The Magnus didn't get Skewer back, but this time he will. Into an Orchid on the mid lane. Tusk gets pulled back and might be able to stay alive a little bit longer, but no, doesn't even snowball.
Well, they get the shards on Shadow Shaman with the calling, so at least they get a trade. And the Reaper's Scythe make sure that Dota Sama gets paid for his contribution.
Very nice. They turn it into something. Necro ulti on cooldown. It's slightly exploitable window for them. RP available. RP on
There
one.
it is. Jump the Pango and the Necro. There were 2 caught up inside that, it looks like. But the Solar Guardian's there to heal them, keep them safe. And the Magnus, the one to pay the price.
Just difficult to take the fight. Even though you have RP, still was 10 seconds cooldown on the Phoenix ulti. And now they're holding the axe in place, or attempting to do so. Backup's coming.
Not plenty of it. And comes the Rolling Thunder. And Dota Sama wishing he had another Reaper Scythe here.
And as 2 heroes TP down bottom reacting to this, they now have to just run away as well. And they're going to run away into a ward, giving even more information away to Radiant. They're starting to run away with this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Dawnbreaker now with the Deso and Echo Saber. Pushing powers pretty fast.
I sure is.
Dire's
Roseanne with this Rod of Atos looking for anyone lurking in the shadows. A quick catch can turn into a quick kill. With these blink daggers, the maneuverability that 4 Anchors has is pretty insane. So they're able to play pretty wide now, get across the map, Start things off with the Necro, breaking vision, giving information, then you're just long-range poking at the Shadow Shaman. But you have committed the Necro very deep there, and he gets skewered back and killed, but this Supernova, well, they can't finish it off. It's on the low ground, so the Pango and the Muerto weren't able to come in, and this two-man call dunks him down. Lupa comes in, finds some massive kills, as Big Fat B is going to get pummeled.
Whew. That fight turned around hard, man. I did not expect that they would be able to burst the Necro after he got the kill on Shadow Shaman, but the damage was there. The skewer into the cliff as well. Managed to burst him. I think if he didn't skewer him over trees and cliffs, the Necro turns that fight around with W. Yeah, he would have been fine.
Yeah, there were so many trees and cliffs here, from this high ground all the way to the other high ground.
Yeah, like the bursts coming in from the Magnus skewer shockwave combo was higher than I expected. Right there, the Orchid tick as well was in the middle of the skewer, so I guess that added to it.
And back in live, we've seen Double King die. Killed off by Lupa, who's racking up tons of these Coat of Blood stacks. And this game, I don't know, like a runaway train going one way, then the other, doesn't know what direction it's going on the tracks. First we're feeling like, oh, it's comfortable for 4 anchors now. Then they overstep. They allow Slayers to get some massive team fight, rack up some kills. Then back the other way again. They're back the other way now. I mean, a fight around Roshan has got to be imminent.
Yeah, first they're going for Tormentor themselves on Dire, but that might open up the possibility for a Roche play with Dawn respawn. I think they should be back in time though. I saw Radiant kind of ping it out, expecting that it would be Dire going for the Roche. They will just get themselves this shard over there on the Shadow Shaman.
It's approaching 30 degrees in my studio. Getting even hotter in this lobby as the Phoenix is sliced down in that middle lane. And now the hunt. Can they find more? Bonus kills galore with the inhibit out of that diffuser blade. DNM slows the Magnus.
Still want to fight.
Can't go. And Axe, where is he? Getting jumped on by a Solar Guardian and 4 members of 4 anchors. They ignore the Axe though. They say no dip and bail on Lupo. We'll go deeper. Find the supports, pummel them into the ground. No Shadow Shaman or Magnus, so that means no RP and no safety for this Medusa. Axe is killed by Dota Sama. Medusa's run back to her high ground, tail between her legs. I don't know, she's not got any legs. I don't know where she puts her tail. But she puts her tail back in the fountain where it belongs.
There we go.
And 4 anchors are looking at tier 2s now.
An unfortunate choice as well, I think, trying to take the fight when your mid player is dead. And in particular for Dire, I think Phoenix is instrumental in these fights. The fights that have been going well has been Phoenix doing a ton of damage and having a big impact. So choosing to take the fight when he's already out, I think that was a little bit too risky. Even though this game has been swingy, you know, sometimes you have to have patience.
Oh, it's a kid's playground in here.
It is.
Swings and roundabouts everywhere. But we do have this key moment upcoming. BKBs, right?
Yep.
Radiant team are nearing double BKB, Necro and Dawnbreaker.
Exactly. And then the fake BKB of Pango rolling. So
Yeah.
the thing I always talk about, having triple magic or debuff immunity heroes, very hard to go on any of them. Whereas you're not going to see the same on Dire. Yes, you have the Shiva's Orchid complete, which is strong in its own right. They're going to try and burst the Pango with it.
Yeah, just try and blink RP at the shackles with a snowball. DNM still dead. At least a turnaround potential though, as they'll kill off the Shadow Shaman. A Phoenix Supernova, can they focus it and kill it? A few more hits would have done the job, but Vagabond's going to come back full resources. Dive in, then dive out. Skewer to the right-hand side on double king. The Roshan! He comes in and throws the Phoenix away at 1 HP, but Dota Sama's there. Pick up the pieces, the scraps on the floor. Chicken wings galore for 4 anchors as a dead shot snudged the Magnus out on his way out.
Roche trying to be a buddy there. He's like, I'll help you, I'll keep you in the qualifiers. Throws him onto the high ground, but not enough. The blink daggers, so much mobility. Shard on Necro, blink, snowball. Plenty of ways to dive after people.
Just imagine, you know, get down, Mr. President. Your president's being assassinated, but a massive, you know, jungle troll comes out of the forest and picks your president and launches him a football field away.
That's the bodyguard I want.
That's the Secret Service right there. Dota Sama's going to get called up next to a bunch of croakers. And goes Ethereal, though, as the Rod of Atos BKB'd off, and they'll surround the Necro, but the Solar Guardian, BKB of his own. Dota Sama very tanky. Healing up, still has 12 wand, but he didn't get to use it. Gets dunked by the axe before the one could be used. Still though, with the Tusk arriving and this Muerta pumping damage, Lupa's about to fall while the double kill. Dawnbreaker's dead to the axe. How is Axe still alive? They've got roots now on the Muerta and Lupa. What?
Massive, dude. He got healed by the Phoenix, turning around the corner, scaring off the support, and then as he runs right by the Dawnbreaker, he just says hello with an axe dunk, as Dawnbreaker wasn't high enough HP to bring down the axe. And he's getting to a serious point, you know, 10.5 harvested armor, get that blade mail finally, which he skipped to go for the Spirit Vessel, plus the Blink and BKB. I think it all makes a lot of sense against the healing matchup he's playing. But now finally having the blade mail, that's going to be a nice extra bit of damage return for him as well.
What's he got? He had a dormant curia, right?
I got the GD.
Dormant GD pollen bag.
At 15.6% of their max health total. It is over 12 seconds, so I mean, it is pretty slow, but these fights are kind of extended. If you pop that onto Necro, I mean, that's a lot of damage.
I'm kind of in shock that the Dire are back in the lead again.
Yeah.
I guess now net worth lead is kind of meaningless.
It's kind of whatever at this stage. It's all about initiation and which team decides to take a favorable fight. Also worth mentioning, the axe is basically turning off all the healing now, close to it, with Spear Vessel and the GD Poland. I mean, you're looking at a massive amount of heal reduction.
That's super handy. Radiant currently sees the Medusa farming ancients. I don't know what other information they've got, but Magnus and Shadow Shaman are smoked up in a position to break the Radiant smoke in that mid lane. Phoenix is the one to get jumped on though. Half HP, Reaper Scythe, chain stunned and killed. And DNM's gonna roll deeper, but won't find any stragglers just yet. But they still have that deep vision. They saw the exit path, the trajectory of the Medusa. Didn't go up north, went off to the east. And that's what the Tusk is signaling now. They've smoked themselves up to try and disengage, but the net is closing in around them.
Didn't want to fight without the Phoenix this time. Don't want to make the same mistake that they made before. Makes a lot of sense. So I'm trying to just buy time. Axe is telling them I don't want to TP over there. Just chill. It's still kind of fine for them. They lost their Phoenix, but no big objective immediately falling. In fact, hold on to their own Wisdom Rune as well. Oh, getting that.
Classic Dawnbreaker move. Oh, my team is all bottom. That's not where I belong.
Yep.
I should be on the opposite side of the map.
Be somewhere else, farm some jungle, stay off the map. The enemy don't know where you are. He's gonna have level 20 now as well with this. Is he gonna go for the attacks required or the extra AoE in this game? I guess attacks required since he didn't take the CDR.
And he's going for the right clicker build. Axe and Tusk gonna pass each other. Shackles on the Dawnbreaker top with an RP and a blink call. This is some heavy commitment, and Double King's gonna say, okay, I guess you got me. Now I'm gonna get you. Magnus and Shadow Shaman get clapped by Double King. DNM's in the back on the Phoenix while the Medusa has been isolated.
Still in there.
Gaze silenced up and trying to face off against DNM, but he's going to roll up and back away from the Serpent Wall down the Medusa. While Dota-sama is protected by the Ice Shards, and there's double buyback from the Slayers. A rough spot.
An awkward situation to double buyback into. You don't have a tier 1 tower, no close TP reinforcement, and now instead we see Radiant smoking up, Dire as well, that is.
And both supports spent their ultis already, so they Serpent Warded, they RP'd, and then they buy back. Still gonna get a skewer into call, but the Solar Guardian turnaround play, the Tusk is gonna use himself and stay alive. Supernova's in the back, can't be focused down just yet. In comes Menace with his Medusa alongside to kill off the Necro. Axe and Magnus for the Necro and the Tusk.
Still not a bad trade if you're Radiant, as long as you can hold on to this Roshan as well. I don't think they can do it with only the 3 heroes. But the buybacks make this really, really worth it for Radiant as they take over the net worth lead again on the back of this fight. The back and forth game we have. The gold graph is looking hilarious right now. It's having a heart attack.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Oh, we're getting towards longest game of the NA quals. You know, 30 minutes in, we're already like top 2, I think, top 3.
That's true, actually. Decent duration on that.
He's going to find an opening on this Phoenix, who doesn't have dive anymore. He does have a TP though, and that's going to work.
Good TP out. Of course, the Pango went for a Manta style against the Orchid, so it doesn't have a Basher just yet. Not quite that ready. Last team fight, we did see RP into a very, very quick call, overlapping almost the entire RP duration, by the way. So Dire just need to do a little bit better job chain stunning. I know that they want to burst people quickly, but when going on a Dawnbreaker, she's not the easiest kill. We saw how durable she is, 3,360 HP.
It's very difficult to go on her.
Yeah, that's before the saves come in. Still though, this game is scaling towards late game. Medusa is actually farming a lot. We haven't talked too much about her progression, but 3.5k gold, so already has Disperser. Medusa is getting massive. That's a nice rune in the illusion.
Yeah, and you already said she's not like, you know, answered fully, right? Like this minus arm from Dawnbreaker, this Reaper Scythe from Necro, kind of worthless against her. It's Pango Diffuser Blade that's the big threat, honestly.
Yeah, and Pango Differ is annoying, but it's not really hard counter because he can never stand and continuously just auto attack Medusa really fast for a long time. Like that's never gonna happen.
He's poking with Swash.
Yeah. He's going for the MKB on Medusa over the Butterfly. I mean, yes, there's the mischance from the Necro, but I would have for sure thought you'd go Butterfly here against a Dawnbreaker, so you can't get hit.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Even Muerta, Pango, bring some right clicks in. And Tusk gonna use up the Medusa, and a good push back there with a Fear. And Muerta keeps them at bay.
Yeah. Axe wants to slow down the Muerta. Let's get the Battle Hunger on her. Kind of hard for her to get away fully.
Oh, the TP out. Just about.
Good call to TP. The continuous slow Battle Hunger is so frustrating for a support who doesn't have an easy way to dispel. She can dispel with ulti, but you know, you don't really want to click ulti always. This bottom Roche being eyed up by both teams now. Definitely feel how they're starting to gravitate towards the fact that the Aegis would be nice to get a hold of.
The matter of positioning yourself to take it, though, as a treacherous journey to try and cross this river, as both teams very, very mindful and respectful of the teamfight capabilities of each other. Like playing into Roche Pit against this Dire lineup is madness. So you ideally want some kind of like smoke wrap around, a pick off or two. You know, the buybacks and the diebacks out of the Die supports, absolutely a weakness that 4 anchors could exploit.
Yeah, MKB is complete for Medusa. Still farming super fast, staying ahead of the rest of the people. But I mean, Radiant, they're looking to play towards power spikes themselves. Right now, queuing up an Assault Cuirass over on Dawnbreaker, recognizing that there's a lot of physical damage going on both from their team and the enemy team. Only thing to mention is that Deso AC doesn't feel good into Medusa, since she doesn't care about the minus armor at all. He shifts his back into a Blink Dagger.
He's been toying with the idea of this overwhelming blink for a while.
Yeah.
He's going to get on top of the Magnus for a moment there. Can we harpoon him back? We almost got close enough. There was then an axe, though, from the shadows. Like the around that corner were 3 enemies waiting to strike if Double King did overreact.
I like the Octarine Core on Axe, by the way. It's setting up for the final most important item, which is the Refresher. DNM gets called.
Yeah, dived on.
Chain stun.
Nice calling. And they've got shackles and stuns. The snowball's not quick enough. The Tusk can't save the Pango. He's dead with no buyback. And now Double King in trouble. RP'd and dunked. 2 cores immediately obliterated as the Slayers come in and can deal with his Tusk as well.
Yeah, he canceled the RP, so he still has it as well. Looked like he was going to throw it, but good presence of mind there. Recognized that he didn't need to. 3 kills quickly. Axe TPing to deal with the side lane. There is Roshan right next to them, so Medusa heads over. This Medusa is starting to look like a real threat they can't deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. We're for sure entering this period of the game where, you know, 1 Observer Ward, 1 jump, 1 miscast spell could seal the doom of one of these teams in a fight.
Yeah, for sure. And I like that Magnus went mid, put down an Observer, kind of prepping for that next push. He knows that the way they win fights is what happened just there. They get vision on a key target like Pango, jump them, burst him. This time it wasn't even from Ward. He ran into a Phoenix, and that worked out well for him.
And 4 Anchors are going to have to wait a good 30 seconds before they get their Dawnbreaker back, which means the map gets pretty small. Dota Sama's going to try and push out bot, get what he can, but mid and bot lane. I mean, top lane shot by Deuce Illusions, mid lane Real Heroes, bot lane Axe. All of a sudden, you don't have these avenues of attack, which you need with a Dawnbreaker team. You want to be playing as 4 forward, and then Solar Guardian to react.
Yeah, they also.
But if you're the ones being run at, you can't.
They also never wanted to head late game overall. I guess the Medusa, Axe, and Magnus. This game is not gonna scale in a good way for you as the game goes late. And defending mid now against the Medusa, feeling quite difficult. Should get a little giant maul with extra night vision. Could potentially give the vision for some of the jumps that we've seen.
Oh, hello. They've got a grab on the Necro. All of a sudden, this Magnus has found an opening to kill off Dota Sama at 90 seconds.
Oh boy. That is a possibly game-winning pick right there. Push on bottom. How do you defend with that Necro? I think they just gotta try and delay it with Murta, and that's it. Just give up the racks, but...
Just give up the racks.
This is gonna be a mid-push as well, though. This doesn't stop here.
How did they see the Necro just showing a wave, I guess?
I think he just went fishing. He has Aghanim Scepter, so you just blink in, press it. Maybe he did scan. I didn't see if he used scan or not, but...
Very well done. Now there's a DD rune at spawn bottom. I don't know if the courier that flew over actually saw it. But something maybe there the Dire could use if they need to fall back. Currently, of course, no ideas of retreating. They are here to kill off tier 3s and barracks. And so far, no signal of an attempt to defend.
This is kind of worst case scenario though. You TP home with 3 heroes, all of you are just sitting in base and you're still losing the rack. So these 3 heroes, they really wish that they were still on the field doing something, you know, cutting the next mid creep wave, maybe pushing bottom. And instead they're just stuck in base.
Now everyone's here. Now you've got to deal with 2 waves that are on your tier 4s with multiple catapults. Magnus is potentially still fishing for you. The Dire team gonna retreat with the 2 minutes left on Aegis.
Double King
come for this third and final lane.
Okay, there we go. Sanjasha. Bit of extra status resistance against the Magnus and the Shadow Shaman. And this is a desperate smoke. Losing 2 lanes, immediately smoking up. They're looking for Axe. A great pick if they can get him. He does blink to safety.
Ooh, hello there. Tusk and Necro right on top of him. And this is a dead Axe with a Reaper Scythe.
Good chain stunning.
Now what happens next? That's the big thing, right? DD Rune is there. The potential to chase for more. They don't have any vision up there, though. The one ward they have is right-hand side of the map, and it's kind of worthless.
It does swing the favor a little bit, at least 90 seconds of him being dead. Good time for them to push out, fix these lanes, especially when you have big creeps against you, get a chance to push them out. And Dire, they're the ones who have Aegis, so ideally they want to make something happen during these last seconds, but instead they're going to push towards top tier 2, but they don't have Axe with them, so it feels a bit sketch for them to go push right now into a DD room. Magnus is not joining his team. They do have Outpost, but if there's a brawl over here, this could work out really well for Radiant, honestly. And Dire correctly back away.
Really a matter of getting a vision down right now. It feels like the time to... Yeah, I mean, Rasta has one already, a gem. Would be nice for the Radiant team to grab as well.
Especially,
the money for it.
You know, we can see where the vision is, but for them, it's so hard to make aggressive plays when you don't know if you have traversed over wards or not.
Dawnbreaker. She's been found in his bottom lane. Tons of stuns. BKB's up. Oh my god. Lifesteal's back to full off one Starbreaker, then goes for the Nightfall to TP home.
Ooh. Yeah, close, but not.
And now Medusa in the mid lane. Tag team, but lacking damage. Radiant can't really follow through on her without the Dawnbreaker, while on the right-hand side, Double King has arrived back in here with a Solar Guardian. Menace dead, buys back on the Shadow Shaman. Supernova with a Sun Ray over the top of this Necro to force her back. While the Pango's rolled up but stunned, caught and held in place. They're chain disabled, they can't run and hide. Pango does get a bit of distance, somehow gets to low ground. The final bits of damage, not enough. Oh, he dies in Fountain!
Oh my god, he died in Fountain because the Fountain didn't heal him enough because he was Spirit Vesseled again. I think without the Spirit Vessel, he wouldn't have died there. The heal reduction coming in and making a big difference in these fights. I mean, we see a Necro just running around unable to heal his HP up, struggling so badly. And some big items coming in for Dire. I mean, these neutral items as well. The Decim Bloodrite on Axe and on the Phoenix, giving us some great AoE. Dawnbreaker.
This Axe.
Battling against Axe.
It's not an easy fight though, she's losing it. The Axe wins the 1v1. Tusk will come in to clear up the mess, but my goodness.
I mean,
you don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, nah, he's strong. It's the battle hungers really add up. He has the shard, so he can put multiple on her as well. And fighting into a blade mail, you have a Dessel. Sure, you're lifestealing a little bit, but not much when he has that high armor.
And now the Medusa's on this last lane. Glyph is up. And Tier 3's about to die while the Magnus attempts to go fishing again, but he gets rooted up on his way through.
It's their chance to just close out the game. The Medusa getting the Mega Creeps to even, making sure that it's gonna fall, drop the snakes. I told you, man, Slayers. I believe in them. They just need to get that coordination, and this game they have had it.
Yeah, they've brought everything together very nicely.
Yeah, draft on paper looks really nice, and they've executed quite well. Some overextensions here and there, but they're now in a completely winning position. Got the Mega Creeps already, so this game is all but said and done. We have, of course, 4 Anchors trying to do what they can, but getting out from base with Mega Creeps pushing in really, really hard. They're smoking out, but it doesn't look like they're going to connect on anyone.
They have to try. They've got to try and do something here. Like 40 seconds until Roche fast spawns though is rough as well. There's not even like a Roche to go and steal or force the fight around. So they come out of the base, they deward, they've got to clear out all these waves. And potentially just even smoke again to try and get out there. While the Slayers, rallying around this Medusa, bring everybody to the forefront.
Axe is almost at like, not gear cap, but he's at the dream stage of Axe. You have Arcane Blink, you have Octarine Core, you have Refresher and BKB. Like, this is insane. He has such a long range blink now, big AoE from the Decim Bloodrite, and then he has double call with the AoE from the level 25 talent as well. This call is huge. I mean, just hover it and look at that AoE. You can hardly even miss it at this point. It's so nice.
Jeez. He's a large lad. Roshan very quickly back up as well. Aegis and Banner going to be taken by the Slayers here with no contest. And the 4 Anchors have all got to deal with the Mega Creeps coming in.
The Manta Illusions from Medusa are strong enough that nobody can really kill them anymore. Like I said, the Diffusal can counter Medusa pretty well in the early game, but come mid game, late game, the Diffu isn't enough. You need like better solutions, and they honestly have quite horrible heroes against the Medusa. Like, they have great minus armor from the Deso, the Pango, and then they have Necro who works on HP percentage, which she never loses. I don't know, it's just a free Medusa game, isn't it?
I just felt that way. Oh, DNM. He's been taunted and called out by his Axe and dragged out of his base to get dunked. He does have buyback though. He's going to have to spend it here, or else this Medusa and Axe are going to run you down. Double King already brought to half HP, needs backup to come in quickly. Pango will roll forward. Medusa though has Aegis, so dealing with 1 life is a problem. Dealing with 2 seems impossible. As the Pango, taunted again from super long range, just being dealt with by this Axe. And now the Medusa can open up on the buildings, back onto the tier 4s, Banner in place, glyphed up creeps charging forward, and now the Horn cancelled out, no skewer, good Yules there. Double King kept alive with a snowball save to run forward into the middle of them all. Massive Starbreaker and damage onto them, so Lupa and Menace dead, but Double King is taken down. Donasama being slowed, Skadi hit, tagged up and killed. Now triple buyback though as the 4 Anchors look to defend their base. Medusa Back to tier 4 business.
Still has Aegis.
Standing and delivering as best as she can, but you're right. Aegis in hands as they get a 2-man RP, catching up the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker. Dota-sama's trying to charge forward and deal with them, but they've lost Double King again. Double minutes, Double Kings, double dead. As the Yules and Medusa will just delay this inevitable push from coming in. Aegis still in hands. Dota-sama's about to hit the deck. A jump in from DNM to find the Phoenix is good. But Necro about to be gone for 2 minutes himself, while this Medusa seems unstoppable. Tusk will find a kill on the Magnus, but Medusa's first life is still yet to be claimed. Quadruple catapults assaulting the base. The big creeps have arrived and the throne is falling. Nothing you can do for Anchors but watch your buildings, your foundations collapse. And game 3 is now the only thing that separates us from a winner in this series. We thought it might be a quick 2-0, but the Slayers have shown up. Yeah. They fight back, Varga.
Slayers come back in a big way here, finding, you know, a really nice draft by executing upon it as well. And I mean, Lupa, what a game on Axe that he had. Oh, yeah. He had several moments where he was just turning the fighters around for his team, but also that 1v1 against Dawnbreaker. I think Dawn, you know, Double King underestimated the impact of an Axe scaling all that armor from all the kills he found. Just winning against a carry Dawn 1v1. This shouldn't happen, man.
Oh, it's an intense game, though, like back and forth for the longest time. Once we got, I mean, what, 40 minutes? I guess once we breached 40 minutes, it was like, okay, this game is kind of over for 4 Anchors. It's very difficult for them to find fights to actually battle back into this.
Another beautiful 2-man call right there, just catching the 2 of them, setting up. And yeah, this fight was another fight. He got stuck at first here by the sentry, the little snakes from Rasta. So took a while before he could move, but then he stays alive. And look at Phoenix heal onto the Axe right now. Heal, heal, heal. Make sure that he doesn't die to his support, and barely gets the dunk. That was so clutch. The definition of clutch right there. Good stuff.
I swear, he hit 0 HP like 5 times there. He should be dead.
That was crazy.
This was rough as well. DNM walking into a trap that was set for Double King. Walks in there with a haste and is tagged up with all the stuns.
Yeah, I think the approach worked out really well, right? Take away the Omni-Knight, don't let Dota-sama have that super strong hero. And they also did address the Necrophos a lot. All the heal reduction, they got the Skadi on Medusa, they got the Spirit Vessel rush on the Axe. Some very nice itemizations to deal with the game they were in.
Yeah, it was very well done. I mean, well deserving of a victory here in game 2, taking us to game 3. And is this the first one of the quals?
Is it the first game that gone the distance? I think so. I was looking at the brackets earlier. Yeah, I mean, we were
2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
We were a bit concerned earlier whether we were going to get games at all, but here we go, get a full meal, Gareth. A 3-course meal for our first series. And one of my favorite mechanics we got to see there in this game as well, if Axe calls the Pango when he's rolling, you don't make him follow you. You just break his steering wheel, so he goes straight in whatever distance he was going.
No way to turn. But yeah, I hope dessert's as good as the appetizer and the main.
Very, very well said. I mean, we're down to a best of 1 essentially here for which team gets to stay and fight for a chance to qualify to the international. It's a long and winding road still, but one of these teams will say farewell and one will advance.
Yeah, it's chances on chances on chances. The loser of this next single game, going to be eliminated. We'll be sad to see them go. But the victor through to that lower bracket semi-final and a couple of series away from TI. And this scoreboard is wild, though. 11 deaths on Dota-sama, 8 deaths on Double King, 8 deaths on Vagabond. There are a lot of core kills in this game. Like, Axe died 10 times, but he was like godly.
Yeah. He had big impact, and at the same time, Vagabond, he struggled a little bit after those early rotations. Some of them missed here and there, but he actually came back big as well on the Phoenix, doing a lot of damage in these fights. But the MVP of the game definitely has to be the Axe, just from the catches that he had. I think he, ended up with massive impact in a lot of these team fights.
979 XPM as well. Look at him, big red boy doing big red things. Beautifully done. I'm kind of curious what we see next game, because this was a big shift, right? Away from kind of the meta picks and what we're seeing. Mid Phoenix, safely Medusa, okay, she's a mainstay, but then having this like 4 Magnus come out to play, having this offlane Axe who has been, I guess, the hot guy in terms of POS 3 picks recently, rising to the top very quickly. But some interesting ideas from Slayers to kind of combat this off-lane Necro, safe lane Dawnbreaker, which was equally an odd draft from 4 anchors.
Yeah, it was a little bit strange from 4 anchors, but it was meant to take over the game early and run away with it, and they couldn't really do it a lot because of Medusa being such a nice fit to counter the heroes they have. These heroes that, you know, slow attacking carry and on who can't go diffusal, doesn't really make sense for her to do it, and Necro just not matching up well, like we mentioned. So well done by Slayers from draft. Honestly, I think that they won the draft in both the games. The first game they just slipped a little bit in gameplay, so now if they can get the win in the draft in the third game as well, then I think they're in a good spot to take the series.
Yeah, it feels like, I don't know if you feel the same way, game 2 felt like a much clearer draft win.
Yes.
Like you know, homework done, key heroes banned. This is like a very statement draft from them.
Yeah, the only reason I said they won the draft is because I like the lineup overall. But in the first game, we got to factor in that the Omni Knight factor of 4 anchors, right? Like they look very, very strong whenever they get that. So,
yeah.
But now I think they've pinned down the idea a little bit, and now it's time for 4 anchors to show. Can they bring some surprises in the final game?
Yeah, can we have some nifty little picks if they've got any pocket strats or funny stuff to pull out? Because, you know, we've seen DNM on his Pango a couple of times now, and it's like, okay. Is he bored? You know, has he had enough of this Pango now? Do we have to forget about the hero? Do we shift Pango to off lane? Is that an option for them there? Because it felt like the flexibility with this Dawn Pango kind of went out the window quickly, and you're role locking yourself quite early in the draft.
Yeah, very possible that was the case. I mean, in the start of the draft, we said, oh, which hero is going where? You know, so many things can happen, but the Pango kind of showed us that, okay, it's going to be Pango mid, kind of has to be with those heroes. But we'll see what they want to show and how early. You know, we'll have a bit of a reset here for them, perhaps to think about Team Slayers and, you know, what Team Slayers are bringing, because Team Slayers was also a hard team for them to do research on. Difficult to know too much about them. Whereas 4 anchors are a little bit easier to know. I mean, everyone kind of knew that Dora-sama loves spamming Bristleback, and the rest of their players also, you know, Double King and DNM. They're no newcomers.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Game 3 is coming up, though, so we'll take a quick break and come back with that.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to some more Dota 2. Team Slayers taking on 4 Anchors and Dota Sama here in the NA closed qualifiers as we hit the road to TI again. Waga game 3, lower bracket, last chance saloon for one of these teams, or one chance to head through to the lower bracket semis.
Yeah, last chance, and so much coming back to, you know, what heroes are going to end up with, because last game we saw, you know, for Anchors, they had several moments where they won a lot of fights and they were doing quite well. But as we headed more and more to the late game, it felt inevitable that this is some point going to be Medusa just saying, okay, what hero counters me? So getting yourself to a spot where either you have a nice late game solution, or if you do draft for early game like they did, you got to run away with it. You got to take over the game hard enough that you don't allow the late game to come into fruition.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at, you know, Magnus support, who's always going to bring these big RPs through a blink, Serpent Wards from Shadow Shaman to take towers. You know, everyone on that Slayers team had a very clear directive and mission, right? You said it in the pre-game to game 1, the pre-series, during game 1, during game 2. You know, the comms are going to be clear. You've got to tie these heroes together. Everyone has to have this kind of personal mission of what they're doing, what target they're acquiring, what job they're doing on the map, and that's what Slayers brought together.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they did. Like they really did look more like they were on the same page. They coordinated their spells, and they had some good solutions as well. For a moment, we talked about the power potential of the double BKB plus the Pango roll, but they also had good solutions in their team against that. They had 2 BKB piercing AoE abilities in Call and the long cooldown call from RP of Magnus. So yeah, they had preparations for what they were going against. We'll see if 4 Anchors are going to change their strat. I do think when you're 1 game away from elimination, if you're the carry player, you're probably going to say, give me something where, you know, if it goes late, at least I can carry.
Give me something real.
Yeah.
Yeah, while we're playing Dawn in this game, it was... I mean, we both kind of felt like, oh, Dawn off lane, that's going to be Dota Sama's hero. And then that shift happened when they picked Necro and then kind of roll-locked themselves. Yep. It was a bit awkward in the draft because you would, I don't know, Double King, I'm sure, would much rather be on Gyro, Sven, TB, like just literally something else.
Yeah, exactly. Some hero that keeps getting stronger and stronger as it progresses. But that's also where they might have to respect Axe a little bit. You know, I know it's just 1 game that Lupa brought it out now, but Axe is a very good hero at anti-carry towards the later stages. If you're playing something like Terrorblade, he might still shut you down if you don't have proper saves in your team. So definitely curious to see what the teams are going to bring in the draft. I think for 4 Anchors, their gameplay is still there, right? Like the coordination still seems a little bit higher than Team Slayers overall. I would give them that, both in game 1 and game 2. I think 4 Anchors play a little bit sharper, a little bit faster perhaps, and have really good ways of joining each other. But maybe the overall strategy is where they need to think.
Yeah, the fact that 4 Anchors were able to show up in that second game and fight at all, like post minute 25, 30, was testament to them, right? Because this was a like open shut case. Bang, Medusa's hit her timing. You've got nothing to deal with her. Axe has had a good game, nothing to deal with him. And 4 Anchors were still able to find these moments, these openings where they can outplay and maybe, you know, outskill and outmaneuver their opponents a little bit.
Yeah, we saw numerous times that they tried to kill, like Double King, for instance. He just turns around, smacks, and he gets a massive heal off of the Shadow Shaman, for instance, with his lifesteal. So definitely they have their moments as well where they're able to turn around and surprise the game. But it did feel a bit inevitable, and that's probably the main thing for me. For 4 Anchors, that they get some form of either good lockdown on the offlane in the shape of their own control ability. I know they've been playing a lot of non-controlling offlaners like Omni Knight. They've been playing Bristleback. They play a lot of these non-stunning heroes. But getting something Beastmaster style, Beastmaster Axe, you know, these type of heroes, they work really, really well, man, when late game comes around.
They do indeed. It looks like we've got our lobby finally set up and ready. Draft is coming pretty quickly. We'll get into that as soon as we can. Apparently, Slayers had to be reminded like 5 times to turn on their player cams. Just come on, boys, get the game underway. I know you're Dota players. You're not into the whole showing your faces on screen business, but you got to do what you got to do. We'll get the draft up and see what we're dealing with. Find out if we do have this, you know, Omni ban. If Medusa is a key component here of the draft. Axe, if he's going to show himself up as well, because we do have this ban phase of like what Omni, Bristle need to be banned by Slayers, and then 4 Anchors. I mean, well, who has first pick here? I guess that's the question always surrounding that, like, TA ban.
Yeah, so for anchors, having the first pick means the team slayers are the ones who normally would be forced to banning it out. But also, wasn't it for anchors that we saw not pick it up? I think they had some moment where they didn't want to pick it themselves, so they were banning it. We'll see if team slayers are going to ban it or not. They so far target down on Dorosama again. Bristle and Omni don't change the winning recipe.
Yeah, 4 anchors were first picked twice against TTG, and they banned TA, opting to go for the Omni Knight as the first pick instead.
So I actually don't think 4 anchors want to play TA at all. I don't think it's a hero that they have on their radar themselves. So just more like they're going to ban it from the enemy, but they don't play it.
Well, the 2 necessary bans, Bristle, Omni. Who is the third one? Do we ban the Necro now? The Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, it's almost like they have luxury to remove something. Possibility is Dawnbreaker is a good ban due to the flex potential of it. Or just, again, give some respect to Roseanne and what he did in game 1 on that Rubik. That's what they banned in game 2.
Dire team back.
That's what I'm going to go for again. I wasn't sure it was entirely necessary, but yeah. Ban the Rubik one more time. And maybe Undying here as well. It's been a hero that they've gone to for Big Fat B, and they can play it off lane for Dodosama as well.
I think Tusk is also an option. But yeah, they could have banned Shadow Shaman instead. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Shadow Shaman first pick is insanely strong. I'm not sure that's what 4 anchors would open with, even if it was available. Though. They might, but we'll see what they're gonna prioritize banning out, as they have some options that definitely suit them still. And there we go. They ban out the TA themselves. Like I told you, they don't play it.
They sure don't. What is your first pick? Mr. Tusk.
I felt like it's 100% going to be either Tusk or Undying. It was going to be one of those 2 heroes. And Tusk goes well into a lot of the combinations they play.
Yeah, I guess this Rubik ban is also indication of them maybe wanting Magnus again.
Yeah, possibility. Possibility for sure. Definitely good call there by you, and it's one of the worst heroes to play Magnus into. The insta lift is just so awful.
Yeah, it's just like, Rubik was cool, but is it really worth first phase banning 2 games in a row? And then you put the data set together, it's like, oh, 2 Magnus picks in a row.
Yeah, and even, you know, even in game 1, it was just, yeah, game 1 it was also just Roseanne playing so well on it. So I think it's a combination of the 2. It counters what they want to do. Also, I am 4 anchors played well.
Well, we've banned the Medusa, so we don't have the full retinue of heroes again. And I would imagine if you're banning Medusa here, you'd ban like a Gyro or something alongside it as well.
Yeah, definitely possible.
Or Lina?
But if they're thinking about Necro, maybe they'll leave it. Rather ban Lina. Ban Lina, pick Undying? No? Ban DP.
Well, DP does give you a lot of tempo to play forward, take early towers, and that can help your Gyro or Lina kind of hero when they're tucked away farming ancients.
That's very true.
Having such an open map for you.
Team Slayers banning out the Troll and picking up the Dawnbreaker themselves.
Thieves.
Yeah.
Pilfering. Thievery.
A little bit of theft going on, but I mean, it's so nice. Dawnbreaker overall having this global impact. You and I talked a lot about it, about how Avalus were playing really well with it, and EWC. Dawnbreaker in general just looking like a hero that is so nice for enabling this early aggression that both these teams have been playing. Nice counter though. They bring out the silencer. So now you can stop the Dawnbreaker ulti whenever you want.
Yeah, stop any kind of dogpiling from happening with this Solar Guardian RP business. And then Terrorblade comes out, which can be flexible across 1 and 3. Let me have a look. 4 anchors.
I would guess that this is Double King.
Yeah,
It
I
does
guess so too.
Does not really feel like they want to put it off lane. And now in particular, it looks pretty tough. The Lina Disruptor lane comes out. Or possibly Lina Magnus lane, of course, and Disruptor goes to +4. But TV
Double
is still...
King, a bit of a grimace there. Like, What's he worried about? Do you want to play TB this game, buddy?
No, it's just Static Storm. Static Storm is not fun for Terrorblades. You know, you don't want to buy BKB early. You want to command style, but Static Storm, if you ever get skewered by Magnus, Static Storm, there's some nasty stuff going on. It can be hard to get Sunder out.
Team back.
Well, they keep it open for now, but Ember Spirit for that mid lane. You don't know what matchup you're heading into necessarily, so ban out a couple of counters. The Huskar first up. But yeah, we're assuming Terrorblade's just going to stay carry, right?
Yes, yeah, that would be my full expectation. DNM
And then what?
on his Ember.
Then what is the Dota Sama hero to lane his Alina Disruptor? Like, I'm guessing your TB Silencer safe lane and your Tusk +1 off lane.
Yeah. Honestly, not entirely sure what they want to bring.
They played some like Venge 3 in the opens. I'm just looking at like Dawn is gone, Bristle's gone. Necro didn't feel good last game and he doesn't look great here.
I mean, personally, I'm still of the opinion they just get themselves a Beastmaster here, Silencer ulti, Beastmaster ulti, bada bim, bada boom, you kill some heroes, you know, it's pretty damn good. Great hero to jump the backline Lina. You need some hero that can jump, because when you play against Lina, you want to get in there. Right now, sure, you have Tusk when he gets Blink can get in there. Ember can Remnant forward, sure, but you ideally want to have an offlaner that also is pretty mobile in my opinion. That's the one weakness of the Carolina.
You know, it's just dawning on me. Who are these guys? They've got a team logo. They've got a profile picture. They've got, you know, font and logo and everything set. They're the Slayers, Team Slayers. They all seem pretty calm and chill, and I don't recognize a single one of these guys. And they're going toe-to-toe with some known members of NA Dota.
Yeah, I mean, they're just some dudes playing some really good Dota. That's all I can tell you right now. Honestly, I have not run into these people myself. I don't have experience with them, so this is, you know, the limited information we have. They're playing pretty coordinated, and I feel like they are evolving a little bit in front of our eyes as well. You know, this is the best learning grounds, is what we always say, is the tournament games. And if you're able to evolve throughout tournaments, then you have what it takes to possibly go all the way. Necro still comes out.
Yeah, still go for the Necro.
Yeah, Team Slayers were the ones to ban the Doom there, so that opens up that possibility.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not too concerned though. Necro offlaning into a Lina Disruptor lane, it's hard to get value from the Necro heals. Normally you want to kind of spam that onto some short range hero, get a lot of damage as you CS, but you're not even going to reach the Lina. I feel like Lupa and Idfa have a competition for who can show less of their head.
Yeah, I was looking at the wallpaper there. It looks like he's in some like 1930s hotel. Like that painting with the horses on it, I'm sure I've seen it in about 50 different buildings.
That exact one.
That exact one. But out comes a Drow Ranger, so that's going to be our carry. Lina then heads into mid. Offlane Dawnbreaker, we've got the 4/5 Magnus Disruptor. So again, long range damage, tons of team fight, good reactive abilities from Team Slayers if they can bring all the pieces together.
Yeah.
While 4 anchors, again, this kind of disparate looking draft. You know, it doesn't feel like they've like it feels like they've picked heroes for players. It doesn't feel like they've picked heroes for the team.
I struggle a little bit to see the vision. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah?
The Necro, it's comfort zone, I get it, but I don't really see how it's going to work out that well here. I think a lot of pressure is on the Ember Spirit to have a great game. If he has a good game, sure, you can take over the map, the TB is free farming, you can kind of greed on your Necro, and the supports and the Ember can kind of run around and dominate. Then sure, they can win. But what if the Ember doesn't get off to that fantastic start? He could get shut down. There's Disruptor Silence, there's Drow Silence, and there's, you know, 3 heroes with disables along with that. So definitely see ways that Ember could die. And overall, I would still favor Team Slayers here. I think the Drow last pick was a good call. Against Terrorblade, you now have a way to go through all his armor. And like I previously mentioned, the Drow Silence just slots in well against Ember and Necro.
Yeah, and you also previously mentioned the way to deal with Lena is to gap close and get on top of her, right? So they've got this Ember Spirit to do that. Tusk and Necro can do a little bit of the picking up of the slack in that regard as well.
Yeah.
But in this kind of case where it's the Doom conundrum, right? You pick Doom, you're like, oh, I've got one really great Doom target. Focus them with the Doom. Now though, you've got multiple targets you have to gap close on. You have to ignore one. We saw this a lot in Eastern Europe, right? Where there were these Terrorblade sniper drafts where you can only choose one of the two glass cannon ranged damage heroes to actually deal with. And here it feels the same. Like, do you go Lena? Do you go Drow? You can't go both.
Yeah, it can be tricky. It kind of splits your attention. It's a bit counterintuitive that it works so well, but I've seen it a lot of times myself as well, that having Drow plus one other high damage threat like Lena here can work out extremely well. We'll head into the game and see what these players are going to do with their first moves, but this is definitely going to be a game that I think the pressure's on for Anchors.
I mean, the meta shifts very quickly, not just in terms of hero picks and drafting, but in terms of, our mentality and the morale of the players, sure, but like just witnessing it from a spectator perspective. We've gone from thinking 4 Anchors, the upper hand, the better team, like across the board.
The updogs, please.
They are I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. They are the updogs. And the underdogs here have come back, fought back, taken game 2, and now we're kind of confidently saying game 3 is theirs to lose from draft.
Yeah, I mean, still though, they showed a lot of resilience in game number 2. They put up a good fight, and they definitely show that they have great coordination between themselves. So we'll see how well it's going to work out for them in this game. They have been invasive, gone in, placed some wards. At the same time, we see Magnus doing the same thing that he did last time, just sneak around. Didn't put the same ward though. He did fresh it up a little bit and put it in a different spot. That still gets a glimpse of couriers going by as well. This is actually a pretty nice ward because it can't see the wards coming, or the couriers coming out in lane, but gives good information.
Bounty runes, 3 for 1.
Are they not grabbing the other one?
I say 1. Magnus and Dawnbreaker
Do you want it?
are not going for it. So Magnus wants to block up the wave. He's going to take some hits from Big Fat B, but that means Double King picks up the 4th bounty rune. An incredible start for them, but look at this. Dawnbreaker and Disruptor in behind the Terrorblade. The bait, the trap, it's been set and sprung, and Double King glimpsed back in to take a tumble. Magnus gonna die? No, he's not. JK, double JK actually. Fairy Fire not saving him. Big Fat B though, he's dead for sure.
Yeah, finally does get him as well. So 2 for 1, sure, but losing 4 runes like that, that's a lot of gold going the way of Radiant. And definitely going to be a big upset towards mid lane, where I said there's a lot of pressure on Ember. He has to have a good game. Not many better ways to start than getting 4 bounty runes going into this mid matchup.
Yeah, nice old start.
Still kind of appreciate the fact that they went for that three-man gank on the lane kind of play. It's similar to what we saw Shopify do in the upper bracket.
Yeah, tilt the enemy. Let's put Double King in a sad spot. Now Silencer is kind of moving around, trying to get back into the lane himself.
You know what? He gets a minus for not sticking around as Disruptor and looking for the glimpse play on the TB as he TP'd into the lane. That would have been the game winner.
We would have had one of those Medusa moments again.
Yeah, definitely.
Because that's what triggered that one. Wait, which team was it? It wasn't them, was it? Team Slayers knocked out a couple of C-Dub players. They knocked out Nyengo and Ifrit's team. Then they lost to Yoro Ryodan and then got a walkover to get this qualification slot.
Right, yeah.
It was C-Dub that was involved in the Medusa incident.
Right. The Medusaning. Up top lane, we see a lot of harassment being traded so far, but actually a pretty good start. Oh, as they go on Silencer.
Yeah, hammered down by the Dawnbreaker, skewered back by the Magnus. Big Fat B does turn, gets a kill. Wait, he's got himself away from there. He's got boots. He's got boots and Fairy Fire. He's all right.
He bought boots after a first kill. Very useful choice right there. And that is going to keep him safe. You are against the double melee lane, so boots and Silencer can keep him alive. Just kite these people, and that will give the TB a little bit better game as well.
Yeah, with Meta up, he can force that Dawnbreaker away from Wave a little bit. But with Meta down, he's got to step back against the magic damage of Looper coming in and clearing through the silencer.
Yeah, so heroes getting traded back and forth. Still pretty good for the Dawn and Magnus lane. I mean, you're definitely the weaker lane against the Silencer and TB. So getting kills, they're pretty happy. Dishing what he can into Double King.
Yeah, going toe-to-toe with the Dawnbreaker and coming out the worst. And then how's the top lane going? We've not really peered into there. Drow Disruptor against a Necro Tusk.
Tusk has been doing a good job angling and creating space for the Necro, allowing him to get farm, but the harass is pretty constant as well coming out from the Disruptor and Drow. Necro does have the healing Lotus, so he can be a deceptive target to go on.
We'll glimpse him back in towards the Drow, but yeah, full HP Dota Sama going to turn on this Disruptor now. Pushed back a little bit, and Roseanne can't continue. As the Frost Arrow is starting to get annoying for the Necro. The tag team and long range poke forces the Drow back. Both teams spending full wands and as much regen as they can to stay alive. But now Roseanne's going to get glimpsed with no snowball or anything. Has shards, but you've blocked the Drow in here as she tries to run away from the Necro.
She's completely fine too.
Bodyguard her and she's fine, and even turning onto Dota Sama. Dodges away from the multi-shot, but the Frost Arrow tags him up, slows him down. Necro a hit away from death. The Disruptor just needs to get that final touch.
Oh, that was so close, man. Barely. Magic Stick just coming off cooldown. The tower region almost saving him. Not enough. Now with a mid TP though. When supports die, they can maybe look towards mid. Actually, Ember's going in.
He can't. He doesn't want to. Now Magnus has rotated a TP in here, and Roseanne is sent packing all the way back.
A good safety TP. Oh, glimpse back to base. See ya and goodbye. And tip. Oh boy, we're getting into the tips now. I was about to say, we haven't had too much of that here, you know? I thought this was America.
Freedom to all chat. Oh, your Second Amendment.
Yes, that's definitely one of the newer amendments. The freedom to tip.
Which one is it? Is Second Amendment the speech one, or is that the guns one? I always forget. Fifth Amendment is to not incriminate yourself, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Isn't the second the guns? I'm pretty sure.
That's what I'm realizing. I've messed it up. First is speech.
First is speech.
That's what it is. Second is guns. I don't know what third and fourth are. They're probably useless.
Which one was it?
Third one is
I think
the amendment that you're allowed to gank and roam and kill position 5 disruptors in his top lane.
Huh? Chasing down on the Drow.
Booted out of lane as well.
Gotta zone him out as the Silencer is coming in as well to kind of camp the area. Very swingy laning stage. Drow does go over and pick up the bounty rune as the power rune is spawning. 6 minutes. Lina does get it. DD rune as well.
Oh, and straight away pumping that damage into the Tusk. Magnus has arrived. Lina. Oh my god, are we going to be able to keep Vagabond alive and grab a double kill? 7-3 already. Laning stage going very well for the Slayers.
Yeah, that's enormous. This DD rune is not done as well. He's going to lay in this damage to the tower. And I would be surprised to see if, you know, this Lina can be dealt with when he gets that good of a start. 3.5k net worth. Onto the Necro.
Another skewer. I mean, this pos for Magnus is causing real problems for 4 anchors. Dota Sama inside the kinetic field, trying to turn and death pulse, Lotus up, survive and do damage back. And it looks like at least the former is true. He does stay alive.
He has a lot of healing. Very difficult to go through all his healing, but did force out his use of the Lotus. So that's always something. Terrorblade with a big move, moving in for the Wisdom. So this can create an imbalance where their supports are going to be out leveling the dire supports. We saw that last game too. I think they managed to steal it in the last game as well.
Yeah, miscalculation by the Slayers. Leaving that one open. I left Dawnbreaker down bottom alone, trying to get level 6, and then of course you can play out the map pretty wide. But now the Radiant scan that left-hand side, I guess realizing, oh, double Wisdom Shrine for us then.
Yeah, feels good for them. And meanwhile, Science are sticking around, just making sure the Necro is able to lane. Because this top lane has been a point of contest for both teams.
Deep Radiant Vision, going to see the Drow Disruptor both disengaging from tier 1. So 4 anchors now get the choice. They get to make the choice. Push tower, keep Necro happy up here, or even go through Twin Gate. Maybe TP mid. And DNM trying to go for the 8-minute rune.
Oh, shield
picked up and bottled by the Lina. And DNM going to think about remnanting away. He's getting glimpsed and pulled around everywhere, while Vagabond just chucks the Laguna Blade straight at Big Fat B. Not really able to catch up to the Sansa.
Oh, can't get him in
Magnus
the end.
Shockwave is going to be able to tag him up and slow him down.
And difficult to run away. And even if they tried to turn that fight, there would still be Dawnbreaker potentially ulting in. Dawn was keeping an eye on the situation, but didn't need to pull the trigger on that ulti. So a big win fight that they didn't have to use that as well. And now quickly moving bottom. Slayers, man. They're turning up the pace so much from what we saw from them in game 1. Even in game 2, this is looking very fast now.
Yeah, it's like, where does Terrorblade go? Jungle? It's not even minute 10 yet.
Yeah, TP is a little bit cautious. He knows the rotation could be coming. This is not Double King's first rodeo. He knows the pressure, and with the confidence that Dawnbreaker's playing as well, that she probably has backup behind her.
And then she shows up. Lina suddenly hits your tower and you're like, well, do I really want to be here?
Oh, and they found Silencer in the tree line.
Easy pickings.
They're on the Lina though. This could be the bigger turn kill.
Yeah, definitely could be. Static Storm's placed down by that Reaper Scythe. And Lina hits the ground pretty quickly. Disruptor's traded out for it as Dota Sama comes in with a double kill. And recuperating a lot of the early losses. Now you've got Necro Blink.
Yeah. Necro Blink coming out. Doesn't have ulti anymore, so a little bit unfortunate to get the Blink but not have the main tool you wanted to use it with. But still good by them. And this is something that I should give credit for Anchors. They play very well around towers. They try and defend towers really well. They attack towers really well. Whereas again, we saw a little bit sloppy approach towards the tower coming in from the Slayers. Lina has the Maelstrom first item as well. The farm rate, and also quite a bit of damage coming out, of course, from that.
Yeah, Hand of Midas Dawnbreaker. I guess seeing this game and just thinking, hey, slow it down. Drow Ranger's not having the best of times.
You
Get off the
could say
ground
that
with
this is
something.
not the best Blade Mail game, right? Like, TB doesn't care much about Blade Mail. He has so much armor, and his illusions do a fair amount of the damage anyway. And it doesn't work against Light of Fist, remember? So you could say that that's kind of a bad option. I'm still not really a fan of the Midas first on a Dawnbreaker. I think I would have preferred just to see Echo Saber, you know, some base stats increase, even just a few bracers, and get, you know, extra statty.
A long smoke move here. Disruptor and Lina. With Magnus behind them, they can't go hunting behind this tier 1. Need to break this tower down before they have true access to the TB's land.
This feels where they are lacking that one move from the carry coming in and just hitting the tower. It could take like 5 seconds, get the tower, get out, but they can't push with the Dawn because Dawn wants to be the one to save with the ulti. It's taking a while, but finally they are going to get the tower. It's Lina TP's top.
And Big Fat B is dead.
Yeah.
Poor
Again,
little
though,
guy.
showing Heroes top gives a chance again for 5 anchors to go and try and defend this bottom tower. TB shows up and says, okay, I guess you don't want my tower. I'll just push out the lane, delay this area being taken over even more.
And DNM still on the hunt for a rune and still being pummeled by this Lina. Like, Lina's got the last, what, 4 active runes? Shield, DD, Regen, Arcane.
I think
Amber is struggling.
Yeah, I think he got all of them right. Like, he's just been in full control here. Pretty good stuff coming out.
Yeah, Lina shows up and Laguna Blades anyone who dares make an appearance at one of these active runes.
I
It's
like
always
that, though.
backed up by multiple supports.
I like the immediately ultis and doesn't think like, oh, I should hold my ulti for a potential kill. Instead, just use the Lina ulti. It costs 150 mana. It's really low. The cooldown is super low on it as well. So whenever you see someone, just click it, because at the worst case scenario, the enemy lives and they have to go heal up from the damage you did them. And that's already some space created. Ember took that ulti and then had to go base TP cooldown.
Dire's top tower is under
It's starting to become fan favorites, maybe. We're starting to see this Vagabond guy as, quite aggressive, got some cool ideas around him. The Slayer's team wanting to try and hold on to this top tower.
Dragonlance coming in for the Linas, not going for that early travels. Oh, this high ground could be dangerous to walk up.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Dota Sama being looked at. They've got a static storm onto the silencer. Roseanne gets off the snowball, and in comes the Solar Guardian with the Ember remnanting forward. They'll kill Roseanne first. Now, Dota Sama's gone in here expecting the team to follow through, but DNM comes back in too late. Slays the Disruptor, looks for the Lina on the right-hand side, but remnanting away after clearing it out as the TB from Big Fat B gets him to safety.
TB gonna be completely fine to take over the area as well. Looked like a really amazing fight for them, but good play by the Ember going on the back line there. Lina thought that she could stand her ground, but didn't really click the region rune early enough. So the region didn't have time to heal him up, and he does go down to the Ember damage.
And a roll into mid, snowball, punch, and a catch on Lupa here. Could get turned around quickly with a Magnus coming in. And Shockwave, RP does connect on two of them with a multi-shot, pushing the damage forward. Roseanne very close to death. DNM finally dropping. Dota Sama did manage to trade out for the Magnus at least, with Big Fat B killing off Lupa as well. The thing's getting very messy here in the mid game.
Finding kills for Anchors, working their way back after what was a pretty rough start, but they're getting the better hand of these trades. Even the previous fight was, ending up favoring them. And now here, getting 2 kills. And they're playing with Dawnbreaker cooldown, knowing that Dawnbreaker doesn't have ulti. Also, this Midas Dawnbreaker is very greedy, so I think 4 Anchors do the right thing by just activating. They're looking for Drow.
We've got a little bit more of his forehead and his nose now in his player cam. A little less of the horse in the background.
Big Fat B tracking the Drow, walking behind him.
Dire are scanning.
Are we going to go on this? Yeah, with Roseanne coming in.
Dawn has
Who
ulti.
else? Dota Sama? Dawn ult is too late though. Lupa's come in now and in a 1v3, kind of surrounded, while Double King is dead to the Lina in the back of this fight. Trying to connect in with the rest of 4 Anchors, and Dota Sama's getting skewered back towards high ground, not quite making it up the cliff. Global Silence there now to deal with Alina. Ember remnants in. Vagabond picks up a double kill, sure, but Dota Sama comes out with a bigger double kill himself.
Gotta be very happy getting all this region as well. They're trying to get him
Glimpse.
going, and Blink plus Skewer is available, but
Straight
such
back
a
to the
hard
tier
target.
3. Starbreaker, the control. Dota Sama turns with the Reaper Scythe. That's not enough damage to kill off Lupa, though. I think it's getting very messy. But this is a wild place to be taking a fight. Behind Dire Tier 2, top half of the, top like 10% of the map.
Yeah, almost the entire map is just open and being untouched right now. So plenty of farm to be had finally as the players calm down a little bit. Well, calm down. Most of them died down. So now back to farming the Drow. Gonna shove out the top lane. But this gave enough farm as well for Ember these last 3 fights to get his Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer plus a haste rune. I would argue that he's the strongest player on the field right now, despite being the lowest farmed out of the course, which is kind of a crazy take, but actually I think the impact of an early Mage Slayer Ember is so hard to fight into, especially for Lina.
Yeah, it's so big.
Even the Maelstrom damage gets reduced. Like it's so impactful.
I mean, my big worry there is the Terrorblade tried to join and then died on the migration up there.
Yeah.
So often we see these Terrorblades. Are they going to kill Dawn? No, he's TP. Like, so often we see these Terrorblades, right, just hiding in the fog, farming, jungling for a long time. And you have these fights on the opposite side of the map. You're like, oh, nice. Fighting over there means Terrorblade's farming. But he lost a lot of time trying to join in.
He did.
So
Now
I do
he's
want to see
pushing-
Double King just, stay bottom, push lane.
Yeah. Now he's doing more what we expect from a TB. Just take the tower when there's any engagement somewhere else. You look away for 10 seconds and you lose a tier 1 tower. Look away 20 seconds, you lose a tier 2 tower. The TB, he definitely brings the damage to these towers.
That's where the TB belongs.
Disruptor. Gonna get vision over onto the silencer.
Magnus was pinging it out. They still want to go on this with a glimpse, but a silence going to stop the blink play from Mag. That's a good amount of damage from this Lina, though, nearly finishing off the silencer as this Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian lands and connects on nothing. And DNM retreats while the Ice Shards slightly off the mark there. Going to push Lina away. And with all that poking, prodding, global, ultis being used, nobody dies. Vagabond?
Okay.
I don't see a world in which that ever works.
No, I think he saw so many people around mid as well before. He kind of has to expect. Maybe with the Silencer ulti on cooldown, he felt like, oh, it's not so scary to go in here.
RP mid onto this
no.
Ember, but they drag him out of the static storm, so now DNM has some freedom to cast spells and Remnant around. Yeah, he's going to slide Remnant to get away from there. Now Magnus dead, Disruptor in trouble. The Tusk Shards block the Drow. The chase is on. Dodasama and Double King have both arrived to kill off the Drow Ranger with a slight chains. They connect beautifully.
And now Dawn is in.
The Dawnbreakers come in. Already lost 4 teammates. Their 5th one might fall as quickly as they did as well. Chased by the snowballing Tusk and 4 anchors. They wiped them.
Man, everything went downhill there with losing the Lina quickly, but then also that misplay with Magnus and Disruptor not really coordinating their spell usage. Really sad to see. You just see Magnus. It gives me some what was it, Dota Cinema flashbacks. Like Magnus, no, it's a classic skewer away. Unfortunately, sometimes you don't really want to pull people back towards your Drow. Drow has plenty of range. She kind of wants to keep that range as well.
My brain needs to come back to this Lina moment. Because there's what, it was Illusion Rune, right? Illusion Rune there, Tusk is standing next to it. Lina is like 30% HP and walks towards it. I'm just trying to figure out like best case, worst case scenario. Best case, she walks in, Tusk snowballs, she gets the rune, and then gets stunned by Snowball, and in my eyes, she dies.
Yeah, I don't know.
Best case scenario.
I think he thought he had more of his players closer to him behind him. Is my only explanation.
Right.
You know,
So it's like
Global
there's a
Silence
blink
on
RP
cooldown.
and-
He thought he had like some, you know, some friends and backups to go in here. He gets the rune. Because how many times did we see him dominate on that top rune? It's his spot. He's been taking shield runes and arcane runes and regen runes, all kinds of stuff.
So
up
he
there.
was too locked in. He was too locked into the game plan.
Familiarity, you know, this is my rune spot. But sadly, this time it was not his rune spot. It was his graveyard.
What is that saying? Familiarity breeds complacency?
Yes,
That's
something
pretty much
like
what
that.
happened here, right?
Oh,
There's a
RP
jump.
immediately. Pull back.
Magnus, RP's up, but they've got the global silence, the slide, the turnaround play, the Reaper's Scythe. Magnus dead, Dawnbreaker trying to heal up. Laguna Blade's thrown in over the Tusk with a Static Storm there. Necro might be in trouble as well. Pops the Essence Ring, heals up, but he's dragged back into his death. While Ember Spirit goes to work on the Lina, Silencer tries to push damage as well, but Ember's being multi-shot down, nearly dead. Will Remnant away to safety though. Now Terrorblade, he rocks up. Oh, everyone's low. Can I get a kill, please? 1 Disruptor, thank you very much.
Yeah, runs in with the shard super fast and just gonna secure himself a kill. Actually, didn't even have to use the shard to get in there. Just Manta Stomp movement speed. And now, with people expending all their ultis, TB is happy to push tower. He knows there's no RP. He knows that there's no Disruptor ulti, even if he does respawn. So this
Yeah, like
tower should be
unironically,
going
this is what we want from the Terrorblade, right? To do the classic anti-mage thing, you know, rock up late, get some
that's a
Sunder
easy
back on the Magnus, easy Sunder. Now slide chains on Lina, big damage from range, and Vagabond dead again.
Oh boy,
It's all falling apart.
It's all falling apart. It's too optimistic, man. The TB.
The thread's
Yeah.
been pulled. The sweater's unraveling.
It's really happening bit by bit. You get to see the despair setting in as they were so dominant, but now final game and starting to go downhill. The TB, the be all end all type carry, having a dream game really.
Not totally doom and gloom, just currently the tempo not really fitting with a rhythm that the Dire want to play at.
They need
still
to
have these
find
big ultis, right? They've still got like RP, Static Storm, Solar Guardian. Just Drow Ranger hasn't been able to be there.
Yeah. Well, they need to find the right target. They need to find Silencer and deal with him, or at least poke out the Silencer ulti without committing too many things. Because if they just like cold open with an RP on an Ember and pull him back like that, you have to expect the Silencer ulti to be used if it's off cooldown. So tracking that cooldown, playing around that cooldown, the most important thing right now for Dire. And, you know, cooldown status, it is ready right now. They do have it. Also, speaking of Midas, Silencer did go for a Midas himself. We had a Midas Dawnbreaker. This is a Midas Silencer as well, building up slowly. Got the 4 staff coming out.
Okay.
Is under attack.
Lina looking at a BKB. That could not come sooner. Shadowblade's going to allow her to reposition quickly over towards her own Ancients, where she spots the Ember swinging in pretty quickly. Aggressive Remnant into a global silence, but the Static Storm was dropped. DNM dropping low, but he skips away from danger, gets another slight out, and this Terrorblade opens up with a damage. Double King looking at the Lina now, who's kind of stranded. Another jump with a slight chains. Vagabond Invis back into the base. So we'll survive on Lina, but that was a scary spot to be in. Now they're going to blink RP, skewer the Ember back into the Laguna Blade Light Strike. Nice pick off, but as Lina overexposed, shards off the mark. Vagabond, oh, still gonna get jumped by Roseanne. The tag team punch, there we go. Dota-sama's in to finish off the Lina. Took a little bit longer than expected. More resources required as the Magnus misses out on the skewer.
Yeah, looking for a pull again here. Probably a good thing he didn't get the pull as the Necro W was coming off cooldown. In the end, another one fight for Radiant. Yes, you did get some consolation kills there, but things are really turning rough. The vision is crazy in this area as well. They need to get some V-words going.
Who killed Drow? Did I miss Drow dying in that fight? I feel like I'm going insane. Drow died at the beginning of that fight to Dota Master.
Yeah, he was got jumped above them. Like the Necro jumped up top, and then meanwhile there was fight up down below that Ember was going. So they did strike at
I was entirely focusing on that like main fight.
Yeah, there was like a double initiate. It was during the global silence, so basically they got value on 2 spots at the same time. But the Searing Chains, I honestly think they're getting big value from the gang, the chain gang. This facet is pretty annoying to play against. The 4 target Searing Chain and also throwing it from the Remnants. It caught a lot of heroes.
Well, Big Fat B was our MVP from 4 Anchors yesterday, or well, I guess not yesterday. Yesterday didn't happen.
Last time we cast games of Dota 2.
From 2 days ago, his Tusk superb with the saves. These globals he's had have been very impressive.
Yeah, they've been well timed. Definitely choosing his moments very well. Has it ready again now. It's kind of fun to see a team where both of them are comfortable playing the Silencer or playing the Tusk. So. He gets to play Silencer here. And Roche going down quickly, no contest. The tag team and the Metamorpho or the Conjure Image going absolutely crazy on it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lina's going to get a solo blow up on Silencer though. The Shadow Blade in with a kill.
A good kill to get, and gets himself closer to the BKB. Needs 800 more gold, and then he's going to have a little bit of safety towards some of the magic damage coming out. The Ember is mostly magical still. The Necro with his Radiance and so on. Will be nice to have some protection against that. Right now he doesn't have it though, and he's got an Ember on him. That's not going to work.
I'm dead for a long time. I have this Aegis Terrorblade. What? There's a tier 2 top, tier 2 bottom, and it feels like this top lane might even have tier 3 shoved in.
Yeah, they're pushing quickly. Buildings are dropping, and I feel like the Silencer was the key pick, dude, because it's taking away all the, I don't know, the oppression, the attention from these core heroes onto bursting the Ember and so on. It just allows DNM to play such a nice game.
Yeah, it's like the whole ideology of this Magnus, right? Like they're playing a Magnus draft when they're winning these games. The Magnus Medusa is a Magnus draft. This is a Magnus draft. They want these big skewer backs, these blink RPs, the big catch, because otherwise they don't really have anything. Solar Guardian, reactive. Static Storm, you want to use it reactive when you see someone that has kind of gone in too far. Their primary catch, kill, jump, team fight is all on this mag. So the fact they didn't get Rubik, but they did get Silencer is a nice little kind of slot into that position. Not as good as the Rubik probably, but still able to do a similar job against this mag.
Yeah, works very well against him, and also a Dawnbreaker. Dawn just doesn't have a nice solution against it. She wants to ulti in, and Silencer could hold his ulti specifically to counter the Dawn ulti. He doesn't have Aghanim, so he can't quick cancel his ulti, and even then it's not a guarantee. Lina gets picked off here.
It's rough for Vagabond. I mean, that Reaper Scythe doesn't finish her off, but he's still going to get the kill.
You gotta think of her as an anti-mage right now. She has the 15 talent, so as long as their Fiery Soul stacks, then the magic resistance is crazy high.
All the outer towers gone, and high ground. The next port of call for the 4 anchors and Dota Sama. Double King gonna unleash hell on the tier 3 with the Metamorphosis going. And RP's there, but immediately rooted and countered by 4 anchors. Who was that?
That was Ember. Just fast reaction. DNM saw him, and he didn't even slide of fist. He just clicked the Searing Chains right as he got jumped by the Magnus. That was really a nice reaction.
Incredible. Now Mag is brought back, but he doesn't have RP. We can blink Skewer. Oh, this is getting rough for them now.
Yeah,
Dawnbreaker's going to try and hold them back with Celestial Hammer all he can. You know, barracks are falling though. Now here's a Skewer play. Drag the TB back in. Global Silence to protect. Double King, Big Sunder on the Dawnbreaker. Finds a couple of kills and they've got no buybacks. You've lost your Dawn. Magnus. Drow Ranger still here, standing and fighting back into the Necro. Essence Ring. Not enough to save him. Dota Sama's dead. And the Pinks to retreat are coming out. They want to try and finish off this lane of barracks first. Double King, gotta be wary. No Sunder, just relying on Aegis here to die and then respawn.
Tusk can jump the back lane, but they don't have that much resources. I think Radiant just want to back out without the Metamorphosis. Just resets. Still, damage was done. Got the lane of Rax, got some big kills again. And losing your Necro, sure, it hurts, but I think TB will happily take that trade, you know? Lose your Necro, but get some extra kills.
Really still waiting to see when this Drow Ranger shows up to fights. We've seen a lot of Vagabond, we've seen a lot of this Looper offlane Dawnbreaker. Drow, what is she, 3-3-3, almost 300 last hits. Hasn't really had the chance to like do damage to TB, right? That's why they have this Drow Ranger.
Yeah, nah, he hasn't really been able to do it. I'm still not completely convinced, by the way, about the Aghanim Scepter build. I like some other more direct builds than this. Aghanims did have a long time where it was super broken. Oh, hold up, Lina again. Getting run out. Dust is there as well.
I guess TP had a little bit of help, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the sentry from Silencer and then the Dust towards the end there, making sure she can't sneak away.
Well, Silencer got the last hit as well.
Yoink.
Somehow last touch of damage.
He deserves it. It was his kill due to the detection. Tusk, by the way, has Aghanim Scepter coming in, so this high ground push is not only dangerous, it's also deceptively scary, as the Tusk could kidnap someone. Magnus wants to do the same thing. RP's an illusion. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, your Dawnbreaker's now dead. Yeah, we're on the verge now. 6 feet from the edge. I think the Slayers are thinking. Might be too far down.
Yeah, could just Sunder up on something else here. Get your HP back. Take the Silencer maybe. Yeah, he's looking real juicy.
He wants the Pike and Sunder Disruptor or someone though, I guarantee it. They want to go forward and Sunder enemies. Necro right now is going to zone the Drow away. And Double King will finish off this second lane of barracks.
And there's a kidnap.
There's a punch and a kick. And Disruptor sent in. Dawnbreaker ulti going to land, but not connect on much. And there's the big Sunder on the door, allowing DNF to backstab. Protected by the global, slighting and killing. Dawnbreaker dead, no buyback available. Drow in trouble behind their own tier 4s. On the run away from Dota Sama's Necro, who is on the hunt. They will be able to try. Oh no, they don't. They don't glimpse him back. Dota Sama's still here with a BKB going wild. While Vagabond, Lina, and this IDFAA guy standing in the fountain waiting to see what comes their way, because 4 anchors, they've killed 3, no buybacks available, third lane of Rax about to fall. And they're going to dive past here, falls again. An opening onto the Drow Ranger, kills her off for 60 seconds, and GG called.
Anyone who steps too close, Roseanne got their number with this Tusk immediately jumping them. But yeah, this was a game where I said the Ember has to pop off and have a good game in order for them to be successful. And DNM, well, he did what he does, man. He's 11, 3, and 17, had a fantastic game. I think a lot of it enabled due to his supports, though. Big Fat B and his ulti always being very helpful to him. But also Roseanne, man. His rotations were really good.
Yeah, I mean, spectacular stuff. Like, these globals were great, with the Tusk rotating around and finding openings was super nice as well. And a lot of these moves where 4 anchors are just able to play forward, get into the back lines, blindly jumping in to scout out the Magnus. See the Disruptor made Terrablade's life very easy.
Yeah, we did have a lot of moments, though, where it felt like, okay, it's Slayers, the coordination just wasn't quite there. They ended up skewering people out of their own Disruptor ulti. They made mistakes here and there that are really costly, or the Dawnbreaker ulti in when people are already dead and becoming a bonus kill. I think overall this catch as well. Look here, the jump top above the screen right now. They're onto the Drow with the Necro ulti, and meanwhile they keep 3 heroes just in a beautiful chain stun by the root.
Yeah, if it's not on my screen, it didn't happen. Don't be surprised that I didn't know it happened.
No, it is very true.
The Drow just disappeared. That was a hard one. And you're trying moves like this where it's, you know, solo RP. Yes, you catch the Ember Spirit, but doing moves like that just, you know, overexposes your Lina. Suddenly she's out in the open, being chased down and hunted. Then it's, you know, not really worth it once you think back to it.
Yeah, you saw, I mean, what happens. You just get run down this lineup. Very, very effective at chasing after people with the Tusk and these clutch Sunders as well. Double King had a very, very good game here as well on his TV. They didn't really get to shut him down.
Even though in the draft it thought, you know, maybe there are some challenges here with Static Storm, with this Lina and Drow. And just the 2 kind of glass cannon artillery heroes on the Dire team didn't have a frontliner to play with. It was all, again, just all down to this Magnus to go fishing, find catches, look for openings, because no one else was doing that job. Whereas on the Radiant side, Ember, Tusk, Necro were literally blinking into the middle of you to get information.
That's true, actually. They had a lot of heroes just creating space for the backline as well. And there we can see the score of the players and the game. Impressive performance coming out from 4 anchors in the final game, just, you know, being on the verge of getting eliminated, but bringing it back.
Yeah, so 4 anchors heading on towards that lower bracket semi-final, and we sadly say goodbye to Team Slayers. And that was their first series in the closed qualifier. They were scheduled to play 3 best of 3s.
And goodbye.
Yeah, they got to play 1, they get 2-1 by 4 anchors, and they're out of here, sadly. They were fun to watch, though. I kind of hope to see some of these names again. You know, if I see Vagabond again, I'm going to have a story about him.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think they individually played bad. I just don't think that the players really either had enough experience and practice between each other, or that they didn't necessarily have the chemistry needed to take down a team like 4 anchors, who looked a lot more on the same page.
Well, we're going to find out who their opponents are going to be right in that lower bracket. We're going to figure out who they're going to be playing, and that's what's going to come up next. Our series up, TTG against BSJ and Friends, a BO3 in that lower bracket round 2 to see who, and the victor going through to play against 4 anchors should be an exciting one. So Wagner will take a break and come back with that. See you on the other side.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, joining us on the road to the International here as we return with more NA Dota from the closed qualifier. We've just finished off one of our lower bracket series, and Waga, we've got another one in store as well.
Yeah, we have another lower bracket coming at us, and this time it's going to be BSJ and a friend showing up, and TT, the first team that we cast here in the qualifiers, who did have the misfortune of going up against 4 anchors and struggling in their first round. Then they got a walkover win in the lower bracket against C-Dub, and now we see them here. So let's see which team is going to pull out ahead. Honestly, I have to hold back my bias a little bit because BSJ and friends, they're quite literally some friends there, Monkeys Forever. But I'll stay objective. I'll point out his weaknesses, and believe me, I'll point out his mistakes.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. We have to say, though, again, one of these situations where there appears to be a skill gap, there definitely could be a vast difference in play between these two teams. TTG, they've captured our hearts a little bit, mine in particular, with the way they've been drafting and playing, sticking to their guns, playing their own game. But they are, immortal 2,000 to 3,000. Whereas you're looking at this BSJ and Friends lineup as the remnants of NA Dota, Yes. These are the guys these are guys propping up NA Dota. I was casting freaking Sammy Boy back on Wheel Wreck while whistling in 2018.
Yeah, Sammy has been around for a long time, playing in the NA DPC and in NA games in general. But the rest of them also no newcomers: Annihilate, Newsham, and Monkeys Forever. They've been on several installations here. I can't recall seeing Sexy too much though, so that's the question mark for me in that team. But yeah, everyone else, obviously, we already know.
But yeah, Newsham very recently hit 12k MMR, 10th of June, yesterday, in fact. He just about cracked it. But we're also looking at, 12k on Monkeys, I Annihilate 12k, Sammy Boy 14k. These are big boys in the realm of MMR.
Exactly. Yeah, they're a bit higher ranked for sure. So TTG going up against the disadvantage, not only mechanically, but also it comes a lot of game knowledge with the territory when you get up in MMR like that. So definitely gotta control your nerves and bring a good game plan and execute upon it. That's going to be the recipe for success for TTG. Well, one thing we know from them is that they have shown the bravery and courageous decisions, right? So we hyped it up a little bit in their first series that they actually went for a very early rushed rapier attempt.
On Gyro, yeah. And they've been going for that bondage Queen of Pain as well, which, we've seen early today Emo have some problems with that. I don't know if that bug is still in existence. I assume so. I hope we don't see it here.
Looking at Monkeys, man, always smiling his ass off, even during the draft. It's just laughing. Meanwhile, a little bit more serious face going on over here.
One thing, I guess, to point out about TTG is that they have been running a lot of the same strats over and over again. Gyro, Quap, then Pango, Underlord, some kind of offlane hero, Shadow Shaman, Disruptor. Yeah. Right, those kind of, there are 10 heroes they pick from, and a couple of their players are only taking 1 or 2 options. And with Gyro banned, we're now having to move Ja away from his Gyrocopter onto something like a Medusa or a Sven.
Exactly. Gotta see what they're gonna do. I like that approach by BSJ and friends. They banned out a few heroes they don't want to play against, primarily focusing on the support role a lot, limiting the strong global presence, Nature's Prophet AA supports. Also getting rid of the Disruptor, a hero that I thought maybe would have been, good to leave in the pool against TTG since they like playing the Queen of Pain so much. But we will see. I have not really been a fan, even though I like Succubus Facet a lot on Queen of Pain. I don't actually think that it works out that well in competitive play compared to pubs. It's like one of those moments where in pubs it's really, really good, but people are also just stupid in pubs, and in pro games you have to expect them to be a bit more coordinated.
The bondage one?
Yeah, exactly. Because they're breaking themselves upon you, but in the games that we watched where you did play the bondage facet, they calculated oh yeah, we can bring you down, we have enough heroes to do it.
Just get ignored or burst. Either way, we get ourselves a first pick TA for BSJ and friends. That leaves the Shadow Shaman open for TTG, but already, this kind of stamps a mark on the draft where one pick in, I'm already saying, hey, Templar Assassin, big advantage.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, TA is a dominant force right now. She is listed as the strongest carry in the current patch. Despite taking a little bit of nerfs to her fraction in the previous patch, it didn't really deter any team from playing her. She's still very, very strong. So the fact that she can lane so well is the biggest strength. She gets away to really good laning and then can pop into jungle. It's just hard to stop her game plan.
Well, they've removed a fair number of Monkey's heroes.
Yeah.
He's found himself a Death Prophet, though, it looks like.
Yeah, I think they're just slotting in monkeys quickly now since they see a lot of heroes banned, of course. Brewmaster, one of his absolute best heroes. They themselves banned out the Bat Riders. I'm not going to play that one. Instead, it's most likely just going to be him on the Death Prophet.
Right, so they've got their Shadow Shaman potentially for their POS 4, Dawnbreaker for their 3, so we still need some kind of like Jakiro Silencer kind of guy for their 5, seeing as Disruptor AA, Nature's Prophet are all banned.
The big question is, do you just take Silencer here so that you don't give it away, or do you have some way to deal with giving it away? Like on one side, Dawnbreaker is good at going on Silencer, and that's nice if you can find Silencer, but in the mid to late game team fights, Silencer is gonna find a way to hide, and you have a Rasta plus Dawnbreaker lineup. This is just a snappy situation, I think, to take it. Can I go Oracle instead? Get a save.
Yeah, I mean, Oracle DP, incredible combo together come the mid game. Tons of sustain, keep her alive with the Exo, which means loads of damage.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the W does a good job as well at protecting you in a lot of situations, but even dispelling off the poison touch can be nice during laning stage. A lot of options here for Oracle. And the next pickup to come in, I think they need some former hero to go in and get on the Shadow Shaman and the Dazzle. Always looking for those backline jumpers. I mean, looks like a pretty clean Tusk game. Tusk plus Oracle is always a nice saving combo as well. You get Snowball and Tusk ulti.
Yeah, I guess it's going to come down to how do you want to lane it. Like, I guess you'd put Tusk DP together, then you want some kind of lane partner with the Oracle against a Dawn Shadow Shaman lane.
Oh, you got the TA Oracle on the safe lane and DP Tusk on the off lane. It's going to be really nice. I'm fully expecting this to be a safe lane TA.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's the old mentality of seeing TA and thinking she's going mid, but ever since they massively nerfed sideblading, it belongs on the carry role.
Legitimately, I have TA blindness. Like, I didn't see her there. I was so used to TA being banned. My brain just refuses to accept that she's been picked. So I was looking for 2 more heroes for BSJ and friends.
And TTG, they pick up the TB, so we can confuse the TB and the TA a little bit more for you as well.
We love that. Love that. So Dawnbreaker off lane, TB safe lane. I mean, TB Dazzle lane sounds pretty fruity.
Yeah.
Playing into a Tusk DP.
It's not a bad lane by any means. I think both lanes are kind of evenly matched. The Metamorphosis is obviously a big power spike to play around, but at the same time, some good, well-placed shards on Dazzle at the right time, and he could easily find himself getting killed. They're banning out the offlane heroes still on Darks here, expecting that this is a mid DP, but I would almost default in their case to just believing that this is the offlaner already.
When they played DP against Wildcard, let's see where they put it. So we do have a little bit of tape on BSJ and friends because they've been playing their games. Yeah, that was the series where they did offlane the DP, but that was the series where they were playing DP, Abaddon, Oracle into Doom a bunch of times.
Exactly, yeah, they picked DP twice.
And Doom is still out there, right?
He is somehow, despite both these teams. Despite both these teams being a spot where they have really high heal dependency, he's hard to pick, but honestly not impossible to pick. I've seen people play mid Doom and make it work. It's a possibility if the game looks amazing for it. And TTG go for the pretty expected Queen of Pain pickup and a snappy Ember coming up. The Ember versus Queen, just always a really good hero to have. Get the Mage Slayer.
That's great.
I would have to say that I give a bit of an edge to BSJ and friends here. I think their lineup looks really nice.
It looks super solid. It was always going to be a worry, like we said at the start, right? Hero pool wise for TTG, it's nice to see they have, you know, found heroes like Dawnbreaker, Dazzle, but they're still going for this Queen of Pain over and over again for okay.
Yeah, they are. He is queuing up the Masochist right now, though, so change is still happening, even though he's playing the Queen of Pain. Changed it to Bondage just as I said that, so maybe, you know, he's back to thinking that. I would really like to see him take just a Masochist and try and burst a bit with the Shadow Shaman you have in your team, try and get those quick kills, especially against the Oracle, who could otherwise come in and save in turn. If you're against a crazy amount of magic damage, I respect the Bondage facet. But the more and more physical damage and other damage coming in, the more I think you want Masochist. And this game, there's not that much magic damage. Like even DP ulti, you know, it's a lot of physical coming in.
And did you see the problem Emo had earlier on today with his Queen of Pain? Yeah. So that was some like buffer overflow thing, right? Where Brewmaster passive plus Eon Disc made Queen of Pain do too much damage, which reflected back on herself?
Yes, there's a super weird bug. I don't know if it's been patched, since obviously a lot of times when something big happens like this in a high-profile game, sometimes the valves are extremely fast at patching it, but essentially status resistance made it so that Queen ulti ticked the damage faster onto you, but it still has the full duration, so it just made it do absurdly fast damage ticks if you had high enough status resistance, and did something like 1 billion damage to you, you know, literally overflowing the index integer number, which
it's one of those like one of those mathematical computer science that is like 2,364,981. You know, it's like this specific number was breached, and that's not allowed.
Yeah, it's
so then it flips back to 0.
Integer overflow right there happening, and then the funny thing is that it set his max HP to 1 after that, or it set his HP to 1 after he died. So not only did he die in a weird way, but he also got punished afterwards.
But anyway, smoke into smoke. Game 1, best of 3, lower bracket here for the NA Quals. On the road to TI, TT Jeem, Radiant side, play up to Dire Jungle, and BSJ and friends, Dire side, play into Radiant Triangle. Mirroring each other here a little bit, and fighting over the top rune, where a Reaper, Sammy Boy, Templar Assassin, is spotted, and TT Jeem are afraid of him. Look at him just stepping up, swaggering forward. What are you going to do about me? Oh, I'm setting a trap. Are you going to fall for it? Newsham from the sidelines looking for an angle. TT Jeem all swarm together. I'm curious if BSJ and friends are going to pounce on this opportunity or let it slide.
Yeah, it's gonna get the D ward. At least nice to get rid of the ward there on the mid lane. As the Rasta is chasing over on the Oracle, they could come in with a hammer and slow him down a bit. Could deal some damage, but slightly too late. Dazzle though.
Well, Sammy Boy missed his first meld, and he seems very animatedly pissed at it. So that should have been meld, kill, bounty rune take. They got a little bit messy, but still, first blood for BSJ and friends.
Yeah, good stuff to get off to a head start. Getting the kill on your TA. Already mentioned how she has a very strong laning stage. Getting extra gold from her first blood, definitely not gonna hurt.
And lane-wise, you said Ember Spirit against Queen of Pain. Ember is good when he gets Mage Slayer and mid-game comes, but early lane stage, does he have struggles against Queen of Pain?
There can be struggles if the Queen decides to go for a Shadow Strike build and really pressure you, but at the same time, it's only for a few minutes, and then you can kind of outlast it and just rely on the runes to heal you up enough. Your bottle will make you fine in the end, and I don't expect him to be under too much pressure on this lane.
Right. Well, so far, so good for both of them. 7-2, 7-0. Ember Spirit has an extra creep in this wave, though, so theoretically, slightly ahead.
I am a little bit disappointed that I see a Dazzle support and not going for a Nothel boon after it was buffed. It's so strong now. The extra heal coming in. He did go for the spreading poison touch with the poison bloom. Chasing his TB a little bit.
Now, these are some old classic lanes. DP Tusk, a lot of damage, a lot of forward movement, able to get on top of people. And a TB Dazzle. We used to have like Dazzle PL, Dazzle TB as these illusion bomb lanes, right?
Yeah, exactly. The
shadow
big
wave.
heal bomb nukes. And mid lane, Ember doing a good job always keeping his high ground. Queen has not really struggled too much so far, but it's also hard to get any denies when you're always fighting into this high ground advantage.
And shards on the Dazzle there. Newsham steps up, and it seems like Monkey's not super happy to fully commit, but now they force Metamorphosis. It is a full retreat time. Try and Spirit Siphon, regen a little bit more. Monkey's a touch away from death, and he will fall.
Okay. I mean, it worked out there. The Poison Bloom, he did actually bounce it from the Tusk onto a DP and immediately swap targets with a Blood Grenade. That was a cute play. Cyber Dingson and Ja find a nice kill.
Oh, well done to pick that off. And then the opposing side lane, oh, hang on, it's Tusk. Oh, he's all right, gets onto tower. Reflection was there, but no further chase.
Yeah, so far the TA is farming a lot as expected, but the Dawnbreaker is getting a fair amount of farm himself. The fact that they have the pull camp though is the big difference maker. Sexy managed to get the sentry ward advantage, and the Rasta not really capable of doing too much to stop this. Has a sentry, but I mean, if you go in and put a sentry, you're just gonna get out harassed and get forced away.
Sexy looks really familiar, and I'm trying to put my finger on it. I don't know, he's like his face kind of reminds me of like Kataomi mixed with Bone 7. I don't know if you see it.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, you're right. I actually thought the same when I saw him earlier. It's like, wait, have I seen this guy before? But I don't think I have.
I keep seeing his player cam pop up, and I'm like, Bone 7 is back. But he's not. Good catch on the Dawnbreaker, good chase on the Dawnbreaker, but not enough to bring her down. Purifying Flames, in fact, going to heal her back up a touch. And handed over some tangos as well.
Yeah, maybe could have shackled there onto the Oracle. Some chance to turn around. Had the Dawnbreaker hammer ready. Still looking for it as a Rasta, but it's difficult when you're outranged so much. Dawnbreaker cooldown on W. That's going to be hard for him to fight now.
Good shackles though, keeping Sammy Boy away from the Dawnbreaker kill. And down the bottom lane, Monkey's being sliced by the TB. Newsham able to help out to kill the Dazzle off. And he's able to get away from the TB grasp as well.
Yeah, I mean, not too shabby for them.
Told a funny.
Getting some tips. Top lane, the TA is still completely in control of this lane, and the lane is getting harder for the Dawnbreaker. The more levels that come in for TA as well, harder it's going to be to go up as the melds are starting to hurt now.
It's been kind of a calm, steady start to this one. We've had a lot of frantic dough to these quals. This one's been very steady, getting these core players all fattened up and farmed.
Yeah, not too much crazy action, but we do have the first ticket purchased by Oracle going through the gate, heading down bottom.
I just feel like the Dire are like getting a slight edge, and this glyph play fortifying the creeps that allow the dive on the tower. Newsham and Monkeys on the Terrorblade. They trade the Tusk for it, and DP shackled under this tower, but because they glyph the creeps, they're still alive to tank the shots. So now Zexy and Monkeys can turn and fight. Dazzle trying with his Shadow Shaman to bring the DP down, but she's healing up quite a lot. There's another round of shackles here, lacking the damage to finish her off. And the Oracle in the back is sniping out Dazzle. Another Fortune's End to stop the Shadow Shaman chasing. And Monkeys is fine to get out of here. Or is he? Or is he? Oracle dying to the TP in the back. And I thought DP had TP, but it's cooling down. It's about ready now, but Ame, the Shadow Shaman, in behind the Death Prophet, juking around the trees, ring around the Rosie, and now Whitewater rafting, Monkeys forever grinning. He knows he can taste freedom. He can taste the light at the end of the tunnel, but he's being surrounded by 3 in the river. The Boglets will not save you. They can deny you, but they won't. Down goes Monkeys, while Newsham has sniped out a Dawnbreaker in the top lane.
I know exactly the word coming out of Monkey's word mouth after that. That's just space right there, running around for over a minute, guiding people. As the Wisdom Rune is going to be claimed by his friends up top as well. They get the double wisdom.
That's big.
Annihilate has no mana, very deep here. He throws a remnant,
That's it.
but there's nothing you can do about that. Magic
That's the
Stick
Queen
still
of Pain.
cooldown.
Yeah. Dazzle's just going to punch him down. Poison touch on him. Keep the clicks going. And he put that Queen of Pain in her place, back in Fountain where she belongs. But Annihilate then meets the other two members.
Yeah, a good reaction by the team coming in. So get some punishment, but still, they lost their top tower already. The structural damage coming in before DP even uses the first ulti is going to be scary. You know that she's going to be hunting for those towers later on.
Just whenever DP has that ulti, I want to be using that EXO. Oh my god, the damage onto this Queen of Pain. She puts it back onto Nusham and the Grave. Does this allow a blink away? It does not. So now Annihilate opens up with some massive damage onto the two supports. Solar Guardian coming in to try and save them, but they've all moved away from the area. So Annihilate can just get a double kill. Remnant forward, look for a triple. Ame. He's dead. A triple kill for your mid-ember, and Monkeys has used EXO for tier 1 as well. Easily swinging from teamfight to kills to objective.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker just got level 6, by the way. If you're wondering why he didn't ulti earlier to try and save his mid player, he literally just got level 6 off the neutral camp and didn't have a way to join earlier. And sadly, they didn't have shackles up by the time he ulted in, so they couldn't hold anyone in place under that ulti to get big damage out. And now the DP, like I mentioned, starting to look for those tier 1 towers. TB though, I really love this from Jai. He found his moment to take out the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, I guess they push an objective. Nicely done. Keeping up the pace as well with his net worth. The other lane's struggling though, with a TA stepping forward. Not enough to finish off the Dawnbreaker. She withstands it, and now Queen of Pain with the Terrorblade both arriving to kill off Nusham, denying into the Ancients. Again, not paying off, not working out.
Yeah, good reaction, at least coming in and finding some pickup kill. On the other side, Annihilate just chasing down the Dazzle.
Yeah.
No way out of this one, I'm afraid.
Getting stutter step body blocked on the way through the river.
Yeah, he didn't have TP, and even if he did, the Searing Chain was coming off cooldown there. No grave TP play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Queen of Pain still working on the first item, Blade Mill, that we've seen him go for twice before. No, he has ulti, but I don't know, an Oracle next to him with ulti ready. This is just getting baited.
Yeah, gonna throw it now with a Solar Guardian. The heals are coming in onto this Ember Spirit though and dispelling off the dagger. So off he pops while Zexy gets turned on. No snowball save from Nusham. Tried to get there, but the Starbreaker tagged him before he could get there in time.
Oracle 8 mana short from being able to use ulti on himself. Probably would have died anyway though.
TB just dies to TA?
Yeah, he got run down by traps. Gets taken out. That should not happen. Had the Sunder ready as well, but I guess this gets punished there.
Yeah, I mean, it's this stage of the game, right? I feel like maybe I'm making too big of a meal of it, but lane stage breaks down. Minute 10 to 20 is where we see this big separation of good teams, very good teams, and exceptional teams.
Yeah.
Right now, BSJ and friends, they're taking bottom tower. They've moved into mid. They're pressing forwards. They're looking for objectives and looking for kills on the way there, while picking up farm and getting to their key timings. This transition out of laning stage can be challenging, and TTG showing
They're going around
they're
the
trying
tree,
their
though.
hardest, like getting on this TA, but they can't keep chasing. They're afraid of what's around the corner.
Rasta just didn't get range to hex into Shackle there, unfortunately. And a lot of heroes in the neighborhood now, invading to try and steal away the enemy Ancients. T, of course, this is one of the main things that she wants to do when you win early game. Take over the enemy triangle, start farming here, mitigating the enemy farm.
That's huge.
Also getting ahead of yourself.
But yeah, continue my point, there's now like a big gap appearing, right? The Terrorblade is trying to keep up with the pack, but he's behind the TA. So that matchup is already You know, we're seeing a bit of a bridge there between them. But the other two, Queen of Pain and Dawnbreaker, if they don't get active in the next, you know, until minute 20, basically, if they're not able to join fights, these are heroes that don't really want to be sitting back and farming. They want to be playing.
Yeah, very, very true. And a lot of it comes down to just lane mechanics as well. I mean, the lanes went really, really well for Dire, and I think that the only lane that went really well for Radiant was that safe lane. They managed to get some nice plays around the Poison Touch, but now it's kind of hard.
Shackles and Sonic Wave. Templar Assassin dropped to about 20% of her HP as the Queen of Pain blinks in. Nusham going to sacrifice himself, though, to keep the TA alive alongside that false promise. While Dazzle, backstab, Monkeys Forever has come in from behind. Exo and Spirit Siphon. Hang on, pretty low on resources, but Templar Assassin is the one getting hit from high ground. Walks into the Terrorblade. Annihilate now jumping away. BSJ and friends not respecting the damage output of GG Team. TT Team.
The team.
Well, Terrorblade is going to chase down the Death Prophet now.
DP,
Ghost is still going. DP turns to kill off the Dawnbreaker. Barely finds it. Going to pay with her life. A double kill for OK.
Very nicely played by Monkeys Forever in that fight, to be honest. Turning around and managing to get a lot of work done, despite the Oracle ulti not being used on him as well. But the unfortunate part, going into high ground again there, resetting and trying to walk up the high ground just made the fight so easy for Shadow Shaman. And Shadow Shaman has the big ward. He's gonna drop it. Not sure he needed to drop it on this tower as nobody's really around, but of course that's easy for us to say. We can see the Dire sneaking out on side lanes. They don't know where they're at.
It means they don't have to commit any more heroes anymore. Just leave it there to kill the tower.
Yep.
I want to say though, good showing from TTG to stand on that high ground and actually fight, because we were just saying they need to be active. They need to get involved in something to get this Dawnbreaker and Quap into the thick of things. And BSJ and friends kind of feeling themselves a little bit too much. Like, oh, we're leading. Oh, we can stomp them. Running up this high ground blind into darkness is a psychotic move.
Yeah, it really was. They kind of handed it to them there. And that could come back to bite them. There are double blade mills up now, and that's going to be difficult to deal with for some heroes, like for Death Prophet, for instance, who can't control her damage output that much. You have your ulti going around, you have AoE damage on Crypt Swarm. You might just take a lot of blade mill damage. Like, yeah, you can direct where the Exo is going to go to some degree, but you can't fully stop yourself from dealing damage into blade mill. He's closing in on Aghanim Scepter on the Death Prophet. I like the earn into Aghanim Scepter build. Very direct once you get that. We've seen teams just use that to push down towers with auto attacks of DP.
Yeah, it turns her into this siege weapon. Just stand there hitting buildings while you can sit behind with an Oracle. That's why the DP Oracle is so nice. You have one, kind of good foot forward hero playing aggressively, one hiding in fog. Ember and Tusk can also play reactively, and then TA never needs to show.
Yeah. TA, by the way, going for the Maelstrom. Haven't mentioned too much about it, but this is a very nice build against the Terrorblade. For a while, this was even the meta build overall, and then Maelstrom was just nerfed because Maelstrom was super overtuned before. Now it's mainly done against illusion carries like this. Gives her a nice way to deal some AoE damage. They scan him. Ame might find him.
Getting close. There's the wraparound shackles. Starbreaker comes into play, and the TA is dead.
Big pick off right in front of the tower.
Tier 2?
Huh? They've got the snake ready. I think they're maybe thinking about going towards the Roche as well, but just secure this tower first.
Yeah, the easy objective. Yeah, because Roche is in that top spot. Could have maybe swung in there. That was the consideration.
Wrap around to go behind though.
But now the reverse tip. Yeah. Yeah, Sammy Boy was tipping his TB before. Now returned in kind. Shadow Shaman, though, has been found as the Queen of Pain blinks in with the Solar Guardian being
Silence, cancel it.
Cancelled. Silence cancels it from Monkeys Forever. And on the right-hand side, Oracle going to false promise himself. The big flaming ball above his head, though, means he's about to pop and die. Zexy gone. Annihilate, though, chasing the Queen of Pain. Misses the slight. Has he got chains in a second? He does. He catches the Quap. Snowball forward. A bit of damage needed. The chain stuns are just about there.
that was so close to him living, but that was with the missed Sleight of Fist. DD Rune played a very big factor in that fight though. Ember coming in with double damage rune, just absolutely going to town. Able to dish out way more damage than had he not had it. And maybe you could say that positioning was a bit sloppy from the side of TTGM as well. They took the tower, but then Rasta is walking up high grounds alone, you know, splitting. Didn't really go together after getting the objective.
Hey, you've got to play so tight. You know, leaving stragglers here against the catch on both sides is pretty insane. Newsham's going to find an opening on the Dawnbreaker. Has some backup arriving with a DP, but it's forced a reaction at least, forcing the hand of TTGM to teleport 2 heroes up here, protect the Quab.
At the same time, they're farming away, got the Terrorblade on the other side of the map. He is top of the net worth right now. And while they have some heroes that are decent against Terrorblade, they don't have the best TB counters on Dire. So if he gets big enough, can definitely be problematic for them.
Well, attempting on the Ember Spirit. Annihilate sticking around for the rune, but Queen of Pain's there to grab the shield.
Didn't try for the Sleight of Fist rune steal. I'm disappointed, man.
Oh, it's risky business.
He's gotta stay safe overall, though. Jumping away here. Rasta still doesn't have Blink Dagger, but working towards it. 50 gold away. TA is looking for a freebie on the Dazzle, who walked over a trap earlier. Blinking into everything.
And this has been a classic move from OK. Blink in, give vision, scout people out, see if they turn and fight. And here, showing the BSJ and friends are scattering, afraid of fighting. Maybe they can regroup and play together, but DP is quite distant, and Dawnbreaker, of course, has this global ultimate to join in. So if TTG are able to find a catch on this Templar Assassin, Ame with the Dawnbreaker helping out, are on Sammy Boy, but there's a silence and a turnaround for the DP. New Refraction is up. They turn, Meld Strike, good damage back, and Dawnbreaker dead. Ame also in trouble here, getting tagged up by monkeys, and a blink back in for the TA clears him out.
Very scrappy, so split up in this fight. People going on different targets, and I think we might see the Dazzle get caught as well as they're running him down.
Long range Fortune's End, channeled up for days as they'll snowball onto the Dazzle. The TP out. He's found. Sentry placed so they actually see him through the glimmer.
Yeah, they also had to make space on the bridge there as Newsham wanted to get forward, but he has face boot, so gets himself close enough. I think there was different ideas there. The Queen of Pain wanted to be the one baiting, then getting the Dawn ulti on herself, and then they had this idea of jumping over on the TA and bursting her on the backline. But unfortunately, that resulted in them not having enough resources for any of those commitments. If they committed to one, it may have worked out really well for them. The Queen was so close to living against the Ember and turning it around. As the Tormentor gets spawned right into TA double Meld Strike. Quick takedown for them. Get themselves the shard. And which one do they get? They get the Tusk Shard. Okay. Definitely the less impactful one, I would say, between the two of them, but does accelerate his damage and farm a little bit. It's honestly pretty good against Terrorblade. If you lock Terrorblade with the shards from Tusk, that's a lot of damage. 85 per second.
That's pretty hefty. And you were comparing Tusk Shard with Oracle Shard?
Yeah,
Reign of
Oracle
Destiny?
Shard. Yeah, Oracle Shard is very, very good. Reign of Destiny, I mean, it was slightly nerfed when it was turned into a shard instead of an Aghanim Scepter, but we see this trend in Dota where most abilities that started out as an Aghanim Scepter and then turned into a shard are pretty busted as a shard. And most abilities that started out as a shard and then turned into an Aghanim Scepter are kind of bad for the Aghanim Scepter, you know?
Come on, that Garbaggio. They're rubbish.
Yeah, looking at, like, you know, Drow Aghanim Scepter, it's okay, but it's a big investment. When it was Shard, it was crazy. It was insanely good. And similarly, Oracle Aghanim Scepter before, when it was Reign of Destiny, now when it's a Shard, holy dude, sign me up.
His router died restarting.
His router.
No, it's router. I know we're casting NA Dota and chat's not going to be happy.
We're in America now.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, well, thank you, team, for updating us quickly as well. You know, nice to see.
That's one of those things, right? You know, you watch like cops in movies or something, and in America they say, you know, 481, 10-4 en route, and I cringe so hard when I hear that. It's a French phrase, you know, en route. I'm on my way. I'm on the way there. Don't mispronounce it like that. Come on.
I will say,
if this pause goes on for a while, we could get heated here actually, because there are some things I will not stand
intimidated
for.
if a cop says he's en route.
En route. Je suis en route. Well, that's why the French are always protesting, right? They're protesting all their streets because the police can't do anything. They're never there. They're en route.
Always en route.
Now, if this pause goes on for a while, we'll start talking about Parmesan and pronunciation.
I'm actually out of
like
Parmesan right now, dude. I'm out of it. We need more.
Oh, lucky. We went on holiday to Italy for a couple of weeks. We went to that Emilia Romagna, you know, Parma, Bologna region. We've got a big block of Parmesan in the fridge.
Damn.
a big block
of wheel.
No, dude, wheels are so. We went into one of the factories where they make it, and they've got, you know, hundreds of wheels there. And I did the classic thing where I sat there for 5 minutes counting while everyone's wondering what the hell is this weird guy doing. Yeah. Counted. It's like in the room I was in, not a massive room.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the room was like 3 million euros worth of cheese, and it wasn't a big room. It's just like stacked to the ceiling, walls upon walls of cheese aging.
Oh, dude. Do you remind me of one of the events? It was Manila Major, long time ago. Dota Major. It was hosted at Sofitel Hotel in Manila. And they had at that hotel, and this is the only hotel
I've heard all the stories, man. I know.
The cheese room. They had a little, at the buffet, they had a room just all cheeses. Very nice. Honestly,
yeah, it was
one of the best breakfast buffets for a hotel that I've been to. It was very nice.
Yes, by far. I'd always heard stories about that major because it was like, you know, the best hotel, the best food and, you know, after game service and all that stuff for a Dota event, just because that hotel was cracked. I was very fortunate to go back last year.
Blink onto the DP, she doesn't have Oracle.
Yeah, I mean, Terrorblade just going to whack into her and kill her off in the duration of the shackles. Easy as that. When you come out of a pause, you lose momentum, you forget where enemy heroes are.
Didn't prognosticate that, gang.
No, did not.
Oracle messed up, or did the Prophet not see it coming? I don't know which. None of them had any clue, Garrett.
Oh, nice play from Newsham here. If that connects properly, but a Sonic Wave pushback. Damage is huge. They're going to turn on the TA and kill her off. That looks so sick, because Newsham saw and waited for the Queen of Pain to start blinking away for his snowball to chase, but they bit off way more than they could chew.
Yeah, some nice stuff coming in there, though. The Dawnbreaker and the Queen ulti synergizing perfectly at the same time. That's what I've been a little bit, you know, pedantic about with these teams in qualifiers. How much can you coordinate abilities, get them going at the same time? But they make it work here. The TTGM get a gank up top and bottom. A beautiful team fight. And yeah, I saw that. I appreciate the observer pointing out this is an unleashed potency searing signet on Queen. It's amazing. If you get Aghanim Scepter, the duration of this burn is going to get refreshed from the Aghanim Scepter Shadow Strike ticks all the time, which is really, really painful.
That's incredible damage.
Yeah, you can keep that. I mean, it's a tier 2 item, but you can keep that as a tier 3, sometimes even as a tier 4.
But yeah, I was pleased to find out last year that hotel still has the cheese and meat room with all the salamis and all the cheese and stuff like that.
Very nice.
Like, I didn't get my chance at the middle of major, but I got my chance last year, unfortunately.
Oh, very good, very good.
It's one of those things where, like, there are some, you know, hotel buffets or whatever that you dream of years later.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true, actually.
Like once in a lifetime opportunity sometimes. That's what Dota brings us.
Ember? Going in with an Invis, or a smoke actually, sorry. He was part of the smoke. I thought he was just picking up rune.
And the rest of the team pivoting bottom to play through the TA. Queen of Pain and Dazzle are both down here. It looks like BSJ and friends are going to swing into the Roche pit.
Yeah.
They're sneaking this.
Quick Roche, not easy to predict or to defend this. I think even if they knew about it, they're not really in position to defend it. Now we can see everyone kind of congregating to try and get over there. They might pop a smoke on mid, but it's all too late. Roche gets taken. Aegis on TA. Still a very, very close game.
Super, super tight, super competitive. This TB racing ahead, 15,000 net worth, has had a cracking start to his game. And I like the fact that Queen of Pain hasn't like faltered and fallen too far behind. But we do have this pack of 3 dire cores that are sitting pretty tight together.
I think Queen getting Shard at some point as well could be really useful, so she can blink on either Tusk or the Oracle. Both of these heroes have the panic buttons, right? They're reaction buttons when you get jumped by a Queen. Being able to silence them when you jump them, not bad at all. Same against Ember, honestly. If you blink and silence him, you can follow up with anything, the Shadow Shaman. Because he likes going first, is the thing. This Queen of Pain player, he really likes diving in there. Let's see what he's going to go for. As it stands right now with Aegis in hand, I don't think that Radiant want to take too many fights. They're just going to kind of get by, keep cutting waves where they can. Playing for the runes, but the DD rune already picked up by the Ember.
Nusham giving vision on high ground with shards to snowball away from the co-op.
Get himself to safety. Gonna farm up the creep camp as well. Both teams kind of just dividing the map, sharing farm right now.
I keep poking my head into chat, and there's always someone asking, "Where's BSJ?"
Where is BSJ?
Where is BSJ? He's not here. He is not Reaper. That's Sammy Boy. I'm not even sure if Queen of Pain, do we have the damage? The Solar Guardians come in, and this Queen of Pain's pretty healthy. She's going to be able to Sonic Wave in a moment when one charge is ready. Stays alive. That silence, you're right, stays for such a long time. Ember Spirit now can open up on the supports. No chance to Grave, and Dazzle's disconnected at the worst possible time.
Oh, I think, yeah. I mean, the disconnect takes a few seconds to register sometimes as well.
Yeah.
If you got a crash, which I assume, again, it's a hardware issue here coming in, and we see him just walking right into the enemy.
Yeah, I don't know if he was there to grave the co-op. I don't think he was there on time. Maybe a grave on the Shadow Shaman, but
I think Shadow Shaman, he would be in time. Queen, I think maybe not, because Nothel production, even with that, I'm not sure if he would be there in time. Still very tough time. I mean, technical difficulties is never what we want to have in a elimination series.
no, it's sad. Cyber Dingzhen hopefully gets back in the game shortly, but he is pretty dead on our screens with Monkeys and I Annihilate both eyeing up this Dazzle.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to get away. Meanwhile, Nusham is actually trying to get away from the Dawnbreaker, who has cooldown for a while on the Celestial Hammer. I'm not sure if he can close the distance. Faceboot's coming off in a few seconds, but Tusk also has 2 seconds on his blink, so he should be fine. They're pinging out that the Dawn could be a potential kill.
Grave, Glimmer, I Annihilate getting hit by this TB pretty hard. A Remnant away, so he doesn't get the Dazzle kill, while Monkeys Forever deciding to step up and tank a few TB hits, then realize not a place he wants to be any longer.
Yeah, just gonna
So
back
Dazzle
out.
does survive.
Dazzle lives, but that was still on the back of DP not using any ulti, no real ulti being used on Dire, and Radiant losing not only heroes, but also ultis being expended. Rasta dropped the snake, Dawnbreaker used his ulti in. And
Yeah, we're so-
just kind of farming away during all this.
Yeah, and Monkey still has Exo. So we could see an attempt at this. Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
look at the reaction from Monkeys. You know, the thing is, he's like, kind of frustrated and now laughing because every single one of us has been there, right? Every single one of us has had these moments where your mum's turned off the router, you have a power cut, your internet goes down, your PC's crashing, something's going wrong. It's out of your control and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, if anyone sees Monkeys, by the way, laughing as his opponents keeps disconnecting here, is because he's a horrible person and just straight up evil. You know, this is purely malicious. Has nothing to do with that. Monkeys probably spends about, I would say, a good 1/3 of his life just laughing. I don't know, man. I can't hang out with him because it hurts too much. He's just
Really?
a very contagious person when it comes to laughter.
That's good to have. It's always the offlane players, isn't it? Ice,
Yeah.
Monkeys.
Just the clowns. They're the clowns of the class turn into offlane players.
It's the offlane madness. Some kind of psychosis kicks in when you play through Dota 1 and early Dota 2 days where you're hiding in trees to try and hit level 3 minute 10 with no boots, you know?
Yeah, you had to be.
Something gets you.
You had to be a little bit, you know, a little bit different
Loopy.
to be able
Little
to
bit
do. Yeah, a
loopy.
little bit crazy, a little bit
Very
psychotic
unique.
even.
Unique.
Enjoying strange things like, oh yeah, I love being level 1 minute 4, you know, being chased by 2 supports all game long.
Solving that puzzle. I'm trying to figure out the challenge. Anyway, TTG, hopefully no more disconnects. Smoking up, playing together. Dawnbreaker is actually joining them here properly to push out this wave and pretend they're not playing up here. Ember Spirit, though, has skipped away while Nusham's been scouted. Shard's going to block out the Terrorblade, but Ame will round the corner and get the stuns.
Yeah, sadly, a reflection on him does kind of reveal where you're going. The illusion just chasing after you makes it pretty difficult for you to hide. He tried, but, you know, that one I'm fine with. I don't like the little imps from Warlock chasing you into Fog of War because they last forever. Reflection, however, I mean, it makes sense. It chases you. You can't just go Fog of War and it stops. This move coming around, they're scanning out the DP as well. They have the damage to bring her down for sure. Question is, can our happy fellow on DP read this gank? His ward does spot them now, so I'm just running straight top left towards his Oracle.
I just laugh it off. Yeah, get comfortable with that blanket on you. Looks very cozy.
Yeah.
Well, a very mild lead for BSJ and friends. They've used this Aegis to get out, you know, take parts of the map and get this TA as farmed as possible. But they've not really, you know, taken any tier 2s or done any major dents or damage to this Radiant side.
That's what they're trying to do now, smoking up the TA. So this is big intentions, coming with a 5-man smoke through the gate. So they're looking for the TB. Saw him bottom with their ward. TA's gonna TP and try and cut him off, or at least shove the lane and not make it too obvious.
Where are they? Where is everyone?
At the same time, it's hard. Like going on the carry when Dawnbreaker has an Aghanim's ulti ready. I'm not sure you can burst him.
And Yule's on the Queen of Pain just picked up. And they're going to go on the Terrorblade. Ember and Tusk started off. Shard blocked there as well. That's a lot of damage on the Shadow Shaman from the TA to try and blow up Ame. Nusham still in behind enemy lines with Annihilate to deal with the Dazzle, but this Terrorblade has been given free reign here to stand with a big Serpent Ward, dish out the deeps. The Monkey's forever going to be careful when you step. Yes, you've got Ghosts helping you out, but in this so far 1-for-1 trade, it's TTG who hold that high ground and stand strong.
I'm honestly amazed that just 2 supports died from that. That looked like we might see a lot more going down. But yeah, we see the value coming in from the Dawnbreaker heal. Very good at stopping the initial burst attempt. But at the same time, they jump out. The Ember, quick on his feet, gets to safety. Quick little Sunder, cheeky Sunder on the Dazzle. Bring himself to full HP on the TB.
Is it a cheeky Sunder?
It's a cheeky Sunder.
I mean, cheeky for the TB. I don't know if the Dazzle thinks it's particularly cheeky.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what heals are for. And if he wanted the HP, he should have taken the other facet. Let's just say it that way.
It's just rude. And don't touch my health bar, please. So there's another smoke from BSJ and friends. Let's see what BSJ can do. Because BSJ is a very, very strong player.
Yeah, he is
BSJ might be able to get a catch
good
up
player.
top. And BSJ hasn't realized that the Tormentor's died. So they're still going to run here in towards the area that is being fully controlled by TTG.
Ooh, quick
Pop through
TP
the Twin
out.
Gate, TP out with the Dawnbreaker. They are fully out of there.
Yeah. The Rasta did lose his foul play to Tormentor, by the way. He would have died, but foul play saved his life. That was pretty close. Dazzle gets the shard for free.
Why is BSJ not playing more aggressively?
Oh, yeah, we haven't seen him get involved too much, huh?
Why are we looking at the TA? That's not BSJ.
Observer can pretend, you know, for the viewers at home. We could tell a story.
Actually, which neutral creep would BSJ be?
Oh,
That's a hard question, isn't it?
let me think. I reckon a Croaker.
Yeah?
Yeah, the ancient
Oh, hang
Croaker.
on. And the important question, we'll have an answer to it soon, because top lane, Death Prophet's been caught out here with a ton of ultis dumped on her head. Yules into the sky, come down to the third, Monkeys forever. Well, dead.
Yeah, brought down. Just difficult. I mean, he did kind of force everybody to that side of the map, but at the same time, he's dead for a while, doesn't have ulti. This does open up possibilities to take over the entire map for Radiant. So yeah, you forced them away, but at the same time, map is difficult to play right now.
So you reckon Croaker? Those are the big ones with the tendrils, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The big ancient croaker.
The catfish.
They have, it's not tentacles, it's congregations of the deep.
Wait, what?
The Dazzle gets bursted.
Oh, Dazzle dead. Oh, no, they're looking for chasing
I threw you off with the congregations, didn't I?
Well, it's tendrils of the deep, no?
No, it's, yes, until they're ancient. Then it's congregations of the deep.
Oh. But
Yeah.
it's... Okay, you were correcting me. I'm not wrong. It's a croaker has tendrils of the deep.
Yeah, I said he's an ancient croaker, man. Ancient.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, I did not hear the ancient part.
Yeah. Oh, you think I would say BSJ isn't ancient? No, he's in here with us.
It's a young, sprightly little boglet. He's a little...
He was. Once upon a time, I hosted his channel. He was a boglet back then. Now he's an ancient croaker.
Okay,
He was actually a nobody until I hosted him. You know that? I made BSJ. True story. You can Google that. Look it up.
So who is BSJ? Why is BSJ? And you are the reason.
I basically made him, man. He had like 50 viewers, 30 viewers. I rated him. And now he's a big superstar.
So basically, you are BSJ.
I brought BSJ to the world.
We are all BSJ, actually. I think you're fine. Newsham, wishing he was BSJ. Getting jumped
Nice
by the Queen of
silence.
Pain. And DP, getting a bodyguard. Annihilate jumps in, then out again. But this chase forward with Metamorphosis going. TTG, they want a fight. They're itching for it.
I definitely do want to get the grab on someone. As Roche could be spawning any moment, so getting a pick off before them would be nice. But that is TB ulti on cooldown. Well, technically his ulti. The Metamorphosis.
His most important spell.
Yeah, longest cooldown spell too.
I'm trying to figure out what he's meant to do. Push this mid wave, I guess.
Yeah, but this
No
feels
tower
like
here.
definitely a great moment for Dire to smoke up and make a play. TP without meta. Timing out now. I think they have to be so cautious on Radiant right now. They have little business sticking around this area too long.
Yeah, especially with the TA now getting a butterfly.
Okay, Tia just gonna go straight to Roche with Butterfly and Brooch, Mjolnir, some fast DPS. This is
straight in
agreed
there.
though. They're going top. TTG wasting no
without-
time.
Even without Metamorphosis. Yeah, Serpent Ward up on the high ground. Glyph already forced out. Not an easy way to kill this ward off either. So they shard up the TB, try and deal with him and his illusions. Shadow Shaman and Queen of Pain poking at the Ember Spirit, but now the return fire from the Tusk. Roshan dead, Aegis claimed by the TA. Base defended for now as the Dazzle's going to get completely cut out and isolated. Annihilate BKB once more. We'll see the Queen of Pain. Remnants a little deeper to the north, looking for any stragglers as the punch comes out from the Tusk, finding the opening. With the silence being dispelled off, the crop maybe
Almost
could blink,
the
but the
roots.
Fortune's End is there.
Yeah, very nice Fortune's End right there. Dispels and roots you out of the Eul Scepter, so pretty nasty counter to the Eul Scepter build. I think he's gonna need BKB if he wants to stay alive in these fights on Queen of Pain. The TA also brought down the ward before it could finish off the melee racks, by the way. Having this butterfly and massive attack speed from the Mjolnir, he actually is a pretty good ward killer at this point.
He's the only one that can do it though.
He is,
DP
yeah.
doesn't want to stand there and do it. She wants to get involved.
That's very true. This time it worked out because ultimately Radiant, it was just a hit and run mission anyway. They didn't have meta, didn't want to take the big team fight.
And a big wave down bottom for the Ember Spirit to clear up. Terrorblade and Shadow Shaman are in the vicinity and maybe could strike onto this Ember, but he's slighted before the Hex can come in.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Unfortunate for Rasta. I feel like Ember is one of those heroes that I always mess that up as well when I try and catch him. Every time you try and jump him, Sleight of Fist is gonna come out at that exact moment. It's like, I don't know. Just gotta get him at the right time. Sending some illusions high ground to try and elicit some response. Maybe a ward will get dropped as well, as there are actually siege creeps. I like this. Just disrupt the ward, see what happens. Ember definitely doesn't deal with this ward very well, so this is enough to force a reaction.
Yeah, you have to go back and deal with it.
Huh?
It takes a little while to kill the ward, but tier 3 is kept alive.
The poor illusion stuck on the other side. The barrier.
No entry.
But this is their chance to go and take a fight, and Ame blinks into everything. Maybe a little bit too early.
Yeah, needs the rest of his team to come in, but he's already been picked off quickly. And BSJ and friends now have the option to, stick around, TP to outpost, take control of this area back with the high ground ward they've got, and cut out the wave. Really carving their space here.
Oh, look at kick up.
What's going on there? TV's drifting all over the place. He's been stunned up. Grave comes in though, as Zhao will turn around and fight back with the Sonic Wave, the heals, the sustain. They keep the Ember alive with a false promise as Nusham dies. Annihilate. Oh, he's being healed up. Looks like he's going to be okay. Back to full. Okay. Does blink in with the BKB going, but they're lacking control right now.
The
so
Gem
Ember
Oracle, though, could be
slips away. Well. Oracle, the one that's being eyed up, but I don't know, it's dangerous to keep chasing this. Look at where the TA's sat, where the Ember's coming from. Radiant, very, very tentative with their approach.
They still see the Death Prophet bottom, though, so I think they're frustrated, saying that surely we can take a fight here if DP is not even joining, but no, Monkeys Forever happily pushed all the way down bottom. Finally now thinking about joining his team. By the way, the fight backfired because they tried to kick out TB, but he has... Oh, yeah, Dazzle might get taken down here. Hides for a little bit more. Grave, maybe? He's buying his time.
He's annoying.
Yeah, ultimately it's all for nothing, though.
Yeah, you can't be annoying when you're dead.
So, I was gonna get to the TB neutral item. First of all, I don't really understand the Desert Blood right on TB. What? Larger AoE on TB for the what? Aghanim Scepter? Okay, whatever. But he has tough on it, so 40% resistance to getting kicked. Am I missing something? Why Desert Blood right on TB?
Yeah, for a moment there I was like, mana cost, but it's just additional HP cost, right? It doesn't cut mana out. What's happening over here? Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave on the Oracle, but she's trapped in the shard, silenced up. Fortune's End's gonna root her as well. Okay, out in no man's land.
Okay, playing a bit too aggressively before his BKB came off cooldown, has it back now. Yes, he forced people into that corner of the map at least, so he might respawn before too much damage is being dealt, especially with TV pushing out the lanes. But yeah, that's another good pick off for Dire.
Oh, yeah, I mean 12% area of effect increase on reflection, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, surely you had some better. I really am longing to know what options he had, though. There's no way. That has to be a misclick. There's no way you get a Desert Blood right. Lower your HP for Sunder? Like, is that the play?
Like, there are 6 tier 4 neutral items, and you get a.
There's no way, right?
There's no way. There's not something better.
Yeah, Dazzle gotta go down again. Gets caught trying to go on a little warding mission.
Yeah, Cave Johnson is screaming in my ear, going, "What the hell is happening?" And I do not know. I haven't got a clue. With the neutral on TV.
This game really swung back hard.
Yeah, I mean 7k lead, multiple Roshans and Aegises. Like that's been a clear deciding factor, right? The Aegis and Roshan takes that Dire have kept them in and propelled them forward in the game.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
And now the Radiant trying to hold onto their base, pushing out waves. It's got a whiff of inevitability about it when TA is alone shoving top, DP's farming jungle and pushing bot. Terrorblade is trying to get out on the map very far to the north. Nusham is already hunting, like Sammy Boy has signaled where the TB should be, and of course you see the Serpent Ward and the TB Illusion killing Range Rack's tops. You have an idea of where the TB is.
There's no way you can solo it. No, okay. He's lowering his HP on it, looking for a Sunderplay. Okay. They actually used the Dawnbreaker ulti to take the shard. Now you don't have Dawn ulti. At least Dire don't know about this. But it's a pretty long cooldown. He didn't take the CDR talent on it. 80 seconds without it. If high ground push happens to coincide with this, it's gonna be rough. Of course, Roche still dead for a while though, so maybe it was a good time to just get some value.
Did I see that right? Yeah, this now coincides with the refresher orb on Ember Spirit. So not only do you not have this Solar Guardian for a minute, but you now have to deal with infinite remnants, multi-BKB, Annihilate running at you. And the Templar Assassin is already on high ground, breaking tier 3 tower. The Radiant are not in position to defend this whatsoever.
They're not. They're having to TP back base now. Rasta is trying to make his way out to perhaps drop a snake on the enemy side of things. Looks like they might be able to hold long enough that he can push that lane in together with the TP illusions. And still though, siege is starting.
Metamorphosis already used.
Kind of trading for the Exo though. It's not that bad for him. Just have to be careful about Tusk pulling anyone out. The Dazzle, the Dawnbreaker, both have to be so careful here.
And TA traps first. And Blink away from DP gets out of there. And Arme is going to grab the Shrine of Wisdom on the right-hand side of the map. But this is where having an Ember Spirit really comes into play. He can be wide out on the map, pushing lanes, then rejoin. Something Dawnbreaker would love to be doing right now, but like you've been saying, right, that Solar Guardian
Rasta
cooldown is rough. That's a lot of damage quickly onto Sammy Boy. False Promise required quickly. As they turn off the Death Prophet now. Monkeys, Yules up into the sky. The Serpent Ward going to work though. Big damage landing onto Monkeys and Nushin with a Terror Blade opening up. Arme about to drop. The DP still alive with BKB going with Ember Spirit. He's been shackled up, but he's going to break free. No mana left though. Annihilate out of resources, but Nushin's come in with a kick and a punch. Ja, Terror Blade kicked around while in the back lines. Monkeys going toe-to-toe with the Queen of Pain. Annihilate and Zeg's going to come in to finish her off. So 2 down on the Radiant side. Nushin's going to buy back, as are the double heroes on the Radiant.
Trying to maybe catch something more. They need to heal up quickly though.
Courier's dying. Is the gem on the floor? Did they get picked up by someone?
They got the gem over on the Tusk now. Gonna back away. Dude, that neutral item saved the team fight entirely, I think. The Outworld staff on the DP stayed alive for so long.
I thought you were gonna say the Desert Blood.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe that saved the fight completely as well. Imagine if TB actually had a useful neutral item. And that could also have been really
I was so ready for you to be like, oh, the reflection hit all 5. It just hit the DP on the right.
Barely, because of the AoE. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing that one, dude. I actually can't deal with that choice.
Rough for the Radiant though, double buyback, not getting anything off the back of it.
Every other item is so much better, Gareth. Every other item.
I know.
The monocle would be amazing.
I mean, look, we can look at a list of the entire, view all neutral items there.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, they're all amazing. The Outworld staff is fantastic pickup. The crits, even the Pyrrhic Cloak just to return damage.
Maybe he's role-playing.
He's from hell?
Yeah. A Terrorblade, some kind of demonic creature.
It's true, actually.
I don't know. Was he buddies with Warlock in another life or something like that? He's got a real tight bond to the power of Goroth, and he wants to summon his own demonic creatures. So he's bought this grimoire, expecting it to be like free magic, but he doesn't realize he's going to pay his soul.
He's got his own grimoire going. I like it. They're split pushing for now, leaving the top racks, but meanwhile sending a question mark to the bottom lane. They need to be able to catch someone though, else they just lost the racks for nothing. They're not going to catch any of the dire heroes walking away, so yeah, that's just top lane gone.
And it's not equalization, right? Because Dire didn't lose their melee racks. So this is now advantage for BSJ and friends top. And a decent spot for Dire to be in to now push out bottom, get into mid, and retake control over an area in front of the Radiant base.
And they're
of course with Roshan respawning, yeah.
And they're just not in time to move for it. They're bringing the smoke in right now, but Roche is already falling.
I don't get there in time. They just already picked up, and the TB does come in to try and fight. Push back Sonic Wave, but there's the Oracle save. DP in trouble. Where's she gone? Pops into the Nether Realm, Yules into the sky. BKB's up, but about to die. Terrorblade shreds her, while on the left-hand side, Shadow Shaman is found by the TA and Ember. Serpent Ward on the floor, very irritating to contend with. And Sammy Boy being hammered by the Dawnbreaker. DP and Oracle on the Queen of Pain, but it's Ember and Templar Assassin standing their ground, blowing up the Dazzle. Nushin could come in and maybe save, give Sammy Boy a better time here as they turn and pummel the Dawnbreaker down. I thought the TB was rejoining this, but he's bailed on it. He left the fight, ran through to mid.
Yeah, he didn't necessarily bail by choice. It was the Tusk who has the cooldown reduction on the shards plus Aghanim Scepter actually kept him out of the fight for so long.
really?
Newsham was straight up trolling him. And I don't know, I mean, it's 7-second duration, 8-second cooldown on these shards, man. It's pretty hard to move around.
The entire fight, I'm like, where's the TB? Where's the TB? Now he shows up and he's got a DD. Takes down the Oracle. Newsham in trouble as well. Lines it up for a double kill.
Yeah, slides through and then cuts him in half.
Monkey's face there, like that damage.
That's some massive damage coming in. Monkeys did commit to a buyback for this fight, so wanting to get something more.
Sammy Boy going high ground. It does get pushed around as the Queen of Pain takes the Aegis out of the hands of the TA.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Dazzle just being annoying, using his ulti. And they're holding the base for now. No more structural damage gonna be dealt. And Terrorblade sure is really strong, but I think next fight it's gonna be crucial that he doesn't get locked down by ice shards like that and held out of place. I almost feel like they need to get a nullifier on their team. I know they have AC queued up right now on Dawnbreaker, but seeing these Yule Scepters from the Death Prophet buying so much time, Oracle has Glimmer, you know, Oracle spells, there's a Force Staff, there's actually a Hurricane Pike as well, there's quite a few things that you might want to dispel.
There's a lot of tools.
Still though, we're heading very late into the game. TA is 9,000 gold and queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. There we go. Get the global mobility going.
Well, TA is that guy in the cheerleader squad with a baton, you know, twirling it around, has two flags from the Roche pit. What's TA doing?
Yeah, it's his pom-poms, bringing them to the fight. He's giving both to Oracle. He's like, here your pom-poms.
There we go, the real cheerleader sitting in the back.
Yeah, so we have the big lotuses spawning up. Very nice to get those. So quick heal.
So Dawnbreaker is off to the left, ready with ult. Queen of Pain very forward, silenced and stunned, kicked back in towards them. BKBs and blinks away, but the TA jumps forward with physical damage until that grave stops them while Annihilate. He's dead. Godlike streak gone. Ember Spirit just disappeared there in the matter of seconds. They've got a slow on his TA now as well. Sammy Boy, another touch. Could slow him down to just bring him down here as the Dawnbreaker closes the gap with the help of the Shadow Shaman. Sammy Boy needs help big time. Oracle trying to pump the heals forward with this false promise going, allowing Sammy Boy to jump in aggressively onto the Shadow Shaman. The TB dealt with by the DP, sent away with a refresher up from Monkey. He can get another BKB off as they get on the Dazzle and kill him. Dead with no buyback, 2 minutes time. Dawnbreaker might be going the same way as well. Annihilate on there. With the Ember buyback, BSJ and friends able to get something done.
That was a really big momentum swing buyback, getting a massive kill on the Dazzle there as he doesn't have buyback, dead for 100 seconds as well. And even the Rasta buyback, they know that they're not up yet. There's a chance for him to just beeline down. DP ulti is still available. She's gonna look to get travels maybe? I think he might sell, like, I don't think he wants to part ways with his Yule Scepter. He wants someone to take that outpost right now. He's pinging it like, guys, I want to get over there.
I want to join. You know, refreshed up. Let's go play aggressive.
And this is a significant push coming in. TA deals some big damage with all these items.
Oh, look at that tier 3 crumble quickly. A flag on the floor as well. And glyphing up the creeps so monkeys can come in with the exorcism going. This is going to be mid lane for sure. Maybe even a bonus one as Crop goes in, trying to Sonic Wave the creeps, but they were glyphed and bannered up. So now Sonic Wave and BKB down, Queen of Pain blinking away. A risky move, and it doesn't pay off. Now TB has run in. Playing forward, but getting kicked around, stunned up, and no time or space to sunder. Now a buyback out of him and the Dawnbreaker. Solar Guardian to try and swing something back out of this. They catch onto the Tusk. He's trying to break free, though, with the help of the Oracle behind him, healing up, and Newsham, he's fine. Queen of Pain blinks in aggressively, though. TA turns with the damage, Snowball, and Newsham saved with a false promise. Okay, he's dead for 2 minutes.
Oh, that could be all they need. Can dive in even more now. Dazzle's up in 10 seconds. TB is chasing after Death Prophet, but all this kiting, the neutral item, the Yule Scepter, and even the armor, he's not really bringing her down.
And then basically diving Fountain at this point. TA trying to sideblade splash off of some of these traps. Ember Spirit jumping in and out of the fountain to try and burst down the Arme Shadow Shaman. Now he's got buyback available, and he's probably going to bloody have to use it now because they're losing all their buildings, and Sammy Boy's keeping the tips up. Showing Jack exactly how he feels.
Yeah, TB is just not part of this. He's going to cut the next wave, but does not do too much. GG gets called. They know that they are beat. End of the day, it's gonna be the BSJ and friends who take game here. That was a hard-fought battle, though.
Oh, that was 51 minutes of Dota 2, the video game, actual gameplay. Longest game so far in the qualifiers, I think, as well. I mean, we had 47 minutes in that Slayers Anchors series. That was the longest so far. Now we almost getting to 60.
Yeah, that was. I mean, there were a lot of moments though that has me pretty hyped up for the series now. Just watching what TTG were able to do, they coordinated a lot of nice ganks, and we could see some of the highlights from what was going on here. Honestly, I think they got a lot of value out of this Terrorblade carry. I was concerned about Jia not playing his gyrocopter. You know, what was he going to be on? But the TP worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it did open up a lot of map space for this Queen of Pain, Dawnbreaker to play quite spread. Looking for openings through the Shadow Shaman. I'm still not sold on Queen. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm a bit of a Queen of Pain hater in general, but this build as well, I don't know, it's kind of cool, funky, does some stuff, but it doesn't feel like it has that real, like, punching impact.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I am not really a fan of it, to be honest. Like, and that's as much as I have played it myself and have practiced it, but it's lacking that quick kill. And honestly, if you think about it, people used to buy a lot of Dagons against Dazzle and Oracle to kill people quickly so they don't have time to react. And Queen is a natural Dagon buyer, probably the most natural Dagon buyer in the current patch. So going for this facet, not going Dagon, when you're playing against Oracle and Tusk for that matter, who both are the same kind of saving heroes, I think you're really playing at a disadvantage from what you could do.
And DP as well, right? We used to have Lina, Lion, Queen of Pain picked against Death Prophet to blow her up. Because once she uses ulti, if you're able to kill her, that's a long cooldown, that's a wasted hero, and you feel really sad as a DP player. But yeah, I mean, we can flog this dead donkey until the cows come home about this Queen of Pain build. It's cool. We're seeing it in a bunch of different regions, and other players are kind of trying it. Maybe it finds its place, but in this game, it didn't fully work out for them.
Yeah, I think you just need to be against a heavy spellcasting lineup, ideally against like some Leshraks or something, not against
big
this
spill damage.
Yeah, exactly. Not against this very physical damage lineup from the EXO and the TA as well. Ultimately,
TA, Ember, DP, Tusk, all pretty heavy right clickers.
Yeah, ultimately, we saw a pretty massive difference in impact from the mid laners. I Annihilate 15-2 and 12 on that Ember Spirit. Definitely played a fantastic game. Oracle, usually the unsung hero, but we'll sing his praises here. I think that Sexy had a very impressive performance in keeping positioning clean. Went Blink Dagger first item, just to be able to stay really far back, because knowing that the enemy have so many jumping heroes, you need to be one step farther behind as Oracle.
It's so easy to be like, oh, I want Greaves, I want Mech, I want Holy Locket, I want this, I want that as Oracle. Thinking about the ultimate optimal build, but in pro games, all you need is that reach.
Yeah, usually. That's the main thing. That's why if you go Blink Dagger as well, the Ether Lens basically doubles in value, right? Because you increase the cast range on your ulti, but also the cast range on your Blink, so you can sit extremely far away and be able to save your course. And he definitely did his job, landed some big ultis.
Well, I'm super excited for Game 2. Hopefully we keep this same level of competitiveness up as we will take a quick break and come back with the second game in the series. See you in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. Rejoining us on the road to the International here as we head ourselves into the second game in this best of 3. BSJ and friends against TT Gym. Waga, game 1, tight, competitive.
Yeah, game 1 was a lot closer than I was perhaps expecting, but definitely as close as one could hope for as we head into game number 2 soon. That was a real battle. Definitely not too easy looking for BSJ and friends. There were moments where I thought for sure they were going to lose. The Terrorblade was getting too big, but also a few moments here and there where perhaps TTG dropped the ball. The Queen of Pain, didn't actually end up finding too many fights where she had all the impact that she wanted to. We talked a little bit about the facet and how I think the other one might have been stronger. To their credit, though, they put up a really good fight, and the Dawnbreaker had quite a few nice ultis as well to save people.
Yeah, I guess it feels like the Queen of Pain flavor of the week or the month or whatever is this bondage facet. Emo's going for it. Some other pubbers are going for it. And I guess it kind of makes sense. It bleeds through into games like this, but not big fans. Not big fans. But this is something that we knew coming into this, that OK is playing Queen of Pain every game that he can possibly get his hands on it, and he's going to be playing the bondage facet. So we can strap ourselves in for more of that, I think.
Exactly. I think that's going to happen. At the same time, if they don't ban Gyrocopter, I think Ja is going to happily play that as well. But he showed that his Terrorblade is really good as well. Just a few fights where he got a little bit too disjointed, but he was still the highest damage dealer in that game by far at the end of the game. He did 64,000 damage, whereas the second highest was the Ember on 50,000. So, far ahead of his carry counterpart, almost 24,000 ahead of the TA.
Yeah, I mean, we can't put TTG down. They're still drafting well, playing their style, putting up a fight, as BSJ and friends looked just that little bit tighter in game 1. But we can't forget the fact that this TTG, knocked out the Little Nick team with the Medusa incident, right? This is the team that did it to them. So potential there, if they get their hands on Disruptor, maybe the TP glimpse someone back to Fountain. Sammy Boy gets upset.
Exactly. We'll see. We'll see what can happen. The first blood into a glimpse afterwards can definitely make you want to leave the game. But of course, this is a qualifier game, Gareth. This is serious times. As much as we see the players laugh and have fun, they're all here fighting for a chance to qualify towards TI.
Yeah, we're nearly all there. We had 10 players in lobby. It looks like someone's doing a quick restart and reconnect, and then we'll get ourselves into the draft for game 2 as we talk about this expectation for Gyro if it's there, Quap if it's there. Do you think there are heroes that BSJ and friends need to ban against this team to make it uncomfortable for them? Because it felt like Shadow Shaman there was such an integral part of their play that maybe that is just worthy of a ban again.
It could be. It could be a hero that you might want to look towards, but I would probably still focus down more on the core players, to be honest. I think don't give them exactly the heroes that they want. Maybe the Queen of Pain have identified that, okay, we haven't seen it have too massive impact, so they're happy leaving it. But the Gyrocopter, I think Ja plays extremely well. I think the carry is the strongest player on this team, just judging by what I'm seeing TTG perform so far. So targeting him with your bans might make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I guess also this is them trying something a little bit. Dawnbreaker has been a breakout hero again in these quals. It just seems like she shows up when it's big LAN time. They didn't really play it through opens, and we've not really seen them play it too much in the closed either. So I'm curious if Dawnbreaker stays high priority for them, or if they go back to one of the more casual heroes like Pango or Santor or Axe or something for that offlane.
Yeah, it's still a really nice hero to have just for games like this that are so chaotic. I am a little bit disappointed that he went Aghanim Scepter to buff his ulti, but didn't take either of the ulti talents in the previous game. He didn't go for the CDR, didn't go for the 150 AoE increase, and honestly, I think that's a mistake when you're playing as not even a carried on, right? The TB was very clearly the carry in that game, and Dawnbreaker is more of a backup, supportive type of hero than getting that cooldown reduction or AoE increase. I think could have been really nice in that game.
What's outside of Samson's window? We'll never know. Just some cars cruising by. Oh, Annihilate had a very good Ember game. Monkeys on the DP. Yeah, it was all right.
He
definitely the
space.
focal point in the fights. Running into the middle of, it's kind of the DP's job, right? Run in the middle, maybe die.
I think he created a lot of space and he landed a lot of really nice silences, to be fair, on the supports in particular. He silenced the Dazzle and the Rasta so many team fights, just kind of slowing down their impact. But mainly he was just running around saying, hey, focus me, and then he popped the Yule Scepter, popped his tier 4 shard. Yeah, he definitely was, you know, just trying to distract them from the TA.
It's kind of funny seeing, you know, daytime for all these players, and then Nusham's in darkness because he lives in Europe, wherever he is now. You know, it's getting close to midnight here.
Yeah, it's definitely getting kind of late right now for us, but these players, hopefully they're still feeling sharp and focused.
Oh yeah, they'll be fine.
They all looked very locked in here as we go into the draft and see the first few bans coming out. TTG banning out the Kunkka and the Bristleback. Makes sense. They're playing a pretty bursty style. They want to kill targets quickly, and some of these heroes, Kunkka and Bristle, not really good targets to hop and try to insta-kill.
How much Monkeys Forever hate do they have? So they banned out a bunch of Monkeys Hero in like the second and third phase.
They did.
The Brew, Beastmaster, Darkseer. Yeah, I felt that one. I felt that one coming because it's like game one. Okay, we banned it second. It's always one of those things, right? In a best of 3, game 1 we allowed it to go second or third phase, and we got the ban on it. But if that happens, the enemy team, if they want Brew, priority goes up. So this could have been a first phase, you know, Brewmaster from BSJ and friends easily.
Oh, I thought they first phase banned it in game 1 as well, but yeah, I think Brewmaster just don't even give a chance to it. He's such a nerd on this hero. He played too many games on it. Monkeys is one of those players who just, you know, spent enough time that he can get a lot out of it. Look at his reaction. He's like, what? They banned Beastmaster?
They 10th banned it.
Oh, it was? Okay.
So what were they? They had first pick? Either way. Brew and Beast gone.
Yeah, taken out. I mean, getting very limited on heroes for him to pick up. We'll see if they don't immediately rush for a hero for him. I guess he feels like there are enough options still. Wow.
I guess it's just that priority thing, right? If there was Brew, then they could rush it, but other heroes are like not as good as Shadow Shaman first. Yeah. Pretty quick Silencer response.
I do like Silencer against Shadow Shaman, but this super early Silencer opener usually comes with a big weakness. It's quite easy to pick heroes that don't care so much about Silencer, and some heroes that can beeline and run on Silencer. So it's definitely a point to exploit, you know, for BSJ and friends now. And another point to exploit is for them to ban out Terrorblade and the Gyrocopter. That is exactly what I expected they would do in this game number 2. Because, again, Gia played a pretty impressive game there.
And Silencer, adding to that discussion, is also usually an indicator of these kind of spirit heroes, right? You want some kind of Silencer, Storm, or Ember. Some heroes that go in and want that safety cover, the safety net of the global.
Yeah. Okay, they get a nice combination in the Silencer and the Ursa. Also, one of those classics where Ursa can just hop in and you pop Silencer ulti. Or Silencer ulti and then Ursa ulti to stay alive in fights can be very useful. This is an early Ursa though. You have no clue what you're laning into right now. The Shadow Shaman could be +5 and there could be 2 heroes picked to deal with this. You're showing your entire lane with Silencer and Ursa most likely. I think Yule Scepter heroes look nice, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Death Prophet just come back.
I was going to say, right? Like, what's to stop them going DP Tusk again? Because that's a lane that can fight back into Silencer. It's a lane with Snowball save, with Shards to block, with Yule's Buyer.
Yeah, I don't think anything really stops it. They're going to open with the DP and then possibly pick another support that can buy a Yule Scepter as well. And when you have 2 Yule Scepters, it's great against Ursa, for anyone who doesn't really know. Partly, it dispels the overpower, so the attack speed stacks are gone on Ursa. But the primary reason is that you can Yule someone during status resistance and it doesn't get an increased or a decreased duration. So the massive status resistance of Ursa, in Enrage, you can kite it.
Magnus. Interesting. Oh yeah, I guess one answer to global is to act first. So if you're able to get this Hex or Blink Skewer or RP on someone, you can be the first mover.
Yeah, but isn't it very true that if you blink in an RP to try and go on someone and then Global comes in, that it's so hard to finish a job on that target? So
Unless it's Silencer. Unless you go on
sure.
Silencer.
Yeah, just go on in. You know, I used to play a lot with this Russian player called Fly, who had like 5,500 games on Enigma. And every game there was a Rubik or Silencer, he just made it his personal hate to go and ulti them. And then he would refresh and ulti the rest of the players. I'm like, okay, I guess that's how you deal with having a Silencer on the enemy team. You just go ulti him.
There was another player called Fly.
Yes. Well, he's not a pro player, but he's a high MMR pub player with thousands and thousands of game on Enigma. He is by far and away the best Enigma player I've ever seen. Definitely an amazing player on that.
And for a moment there, I was thinking, I always want to fly. No,
no. I mean, there's so many. You have Fly. You have always want to fly. You got
Fly,
Fly himself, and then the other Fly. It's so many flies, man.
It's a lot of them flies and ices everywhere. Well, Mr. Tidehunter gonna come in here, big old watermelon ultimate to help this Ursa get his damage out. What's the idea behind Shadow Demon though? That's the one I can't really piece together.
I think to stop the Shadow Shaman shackles primarily is the idea, and later on you can have shards to protect against silence from DP as well, which isn't too bad. You can dispel that. So it's kind of nice. Also, Shadow Demon Ursa does work pretty well together a lot of the time because you can disrupt the Ursa if he gets gone on. He pops ulti when it comes out, so you stay safe. The problem is aggressively. I see TTGM's lineup, and if they don't get items, it's like you don't have the pickoffs, right? Like you can disrupt someone, and then only Ravage is there to follow up as a proper lockdown. Otherwise, it's kind of like SD ulti, I guess.
I mean, I was just gonna say, if I was BSJ and friends, I would kind of want them to pick Queen of Pain. Because I'm looking at this thinking we need another mid hero. I mean, I guess Queen of Pain goes in and is tanky and does damage, but we need more control here, surely.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is support Magnus coming out.
5 seconds remaining.
At least what I would enjoy seeing from BSJ is just BSJ and friends. Support Magnus, support Shadow Shaman, do the carry Murta because it's actually a really good matchup against the Ursa. You can't display ulti. The long duration in ulti is going to be hard for Ursa to deal with. And then you end up having this situation last pick mid where they actually banned the queen.
That's what I was saying. Like banning Queen there, I feel like they would want them to take Queen because, like, I don't know. I guess I would put more priority on Storm, Ember, some of these other spirits. Let's have a look. What is okay play? Whoa! Information. Queen of Pain. Okay played mid tide in the opens. This could be a mid tide actually.
He played mid tide. Okay. I mean that is a hero that fits for the whole blinking in.
He didn't. He played offlane tide. They did a lane swap where they put Faiwu mid. They put their offlane player mid to play mid Pango, and they played offlane tide with their mid player. They were one of the 3 teams that lane swapped in the opens, which I found really interesting. People still doing that.
Yeah, I mean Shopify Rebellion, they role swapped in the closed as well, playing the off lane with their pos 4 support. So a lot of flexibility coming out in these qualifiers from players.
Classic Darkseer bat swapperoo.
Lina ban Pango pick, is that it? Or is there something more creative coming out? Usually when you don't see what the enemy are playing mids, a lot of players just fall back on this Pango hero does so well against so many things. But I wonder if they have a more interesting idea.
10 seconds remaining.
What does Annihilate want to play?
5 seconds remaining.
Shadow
And doesn't get to play what he wants to play.
Oh, he'll get a tiny.
Okay.
So another way to jump in, open the eyes of this Muerta.
Sure.
Don't toss back the tide. That's rule number 1.
Yeah, true. I mean, Tiny is pretty nice. The Avalanche is not bad against Ursa as well. Status resistance doesn't affect it that much. You still stun them for that long of a time, pretty much. So that's decent. And there are some really squishy supports. I've told you several times when I see a Tiny, I look what food do we have? He needs to grow. And there's a Shadow Demon, and there is the Silencer as well. Both of them are very burstable for Tiny.
Well, no funny business. We've got the offlane player playing the Tide, mid lane player playing the Ember Spirit.
And we have a carry Murta. I've been asking for it for the last 2 Murtas that we've seen, and now we get to see it.
Yeah, there's always that talk about it, right? It's always brought up, like, oh, this could be a game for it. I have not seen it in at least a year. I feel like it was Gaming Gladiators when they just brought in Watson, and they were trying to continue, because obviously Tofu plays Murta a lot, right? So they tried to continue this flex of 1 to 4.
Yeah.
But it never, it happened like once and never again.
Yeah, I mean, teams are still not entirely sold on it. A lot of people still think that Murta needs a little bit of steroids to be able to keep up in farm. I've seen a lot of people have success with the Ogre plus Murta safe lane. It's a very strong lane combo. Of course, Io is the classic Io plus Murta, but I still think that she can carry even without these, artificial enhancements. The quick draw facet is really strong. It's a nice facet.
And then lane setup, DP Magnus together. How's that going to work into an Ursus Silencer? Do we need a lane drag? Because this is no Tusk DP lane, right? But is Magnus able to bring stuff?
I think that they will need to do some shenanigans. It's usually how it will go on this lane. They do have pretty good spells to spam and try and keep the Ursa's HP low as well, so they can try and just poke him a lot. But more than likely, they will need to do some pulling. But yeah, we will head into the game to see how these teams are heading out. Immediately, we see a smoke coming out from BSJ in front.
Yeah, rushing out the gates as quickly as possible. And a slightly delayed smoke there from TTG. Not as delayed as we've been seeing in Europe, right? This kind of move out not minute, but 40 seconds before the horn is then when you smoke and then go out to place wards. Just making sure that you don't immediately come in contact with people like this, where they're already setting up on the high ground.
Yeah, there's
down on you.
Usually a reason why you do it. You smoke at 40 seconds remaining because smoke lasts for 45 seconds. So if you smoke at 40, you're going to have enough duration to take the fights on the bounty runes and still be smoked when people are going down the hills to try and pick the bounty runes. So that's why.
Right now, 30 seconds till spawn and everyone is appearing.
And Ja is in an unfortunate situation here. He's standing on a ward as his smoke runs out. They don't know if he's alone or not, though. And
funny place for a bear to be.
Yeah, meanwhile, their own ward is giving them great information. They see the Rasta, see the DP, Tiny. They basically see everything.
And top rune's going to get fought over.
Disruption.
CTG start with disruption. It's a big shockwave. Magnus gushed up. The hits are coming and Newsham's dying quickly. Ursa comes in. Silencer actually gets the last touch there to find first blood.
Yeah, Cyber Dingson, they're gonna try and throw the blood grenade. Does not connect, a little bit too far away, and the Murta should be getting to safety here. Even with the slow from Ursa, I doubt that they should be able to. Oh wait, he's going left. That's a cycle move. He could have gone right to the tower, but he's actually running to the lane.
He also stopped to pick up the bounty rune. It didn't look like he clicked and shift queued it. He did this like little stutter step, which gave a bit of time there for the Radiant to catch up.
A little bit of panic.
2 kills to the good.
2 kills for the good, and Ame getting some clicks in on the Rasta as well, who has to run away into the tree line.
Mid lane classic, Tiny versus Ember. Melee versus melee, farm fest.
Yeah,
probably not going to be looking into mid until like minute 6, right?
No, it's pretty farmy. I mean, it's just last hits. Obviously, there are small outplays you can make here and there, but definitely not my favorite mid matchup. Meanwhile, instead...
Hey, he's dead up top. The Reaper. He comes in with his axe here to kill off the Shadow Demon. Level 1.
This is a lane that can be tricky for Tidehunter as well. Playing against double range heroes, a lot of spell damage coming in, the Rasta hitting really hard, so he needs Ame to protect him. And you asked about the creep wave pulling. We already have some of that action down bottom. Creep waves are being pulled down in the little hot tub.
Monkeys loves going around in circles.
He does.
Sansa's going to step up, and Ursa's arrived to force Monkeys back. And Wave is going to then go under tower.
Yeah, Monkey's Forever is pretty low HP as well, so this lane is going quite well for the Ursa, even though last hits are looking kind of low. HP trading has been efficient for them so far.
Morata really coming out on top in this early laning stage, even with the early deaths. 13-1 up in that top lane.
And they're bursting into Tidehunter quite a bit. Keeping his HP low makes it hard for him to even go up and keep getting the CS, so Murta just building this lead.
Yeah, then they can push damage onto the Shadow Demon at the same time. Good dead shot, pushes them around. Zexy keeping that damage going. And they've got access to both of their camps here, it looks like.
Yeah, I think
Small
easy
camp already
pulls.
dewarded.
We do have Lotus spawning up as well, so we'll see if Reaper can get over there and get his hands on it.
Zexy not deciding quickly where he wants to be. Looked like he wanted to pull small, then large, then goes Lotus.
Yeah.
That Wave is going to push forward a bit. Well, down at bottom, Newsham does get a grab on the Ursa. Skewers him in towards Monkeys. Blood Grenade was good, but just lacking that little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, Silencer meanwhile doing a lot of damage, but the Lotus is still available. Silencer does not trade that well against a Magnus 1v1, and even DP coming in as well. Needs the help from Ursa, but Ursa has no HP to fight with.
Yeah, Ursa just gets crypt swarmed up. As Monkeys and Newsham get the Lotus. Good
he gets the
shockwave
double.
skewer. He gets both of them inside of it. Newsham nearly finds the double kill on his own.
He almost got him. If he got an auto attack out there on the Ursa after a skewer, could have gotten the kill. Yeah, tip him up. I
Incredibly
mean,
close.
he's just smacking people. The support
Beautiful
Magnus.
That's UK Dota right there. Newsham is an honorary British Dota player.
Very nice.
Oh, there is a meme about UK Magnus, as in do not pick UK players Magnus because they are bad. That's what Newsham has done. You know, American moves over there, picks Magnus, shows us how to do it.
I've only been familiar about the UK Mars. I've seen a lot of those too, but I guess they're similar.
The
identity.
UK Mars.
Yeah.
Not heard about that one. Bad. Oh, Monkey's getting munched on. This Ursa with the Furious Vibes gobbles up the DP, and Newsham. Wait, has he got skewer? Can he get out of here?
He might be dead. He has 8 seconds cooldown. Long time. I don't know. This is difficult to stop. Just gotta
No,
go
you
down.
can't stop it.
Good rundown coming in there. Gia putting those boots to good use, and that will get him the upgrade to face boots as well. So bottom lane, kills being traded. The bigger story for me though is the CS numbers. The 28-7 versus 14-2, doubling up the net worth or CS on top lane. Reaper just constantly laying in damage onto a Tide. A little bit of a whiff on the dead shot there, but good attempt still.
It's just not easy times at all. Silencer down bottom this time, going to feel the pain. Newsham and Monkeys come back full health and kill off the pos 5. Just feels like so far this is trending towards the dire across all 3 lanes. Yes, Ursa's finding these kills down bottom, but it's not really halted Monkeys from farming. They're tied up together. And then this Murta and Tiny really starting to lead out ahead of the pack.
And that's in
is
spite of
pretty
what we saw
scary.
from the start. Getting the first blood or getting the kill early on. Over on the Murta.
Yeah, that question's always, you know, what if? What if we hadn't had these kills? Well, Zexy not able to get the D ward. Sentry dies before he can kill it.
He's gonna hop through the gate again, go top, but took quite a bit of damage before he went through, so that might help top lane a little bit. They could maybe find a disruption on the Rasta if he steps up too far. He did have to go back as Murta took quite a bit of a beating.
My ears are getting tired. My my in-game camera was sat on that mid lane. You know, while the observer's looking around the map and we're following it, my Dota has non-stop just been Sleight of Fist spam, Toss spam, Avalanche spam. Like both of these mid players just spamming spells non-stop, using bottle charge, spam more spells. 6-minute rune, haste for Tiny. That's a big one. Ember Spirit's going to TP home and regen, but Annihilate could easily move to another lane.
Or maybe even on the mid lane, but at level 6 Ember, I'm not sure how you find the kill on this guy.
No, like maybe a toss back into skewer, but
Nah,
It's
not
like a
from
1% chance.
Yeah, too much HP. In the end, the side lanes are going to be where the attention should go. Annihilate invades, finds Ame, runs straight past him, ignoring
tied
him.
up at top. He's getting shackled and shot. This Shadow Shaman and Muerta with a Tiny arriving, kill the Tide.
Yeah.
And what? Meanwhile, down bottom,
Invasion for the wisdom.
Okay, coming in. Monkeys Forever getting swiped by the Ursa. Nushim is here though, could cliff him, puts him on top of the spire. Ursa's stuck forever now, but the Ember has arrived from the back end. Kills off the Death Prophet, and I Annihilate here to try and clean up the mess with a big avalanche toss. Kills off the Ursa who's up on top. Okay, do we have a Remnant to play with? No, we don't. That's a double kill for the Tiny.
Big damage coming in. That level 4 avalanche just doing work. Up top, meanwhile, pressure coming in with the catapult wave as well. Just trying to keep it alive. And the poor Tide Hunter, man, every time I watch him, he's just struggling to stay in the lane. Got no Vladimir, so he went face boots first. Ursa has now found himself on mid lane, but without ulti, you don't want to lane against the Tiny, my friend.
No, you've only got one broadsword. And now a mad rush to Battle Fury for this Ursa. Needs some space. And that's always going to be this question of who's going to make it for him. Tide hasn't had a lane. Ember is, middling at best. We need some exceptional playmaker tempo to come out from this Radiant team, or else Ursa's dreams of Battle Fury are just going to be a pipe dream.
Yeah, I Annihilated with the D rune as well. Looking for the Ursa, not going to find him as he was spotted, of course, by this Observer Ward. They can see him again coming in behind the Ursa.
Disruption. Stopped in his tracks. Where is the Tide? He's not top.
He's trying to farm some
jungle.
stacks. Now Ursa shows up and also is begging for some scraps. This is not the most efficient farming though, having heroes, sharing the field like this, whereas Dire just staying on every single lane, getting the lane creeps, the valuable creeps in the early game.
I mean, Ursa rocks up and shows the title deed. This is his land. These are his stacks.
Well, until you have a Battle Fury to prove your certificate, I believe not.
Oh yeah. It's like land ownership through violence, Wag. Ursa is the state police coming in to make sure you've got no chance.
State police coming in top as well as they're going behind Tiny. Looking at Tide and thinking maybe we can just burst this guy.
Oh, easily. Easily burst him. They would love to have Shadow Shaman level 6 here for a quick little Serpent Ward on the tower, but he's not quite there yet.
Yeah, a little
Instead,
bit too low.
Muerta and Tiny going to try and do the job with the creep wave coming in.
And Tiny wants to make his way over, keep controlling the runes. Playing for rune control is very useful. And Ursa is getting what he can on mid lane, but every time he shows up, he takes a nuke to the face. There's either shockwave or toss or avalanche, and this is so dangerous to just sit here.
It's not fun at all.
Maybe
And there's no real threat on the DP anymore either, right? Like, bottom lane was Ursa Silencer actually threatening the Magnus and the DP. Ursa's walked in for this Arcane Rune, pops in rage, turns to munch on Tiny.
He's gonna get tossed.
Annihilate, Fairy Fire, toss up, send the Ursa back where he belongs, while the Silencer is going to get Shockwave skewered by Nushim for another kill.
Yeah, the swap they did where they put the Ember bottom and the Ursa stayed mid was really awkward for them. Now finally Ember is back towards the mid lane. Definitely a stronger hero to have in this area.
Yeah, because look, this has now allowed Monkeys Forever to get ulti off, catapult wave incoming, damage on tier 1. It was like the worst of both worlds, lane swapping like that.
He's having a field day right now. He's getting all the farm he wants in this tower, taking a ton of damage as the hero ghosts come in. Ursa has TP down here, but he's not going to be able to stop the push.
So funny seeing these like 2D ghost objects flying through the sky.
Oh, she's about to get healed soon. This could work out really well for Monkeys.
And Tiny's here. Massive damage already just with an avalanche. Jar on this Ursa gonna have what? A creep tossed at him? The Hellbear Potato. Okay, thinking about remnanting away while Nushim's in with a shockwave, skewer forward.
Oh, the face
Not
boots.
quite able to latch on the Ursa. Phase boots and in the river, off he pops while the RP fake pumped or cancelled by the silence anyway. Leads to Ame's death.
And Ursa is back to farming jungle, but nowhere is safe right now. As I Annihilate is chasing him, puts down a ward. He did see him. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, oh, you survived, nice. But
where are you
wasn't
farming?
dying just better?
Yeah, oh no. He's got to see him in time.
He's dead. See you, buddy.
Exactly. So he survived, kited for about 25 seconds and then died afterwards, and that just feels like he had a longer death time essentially.
I know, just giggling to himself. What? I found him still. I got him. Nusham, all your hard work didn't end up being worthless.
Some of this.
And now a toss forward. Monkeys Forever sent onto the Tide Hunter with the Tiny coming in, but they don't want to continue diving with okay, and a Ravage to play forward onto this DP and Tiny. Maybe TTG can get a kill? Maybe not.
Tried a little bit.
Maybe not.
Might be able to get the Rasta
Shadow
as a
Shaman?
consolation at least, as Sexy has walked a bit too close.
Oh,
Misreading this.
got baited.
Yeah, misread the situation. Baited by his course. I do want to say that some
misread
of
the
the Ursa situation.
That's a core player talking, Wagger. Misread the situation, my ass. He got baited. Come here, Sexy. Shadow Shaman, come here. We'll kill them all. The two cores run
Yeah?
away.
You think that's what they were saying?
100%.
Oh. ST gonna get tossed up.
Oh, tucked away from death. And Monkey's very thankful. So he grabbed that kill. Do we have Blink Mag yet?
No.
It's on
It's on
Courier.
Courier. He doesn't have it on.
It's on Courier. That'll be really good here. We've got Blink Tiny though. Global Silence protects the Ursa from any further onslaught, but this is a devastating move from Monkeys Forever. Nusham gets the kill on Ja. Okay is in on this DP. She's healing up, but the Ancients are clapping her. Neutral Creep claims a life for the Death Prophet. While Shadow Shaman is caught up the Silencer, and Tiny with a two-man avalanche toss, a few hits away from killing off Tide and Ember. I Annihilate, though, is going to get pummeled. Now with a blood grenade and a blink RP, Nusham. Oh, he's done it to him. Gets on top of both the cores, gets the double kill. What more could you want from your Pulse 4?
Yeah, Nusham is having a fantastic impact this game, along with Annihilate. The two of them just running around dealing so much damage in these fights. I mean, the Tiny just finding a very good Avatos combo there as well. And Emerta is starting to get involved as well. With this Maelstrom now, her damage output is kind of crazy. Nobody can actually tank against her. Waiting for the next creep wave. Wants to push the tower.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, and it's that situation, right? Game 1, you gave it your all. And game 2, it feels like TTG are kind of being outclassed.
Yeah,
They're not able to lane or progress. They can't transition into mid-game. Battle Fury Ursa is like a required item to play the hero. And if you don't get there...
It is a required item. Oh no, Ursa, not again. The Avatos combo almost getting blown up immediately. He's gonna try and turn around, but Tiny is not a hero you burst, so gotta be careful.
Meanwhile, Ember mid, he's being killed off with a skewer into the calling. The Silencer's going to chase the Tiny back, so the Ursa does survive.
And now they're smoking down, looking for the Ursa. No brakes on this train coming in from BSJ and friends. Wraparound move, going the long way around. Very patient from them, but Shadow Shaman did get... Oh, is he? No, he's not spotted, I think. Can you see him? I think he's around the corner. Oh, they see him with the ward. Never mind. They have the ward on the cliff.
So you think Ursa's going to survive?
He should understand this, but the question is, how do you live? If he runs to the right, Tiny might run up and blink him as well.
Can he TP right now?
He doesn't have a TP. So no.
Right.
No, this is a very complicated situation for him to get out of. I didn't want to say that.
Is it complicated though?
What?
Seems like a pretty open and shut. He's dead.
No, he can try to run straight up north into the tower and try to sit under tower and then see if he can get out of there. But people sitting in smoke, staring at you, potential blink daggers coming in.
Is he a weasel?
He could weasel his way out of this one, Gareth. I'm gonna give him 30% chance of survival.
Hey Google, is
Ursa.
a weasel a part of the bear family? Can he be a weasel? I don't think so. Weasels, badgers, otters, polecats, martens, grizzlies, and wolverines are all in a different family.
Said they don't think so. So they don't know. Okay. But now we have. There we go. Actual facts and truth. He's not a weasel.
No, he's not a weasel. Who said think? Nope, he's gone.
But yeah, I wanted to get back to this for a while now. So I want to say a lot of Ursa's situation is self-inflicted. He's going cornucopia last?
Radiant's
2 broadswords? Recipe? No cornucopia? The copium is the most important component. You need it. It's the region. It's what keeps you alive.
More damage means creeps die faster, which means more gold faster.
Yeah, honestly, can't remember last time I saw someone buy Battle Fury and not go for the cornucopia first. At least, you know,
it's wild.
even PA players buy it. And that's when you know. Oh, the mischance is coming in, but not enough.
And an RP on this Ember Spirit. It's all falling apart very quickly. 22-7, 14k lead. You know, we're starting to get a bit jokey with this one because it definitely feels like the wind has turned completely from being a competitive series and competitive game into, yeah, Zexy chuckling his ass off. Giggles over here having a grand old time on Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves right now. BSJ and friends. I mean, the early runarounds and just kill after kill, the Ember and Ursa lane swap. A lot of things have not really worked out for Radiant.
Yeah, a lot of devastation, a lot of devastating moves here as BSJ and friends kind of festering in this Radiant part of the map. Sorry, I'm just trying to bring as many Jenkins words as I can into the fold.
Channeling the Jenkins.
Yeah.
And I annihilate. We can't keep up with all the kills this man is finding right now. He's just,
Where is he?
well, I can tell you where Ursa isn't. Ursa got bursted again. Also having no raindrop against Tiny, just asking for trouble. So damage coming in is too high.
If he's not buying cornucopia, he's not buying raindrops, is he? Let's be fair. Another toss back by Annihilate. He's tossed the Tide in. A risky maneuver in any other game, but in this one, it's the death of the watermelon. And Arme also found as a bonus kill.
Yeah, they're holding on, staying brave for now, but this is a tough game to hold on to in any sense of the word. As towers are being pressured by the Rasta and DP off cooldown, this Rasta snake gets dropped.
Yeah. We've hit timing number 1. I mean, usually this Ursa Battle Fury is like minute 11 or 12, right? So this is 5-6 minutes late.
Yeah, at least like a good 4 or 5.
Maybe a kill on Tiny here though. Buys Battle Fury, goes to fight, kills Rock.
Okay. The start of something gets tipped immediately. There we go.
So Ursa isn't a weasel, but apparently he's a stonemason.
Ah, he carved him.
He did. Meanwhile, Nusham going to skewer the Tide in towards the rest of BSJ and friends. He has Ravage and 12-1 charges here to pop and maybe survive, but he decides not worth it. Now Blood Grenade and a chase forward. Zexy is very aggressive with Nusham alongside him. The disruption's going to cancel out the Blink Shockwave skewer play. He'll RP the Shadow Demon now instead, and an Ether Shock will finish him off.
And the shockwaves.
You're committing so hard and you're not being punished.
Exactly, they're right outside the enemy base, but the Ursa knows he wants the Blink Dagger, doesn't really want to TP back, only to get baited. So I kind of respect it. You just finished this Battle Fury, you need to clear some Ancients, you need to get some creeps. Meanwhile though, the one we haven't talked about too much, the Reaper, farming away like crazy, 12k net worth, almost doubling up the Ursa.
Who? What is it?
The carry
it's Pink.
Murta. See how good it is, Gareth.
Pink's in the game. 12k net worth, minute 20. Has 1 death from the very beginning of the game when he died at the bounty rune.
Yeah.
And since then, it has been, smooth sailing.
Since then, it's been
Right,
non-stop
here we go.
auto attack.
TTG, smoked up as 5. They have Ravage. They have Global.
They don't have Blink
Maybe
Ursa.
we can see some... Oh, okay.
The-
Damn it, you ruined my whole...
I'm sorry. It's just that's the one thing they need right now. Maybe.
No, you're right.
Maybe it can work out even without it though. As this,
If Monkeys walks into them,
He is on
like
the
Gush and
wall.
Ravage, just kill this DP. Silence on 3 though. Monkeys has backup coming as well. Look at Nusham positioning and waiting. The Global's expended. They haven't jumped in with the Magnus yet. They've sent Tiny forward to bait things out. Ravage, Nusham dodges it so he can jump in. 3-man Shockwave skewer back in towards the waiting arms of this Muerta who opens up. 3 dead and no answer from TTG. You've tried with your combo. You spent your big spells. The kitchen sink was thrown out, but
and now the push is coming.
BSJ and friends are just too strong right now.
Even without the DP ulti in that fight, it does not matter. Tiny is so threatening, and the Murta is just looking absolutely unstoppable. They don't have the stun heroes as well to deal with the Murta at this stage. Sure, she doesn't have BKB, but just Hurricane Pike alone is keeping her safe. Another grab by Nusham.
Really just demonstrating some despicable devastation here, demolishing his opponents. It's undeniable how good this guy is.
He discombobulated that poor silencer completely. You thought you were a big brain, but Magnus just takes you for a ride.
Now straight onto the second lane. Another set of barracks. Oh, I don't mind if I do. DP with the ulti. Nushin doesn't even need to like smoke or hide. He's just going in. Gets a cat on tide. Toss back the Shadow Demon. One by one. The easy pickings fall off the apple tree. Picked up by BSJ and friends. I mean, a very well crafted draft here by BSJ. I've got to say.
Yeah, BSJ did great. The coach.
All of his panel work, you know, all of his casting and stuff like that has really brought him to the forefront of Dota 2 technology.
That's true. I did see him in the chat earlier. You know, he's channeling his power. Are coaches allowed to watch the stream? Is that stream cheating, Gareth?
No, they're allowed to watch. Of course they are. That's why you've got to be careful, you know? Careful who's listening, who's paying attention to the words you're using.
That's true.
You know, you don't want to be casting Liquid when Blitz is watching. You say any bad words and he'll be on you. Blitz is strong. He works out.
Yeah, he does. He does. He's a buff guy.
Couple of dead arms, you know, punches you with his knuckle.
I don't think I've met Blitz in person ever since he made the transformation, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's so swole now.
Oh, our boy is stacked for sure.
Ursa gets spotted by Nushin. Nushin wants another skewer.
There it is. Poor little teddy bear.
Oh, global silence as well on cooldown. There's no way out.
It's the same thing with EG or Shopify Rebellion or GG called. They tap out. I mean, it's been over for a while. Let's be real.
Yeah.
22 minutes in, they lasted as long as they possibly could. But BSJ and friends, the upper hand in this series, taking them down 2-0.
Yeah, they call GG, and BSJ and friends did go into this game the favorites. Looked pretty damn even in game number 1. It was a battle. Game number 2 looked completely different though. It's like they crack the code or something. They get in here and just dominate from lanes and keep it going with really crisp rotations across the map.
Yeah, superb stuff. Really picking up the pace as well, playing faster. Even, like, it was nice to see TTG come out and get this like first blood move where they got some kills early on, but that was that was all they got the entire game.
Yeah. Definitely. I think there were a lot of signs that BSJ and friends, you know, they have good understanding of what they're doing. I think one of my favorite moments was the Tiny just walking by a support where he could definitely have gone on that. He could have probably killed that as well, even on his own. But instead saying, no, I'm going to go and ruin Tide's game. Tide already had a hard game, gets ganked by the Tiny as well, and it's just like he had no game at all. The MVP of this game has to be Nushin, by the way. I mean, this impact from the Magnus, just absolutely crazy. Mag was all over the place. I think every single highlight we have here, you know, you can see Magnus skewering some poor bloke out of his base, just trying to play some Dota, man.
Yeah, I mean, Team Leviathan came up and showed us what they're made of. Incredible stuff.
Oh, that's what happened there. He had the Illusion Rune. I didn't see that Tiny had Illusion Rune ready for that fight, so Global Silence was not able to stop the Tiny from jumping in. Quick Dispel. Bet he wishes he had Reverberating Facet right now.
Yeah, probably does. And then this Tide getting tossed and skewered back in. Not much he can do there. Yeah, a rough one for TTG, but props, you know, for showing up, for playing their hearts out, playing their style, their heroes, and putting up a pretty good show in the games that we saw. Yeah,
I mean, they should be proud of themselves, honestly, because they played with the MMR disadvantage, but game number 1, they really made it an even struggle, and yeah, I think they put up a very, very good fight there. Game number 2 obviously did bomb out a little bit, but BSJ and friends, they just got off to a fantastic start and kind of kept going with it.
Yeah, well done to Fart Studios. Incredible stuff. 35-8 in a 2-0 victory over TTG. So they secure themselves that lower bracket semi-final slot against 4 Anchors and Dota Sama. Another chance, another step forward towards that one slot for North America on the road to TI.
Not many teams remaining now, Gareth. We're getting closer and closer to the qualified team. So we still have Shopify and Wildcard up there in the upper bracket waiting, and then BSJ and friends against the 4 Anchors. That should be a very interesting series, honestly. The next series in lower brackets.
Yeah, I mean, we've only got a couple of series left, right? So Shopify against Wildcard is up next. Trent and Lyrical will be taking the mics over. And then I think today, yeah, we also dropped down to the lower bracket to have this 4 anchors, BSJ and Friends series. So then we're left with lower bracket final and the grand final tomorrow. Just a couple more series to go. It's all getting real tight. A couple of teams left for one slot as we head towards the international. But that wraps up our night, Wagner. We got some games. We got to cast some Dota. No walkovers, no forfeits. Thank God we get to actually witness some of NA's finest. But yeah, we're going to pass the mics over to Trent and Lyrical as they'll take you through the next couple of series. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
GG's, good luck with the rest.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for a continuation of a solid day of no forfeits in NA Dota. Let's go. It's happening, Trent.
We're number one.
Ready.
We're number one. Woo!
We only forfeited 8 matches. Let's go.
I mean, first off, that's a record. I
Yeah,
mean, so
true.
take that, other regions, you know, NA
True.
on top once again. And then we decided, you want to see some real Dota? We'll give it to you. And that's what today's been
That's
all
right.
about. 3 games.
Right.
They went to 3 games earlier.
It's a rarity. It's not something that you end up seeing all that often. And worth noting that this is when you get down to the final 6, and we have the top 2 teams here. We can take a quick little look at what the bracket is doing before we get into this game, and you can see right here that we are up on top. Shopify Rebellion versus Wildcard. This is with high likelihood going to be the teams that we see battling it out in the grand finals as well, but there are still those other 2 teams on the bottom, BSJ and Friends, and 4 Anchors that are trying to vie to knock one of the other 2 out. But that match is going to happen a little bit later on today. Now we've got Shopify Wildcard, Trent. It's happening.
It is happening. We have a draft already set to go here. We'll get you guys in just a second, but this is going to be like the precursor. Like you said, probably our grand final teams. Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe there'll be an upset down that lower bracket. I mean, they're going to work on that a little bit later after this series. We'll have your lower bracket semis coming up. But I'm really excited to see what these teams are looking at in terms of heroes, because we've mentioned before, tons of qualifiers going on all over the place, and ideas are developing. People are discovering new things. And I want to see what they want to try out in this upper bracket before we get into the finals, or that lower bracket perhaps if you lose this one.
Perfect. And I want to see how that goes. Oftentimes I feel like what ends up happening is the team that wins the upper bracket finals will then sometimes just like lose again in lowers. Or grand finals, I should say, which is a little bit of a not what you would fully expect, but particularly if the 2 are very closely contained. I'll also say in the games that we saw, I felt like Wildcard was like not necessarily trying a little bit harder, but it felt like having more respect in a way for their opponents, playing a little bit tighter. But also Shopify were still able to knock out their opponents much more quickly. So we saw Shopify like go 4 Helm of the Dominators. Wildcard played straight up every game, but they were getting contested in some of those.
Right. Yeah. And, they, of course, have played each other quite a bit, as you guys are aware. There's, they're shutting down Wildcard here. The Shopify Rebellion is stopping them from going anywhere with a lot of these matches. They just defeated them 3-0 in a best-of-5 for the Esports World Cup qualifiers. And then they had to defeat them 2-0 as well in the uppers of that. So...
Right.
It's 5 straight L's, but they weren't like stomps. Their final match went to 1 hour and 17 minutes in a bit of a heartbreaker loss there. That was pretty crazy. So they're getting closer. All right, every game they draw closer and closer, and now, well, not now. Hopefully, the grand finals is when they really strike. But for now, we'll see where they're at.
Right. Well, and we did see in some of those previous series, it was consistent that Darkseer was playing a really big role in Shopify's respect, not seeing him either picked or banned in this instance, let through. It's instead been this development of the meta, and now we're seeing the Undying into the Naga Siren both most likely support heroes getting picked up right out of that first phase and not really revealing that much about their strategy.
Yeah, and this is a hero that Wildcard have not been going towards lately, so I'm wondering if they're angling towards a Lina pick, if they're just picking up stuff from other teams. That would be my big guess right now, because this is not something they've been running. This is something that other teams have had a lot of success with, so I think they're going to go Naga Siren into either pick the Lina now or at least set up for it in that second phase, because I also think it's a pretty solid hero versus the Undying. But even in a vacuum, let's say they don't go for the Lina, Naga Siren historically has been considered a very good hero versus Undying, because if he tombstones and the fight looks really bad, you can just song and then either turn by killing the tombstone and then taking the fight, or you just all TP out.
Yeah, it can be a nice way to just sort of have that get out of jail free card, or be like, the team fight owner, winner of an objective. But it is just going to be that Lina setup. Shopify, I imagine, had to anticipate that something like this could have happened. because taking that Undying early and then you're just leaving it open for, Naga Siren or Tusk or any of the other myriad of melee heroes to set up to pair together with that safe lane Lina. Shopify now, where do they want to go with their draft? Some flexibility still with that Undying if they wanted to bump it up to 3.
Give me the Axe. Like, let's just go Axe.
Hey.
Yeah, give me the Axe. Put him in the off lane. So I've been telling you a lot about Axe because I've been watching Eastern Europe and I go through all these replays and I watch these Axe games and I go, this hero's unstoppable. I think he's just the best hero right now. You put him in a lane versus these Naga Siren pickers and you can actually hear the tears from the players because there's nothing you can do. Unless you get these perfect setups of like net into LSA and he's already a little bit low or something, sure, maybe, but I mean, he's not just one hero, he's going to have a friend. And it's just been like devastating because the Naga Siren can do nothing versus the Axe. He's spinning on you. He's going to get his farm. And then in, of course, the mid and the late game, one of the worst sights for Alina is this Axe just hunting for you because you're going to die.
Right. It creates some really big problems. And I wonder with the sort of rise of Axe in the meta, if maybe we see some of those counters come out that we used to see back in the day, maybe something like a Veno or what have you to try and like disrupt. We saw, I think Veno get picked just the other day by Shopify, if I'm not mistaken, but they're going to run the Rubik first. A really nice counter to the Lina, as well as at times the Naga Siren, depending on what you get.
Yeah, this is a hero that is also picking up a little bit of steam. I mean, he's been kind of flamed a little bit over the past like 3 or 4 months as everyone always wants to play Rubik. Every position 4 player, especially the pro players, they want to play Rubik. But his laning has been considered just so abysmal that he's really hard to slot in without sacrificing your laning stage and thus putting the game into a nosedive that you can't recover from. But I think it's not so much that he got better, it's that other heroes also got worse at laning and were just more willing to skip laning. I think that's bringing the Rubik players back.
But this already feels like an incredibly strong dual lane together. The Axe Rubik, it just kind of sets up for what you want, and now you can pick whatever with the Undying. You're going to have a good time. Wildcard opt to take a relatively early Pango. This is another one of those heroes that was winning consistently yesterday. It is a little bit, I guess, on the earlier side because now your counter pick is going to be your off lane for Wildcard as a last pick overall. Kind of not what we normally see. Highly prioritizing Pango.
Yeah, I imagine they must be willing to run it on Fade, but that would be my main thought because that makes the most sense if you're willing to pick it up right now. But we'll see. I mean, we watched Yopach absolutely crushing on this hero multiple times. So, we'll see if they've got the same energy here. And now we need a position 4 hero going into Undying, Axe, Rubik. They're going to grab the Tusk. There he is. So, decent save versus that Axe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that be a good answer. You also, while there is the problems, you talked about in the laning stage of the Naga Siren, there is still that potential to, save later on with the call, which we've talked about a decent amount. So multiple ways to sort of disrupt and protect this Lina, who really feels like the centerpiece of this draft. For Shopify, you've got a great way to jump on her. The question is now, do they have anything that can maybe shut down this other thing? It's maybe why I was thinking like a silencer or something could have been nice to pair instead of the Rubik in a way, because now they're like, at least then you'd have a way to sort of secure a kill.
Yeah, and now they have to think, what is the more valuable pick here? Do you want to get how much are you going to respect this Pango flex? Are you just going to be like picking someone who can just go mid versus the Pango and have a good time anyway? And I mean, the number 1 hero here is probably Tiny. Honestly, if you just want to play it super safe, because he kind of fits with the Axe, he gives you a little bit of burst, and then you go back for a position 1 who can just like hold the whole game together like a Sven or something. They play Troll, that's another good one that would fit this game. I feel like that's probably the safe way to play it, but perhaps maybe they got a little bit of spice left in them.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it is feel like they've sort of got a lot of the key components. I like the idea of just some more team fight and control for some of these heroes to allow you to hunt them down a bit, not make it so that Axe has to be the first one into the fight.
Yeah, it could be interesting if they went like Storm Spirit because like, they're taking a while. They could be thinking like, all right, we can pick a riskier mid, like assuming they counter pick. We have 2 bans. Yeah, they'll go for the Ember, so they could just be safe and ban Huskar, right? And then what? Puck. I mean, Puck and Ember kind of go back and forth, but there's no other like super necessary ban for the Huskar these days, really. Sorry, I mean for the Ember these days, other than the Huskar.
10 seconds remaining.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we saw Necro get played out of the off lane, but mid feels like it's kind of a little weird. I guess if you've got Pango coming out of the off lane, as long as he doesn't get completely shut down, then you would have an opportunity to run something like the Necro in mid to try and be a hard counter. But it's probably too outside the box right now.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think Monkey and Huskar are just too solid. Yeah, they'll do fine versus Ember. Maybe slow him down a little bit. He'll still have a game versus the Monkey, but it'll be disaster versus the Huskar, so that'll be the other ban. Of course, you can maybe bait in and be like, hey, we have Axe. Go for your
Right.
Huskar. Divine Llama will carry me.
Yeah. What about Invoker? Is that still a decent answer for Ember or not anymore, really?
I don't think so. I think we're out on that hero. He's Invoker is just a Invoker in your pubs. He just buys Midas and bots, and you don't see him for 20 minutes except for his Sunstrikes. And he's like, "Did you guys see that Sunstrike?" And you're like, "Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yes, thank you. You did it. Congrats, brother." But then he gets Cataclysm, and they're such hot shit that like it's kind of sick. So we give all the Invoker players a pass because it does look really cool. Or the meatball kills that do like
That's fair.
1,600 damage at 22 minutes, and you're just like, "What happened to that hero?"
Right. You know, the other thing about this, though, is that I'm thinking about it now. This still just could be Pango mid, and that would be fine. They're banning out the
it's going to
Monkey
be for
King.
sure.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to ban the offlaners, I think, because you just need to ensure Ember has a good game or you have no game. Like you
Okay.
ban Monkey, you ban Huskar, they're gonna pick a safe laner, an offlaner almost assuredly for wildcard. Oh, they left in the Huskar. They take the Muerta. All right, come on, wildcard.
Ooh.
It's don't trust the axe. Believe in yourselves. That's a
Whoa.
1 Muerta. We've been waiting for this.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that.
Seconds remaining.
It Wagamama was actually just talking about the last series too. It's been picking up a little bit of steam in the top tier pubs. I cast one game recently. I think it was in Eastern Europe. I was like watching a replay or something where I did get to see the position 1 Muerta, and to be honest, she mostly just farmed the whole game. But same thing.
I think you can just Dark Seer here, probably. I feel like.
It seems like the most likely one. Yeah.
I don't know.
The
I mean,
downside
we'll see
is
what
it's a
this thing go for.
little slow. I mean, kind of like he wants to farm for so long, but he gets the auras, and they play it
Yeah.
all the time. So yeah, and you have a Tusk, right?
Right.
Sometimes I get a little bit scared with Darkseer and Lena because it's like, but he is a Pango. They just the window where they overlap feels really small. You know what I mean? Like I
Okay.
feel like the Darkseer takes a little bit longer. He's very strong. I love Darkseer. But sometimes
Right.
I kind of want a one that's not super greedy who can be a little bit more active. And maybe Yamson could just play that way a little bit. And Pango is also like kind of needs that diffusal before he's really scary.
I think it's actually the one thing about it that I do feel like their team fight late game is insane for wildcard. And also, I think a lot of times people underrate how good it is against Muerta, just straight up. I think that the wall on it it's one of the few heroes that exists now where the wall is actually good, which doesn't happen all that often.
We've gotten there, huh?
Exactly. I think that that's something that they might need to be a little bit concerned about. If Muerta gets mega farmed, suddenly she's going to start like doing all that AoE damage to the rest of her teammates. Hellscream could just die to it. So I'm excited. I'm stoked about this one. This could be fun.
Yeah, I think this is 2 extremely meta drafts. We are not outside the box at all. If you go to other regions, you'll see super similar drafts right now. So we're starting to distill things down on the road to the international here.
Oh, I love to hear that. I can't wait, man. We're getting all the big tournaments coming up. We're gonna get a big patch soon with another crown fall in it. Surely, that's gonna happen. Don't worry.
This guy's copiuming live on air. Yeah, don't
It's
forget to
gonna be
queue
awesome.
up with me for Aghanim's Labyrinth together, everyone. It's gonna be
Yeah.
awesome.
I can't wait. It's gonna
Every
be
one
really
of
good.
you
Let's get into this
chatters
game.
will play together.
Yes. Yes, be warned. I'm going to be running into traps constantly. Do you remember those like big things that used to like slide back and forth? You know what I'm talking about? The big axes? Those are great.
It was so good.
It was. Unbelievable. Well, regardless, we're out to the races. One thing to watch for in this one, a little bit of Darkseer tech here, everybody. For all you chatters out there, Heart of Battle gains Darkspear's movement speed, but it also works on Naga Siren illusions. So you just saw for a second there when all those illusions were nearby, he went up to 5-10 movement speed with no boots. So
That is pretty insane.
When they summon those illusions, he goes crazy. He goes very quick.
And that also works with your wall, which is why it's kind of cool, guys, in case you don't play Darkseer.
Yeah. Heart of Battle. That's what you want to see. All right. Trading off runes, maybe. Divine Llama is aggressively putting himself forward here, but doesn't look like he's going to end up being able to do anything. And so this is going to be 3? Darcy White get it? He did. Yeah. 3 for 1. Not bad at all.
When does it update Heart of Battle? I've actually never kept an eye on this.
What do you mean?
Like, it's 1200 AoE, right? So it's like an aura range around you. But like, how does it work with like Fog of War?
You get the bonus movement speed, so you can stand on the low ground and see when somebody is coming over to you. If you're
that's
watching
what I
it.
thought.
Yeah,
but
nice.
you have to actually like, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
There's actually quite a few heroes in the game that have abilities like this now. You can kind of do these little bit of scouting maneuvers.
Wow. The traditional mid matchup of the patch. Ember facing off against Pango. And we have seen it time and time again. Only 4 last hits between the two heroes out of the first wave, and already going down first blood down bottom. Skem just walked him down with Decay.
I have some Darkseer tech for you guys. Dying level 1 is really common on Darkseer.
Yes.
That's your tech. Because everyone knows you got Iron Shell, and they know you got no cards up your sleeves. And if you surge, then they just tip you.
Yeah.
And your game is over.
It's very sad. Something to watch for, though. And Bignum already was able to get that pull off, so should get him to level 2 pretty quickly. Although Bignum is actually the one soaking the experience, and Fade is the one that's stepping forward. Kind of interesting their positioning there. As mid, very low on Yopaj with no regen. Doesn't even have a Fairy Fire.
He's got
Still
it.
feeling safe. Yeah.
He's taunting, no fear whatsoever. And I mean, I was a little worried for like the early levels of this top lane. Oh, nice dodge. Divine Llama dodging out of the way of the LSA there, but Hellscream is speed. Hellscream's just running away. He's fine. He's not being locked down. He's not getting annoyed by these illusions. And once they get a few points up in the spin, once they get a couple of like stat items up on Divine Llama, that's when I think there's really not gonna be a whole lot they can do.
Right.
Especially once there's like a telekinesis too, because then they can help like interrupt these attempted combo plays if they even try to go for one on wildcard. So I think Divine Llama's gonna have a fine time. I would like to see some stacks soon though. Help out this axe some.
Getting those built up definitely early on starts to feel pretty nice. As again, relatively low in the mid lane, and it's just eating a couple of LSAs up top. Down bottom, there is a little bit of pressure coming in here from Bignum. Needs to be careful with his positioning, but dragging Wades, and as you can see, Tomato's just having the time of his life, at least at the early going. 16-5 versus the 10-2. But with that side pull coming their direction, they instead focus on getting the flower. Fade's going to be able to pull this wave back and pretty far away from him. So this is a nice little way to get some free waves for himself.
Yeah, Bignum got some bonus XP off the camp there, and up top, as you can see, they're also just dueling out here in terms of blocking camps and opening camps and trying to manage their neutrals as well. As another pull gets off there from Speed.
And at least
Siwa taking a bit of an advantage mid.
Yeah. Not a huge one, but enough denies that it's sort of noticeable here. Not sure if that's going to translate into any kill potential at 6. You'd kind of have to get some rotations over for that to happen. Well, speaking of which, Bignum looking to stack, well, maybe coming on over for the water rune too.
Yeah, Hellscream doing the same up top.
Oh, the Naga Siren illusions. Nah, they're not going to get there in time. Still just fine here. As speed farms up, Divine Llama gonna have a creep wave come in his direction.
I mean, you look at him, it's just like, what can they do? You know, he's got double bracer. He's got 12.3 HP regen with the help of these inspiration. Oh, they're going aggressive.
Into the call, the lift comes out immediately. Yamsun in some trouble, but should be able to walk this one off. Speed also backs away from this for the moment and actually getting some good hits out there with the deluge. Still, some good harassment. Yamsun has tangos ready to go. A salve on Naga. They're going to be fine. Yopaj?
Divine Llama had like prepped that whole thing too by bringing a salve like as they were going for that play. Like his courier was already on the way holding it, so kind of planning to try and like whittle them down a little bit here and waste these resources, make them feel a little bit scared. Like Yamsun's now sitting at half HP, and Divine Llama's trying to pressure that.
Yeah. Let's see also, while that's going on, Yopaj had to run over to the bounty rune to get refilled back up, and RCY is going to hit 6 here, most likely a little bit before the Ember. We'll see if he tries to get aggro at all. A couple of scans coming out, seeing if anybody was moving over for the runes, but nothing doing yet.
I feel like Yopaj is his best chance at a kill. Out of all the heroes, like if he brought a rotation mid, I feel like that's more likely to get a kill than going to the side lanes.
Skem makes the move through, and they realize he's coming as he takes out a ward. The lift not going to connect onto speed, and that's actually a canceled TP at the same time. RCY ready to go in mid as the 6-minute mark comes up, and it is going to be an arcane rune.
Ooh,
yeah, so they bring
unlucky
numbers.
for Yopaj.
Yopaj is not having a good time now.
No, he's a little upset there. He's going to see an arcane rune on level 6 Pango, which RCY is just going to let this rip if Yopaj isn't careful. Yeah, here they go mid lane.
Oh, he got 6 though. He got the creep.
Dude.
Wow.
Calculated. Not even close. As up top, we also saw they were getting a little bit close there, but nothing doing.
Apparently 12 denies are not enough.
No, just needs a couple more here. He is now the lowest last hits, which is a very rare sight on Yopaj. So shout out to RCY in this one. He's kind of crushing right now.
Yeah, having a really good game. And can keep that pressure on. Thought about maybe a roll there, but is going to force the Remnant and then the TP back. That also cuts down Ember's potential for rotating for any of these side lanes.
Yeah, that 45-second charge restore time is not fun. And then, of course, no TP scroll now, so. And it looks like he's thinking about some treads into Blade Mail this game for Yopaj. Wants to be really aggressive and just play with his axe. Take advantage of that crazy early aggressive style that you can go with axe with no cooldowns to just run this game. But, you know, surprisingly, axe not the first player to get a Vanguard in this one. Fade, having a great time, gets his Vanguard straight up. Doesn't go for as many stat items as the axe, so no double bracers or anything. Just going to give him the Blade Mail, or the Vanguard nice and early. And it looks like it'll be Blade Mail, Phase Boots and Blade Mail for Divine Llama first before he goes for the Vanguard, which I wonder if you can use Fade Bolt to maybe do the Ancients.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Lift into the taunt happening. A little bit of miscommunications with how that worked. Divine Llama now maybe in some trouble. Yamsun just going to walk away from him, and yeah, they get that kill. RCY takes it. Does cost them a rotation, which makes a little bit of room for Yopaj, but you're still really happy with that as wild card. They're having a great start.
Yes. I think it is imperative that this Pangolier is the richest person on their team. Like, it makes your game so much easier looking at this.
Ooh.
Dire's middle tower.
A second to go,
going?
though.
Oh, with a haste rune too. Oh, he's looking real dead, Lyrical.
Yeah, Yamsun, no way out of this one. Laguna Blade. That was never going to be
he just got
enough. Is it? Wait, the turn. Holy
You were
moly.
so close.
Wait. Is there a chance? Okay, no, I thought somebody might TP in and try and go for a snipe or something, but no such luck.
No, they're busy heading bottom, it looks like.
Dire's top tower
Trying to hope that someone TPs to defend Fade. Probably thinking like, okay, they're going to come back through the twin gate, defend bottom lane. We're going to be there to back them up. Or we'll just show and hit the tower. Okay, let's do that.
Take this one down. Looks like Fade is going to be going straight into a halberd, which is a nice answer for the Muerta. Although you do have that like basic dispel that comes with the ulti now, which kind of makes it a little bit worse. In the meantime, a lot of stacks in the Radiant triangle.
Yeah, I really want to see how he does that as Divine Llama. If you have 3 points, 4 points Fateful, it should be fine. Lasts for 10 seconds. That should be enough. It's kind of cool. I mean, there's been a couple historical ways to give Axe the ancient farming without the Vanguard. We've had the Winter Wyvern with the E. That's always been a classic. Shoutouts Complexity 2015 or whatever. Kyle Swindlemelon's Dota, bringing that one to the world.
It looks like Yopaj is actually the one that's going to be taking it instead. So off of that somewhat poor farming that he had earlier, he's instead going to be able to move on over and take these ones for himself.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, he can't do the Ancients anyway. You can leave those for the Axe.
Mid.
Oh, unfortunately, he didn't finish off that Warpine Raider, though, so he didn't get a new stack there.
Tombstone is down, and it looks like they're just going to let them do that. Speed low, 16 stick charges.
Is that
the
worth?
Siren?
Oh, I mean, if they punish, it is.
There's no way you get this kill. He doesn't have a remnant out. Only has one in hand. And it's slow. It's very slow. He has one more. Oh, Yopaj trying to get out of there. He's low on mana, in trouble, and Yopaj going to fall. The double deluge. You gotta respect it. Nicely played.
Just going nowhere. That max movement speed of 230 is very, very slow.
Yeah.
Some nice driver's ed there, I gotta say, from RCY, getting around the ice shards. He was cutting it close. He looked like me playing Mario Kart this morning, you know? Just the perfect drift. He found the line.
Like that. Well, another sort of slower game in terms of the aggression that we're seeing in this one. But you do sort of have the sense that things are at some point going to start popping off pretty hard. Maybe it's going to be around the Blink Dagger timing for Divine Llama, who is just queuing that up next.
All right, let me see how this goes, Divine Llama. I mean, he was full HP. It's spooky.
That hurts a lot.
Dude,
oh my god.
Dude, my guy was confident.
Yeah. No doubts.
The chip vest coming in clutch there. I don't think he gets it without the vest.
Yeah. That was very close, and he's also very close to dying right here, but just eats another flower or pops the blade mail. Good to go.
Not even close.
And look at these Naga Siren illusions in here.
Llama.
Blocking out the camps. Oh, I like that.
Dude, he's so close.
Yeah.
This guy's been in the lobby. He's been in the lab, I guess. That's some pretty spooky stuff.
The unfortunate part is like that lack of Vanguard also means that, because the thing that I like about taking it with Vanguard is not just that like you get it, but also you can stay out on the map. Him having to walk all the way home does suck a little bit.
Yeah, that is generally the idea that makes it so valuable.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it gets your Blink online faster. It gives you your tri-core of items. It turns it into a dual core, you know? You're going back a few generations of computer processor here. And you just want the big two. Just the blade mail, the Blink.
Eventually going to be queuing up that BKB as well. And you can see, for now, Fade has the halberd done, queuing up the mech next. And it looks like they're going to be taking a little jaunt through the gate. This should turn out well based upon the positioning that Divine Llama is at, but do they have enough damage once they bring in the rest of the squad?
Oh, I mean, they got the song to set up for this too, yeah. I mean, Divine Llama, he's not going to be able to get spotted though. They find Scam. Now they're going to run into Divine Llama too.
Yeah, this could be big. They think that they can turn this one back around, but with Divine Llama right there, he is now in trouble, wall down. They went for the small kill. They're going to get the big one instead. huge catch, and yeah, that's exactly what you want.
Me as the support just running away. Thanks,
right?
Thanks, dude. You know, sometimes you just got to know that you probably should have went in there, buddy, but you know what? Your loss is not my loss. I'm out of here.
Dire are scanning.
You know, Bignum, with that kill, he might get his Blink Dagger before Axe.
Oh, Speed stealing. Speed. Song. Oh, he doesn't do it. Well, all right, now net him and reel him out, Speed.
Reel him out of there. Get him out.
Reel him out, Speed. Oh, no, friends are
he's
coming.
in some trouble.
Dude, he
Song?
knows.
Nope.
Yeah. Skem saw what he was trying to do. He made sure he stayed on the edge of it there. Wasn't going to give it up.
Right.
All right. They're smoking out. They're getting aggressive, but they don't have their axe with him. And Divine Llama has bought an Ogre Axe?
What?
He's going to go BKB before Blink?
Did he like have his stuff queued up and it auto bought for him? I can't imagine, because like, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of crazy.
That's not good. I can't
No.
imagine that's good. It's hard to imagine that was intentional.
It is going to be Tusk getting Blink Dagger before him. RCY gets caught, but the Song of the Siren is already out. Stolen Song. Danger,
nice.
danger. Roll time, roll time. Can they get him? They already get the connection onto Rubik. Need to kill him before Song comes out. Hell Scream already uses it, but RCY gets the finish. Now, Fade comes in with the Surge to keep Yamsum at max distance. And another one of these instances where Wildcard just managed to get slightly better of the angle.
Yeah, he did manage to. I think that's worse if he doesn't steal Song there. They probably set up on like 2 heroes instead and not have to just dump all their spells on Rubik. So, bit of a good save there. But yeah, Wildcard feeling great about this. And I'm sure that they see Divine Llama. They see that Ogre Axe and they're probably just like sick. Like now we have Blinking Pango and soon to be Blinking Tusk. And you guys have no jump.
Yeah, and like
No
a
crypto.
Mako Dark Seer. Okay. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. And now the question is like, does Divine Llama just go all the way for BKB? I don't think you can, but I don't know. It's a weird one.
They take advantage of the lack of Song and they do press that mid tower. And that was without even having the Tombstone, as it's actually just coming back up in a few seconds. So bit of a false push there. Weren't
Speed
quite
just-
as strong as they might have looked.
He just played down a ward right on the high ground as well. And so, I mean, this is one of those instances where Shopify have complete vision of this area, but they can't get anything done because they don't have a way to get into the fight. Now Skem is going to get caught and killed by the Undying. And
But he's back.
it's true. The unfortunate part is that like that solo kill, it ends up being
he hunted him down.
What?
Cell
Okay.
Scream Gaming. Oh,
Got
we get
the
shield
shield
crash.
crash.
Oh, I thought he'd get Rolling Thunder. Of course you're not going to get Rolling Thunder. That'd be crazy. That would mean the Pango did nothing the entire time.
I've seen it before.
I just got excited. It's true. I mean, no, the best is when it's like 4 minutes later and you steal Global Silence. And you're just like, how?
Right.
Like, what have you been doing?
Well, I will say the power farming from Divine Llama has paid off and now has the Blink Dagger coming out to him.
He sent it back home, though.
I don't know why. He's in a sentry. Okay, that's fine.
There we go.
Yopaj
hide that
and
courier.
Hellstrain playing together. Don't have Song for another 3, 2, 1, but they'll be fine.
All right, some courier management happening here. Did he drop his blink in the tree? Buddy, that's a scary place to put. Did he fuck up? Or is he
Wait,
really trying
where's
to hide
his
it that
blink?
much? It's by the tower. I think he messed up. All right, no, I mean, he's going to leave the courier there. Okay, he's just hiding it. Just generally when you hide it, you leave it on the courier. It's just like a little safer in case, you know. All right, Divine Llama, he's having a fun
Dude,
time.
is this the mind games? He buys an Ogre Axe to make them think that he doesn't have a Blink Dagger, and then he goes back for Blink Dagger, and then okay, now it's just on him.
And then he shows on the
Fade.
wave. Oh, but there it is.
They got him. They got him. Fade. Drop the wall to get out. Nope, doesn't even need to. All right, he's fine.
I don't know. I was expecting someone to like boots of travel on top there. I was like clicking tomato, like, do you have bots or something? Or like, what's the plan here?
Right. They have been
Ooh,
playing
RCY,
under
Yamson.
wards for a while now. See why he gets rooted. Yopaj right on top of him. Lift is there, looking for the roll. The fear, great combination. RCY ends up falling. And now maybe can look for more. They find Yamsun in some trouble, turns Laguna Blade, but the blade mail is already there. Tries to back away for a moment. Fade shows up, Song of the Siren connects onto several. They have Yamato caught, vacuum back onto two. They have the damage to take them all out. Yamato in trouble, dies, but they manage to get the reverse call onto Yamsun. Now the vacuum back, stolen from Hellscream. Devi Lama, again, kind of in no man's land here. And as Fade is raining him down, the shard's not a great block off there. They have to stop the fight, but the turn again. The jump in call, dunk one, dunk two. Triple for Devi Lama. And Skem is just beating the crap out of him. Look out, he's going to be able to run back in on Fade again.
It's the Ogre Axe health. It's made him too powerful. He's unkillable. I can't believe they killed the Ember. After that song, he actually died solo to Nagasar. He just got netted and deluged, and the right clicks were enough damage in combination to somehow pick that up as well. So it makes it so it's not a total disaster for the Dire.
Yeah, ends up being 4 for 2, but it was the two supports that ended up dying in that one, as opposed to double cores. And now they take down Skem. Fade, the one that gets credit for that kill. You know, the sustain is going to start to become an issue for Shopify.
Yeah, as they start getting these like Greaves and Halberd, and then just like annoying Pango.
Yeah.
Or do you mean the other ways and the sustain that they have?
I meant
like,
the sustain that Wildcard have is going to be a problem for Shopify.
yes.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Because like Ember is going Blade Mail Yules, right? Like their damage needs to come from Huerta. And I don't know.
I mean, that is the one thing that the hero's quite good at.
That's true.
In the position 1 role, you know?
Well, we will see how this one works out. 21-minute mark as people are already in position to pick up that shrine. Can
you believe they buffed Chain Gang to 4 units?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right?
It's too many. Like I saw mid players picking it at 3. Like we were already getting a little bit of a turn. I don't know if they got like a patch leak or something, and we're just like trying it out. But suddenly I had a couple mids in the games I was casting picking it up, and I was like, wow, this actually looks kind of good.
Emo was
and then
right.
it just gets buffed to 4.
That's pretty hype.
Oh, the Blink Dagger is out, but it's going to be a bit too late if it was for the contesting of the Tormentor. It will be there in terms of a Roche fight, though, which is when you often see this Nagasar and Blink song come in the clutch.
Okay.
Hellscream gets the shard on Rubik. Very helpful. Still has a stolen vacuum for a little while.
And they're going to move on in and try and take down Roshan for themselves. The pings are already out, but with them in the pit, can they get there in time?
Well, they have a ward on the Nagasar too. So in theory, if they were here, it's actually a good situation because they know where she's hiding. They could jump her first, but I think they were just too far away because they started like while they were still tormenting. I say that. It's taking a while. Yopaj is here.
Very, very low. Gotta be careful with their movement. Roll in. Yimson gets it. Thought about a Remnant chase down. Can go for this if they want. The net's there. Vacuum, LSA, but the big call, the snowball save.
What a save.
That is what they needed. Now the turn. Devi Lama, the one that had the snowball after him. They still are rooting up for the moment. Bignum down low, but not dead yet. Turn on to the vacuum. Tombstone and the vacuum wall. Devi Lama trying to get out of there. The team is tucked tail and running away, but the Diffusal Blade slowdown means 3 dead and an Aegis.
Oh, they kept just tagging them too to make sure you couldn't get that blink. A little shield crash from the high ground, made sure it didn't get a moment to blink away. The wall, the vacuum, he was trying to find a way to get back into that fight after. What a save there. That was so necessary from Bignum. That fight's a disaster without that snowball save.
And it shows the problem taking that axe that early. You know, this hero can be really good, but I would wager a decent amount of those games probably had a ban out of Tusk that we saw get played in other regions. So a tough situation. When you get off to a hot start like Bignum did, have they missed a little bit of their window now?
Yeah, I would say so. I think 7 kills with a Axe and a Ember who went for this like Blade Mail Yules build that's not enough kills, you know?
Right.
I feel like you got to be really controlling the map with this style of a build and these two kind of heroes and a very aggressive, undying hero in terms of just like forcing objectives and everything, but they weren't quite able to do it despite amazing vision. Typically when you see this happen in a game, you often just go back and be like, yeah, but they had a hard time because they really lacked vision. They couldn't keep an eye on them. Every time I look at the minimap, it's mostly Shopify dominating the vision game.
A little bit of a wraparound here as Skem is hiding in the trees. And like you talk about that vision, they had it like heroes fully caught underneath it for a really long period of time. And it felt like the issue was it just didn't matter. They couldn't get anything done with the vision that they had. No Blink Dagger early on Axe. No ways to make those kills happen quickly with Ember trying to get the, Undying or the Rubik to connect. And now you're in a really tough situation because the other issue is Darkseer now has this shard, which means if you do try and go for like the jump call, you might get your blink broken just by that little trail behind you, even with the BKB.
Yeah, trying to reassess how they're going to play this. I mean, the BKB on Divine Llama is huge, of course. So it's 8 seconds still left. That's just the first use. Toronto does have the Mjolnir and Dragon Pike almost, Hurricane Pike almost done as we see Skem just get annihilated there. And again, Cecil Sturges his way back in.
Do they have the save? Yes, they do. Now they get the vacuum onto 2. RCY looking for the roll-up run through. Can they get it? But stolen Hellscream trying to turn it back around and get his team out of trouble. Will it work, though? Yopaj trying to hide away. The snowball. He gets caught just in the end in 6 seconds on the Remnant. Does have a Yules. Will not matter. Oh, man.
Man, so close. Another good attempt here from Hellscream, trying to bail them out of a bad-looking situation. But yeah, it is just like you said in the draft. The team fight is crazy. Wildcard, it is ridiculous. And now the double save potential of 2 blinking supports with these ways to just end the ability to damage them during the song it's a tough time.
Yeah, even when it looks good and like things could turn, right? That's Lina getting caught right at the start, basically, with a call, and it just doesn't matter.
They've got just under a minute left with this Aegis here and have not claimed a tier 2. I'd like to see them just force bottom. Yopaj is going to try and push this out and puts a safety Ember first, or safety Remnant. And we'll keep this tower alive, but mid is getting hit at the same time.
They're trying to bait this, maybe. They saw 3 heroes on this ward. They find Hellscream and Divide. Do the rest of the team get here in time? Yes, they will. That is a bait if I have ever seen it. Oh my God. Complete and utter devastation as they take down 3.
Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. We love this ward. That's beautiful. Holy Bignum. So, and then it's his ward and he just puts, are you okay? Bignum throws some chum in the water. The sharks they come out of the woodwork.
That's really good.
Oh yeah, let's get a replay there. I'm just a lonely old Tuscan. RCY, boom. His driving's fantastic. Little roll up there.
Muerta didn't get a chance to get anything off. It's just, yeah, I really feel like her damage just has not been able to be where it's needed right now. They actually cancel that TP, and that's going to mean Speed has to back away. If they fully commit for this, you do have the Song of the Siren at the ready, but also can kind of just walk it off, it seems.
You know, until that fight, I never realized how much better Pango has it on the outside of the map since the river update. I never really put it together just how disgusting it is. There's so many more spaces, because that was actually a very specific part of the map where Pango kind of sucked before.
Oh? Rooted? That was a TP? Now the tombstone down, zombies starting to spread. Speed might be in some trouble because the battle is happening in mid where they've already killed Tomato. But with Bignum here, maybe they can still fight for this shrine, staying alive a little bit longer. Fate shows up in time, and now they got him caught. Reinforcements have shown up, and, well, They're not even going to get Big Num. Triple kill for
Holy.
Yamsun. They get the shrine. This is a beatdown.
They've hit the wall. They have indeed.
Dire are scattered.
Man, teamfight execution from Wildcard just so solid. And also just outplaying them like crazy with that bait. Really did solidify a massive mid-game advantage. And they're going to jump right onto this Rubik. He is gone. That is Pango, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like that's usually what you see once he's the eggs. It's just eviscerations. You know, he runs around. Heroes just disappear if they have low armor.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It really just has not been their
Twilight.
day. It feels like
He tried.
Almost
He
got him.
tried.
That was close.
I mean, he has
RCY.
2,400 health. I don't even know.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's it's not easy to bring down this Pango. He is quite strong. The other thing is that like I just don't think that Shopify can fight anymore, right? Like you've got Greaves pipe now, and then also Muerta has to commit her ulti to purge the halberd, and if she doesn't, Tomato's just not doing any damage in the fight. It's really quite difficult to make
All
these engagements work.
How to win this game as Shopify? Muerta being able to just stand tall is probably the biggest thing. Dude, another blink? Can you guys relax?
Yeah.
We got 4 blinks on wildcard now.
Yeah,
That's
a
going to make it
problem.
really hard to position properly as a Muerta.
Yeah, like I don't know. It just feels so impossible. And like when Alina can walk up and do this, be the first person forward, you know that there's just such a big problem in the draft. And by the way, this is before Speed gets his shard on Naga Siren. Right now, just the solar
yeah,
crest
true.
and the blink.
Yeah, that's probably what they're going to angle for next as well. It should be respawning in a second here, so. Yamsun forces back Yopaj. Tries to go for an LSA, but he's zipped on out of there.
Man. For sure a beatdown. And
Divine Llama's saying, let's go for the Tormentor. He's making the
Okay.
call. He said, we should, I'd rather fight there than our high ground. That's what he's saying.
interesting. I mean, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. With all the blink daggers, it's barely a high ground, you know?
That's, that's true. It's a high ground for as long as they want it to be one.
This should set up for a free Roche, though, for Dire, most likely.
Radiant are
How come Tormentor doesn't appear in that top list of things when we hold alt? You know?
That's a good point.
Wouldn't that be kind of nice? But we got a Roche clock.
You don't know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
7 to 20. They are just playing it very safe, but Roche has respawned now.
And they did
Tormentor
put a
has as
sneaky
well.
ward. Yeah, so they can kind of see if they actually go to do the Tormentor.
Okay.
All right, Roche begins. He's going to yell.
Yeah.
There he is.
I don't think that Radiant can do anything to stop this.
Yeah, certainly not.
But 7 to 20 with a 12k gold lead. We've seen high ground defenses with people coming back from further behind than this.
Oh, yes.
But the thing that I feel like we haven't seen this game as much is Shopify putting together like consistently good fights.
Then it is time to not fight.
Okay.
We'll place deep wards. We'll cut waves. And we'll run. We'll
Very
live in
cool.
the dark in the sewers. You'll never
like,
see us again.
Did you ever watch Pitch Black with Vin Diesel?
I did, actually. I was going to say no, but I actually did.
That was a great movie.
Dude, I watched that so long ago. I feel like I watched that and Riddick back to back.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I must have had a Vin Diesel night going on.
Who hasn't, honestly? It was called Pitch Black, right?
It was. I just checked it. Yeah, I had to look it back up.
Yeah.
Are Pitch Black and Riddick the same?
Yeah, I think they are.
That
right?
explains it. Yeah, it is. That explains it. I was wondering why. They are the same franchise.
Which came out first? I think it was Pitch Black, right?
It was Pitch Black, yeah.
Yeah, but they were just
2000.
like, this character is so cool, we just need to like bring it out again.
Hell
But
yeah,
I don't
dude.
remember what Chronicles of Riddick was. I remember Pitch Black
it's-
more than that.
It's the same. It's the exact same. It's just Vin Diesel in space. And,
Okay.
You know, and he's got cool looking eyes thing going on or something.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Vin Diesel's game company? Do you remember that?
No.
He had like a full on game company. He was gonna make a game. Tygon
was the game?
Studios.
Tygon.
They were gonna make Chronicles of Riddick. Oh, that was in
That
2004.
tracks. Okay.
Yeah. Headquarters at Bellevue. So they're right next to Valve. We should ask Valve.
Oh my God, that's where Mars came from. It's all coming together now.
You see, it all connects.
Well, we didn't miss anything in our little segue about Riddick, because the game is just continuing on with slow, steady sieges. But Fade, for some reason, is in the enemy base, starting to die. The roll-up coming RCY, but the BKB beatdown continues.
Okay.
And they lose Fade for basically nothing, and now... Oh, can they get the kill here onto Ember, though? Yopaj just barely able to jump away from that one.
Okay, they still have Blink Song, so chasing is very scary. Divine Llama still tempted, though. Has a gem.
Okay.
He could get a real juicy one here, but, I mean, this is into Alina with 2 minutes of Aegis still left here.
Fortunately, they did use the banner on the side of Wildcard. So, damage, tier 3, top side, mostly killed, but not all the way down. And mid, there's a little bit of tickling damage on it. Those types of plays, though, you can't really let that happen, I feel like, in these types of games. It's really easy to swing things back. Oh, okay, well, that happened. Never mind.
Okay. But more importantly, did you know that his dream game was something called Barca BC, which was an MMO RPG set around the year
Yopaj?
200 BC? Yeah, Yopaj, not Vin Diesel.
Okay.
And anyway, now it got turned into an RTS where you control Hannibal as he rampages around Italy.
In
That sounds
elephants?
awesome. Yeah. But
That's pretty cool.
it's probably never coming to the light of day. It's been in development hell for 13 years.
So it's kind of like Bad Civ or something.
Yeah, excuse me, better Civ, obviously.
Okay,
It's
sorry.
got Vin Diesel. You'll be so fast. Think of how slow Civ is.
Age is coming down, and RCY still staying in the base and tries to go
Ooh,
for
nice
a Cole,
try.
but not quite able to connect there onto RCY. And Fade thinking about surging himself
He
in.
is. I've watched you do this so many times.
Yes.
The surge and spin and circle. Like I know
Yeah.
the brain of the Darkseer player.
Yeah,
'Cause
exactly.
How hard is it to not blink in there when you're doing your little surge spin? Because I feel like they get the call of the void is very strong with Darkseer players.
You always just see the best possible thing that could happen, and then it's actually what happened just a few minutes ago, where he just like blinked in and then died.
Yeah, that
That's
makes
why I don't
sense.
buy Blink. I don't buy Blink on Darkseer. Bad item. It gets you to do bad things. That Nagnum Scepter, it's a bait item.
That's
you need to be
actually
like,
true.
You need to be mentally strong to do it, and it's too hard when you just can see the 5-hero vacuum and.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I mean, you're
you have to say no
delegating
to
by
it.
not buying Blink, right? You're like someone else
Exactly.
go in. I'll make the fight good after that. But Big Num, I
Right.
need you in there, bud.
Exactly. Go make some stuff. Go kick somebody. Get an Nagnum
second.
Scepter.
There's an invisible tomato down here. This could have been badly for Fate. He's hunting. Oh wait, no, not invisible. But there's lots of friends here. Oh, this would be such a good pick for them. He's actually killable. Like he's only got he has no dispel. Oh, but the friends are here. Oh, this could turn bad.
I mean,
All right,
Fade
who's
has
got
a
it?
bunch
Divine
of
Llama's on the high
friends.
ground.
He's thinking about it. Jump in, call. Guess who's there? Hello. How are you again, sir? They drop down the tombstone. Oh, no. This is really, really bad for them. Vacuum wall onto 3. LSA comes out, but then the song for the turn. Oh, my
he found
God.
the counter.
It's 2012 all over again. They got him with the jump.
Poor Hellscream, man. He's trying so hard. Wait, there's a gem on this Pango. There is a gem on this
got him.
Pango.
Damn, say it ain't so. His life is a heartbreaker. Oh. Brutal.
Oh, wait, but in the back lines, Yopaj hunts for creeps.
Oh, he'll
He
get
won't
him.
get this wave, unfortunately. They don't have a glyph, but he'll get the next wave.
Radiant's courier
Oh my god, he killed
Divine
the Vice
Llama?
Courier.
Yeah,
Mid?
he's stuck mid as well.
Big
He's
jump. Big get. Poor guy. Oh, no. He didn't even get his blade mail off.
Dude, they're gaming.
They are.
Yamsen
Wild card. Oof.
Yeah, what is he? 11, 2, and 7 on this Lina. This was some good old looking at what's winning and being like, hey, we should play that.
The buyback.
Okay,
Well,
remember, no Aegis now.
Yeah. They are
Yep, no
not
Aegis.
concerned, it seems. They do not
Watch
seem
out.
to care at all, even a little bit. Bignum, he showed himself now, but the roll in, it comes out, and there's the jump. It will matter. They get him fully killed. No song was up. Oh, Bignum went a little bit early there, ended up getting caught flat-footed. Nonetheless, it is an axe dieback, so out for 100 seconds. Stole net. Can't really do much with it, though, sadly.
I mean, there's definitely a buyback Lina TP end the game here, but then you're opening a win condition.
Oh, and they got to kill this tombstone. They're thinking about it, deciding better. Don't actually go for it. Now, oh, good. Muerta silence. Roots there. Vacuum onto 3. Fade dead.
Jeez, where did he go?
The damage. It's quite strong as Motto gets the double kill. That's huge. That was a lot of freaking gold.
All right. Well, he has increased his kills substantially from 1 to 3 on Tomato after that fight. My guy is heating up. I'll see you guys in 40 minutes, he said. I'll be there with the damage. And then he queues up immediately a Daedalus. This guy is ready to game. And we get a replay here. It was a great way to just pick them apart. As the Lina's dead, they know. Because, like, they really don't have a whole lot when Lina's dead. And they've also used all their wombo combos and stuff. Then it's a good time to just start picking and choosing who you're going to pick off.
Thing about it, they really didn't need to be there on wildcard. And honestly, like the way this game is going, I could very easily see this start swinging heavily into the favor of Shopify if wildcard keep playing this like sort of chillaxed style again. Like Muerta's the strongest hero in the game right now.
Can't stand when people are chillaxing.
Yeah, I know. It's no good.
It's the worst. No. All right, there's the Daedalus. Yeah. I mean, you saw it. He like 3-shot that Darkseer.
You know, I really think that all they have to do is like let the Lina hit with next Aegis and be ready with a snowball save. And this like Aghanim's on Tusk might actually bait them into losing the game. Because if they don't have a save for Axe Call, this draft is still almost entirely about the Lina.
I think Hellscream is also insanely annoying right now. Like he is 4-staff, Ghost Scepter, and Ags. It's really hard to set up these big team fighty symphony of skill things versus Aghanim's Rubik because the cast range is just massive and he gets 2.
I also think
bots too on Yamsen. He's queuing up a rapier. Okay, they're going for an Aegis Ender here. Oh, also he does have the Outworld staff. Let's keep an eye on that.
Oh, this is dangerous. They step forward.
Yamsen.
Lina, first person there, jumps back. Axe Call misses on it. Walrus Punch already used. Didn't go for the kick, though. And now the roll. The roll is off the mark. It's a silence onto the Darkseer. This fight, I don't know if you should actually chase this.
I don't know who wants to fight here. I feel like it kind of looks good for Shopify if they re-engage.
Yeah, very much so. Not
They're
opting
try
for
and
it,
reset
though.
a little bit here. And, I mean, we do have a Roche available. We have a Lina who wants to get a Rapier. They're keeping the Naga Siren Illusion in there. Radiant unable to drop any wards during that. So Dire have a really good vision perimeter set up here. But now the smoke. So will this vision give them a false sense of security? That's the question. Refresher is almost done for Pango.
They also
won't be for this
don't
fight.
have Song Shard up
jumped.
yet. Darkseer, he's in a little bit of trouble. You can't have a snowball save if they need it. There's the jump forward in the Song. Now the reset onto 4, but another stolen Song. The wall is down onto 3. The Song on Song action. The reset is really good for Radiant. Now they're trying to make this move forward. Yopaj caught for the moment. Tomato pulled around, controlled by RCY, but he gets the BKB off and the turn. But look at the Muerta illusion coming out. Did so much damage. And there's the snowball save that they needed. Another vacuum on to 3. The turnaround with the Satanic Yamsun doing the damage that's needed. But now,
They need
as
Tomato.
the ethereal form wears out, Tomato might not quite have enough damage as the rest of his team is very far away. Fade getting caught, killed. Ultra for Yamsun. He was way too strong.
Oh my god, there's just 2 towers hitting everyone in the fight. It's just Lina and Muerta standing tall and A-clicking the ground and praying that they're hitting the right targets that whole time. Look at the damage spread here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was terrifying. Jeez, I mean, the saves coming out there as well. Yamsun's almost dying on the blade mail from the Ember. That was terrifying. I thought maybe he was going to go down for a second there. He got mega low. Now he has an Aegis and he's thinking Rapier. He wants to be done with this game.
All right, Refresher is there too. God, what do you do? I kind of feel like you maybe want to give Refresher Sword to Darkseer, but he also is low on slots. Like,
It's simple. You know,
What's
they
that?
steal the song, so then you just refresh his song again.
I feel like he's stolen song every time. Am I crazy? Can you not like mirror image this?
Yeah, I think he just has it down when he does it.
Because he's using the mirror images to scout. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what's happening. But you're right. You typically that is what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. So no panic maneuvers. Obviously, like, yeah, deluge, bro. What are you doing? Yeah, I mean, that is a 5-second cooldown. You're not wrong.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, a lot on the line here now, and it is Refresher song for Naga Siren. So I guess when she gets her song stolen, she can turn it back around and use a second one, and that's the reset that they need.
I
But
can't wait
right
to see
now-
4 songs.
Dude, Rubik has Surge and Song. They actually could wreck them here.
Yeah,
Although-
they're kind of the initiators.
The timing of it is so hard. You can't get an axe call out of it. Like it doesn't work as well.
Well, I mean, you kind of can because they're going to be forced to BKB, though. Like, you actually
Yeah, that's
want
true.
them to BKB at the end of the song, and then the axe call comes in, and you're like, well, haha. There we go. In we go. RCY.
Roll.
On a
Trying to
Tomato.
get it. The kick.
No,
the kick
where's
back.
the kickback?
But there's the BKB. Now ethereal form. Bignum in some trouble. Ewell Scepter still controlling the other ones. That Song of the Siren and finding the Rubik. Second round, but the song. Do they have it? Vacuum LSA, the combo with Devi Llama. He catches with the cold. The taunt's there. Do they have enough damage to kill Devi off? Not quite. He does eventually go down
There's
to
a
the
song.
crit. Hellscream songed. Will manage to survive through it. The heal keeping him alive, but no Muerta, no axe. They do not have enough left in the tank. This is going to be a victory for Wildcard as they run down Skem, take down his tombstone as well, and can set their sights on the rest of these buildings and a couple heroes if they need to. Buyback comes from the Undying. Tier 4 towers being hit. Still standing there. Yamsun seems perfectly fine for the moment. They will go for the glyph, but with the Roche's banner down, not easy to make anything. Wait, hold on. They got a buyback from Max. He got gold.
Yeah, stolen LSA as well. And now we get some.
The control, there he is one time. Can they do it again? Muerta does not have what she needs. No buyback available, but is up in 40 seconds if they can wait that long. Rubik caught for the moment, tries to back away. LSA onto the Pango. Skem dies, but they're buying some more time. They need a little bit more. Yopaj gets back into the fountain, still keeping them at bay. The tower falls, Ancient exposed. And are they going to retreat? Wildcard, they don't feel confident. The lift back connection, finding the Darkseer, but there's the turnaround. Vacuum back off cooldown in 3, 2, 1. The reel in, vacuum onto 4. LSA, they dodge it. Getting away from him. Muerta almost back up again. Yopaj hitting Yamsun low. Yamsun doesn't have much left in the tank. The LSA is out, but it's not enough. Devi Llama down, not dead. Gets back into the base and Muerta's there. And now the song TP out, but Devi Llama, he can't get the call. He was so close. He was so close.
Holy.
And now they find and catch and kill the Naga Siren.
Close one, buddy.
It is right on the edge. And when all is said and done, exposed Ancient, but they don't have Megas.
Okay, this is my tech though. This is the buyback, and you plant the tree is Muerta, guys. Okay, my tech is it's gonna happen. All right, we're gonna fear people in the song when there's no trees to shoot. We gotta plant some trees, guys. All right, that's our tactics.
What does Rubik have right now? He's got Walrus Punch and LSA.
And the LSA is insane. I mean, that's what got them the Aegis kill on the Lina. Is just, I mean, you can look at Rubik right now. Like, the range of the LSA is just disgusting.
Yeah.
Such a powerful spell to have that with.
And it costs 26 mana.
Oh, so expensive. I mean, how does he manage?
Oh, okay.
God. You know, I could just hear the chants of USA slowly quieting down as they started to run away from that Ancient. It's like, oh no. Wait, are we doing this anymore? What happened?
I mean, to be fair, I do think that this is still a really good position for wildcard, but it's a little dicey on the edge. Like, this Muerta is very, very strong. Queuing up a refresher right now, Lina has not committed to the Rapier, and at this point appears to be sitting comfortably just with the refresher.
It's so scary to go Rapier versus so many Blade Mails. Like, Axe and Ember are still rocking them. It doesn't seem worth it. I feel like it's more likely to kill you than kill them.
Right. Well, and they have the Pyrrhic Cloak now. I mean, this is why you have to have that refresher BKB, because the Pyrrhic Cloak with the Blade Mail, all that stuff, it's really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Undying and Axe having it is very hard.
Man.
Especially because the Undying doesn't have that Blade Mail too, so it can be extra sneaky. You know, maybe you're not expecting it the first time.
True.
Oh, he has it Unleashed as well. I didn't even realize. So he has the 97.5% damage reflected as Undying. That is crazy.
What the hell?
That is an unreal Curio advancement. Holy.
Yeah, just
they're
can't
smoked out. They're
attack
coming
almost.
mid. Arcane Rune Pango.
Shield
looking
Rune
for his hero.
Axe. Maybe an opportunity
Rune
to
action.
set up. Do they decide to go? I feel like you can't really go for something right now.
All right, buybacks. No buyback on Tomato. That's the big one. No buyback on Ember.
He did buy out for the refresher on the Muerta. One of the problems here is that if they go, they can just like hit this tower with illusions, with other stuff, and you have to come and deal with that eventually on the side of the Radiant.
Ooh, Blink Scythe as well on speed. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Man, oh man. Gotta watch this. Let's get
Divine Llama
close my
hunting
door
for?
real quick.
He's hunting for level 25. You do that. I got this lyrical. Don't worry. Nullifier picked up here from RCY. All right,
back.
folks. So you guys have all been in this game before, right?
I'm locked in.
You guys,
I'm
you've been in your friends stack. Or you can pretend you have friends if you don't have any. And you've been playing
That's true.
Dota together, and you get this part of the game, and you're just like, okay, guys, we're winning. We know that we're supposed to win this game, but it's often so easy to throw. It's so easy to throw bodies at this, and you get a couple chances. But in a pro match, you only get like 1.5, kind of. You know, you don't get like 3 shots at it. Pro matches can very quickly shift around because they're so good at getting the immediate punish after. They don't all go to hit jungle creeps for 30 seconds after winning a fight. They actually take objectives, so it's much harder. Oh, the big call. He got 25 on Axe.
Yeah, he also got Octarine Core. So this is interesting. They have no buybacks on Radiant. They are
they just
fully
left the
bought
gem
out.
He was like, someone pick up this gem, and he just dropped it.
Yeah.
So they've just left. Maybe they're scouting because you get the vision, right? So
Yeah,
now
there you
they'll
go,
know
sure.
if someone comes down there.
I mean,
Does that mean do they have any gems? Oh, they have one on
think so.
Dying too. Okay.
the other thing to keep in mind, they have 16,000 gold unspent right now just on the heroes with buyback on the side of wildcard. It's a 30,000 gold lead. So the difference in net worth actually is like not as big of a deal as it would normally be.
Yeah,
something to watch for here.
Roche is going to spawn pretty quick as well. It's only like 30 seconds away.
Yopaj stepping forward. Multiple Octarines. The problem is they need to come back and deal with these creeps in the base.
Yeah, and still no boots of travel or anything on Tomato. In fact, he has no boots at all, so he's very slow. He's walking at 295.
Right.
Thinking about another refresher here on Yopaj. It's Refresher City.
Yeah, they're watching it.
Smoking up now, passing it around. One toke each. His fade leads
Also-
the way.
A couple of Outworld staffs at the moment.
Yes. Yep. Ember, Lena. Some clutch items.
Also on the Dark Seer. And
How many pure
now-
cloaks on the Dire? Just Tusk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Axe has one
Dude,
too.
Tusk is so funny at this point in the game, man. He has 3,500 HP. Look at his items.
Right. I know.
He doesn't
just
even have an
nothing.
enchantment for it. Like, it's just... My guy's just got 3.9 strength gain, and it shows.
Wow. Roche roars. There is a Tormentor up top if they wanted to go for it. Does Naga finally have Shard? I can't believe Naga does not have the Shard. That seems crazy to me, that Speed has not gotten this item.
And it's funny that Rubik's are better.
Yeah.
I think you can't afford to buy it. I'm in agreement.
He
I
has
don't think it's as worth
6,000
as...
gold.
Yeah, but it's not as good as a refresher, and it's not as good as Scythe.
Yes.
You know?
I don't know. There's been a Tormentor there sitting for a while. That's all I got to say.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's
And I
fair.
guess that, to be fair, also they are starting a lot of fights with Song, so it's like less value than it would be normally. But I
Yeah.
feel like these fights are also long enough that you like might get a second song off.
Yeah, with the talent, it's definitely possible now. They're close to level 30 on Lena.
Yeah.
That would be kind of nice. She just turns into this behemoth of a hero going high ground.
All waiting and ready to go again. They are.
Oh, I didn't even realize he had a moon shard as well. Holy.
Yeah, I mean he's big.
That is a lot of gold.
Onto the Tusk. Onto
Okay,
Scam.
that's our song.
Song now. Onto 3. Onto 4. Fade.
Better
He's
not get
them all.
stolen.
No, he doesn't back into. He gets them all. Caught 3, 4.
Dude, he
all of them in
stole it.
trouble. But they got the stolen one again. And now they can reset if they need to. Fade runs into all of this, but nobody's actually dying. And on top of that, they will have the song to reset this. I think Wildcard need to be careful with their movement, although Yamato caught in the wall and now isolated for the rest of the team.
Dude,
but there
are
it
we-
is, the song on to 5. They don't have any way to turn this, though, with another big catch. So they will just back out, goes for the call, connects now onto the Tusk. Tusk starts to die. Big hits coming from Huerta, starting to die. He's out of there. RCY is done. Big hits as the kick came from Hellscream. He's kicking from so far away. And now Hellscream gets another one. Oh, you shouldn't have bought the Axe, Tusk. They're using it better than you. As they will take down the Lena and can go for another salvo, taunted dead.
Am I missing a mechanic? Are we wrong? Can you no longer cast spells as Naga Siren or something? I was literally watching him. I mean, he just
I don't
deluge right
know.
now. Was
I
he
don't
just
know.
trying to save it for after?
What,
Like the song
Deluge?
lasts 7 seconds, brother. You can do it again after. Like
don't
he had
know.
everything up. I was watching him to make sure. Like, was
Yeah.
he? It's your boy Speed. He needs to do a video on this Naga Siren.
Oh, man.
It's killing them.
19 to 36. I mean, it has been really rough. And now you have an insane combination. Hellscream, Song, and Walrus kick. Because the other thing is, look at the range on this kick when we get back into the game after this follow-up here. It is, he was able to kick the Lena from mega far away and that Pango back in.
Yeah. Dude, the Pango got walloped. Like,
Yeah.
he took 478 from the Walrus kick. And as he was flying through the sky, I just saw him get shot down like a clay pigeon. He just eviscerated on Pango. It was like 1,500 damage in 5 shots or something. Oh my god. Now the lanes are all pushed out.
I mean,
Unreal.
This is really quite bad for Wildcard. I mean, again, it's a 20,000 gold lead, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it's what you were saying before. It's not relevant gold, a lot of it. A lot of it's just like this hanging out gold. I mean, Lena's holding 11,000 gold. Okay, it's a 6K lead. It's 57 minutes, guys. Does that matter? No. Right?
Naga has 8,000 gold. Darkseer has 5,000 gold. Yeah, it's... I mean, and granted, they have a decent amount on the other side of the rating as well. Everybody's inflated right now, but...
I think if Yopaj kills this courier going for the secret shop, it'll just do them a favor because Speed's trying to buy a refresher.
Oh, no.
But his Revenant's not going to see it. That's a refresher in August Iron is going to be online here in a second.
Okay.
There it is. He has buyback still as well. I don't know how this helps.
Well, we will find out.
We will. Holy moly.
The other thing is, Fade is
he
going...
had Hellscream in the song, Gabe.
I
He
know.
was in the song.
This Aghanim Scepter, I think, also does not matter for Fade really either. Like, the hero that you would want to get with it is the Muerta, and she's often going to be in Pierce the Veil form. I don't know. I'm really concerned about Dire at this point. The fights feel very difficult to take, and I almost feel like you've got to just, like, with the couple of things they've got left, like, push the waves in and go for the all-in on Throne, bait out a Glyph, and do it again. I think that's actually their best chance to win. And you can do it also
like
because Fade has the AoE surge, so he can surge creep waves right now to get them there if he needs to.
Oh,
But
the
I think-
strat.
I think they need to not fight anymore. I don't know if they can take the fight.
Oh, they could definitely go for a pickoff, and they're close. I don't think they saw the courier.
Oh, jeez.
Man, this could be the moment here. I mean, Ember has no buyback right now, for example. Like, if Yopaj was somehow caught here,
Yeah.
I see why he gets a Shrine of Wisdom for 2240 experience. That's a lot.
But look at this. Like, there's nobody home. If they just go through... I mean, I think part of the thing they're feeling is that if they go Throne and then they whiff, they're just out. But almost all of them have buyback. I guess they're missing on Pango and Darkseer, which you really need. I don't know. This game feels like it's on a hair's edge for them.
I'd kind of like to
Nice
see
edge.
like Yopaj with a Aeon Disc or something too. Would be nice. But I guess they do have a Nullifier, so maybe it's not worth it.
Damn, has 11,000 gold. Just waiting for that bottle to come on out so he can bottle up this amp damage.
Waiting for that 7th inventory slot you can purchase there as the Boots of Travel 2 come out. I mean, they're slowly itemizing to get their win condition on the side of Shopify.
Right.
They're begging them to come high ground again. They are not scared right now.
Yeah.
All right, here's the play. Trojan Horse. You just send in the real Naga Siren with the illusions.
Okay.
He just walks into 4 of them and just songs out of nowhere.
I don't know if it matters because they're...
That would be so clutch.
I've seen like 3 or 4 4 songs. It's happened, and it's not made that much of a difference.
Remember, failure is the best teacher, for sure. You remember your failures so much more. This time, I guarantee, I would put my life on the fact that he will not get songs stolen again if he catches the Rubik inside the song.
Okay. I like that.
Guarantee. Yeah. There's just no way. Like, he's seen it.
Hellscream is sitting very far back too, though. Like playing this.
Yeah, I think he's thinking
wisely.
there's no way I'm getting that one again.
Yeah.
All right, they did a really good job of rebalancing the waves here in Wildcard. They didn't panic. They didn't YOLO. It did give an insane amount of gold over to Shopify, but they've stabilized. The waves are all pushing in. Waves are vision. They know where they are. Kick back here.
Stolen.
A very small
snowball.
kick.
Now the jump. There's the song. He got it stolen again.
Dude, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I mean,
no, LSA, they're up on the hill, but Skem seems to be fine. They can't go because song got stolen. I mean, to be fair, he was quick on that one. But
he pressed Q. Just press E. Just deluge, brother.
well, they're hitting the throne with some of these illusions, it seems. Oh, man. Goodness gracious, Trent.
All I see him doing now is pressing deluge 1,000 times. He's just mashing it, basically. Like, look, that's off cooldown. But the one time when we need this speed.
Yeah.
Blimey. Okay, well, now Hellscream has a smoke out song potentially here. At least he didn't get the kick, too.
It was close.
Oh, here we go. The Helm of the Undying. Oh, golly gee willikers.
Yeah, this is fun.
Oh.
Yeah, 60 minutes. Okay. All right.
Divine Llama, he kept the pure cloak. He took the tier 5 for it.
Wow.
Speed took the Necronomicon.
Ember has Helm of the Undying. Muerta has Helm of the Undying. Rubik has the Necro books. Yeah, that's 3 Helm of the Undyings. What do we have here? Divine Regalia. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's I mean, that's your rapier, right?
Yeah.
So if you guys haven't seen this before for some reason, this is your increases your outgoing damage by 20%. But if you die, it permanently disables his neutral element. The current enchantment is lost, and he just bought a rapier to go on top of it. So
Holy
Yam Son wants a rapier. He wants an Aegis, and he wants to end this game. Can he even slot an Aegis? Like,
I mean, he
guess
has a lot of damage now. Oh my god. Yeah, those crits are hitting for 1,500. Okay.
All right. So Helm of the Undying. What was the nerf again?
I think they took time off of it.
And the cooldown maybe? Was the cooldown get extended too?
Oh.
It's like 100 seconds now.
They scanned RCY. They know he's up here. Scan was still turning red. Are they going to get him on the comeback?
Radiant Vision.
Oh.
They don't see it.
I don't know, man. This is craziness. I'm very concerned. I think I think with the like Divine Rapier and the Regalia, you can't really go for that type of play we were talking about before. Oh, look at this wraparound. So Yopaj is showing, but it's a smoke up behind the rest of them, and they are following these Necro books. Oh, if they can catch them here, if they understand
Okay.
where they're at.
I
Smoke
think they
a little bit
understand.
of duration.
Roche is on the run.
They see this. The illusions.
All right, what if they just hit high ground?
I mean, you could, but they're also
Blink,
all
blink
around
sight.
this area. Jump forward,
Blink
Cole
sight, blink
catches
sight.
onto RCY. The damage hitting immediately onto Skem, doing good damage and dying on the Undying. Now Muerta finds them, Lena, but they can't get the call. Blink in, no, there's the song. Interrupted. Finding the tombstone, trying to take that one down. Wall onto Muerta immediately. Still
There's still
controlling
a song
Divine
from
Llama,
Rubik.
keeping him at bay.
They
they
can't
have
full
it?
commit.
Yeah.
They know Rubik still has Song stolen from the last fight.
Fear has to back out. That's the BKB in the walk away.
And okay, there we go. Yep. They almost had something good there because Yopaj gets scythed by the base. There was a blink in there from speed, but kind of 2 fights breaking out at the exact same time. As that was happening, the rest were there. We now have every single hero with buyback, as you can see. So we're in the shit, as it were.
Okay. All right.
This is just total fucking chaos. Everyone having buyback, Roche fight. We got walrus kicks. We got refreshers. We got Naga songs. We have everything you could desire for a late game match.
The Helm of Undyings.
Yeah. But the last time they went this late, remember, that's where Wildcard lost. It was an hour and 17 minutes that Shopify took the win versus
Look
them.
at this, though. They learned a little bit. Look at bottom. The Necro books. They're taking down that tier 3 tower.
That was good.
Illusions, well, they're going to get caught quickly and killed. I really wonder about, like, if they would have just sort of face rolled the Ancient, if it would have made the difference. But that's something you're going to be wondering forever, if it would have been the right play or not.
Speed just going in right now. Almost faking being an illusion, I feel like. Oh, Benny Glimmer's next to them.
Hex.
We're going in.
Bignum. Surge 2. Control for the moment. Good damage out. Nullified. Finding the backlines. Yamato hitting but not doing that much. So that is
Okay.
a dead
Defensive
Undying.
wall. Yeah, no dirge. But am I crazy? Did he just buy out? He bought out for the Greaves.
No
Okay,
buyback.
song.
600 away.
My brother.
Yep, it's a stolen song. All right, Trent.
Surely I'm missing something. That's all I can imagine. I must be missing something. Something's not right. I don't know what it is, but something's not right. I can't imagine that he would let this happen 19 times.
Yeah,
Must be bugged. Must be another bug.
that's fair.
Must be.
Ember is switching up his build right now. I think he just bought a meteor hammer and then I think he sold it.
Divine Llama?
Whoa.
Speed
Caught?
in.
Laguna Blade
Refreshes?
hits. In trouble, dead. Okay, he does that buyback though, and now another one. Speed is dead. Yamato just moves in and takes him out. So they did get the buyback out of him though. Out of the
He
axe.
blinks and he refreshed on the dog side, about to rip off another song, but then he just went down. God, he dies so fast, this Muerta.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, that is massive. Big win condition. Now 2 heroes, no buyback on the Radiant. Also, wait, Muerta also no buyback?
Muerta bought out for what? I mean, she has Aegis, so you have 3 minutes where that. When did that happen? Oh yeah, up top, right? I forgot. They bullied them back and were able to do that. Darkseer queuing up a refresher now also, and that's a Wind Waker for the Tusk at 70 minutes.
And they don't have a nullifier still, right? On the Radiant? Yeah, they still are lacking on that.
Trying to catch Yopaj here.
Yeah, this Meteor Hammer is hilarious. He is cheesing.
And queuing up a Dagon after.
All right, let me see some cheese, Yopaj. Oh, he's not gonna go for it. He's getting out of there.
That's probably the right decision.
Oh, I didn't realize he had the savory shield going as well.
Yeah, nice.
Very scrumptious. And savory, sorry.
Oh, God. Are we going to get all 10 buybacks again? Are they all going to come back up before we have another fight?
Frankly, I'm just glad that we're increasing the average game time after all the forfeits.
That's a good point.
Like, we're making up for lost time here, guys. This is good. Also, thank God I had 0 coffee today. I waited to make coffee till like 4 o'clock in the evening, so I'm overtired, giddy, and caffeinated. We got a good night ahead of us, folks.
That's the perfect window, right? I do feel bad though because I think I'm definitely gonna miss bedtime with the baby, so I gotta tell.
Oh, there's no hope for you, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's done.
I was able to squeak it in today, actually. Shout out to actually getting a game 3, guys.
Nice, love that.
Oh yeah, there he goes. He's meteor hammering. This is nice. I like this.
It also
it helps combat the boredom.
It's true
Of him not getting to do initiations because they can't fight.
Okay, Speed is getting the shard. We're back. We've done it.
we're gaming. Good.
It's good.
Does Rubik still have song? Yup. Oh god, it lasts so long, man.
I know.
Holy.
That is a bit of an issue. He's going refresher afterwards, queuing up the blessing and then refresher. You know what's crazy about this is that I think whoever wins this just wins in like 20 minutes next game.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's one of those for sure. Especially if it's Shopify. Oh, yeah. He's changed his mind here. He just bought bots 2 instead.
I wonder if you ever think about switching over to like Butterfly for Naga. You know what I mean? And then just like pushing down these towers.
Yeah, like actually having a little bit of output damage on the structures.
Yeah.
I don't know if it matters because the waves are just so controlled anyway.
Right. I mean, they can also do the surge thing on waves, but...
True.
Yeah, it's annoying. Oh, another rapier.
Yeah,
Okay.
backup rapier purchased and heading home now on Lena's courier. That's
Very
always good.
And down bottom, it is going to be a Shopify movement. It's smoke up north for wild card. And did they get the shrine? Yeah, shrine's already been got.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, another little window here where it feels like waiting for the next Roche is going to be the play for both of these teams. And realistically, I'm not sure who gets it at that point.
Oh, Yopaj found anything? I mean, guys, he has nothing.
Oh, yeah. All right. Helm of Undying. Won't matter. They get that kill.
It is crazy to be playing a game at this point and have no defensive utility other than invisibility. Yeah, like that's to have the meteor hammer to replace. I mean, the Yule's obviously pretty useless, but like BKB, Lincoln's, any of that stuff just non-existent.
Right.
He's been living on the edge. Also dying on it for the 8th time now this game, but for the most part, getting away with it for the vast majority of the time and giving him these opportunities to create and sow some chaos here. And obviously not too unhappy about it thanks to his buyback being there. Still 3 minutes of no buyback for Devi Lama, though. So the window is still very much open. They would need a very fast Roche to get a super solid punish on this as wildcard.
The other thing to keep in mind is that with double bots too on Lina and Pango, they can be with this other trifecta here almost instantly. So this is not a safe go by Shopify if they want to make this move.
Stolen surge.
Jump in, fade, big hit. The Meteor Hammer combination out. LSA connects onto 2 dead. No buyback on Axe. The Helm of Undying will not stop this extra bit of damage coming out, and they will take down a couple more. A Ceaseless Surge provides a quick respawn.
That's the window, though. That's no Axe.
Yep.
2 minutes. This is their opportunity to end the game. The blink
Song.
in, the song.
This
He
is
casts
really big.
nets. Now
if they
what?
can do this, they pull
What do you
them
got
all
now,
in.
Rubik?
They don't have Vacuum back up yet. He gets the BKB in the runaway. Ethereal form tries to get out. Oh, Muerta's dead, though. That happened so rapidly, and now trying to chase her down a little bit more, but will end up dying. They're going to need buybacks. Ember chases speed. There's his BKB to get away. Still looking for a bit of a hunt here. They're going to Tombstone. Sitting pretty for the moment. There is a refresher ready on Lina, but she doesn't have it in her backpack.
They got to respect the damage from Tomato.
Jump forward,
That's the
Hex.
main concern.
Melee rack so close to dead, and there it is, the big jump forward, but the LSA
one
connection
LSA.
onto 2, and now the Muerta damage comes out. That's going to be a good kill, but no. They do manage to get a vacuum wall creation. Speed there, doing what he can, pulls him back in, big stun, follow up for the finish, and they'll be coming back as the Undying form, but not long enough to keep their throne intact. As they can turn their sights now onto the throne. GG is called. 75 minutes. Wild card managed to close it out.
Nobody beats wildcard 6 times in a row. Not today, they say. They get their victory, and yes, it got a little dicey near the end, but remember, they were in control for the vast majority of this game. This was theirs. They did an excellent job in this. They're coming in as the underdogs. I mean, yeah, they're the top 2 teams, but you know, we all are expecting Shopify to have a better handle of the patch and the gameplay heading into this one. And Wildcard they got some really good heroes based on the meta. They clearly looked around, saw what was working for other teams, emulated that gameplay, and just the team fight, they went all in on team fight and they executed. That's really what's big.
Right.
Outside of the song giveaways, that was problematic, but everything else was fine.
Yes. You know, that was one of the stories of the game, but at the end of the day, it was these types of early moves, the mid-game, where things felt really, really good for Wildcard. And that play in particular, the setup by Bignum and then into the easy jump in from RCY, closing it out. It felt like it could be over really quickly after that. And then we played another 50 minutes of Dota, roughly, which was also very fun. In the end, I'm also looking at some of these numbers. Lina, more than double the next 2 heroes' damage. 119,000 damage done. The next highest is 59,000 damage done.
Jeez.
Yeah, Yamsun really demolished people in this game, and I think that those late game Divine and the Divine Tiara, what the hell the name of it is, really made the difference.
The Divine Regalia, please.
Sorry,
Thank
Regalia.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm regaled with such amazing things.
We were this game, that's for sure.
Yes.
I can say that most certainly here. And so many great combinations here, and utilizing this combo that was brought back from the dead of the Naga Siren song into the vacuum, and a very old school thing that was removed from the game and then brought back in.
Right.
And every once in a while we still get to see it, and this is why.
You know, I'm also going to say, I didn't feel like the Helm of Undying did all that much. You know, it made sure that they were able to get some of their abilities off, but like, I kind of feel like they needed more out of their items, and the fact that they didn't get it was part of why they just felt weaker as this went later and later. Also, just, you know, if you've got Naga Siren Darkseer, it's pretty hard to play in the late game against that.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs for sure, though, to our glorious Rubik there.
Oh, yeah.
Hellscream played a hell of a game. He itemized really well to try and combat their team fight potential and kept them in for like 45 minutes. So going to the next game, I think it's really important that Wildcard win this one. I think they would probably be more likely to be shook after losing that just based on the massive lead they had the whole time. Whereas Shopify, you can kind of laugh it off and be like, well, we probably should have lost anyway.
Yeah.
So we held on for a long time. Have to just reconsider some things. Probably not just give them a few too many like freebies in the draft. Like they left in the Lina. You know, we're sitting here. We're like, oh, they're gonna go. They picked Naga. They're probably gonna go Lina. It's like, oh, Pango's good for both these teams, and you know they opt for that. And then you see the Tusk, and there's picks left, and well, there's the Darkseer. It feels like they got to kind of just like pick and choose whatever they wanted. And I do think as well the tempo of this like Ember Axe didn't quite match up for them the way they had hoped for, with the itemization choices and the speed around the map just never really came together. Like, but they had like 7 kills at like, I don't even remember what it was, like 25 minutes or something. Like it wasn't quite enough for what you'd hope for in a game like this.
Yeah, the Ogre Axe purchase, whether it was a mistake or not, definitely felt like a key slowdown in a moment where they had to be coming online, and that sort of fell by the wayside there. As we finish off game number 1, what a doozy. My goodness gracious, Trent, we still got at least 3 more games, potentially more than that. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game number 2 of Wildcard versus Shopify. See how you find folks there.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ooh-wee. What a game, Trent. That was a crazy one. 75 minutes. I was not expecting that, to be honest. Like throughout the entire game, I was constantly surprised at how late into the game it was, and it still felt like it was a little bit on a knife's edge. But it was cool. I liked it.
It was a good way to start our evening here. You know, we've obviously been taking it real easy in NA. If you guys have been keeping an eye on things, some rather quick matches that have occurred or many that haven't. So to finally get to our top 2 teams, to get a battle like that to begin, very important and massive for Wildcard as we move forward in this qualifier, because if they get stomped in this match, that could just be the end. You know, it's just a snowball through. They come back for the rematch and just continues the slaughtering that we've seen from Shopify versus Wildcard. But no, they stood tall. They got a pretty dominant win. Yes, it got a little shaky at the end, kind of, but overall, they had a giant lead. Yamsun played out of his mind. They brought in this Naga Siren plus Lina strat, and despite a couple mistakes, it was great. So now there's new questions here for Shopify. How are they going to respond? Will we see the Yamsun Lina again, is my big question, I think.
Right, and this is where I think things get a little bit tougher, where second pick felt very strong for me for Wildcard because they could get that first phase out of the first pick out of the second phase rather. And now you're in a situation where wild card pick first. And my guess is if they let through one of like Lina or one of Undying Naga Siren, you're going to get that Lina ban. That's what I'm expecting at least.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm guessing that they'll probably open Naga Siren if it's left in for wildcard, because I do think that the hero still does play well with a lot of the other like top 1 carries right now, especially the Morphling, which Yamsun also likes a lot. And then you can leave in the Undying as well. You're not forced to ban it out. So
look at this,
I hope they're not too dissuaded, despite giving it away too many times. The song, that is.
Look at this this change-up that we're seeing here. So TA gets banned. The other one was Doom that got banned out last time by Shopify, so they still end up with both of those heroes banned, but then it's Shaman that gets removed. So that leaves Batrider, Clockwork, Kunkka, and Nature's Prophet, and they're actually going to ban out the Naga Siren.
Yeah, I think if the first pick team is banning Shadow Shaman, then they've got some plans in mind, and it would have been the Naga Siren for sure. Now, the other issue is that you might be leaving the Undying as the first overall pick, which obviously Shopify just lost with, but it's a good hero, and then they immediately got countered by that song, which did come into play several times, especially in the early game when Undying had some nice tombstones that just got removed. But the Bristle, too powerful of a hero, they removed that. I did not realize he was ignored last game either. That's crazy.
That's nuts. The other thing I'm wondering, is there any way that Lina is first pickable for wildcard? Because you're not getting the second phase.
A little bit. It would be kind of risky, but you're up a game. I mean, the other 5s that are good with Lina would be like Tusk. Clockwork's having a little bit of resurgence because of the Lina. And then the Undying itself is like kind of okay, but you kind of prefer to have a little bit of control to try and get some combos. They're going to start with the DP after the AA ban. This was a hero that was featured in our series previously. She was also banned out in that last game, but she's got the stonks rising right now.
Okay. I wonder if their thought process here is let's just try and beat them straight up with this other strategy, because this could even be thinking ahead to a potential best of 5, right? If you make it clear that you have to get that Lina early and like you sort of prioritize it this much this early in this series, then all of the sudden you're in a situation where you're getting it first phase ban against you, which, you know, may be good, maybe bad, but this has to be a Lina ban here, at least as one of them.
I don't know. Lina is, I think she's a little particular. Like, I think she does really well with the Naga Siren and the Clockwork stuff. Like, I don't think you need to go like all in. That being said, it is also quite good versus Undying, so maybe there is some value there if you're Shopify.
Oh, I see.
Like killing the Tombstone is what I mean.
Right. I meant that I feel like Shopify would get it first phase out of this next one.
You think they'll steal it if you don't ban it? And you are correct. I understand what you're saying now. Wildcard agrees, because Shopify have been playing this Lina. It wasn't something that Wildcard were going for until last game, but Yeah, so indeed. I mean, that was what we saw, right? They went with the Lena Ogre when they
Right.
just wanted a 5 to make it work previously.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
also really good against Death Prophet. So Heroes still in Kunkka. If they wanted to run that, Nature's Prophet, Clockwork were the first phase bands that are still in the pool. Along with Puck.
Yeah, I need a good position 4 here for Shopify. Bat Rider, one of the best ones, of course. I mean, they've used a lot lately. A 4 versus an early Death Prophet. I mean, there is Shadow Demon. That's a little intense, though,
10 seconds remaining.
I
in
like
terms of
that,
getting someone
though.
that's like directly targeted. You like that?
5 seconds.
I mean, I love it against Death Prophet, but maybe you don't need
Yeah.
to go that hard to counter Death Prophet.
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
They're getting rid of that Darkseer. Again, a fantastic Darkseer game. Probably didn't give enough love, honestly, to how well Fade truly did clutch that game a lot of the times with the vacuums. Maybe just take the Tusk as well. It covers a lot. Like, your team fight's a little bit weak with that support duo, but it does give you a lot of other options throughout the game. And Tusk just generally does cover a lot of issues you can run into.
Dire team pick.
Wow. I mean, close. The Puck comes out.
Yeah. So this was second phase banned against Shopify last time around.
10
A lot of the big heroes that sort of made their rounds in the last game are not available here. I think Axe is still a potential, but that doesn't feel right. I feel like you're kind of playing around this Death Prophet now. Do you just need to go like Oracle? And maybe that's the reason that you take the Puck, is to like hunt that Oracle in the backlines.
Part of it is that they haven't really commit to shutting down the DP yet, though. Like, I don't know if I really need an Oracle at this point.
I guess that's
Like,
true.
I could maybe wait until the next pick, perhaps, and see if it's worth it. Because I'm not worried about Shopify taking the Oracle. I don't think that they're going to run it on Hellscream.
That's
It's not
true.
some liquid, boxy Oracle strat here. I am wondering what RCY wants to do, because he could go for one of these earlier counter picks versus the Puck. Because I mean,
Right.
they don't have last pick anyway. You see the Puck, you know Yopaj is going to play it. I mean, he's obviously a Puck player himself, so he's going to have some good ideas.
Ooh.
And that,
Oh,
I mean, that could lead to a
shit.
DK strat. You know, this could be good.
Whoa. Yeah, actually, I don't like any Orabine position 3 now, and you're running out of damage having this Puck already.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they got some good options here, and they're gonna grab the TB straight up. So a little bit of flex here, and I mean, we'll see. Does RCY want to take the Death Prophet mid? Does he want to pass it off? Do they want to go for the like Dragon Knight or Sniper or Monkey King or something into this Puck?
Radiant team
Looks like they just want to like ball up and run at them here. And Dark Willow
Yeah.
does do decently well versus the ball up. And then, they go for the Drow to counter the Terrorblade and the Death
Whoa.
Prophet. That's pretty sick, actually. I like that.
All right, Trent, hear me out.
All right, I'm ready.
TB off lane, Spectre. Let's go.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. She's not it. that ain't her.
5 seconds remaining.
To be fair, I also think that you probably get wrecked. Well, maybe not TB against Drow in lane. I actually that's probably okay, isn't it?
I don't. Well, I mean, as in lane, yeah.
I
Before you
guess
have 6, in
Undying.
theory.
I guess Undying makes it too tough too. Yeah, you probably can't do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
then probably have a bad time. This should be either your 3 or your mid here for wildcard. If you're sending RCY mid with the DP, which he's probably fairly comfortable with versus the Puck, then you want to be picking your offlaner that you don't want banned for Fade.
Dire team back.
Right.
And it's going to be the Night Stalker. Okay. All right. Very aggressive.
What?
Very spooky lineup here from wildcard.
I don't know about this one. I mean, it is kind of an interesting answer to the Puck too, now that I'm thinking about it.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, you don't necessarily have to, like, since you don't have a Puck counter in lane, as long as you get out of the laning stage okay with this Night Stalker, you're going to have a great time.
Yeah, vision is super important here, and it's really annoying for the Dark Willow to try and deal with too. Even with like Shadow Realm, you're not necessarily super safe from this hero because he just like sticks on you. You don't really have the damage to deal with him. You get silence, you can't bedlam.
Huh.
And then of course Drow doesn't want you on top of her either. They're gonna ban out the Tusk, and I mean, what are the other annoying? I mean, there's Clockwork isn't amazing here. Has to be. I mean, melee would be. Actually, they can go either because they have the Terrorblade. They can go melee or ranged. Or sorry, they have the Night Stalker. They can go melee or ranged, really, and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure how because I was thinking about this game much more through the context of like early pushing, shutting down the map. The Night Stalker makes that a little weird in a way. Because he's not like a great sieger necessarily, but I guess it's more like hunting people on the side of the map and like closing the game out.
Yeah, it's like securing full map control, just like ending the game basically.
Right.
And then, I mean, we still have that last hero here for Divine Llama. The Beastmaster is probably the big one that's still in. It fits pretty well with him. You have a Roar. It kind of stabilizes, deals with these early BKBs that you might see from the Night Stalker. I think that would be a pretty good final pick. Stampede away and just protect your Drow.
Yeah.
It's not bad. They're going to cover for the flex because there is definitely some flex potentials here. So just going to make sure that Puck doesn't get hard countered in the mid lane here. Would have been a pretty weird 4 one way or the other. Either the 4 Terrorblade, the 4 Night Stalker, or the 4 DP. Someone was getting shifted to support role here if they went for that Void Spirit. But, I mean, let's say they pick DK. Has the plus armor versus the Drow. Definitely suits their timing. How could you make it work?
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably, I guess, 4 Terrorblade, maybe, with Reflection? I don't know. I don't know what they would do. I think it's going to be just a 4 here. They are Leshrac gamers. I did notice that as well, but I think they've only played it as the core. Oh, we're getting the Bane. Yeah, I think they've only played it for RCY lately. This is something that I think Shopify was playing versus them, was some Bane support when I was looking through their games. I don't know if they've been as into it lately. A bit of a weird Bane game. You tend to think of these like BKB initiators when you think of Bane as someone who you're countering, but it's kind of cool. They have a lot of time left. Still a full minute on Shopify to sort out how they want to play this game. Is the Undying an off lane? Nope. It is a Baru Master.
I feel like this is one of those games that if Wildcard don't get off to like a hot start, I am really concerned about them going later.
I can understand that, yep.
I don't know. Like the Brew to dispel the Terrorblade illusions, then Drow is like a good answer for it later. There's so much magic damage. I feel like they're almost just trying to like stomp the lanes and then just kind of go from there maybe. But maybe there's something else that I'm not seeing. But otherwise, I feel like I like Shopify's draft way more.
There are some pretty sweet spells here from the Brewmaster, like the Dispel Magic.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage in this one.
I don't know if is Chen heal the heal over time component of it dispellable? I'm not sure. I don't remember if it is or not. But that would also really
actually
suck.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a good question.
I mean, so there was
it is also still 1,000 damage all levels on the Dispel Magic too, versus like illusions and Chen army, which is pretty awesome.
There was a point in this where I was like thinking to myself, okay, Death Prophet, Chen, Terrorblade, this feels like grouped together, push, take down buildings, end the game like at a decent time. And then the Night Stalker Bane felt like it was like, okay, well, let's secure the game once we've already got the lead. But if that securing doesn't happen, if you don't get that initial lead, they do not team fight well at all. So I don't know. That concerns me a little bit for Wildcard.
Yeah, that's pretty true. You're not wrong, actually. But I can see how it has legs. I see the general idea. Like, I have seen a lot of games where this TB just comes with the meta. You just need like a little bit of a fight win and the tower's just gone. Combine that with Exorcism and they could even get like a double tier 1 take in a single engagement here. So That's certainly there. But in terms of just like stable and well thought out, like balanced draft, the Shopify one is pretty stock standard. This is like you load into your pub and you see these picks and you're like, well, I hope they're a good brew, but overall I'm okay with our heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You know, Puck, Drow, very simple, very easy. You've got like this bullying support in lane and then dying that can make a lot of things happen. I want to see how this early stuff goes as they will smoke
they
up
saw that smoke
right next to them. Hello, everybody. How are you? And now it's time to leave.
Divine Llama not opting for the roll out the barrel here as Monkeys did. He's got the much more standard Drunken Master.
Right. Should note also it's a satyr for Chen who will run into them immediately and
Get mana burned.
Yeah, lose a lot of HP on that one.
Yeah, but he's gaining 1 health regen from Divine Favor.
That's true.
That
Cool,
doubles his health
Yamsun.
regen.
Oh no, Yamsun. Oh no. That is unfortunate as
He
it's
didn't
going to
even
be
get
first blood going the way of the Vi. Yeah, he did not get it.
That was pretty greedy. I gotta say.
Yeah.
Okay. Tomato just gonna run up to the gate there and get himself out of here.
Oh.
Jeez,
the
now
lane's-
Speed getting bullied.
Yeah. Is his creep? No, his creep's still alive. Okay. Keeping that one alive at least, which is nice.
All right, so we got to sort things out here. That's going to give Divine Llama a big edge to start with that first blood. As you can see already, though, mid lane, Yopaj on the level 1, tanking some Crypt Swarms. My goodness, that 15 bonus damage on the last patch just going crazy right now.
That is a lot. There's no doubt about that. Beating him up. And RCY has proven to be really, really strong in this mid lane. Has been bullying back the Puck a decent amount. Yopaj and him sitting a little bit low right now as they only have Tangos and the Fairy Fire to deal with this, really.
Yeah, if you missed last game, RCY kind of mopped the floor with Yopaj in the mid lane, which is very unusual to see in this region, obviously. His Pango versus the Ember just did exceptionally well.
Something to watch for sure. If they can keep up that momentum going into this one. Hellscream is trying to bully back Yamsun. Does need to play a little bit safe considering he's already taken some damage here. Throws down the brambles, gets the root, reignites Cinderbrew, and forces Yamsun back. But with Chen, it's just going to keep regenning.
Dire's turret has been
Yeah, not the most powerful hero at level 1. Now clicks over into level 2 there, but down bottom, we haven't been down here all too much. One of the best things about the Bane, of course, is still just the ability to just trade in lane, you know? You got yourself your Brain Sap still. If things get a little bit dicey, you've got this Walking Nightmare now, which is pretty hilarious. And it's very hard to, like, typically when you're playing position 5 Bane, it's really hard for the enemy to pull. They have a hard time just, like, grabbing waves and pulling them around. It's the opposite when you're 4 Bane, because when you're pulling the wave, if they come to contest you, you just Nightmare walk them away. So
Right.
you get to play the opposite side of the coin, and it's kind of cheating on this hero. But that's why you can kind of salvage any off lane simply by grabbing the wave and running away with it.
Yeah. Oh, TP out.
Yeah, Fade. He played
Fade.
it really close to the tower and had to TP out as up top. You see a big bomb hit onto Speed there.
Interesting. Okay. Should note also that Hellscream is getting this mana taken away constantly. As Yopaj is a little bit low.
Oh,
Forced
man.
back
Bignum, he made the
again.
play.
Yeah.
Skem was standing in the middle of the Lotus pool, but he was able. It's still far enough that you can walk people to the other side, and then when they exit Nightmare, they clip out of it. So without a second hero, you're guaranteed to get the Lotus.
That's nice.
Yeah, that was with some of the buffs that it's been getting.
Definitely nice, and is setting up now for, well, things are, looking pretty good for Shopify up on that top lane. Down bottom, getting this Night Stalker off to a good start. Really, really important. Already has a bracer done. As Hellscream just takes a couple more punches there. And Bignum can do that, like pull shenanigans whenever they need to.
Radiant
Yeah, and again, as you're saying, it is so pivotal for Night Stalker, and that's why this facet is the one that you almost always see the Night Rain to give yourself better laning immediately there with the nighttime. Is while we're watching a rune battle in the mid lane, and had to quickly jump up there because Skem gets the final kill onto Yamsun. Good move there. Kind of because they've been leaving this in a 1v1 down bottom and doing these pulling shenanigans, Skem had to find something to do, and he gets the best case scenario, then denies himself to the neutrals.
Okay.
Hellscream's still getting walked down here by the doggo.
Oh, yeah. He's got the wolf chasing him, looking, hunting,
Get him with the intimidate.
punching. Got him. Speed manages to run down Hellscream. Very nicely done.
Okay, not the thing you see every day.
No.
And chased down is the Dark Willow.
Oh, and bottom, yeah. The tomato kill, too.
Yeah, some of that effort used, of course, the top lane gets punished, because the thing about dying to neutrals, of course, you get a really long cooldown. They take advantage of that. They dive the Drow, knowing that the Undying can't come back for a while. And Fade, very, very happy here. That's going to put Tomato as the lowest net worth right now in terms of the cores. But it's a Drow. Surely he'll get the space to recover. Well, that's going to come from his mid laner, who's doing great now, Yopaj. Despite, some of the HP issues early on, looking a little bit dicey, he's feeling just fine.
Yeah.
Just waiting for that 6-minute rune. He's got a little bit of resource to work his way there. Should be fine.
And unlike the last game where it was like level 6 into attempts at kills right away with like the Ember Pango dynamic, this was much less of that. Like, your puck is TPing to like get kills with coil. Your Death Prophet is maybe going to rotate like and try and get a tower or something like that, or maybe even just play with the catapult wave here. We'll have to see what they end up going for. But 6-minute mark coming up. Runes, very important.
Yeah, they've got 2 heroes to contest Bignum. They have to just bring all 3, so he just can't fight them and steal the rune. He actually almost got denied there. Invis.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Invis. I said illusion. My brain. Hellscream wrapping around on the Fade. They're going to try and bully themselves from the rune into the Wisdom. And against a Night Stalker, this is a nice thing to try and do. Fade in some trouble. They drop the Tombstone down. Now a Nightmare to get Yamato away. Fade's still living, but low enough that he will go down. And it doesn't actually look like they're going to bring people over to contest this yet. Instead, RCY is the one that's going over to try and get the other Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, going for it here. Divine Llama, no 6 yet. He's going to run into RCY. That forces the Exorcism. We need some TPs. Yopaj is here immediately.
Yeah, they
but
got him.
Contesting this is still tough.
The Chain Lightning is out, and now with Speed nearby, I don't think they can do anything to stop this. So they will manage to at least get on the board with one of those. Hellscream gets the one on the other side of the map. And are they going to have anything done with this Exo? Don't think so.
Yeah, now they're hitting this bottom tower. It's going to force out the glyph. During that kill that they got on Fade, unfortunately, Bignum was rotating in with just very little mana from all the work he was doing elsewhere. I see why. Wow. Still just chilling here with this Exo, huh? Meta here as well. Yeah, that tower is in big trouble. No chance it stakes anytime soon. Exo heals RCY back up. So, successful counter push.
And while they are
in trouble.
I mean, he still has, a Nightmare to make that play if he needs to. Will Nightmare 1 Fade, runs away, grabs the creep wave past him. Bignum still playing with Skem a little bit here as the Night Stalker runs this one away. Tomato's just getting blocked by creeps. Now they get division.
Why do we have an Undying and a Bane just 1v1ing? Like,
I don't know. And Fade is making space. He's got phase boots. He's out of there for a moment. Do they have enough to get the kills? Still no. Fade still keeps on running. They do manage to kill off Bignum, and it's not enough. Oh my God, 40 HP. Fade just taking him on a nice little walk around. Okay.
I mean, they're Fade's boots,
Oh, threw it. It was a little off the mark.
Right.
Wow.
Now, mind you, he's not hitting creeps during any of that. It is daytime, but he needs to get down this bottom lane. There's a giant wave coming.
Holy.
It's just, who canceled their TP? What happened?
Chen. He decided that he didn't want it, or maybe there was like a miss micro going on there.
That's all right. Fate still gets there in time. He probably just said, no. He's like, probably like, I'll get there. It's fine. He missed
Yeah.
like one creep.
It's fair. Level 6 ready.
Also, yeah, they can't leave Yamsum alone. This is a classic Brewmaster move, right? Is killing the Terrorblade at level 6.
Does have Sunder.
Okay, he
Drop
pulled
it
him
now.
out of the multi-shot.
Well, they miss on the brambles too, but does not matter. Still enough to take down that TB. Very easily done.
Yeah, no TP available for Bignum. He can't get there. Fade is also missing a TP, so there was, despite all his efforts, there was never any help coming.
I don't know. This is a weird one because I think that there is going to be a strong timing for Dire, but the laning stage, I don't know if they've built up as much of a lead as they would want right now.
No, I don't think they would be happy with this at the moment. I think you would be hoping to have made an extra maneuver or two here. There's a nice silence from Yopaj to secure the amplified damage rune. So another rune, very importantly, going to this puck. And Yamsum's just going to be AFK farming for a while. He could maybe do the twin gate. I think that's what he's pinging, actually. He's saying, I want to go twin gate. I want to rotate bottom. And I want to push this tower with you. Either that or he's warning him that the drow's coming through, because that's also what's happening.
Yeah.
Divine Llama playing a little greedy up here, kind of low.
Yopaj gets hit by that silence. That was a quick reaction as Fade shows up and they get the kill. Now Tombstone down, sees Hellscream. Doesn't have silence for another 15 seconds, but with this Exo, it's going to be some good damage onto this tier 1.
Yeah, Bignum getting in behind as well here. Still just level 5, but can set up with a Nightmare. Catches the Dark Willow. Fade coming over. Silence not back up for 4 seconds, though. So they can't layer this perfectly. That's going to allow the escape of the Shadow Realm. But yeah, Catapult, Exo, Chen Creep's coming. Tower's going down.
They got this. Yeah, this is actually the thing that you probably just want to see out of this lineup. Group up around every exorcism and make some push happen. And that is
Bignum.
sort of timing out with Fade's ulti as well.
He's almost 6 on Bane. Fade, he's right behind Tomato. They need big TPs on the radio right now.
Got him. Yamsun there trying to TP out. Oh, Fade using the void. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Great reaction there from Tomato. Just immediately knew his out. That does give Bignum 6, though, as he pulls the wave off the tower, saves it. So if anyone rotates in here, he's got the Fiend's Grip to help. But more likely, he's going to need it mid because they're starting to get a bit aggressive here on Hellscream. Yopaj holding this coil and looking for another rune. Will he secure his like 3rd or 4th in a row as he coils on the RCY?
Death Prophet, silence is there. They've got the Spirit Siphon trying to stay alive. Good work so far, but is it going to be enough? RCY still living, does have the Nightmare, but can't get it off for a save. Probably wouldn't have mattered anyways. And Bignum can go for a quick little
Hellscream denied the Tombstone.
Yeah. That's nice.
Bignum was close. The Nightmare was
though.
just coming up. Yeah, it was just coming back. He didn't have a time to cast it, but I think you're right. I don't think he lives anyway. Fade tries to bully it with the shield rune.
I don't think we can do much to him here. He's still got stick charges. If people come up to try and rotate and help at least, they pull him to the side with the Chen Creep. Fade backs away, but it's not going to be enough.
Okay.
So they do have enough for the kill.
I'm guilty. I thought he was living too, but then the Bedlam came out.
Yeah.
It does cost them Hellscream's life, but that's a fair trade for them, of course.
The other thing about this is all fights that are happening when RCY has Exorcism down, and now he has it back up again.
True. It's also while Yamsun's just doing this. He's the happiest person on this map right now because he joined down bottom for that tower push, and then he's just been clearing through waves down here, going to the Ancients. They're trying to secure the top part of the map for him so he can rotate through the Twin Gate as well. Bignum drops a ward, spots Yopaj, has sleep but doesn't have grip for 40. Night Stalker coming, has to hurry up. It's going to be close.
Oh,
Okay, now
he's
they need
there.
damage.
And they got it. I think. Oh, dodge away. Silence. Oh, that was really close.
Yep. Not quite.
Jeez.
And we'll probably see Bignum grab a few wards and go on another mission, I'm sure, with a smoke and a Fiend's Grip. try and play a little bit close to this Night Stalker, see if he can set up again. And Divine Llama, not intimidated, just stays farming up here. He doesn't really have anywhere else to go. You can't farm Ancients that well as Brewmaster. You don't really have any good stacks to do, so he's just taking these camps, and it's working for him.
Yeah, it's nice. And trying to get towards that Radiance. Like, they're definitely waiting for their timing. I don't know if anybody on Dire is going to be buying a pipe, but that feels like it has massive value. Maybe Chen can get to that eventually.
I think so. Fade is almost at his Midas. Been a pretty popular choice for these Night Stalkers. Obviously, ever since his ulti got this big flat damage, it always feels pretty good, but levels are just so crucial on this hero that Midas is a pretty good shout to go for.
Getting the courier kill. That alerts Skem to the situation. Forces out the ultimate and then just runs away immediately. And they're smoking up and going through, but Death Prophet's already TPing out.
Yeah, Speed is the most vulnerable right now. He is really in here. Yopaj needs a quick pause here.
2,000. I mean, they got the gold lead that they wanted out of the end of this laning stage. It wasn't huge, but it was enough to take down some of these towers and start collapsing the map in. For Shopify, is it just waiting for like that Brewmaster Radiance and then they can take a fight? Do they need like a couple more items on the other heroes before they're willing to engage?
I think that their main goal should be to defend any tier 2s that get pushed and try and get wards up on Tormentor and Aegis. I would want to fight there as Shopify because I have Tombstone. So if we're fighting in a single spot, then I think we can win that. I think that's a good fight for our team. I think we play for that. If I'm on wildcard, I'm waiting for the Aghanim Scepter to be done on Death Prophet, which is just 100 gold away, and then probably one defensive tool to help her out, whether that's like a BKB or something a little bit faster, like the Yules or whatever. That would be my hopes, as they're going to find speed. I mean, he was in so deep in Radiant territory.
Yeah.
Nice try. Does not get denied to Roche, though.
Would have been nice for him, for sure. Yeah, has boots finally now, and that kill evens things up again.
So the problem is fighting them without Chen is very, very difficult. Like, they're holding split, and they have coil. You get terrorized out of the coil. That's a fight win, for sure. Like, coil is just a free setup. They do not have a good save for that unless they hit a extremely well-timed Nightmare. From Bignum. That's your only hope.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and like the Midas now too on Fade really means that so much of your timing is coming like later on, and I'm just wondering if they have the abilities to deal with this Brew Radiance when it comes online. Because when Divine Llama is splitting with a Radiance going, I don't see how Wildcard win that fight.
I think he'll have to be a little careful about how he plays though with the Radiance. Like, I think he's still going to be lurking a little bit, you know? Like, fighting, yes, the fighting is going to be very hard versus the Radiance, but I do think it's going to be hard for him to like keep accelerating at the pace he'd hope for. Because whenever it's nighttime, if they have the grip, it's going to be pretty hard to get it off. Like, right now, he might just be dead here.
Yeah, he didn't have vision, but they knew that he'd be over here. Has the Void, looking for the chase, just out of range. They can't quite get him. Full vision
he wants
is there,
him to split.
Yeah, that was really close.
Yeah, I think
couldn't
that was a good
quite
go
get
by
it.
Llama. And now they're going to try and turn on. They see the TPs. Oh, speed, not again.
Drums run, coil caught, and speed likely going down here. Yeah, they'll bring him down. All up top. Wait a minute. Tomato caught in no man's land and just going to get obliterated.
Well, thinking that he'd found something. I mean, that's Bane, right? This is what Bane can always do. These big sleeps. I mean, he sleeps you for 4 seconds. He grips you for 4 seconds. Like, this started at 17:07, and Death Prophet doesn't help until 7:13. Like, it's 6 full seconds before DP's doing anything, and there's still all this control after to keep the kill.
Right.
What a hero.
Yeah, it can be really
If you are
gross.
off and alone, you're going to have a bad time.
Well, also, I think this is going to be almost the full Aether Lens, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah.
for Bane.
Yeah, it is done. Yep.
Jeez. Yeah, so that extra range, he has Nightmare maxed out.
He
And
also
is
does
it-
have Enfeeble versus a Drow. You know,
Yeah.
doesn't hurt. It is total attack damage, which is crazy. That is a ridiculous thing to be reducing by half.
Right, at level 1. It goes up
Yeah.
to 70%
Yep.
eventually. But haven't really seen Shopify be able to make that big go together yet happen. As Divide Llama finishes the Radiance, is queuing up the Boots of Travel, and Bignum just going. Look at this. Look at all the people running over to help the Drow.
Yeah,
And Bignum's
yeah.
just running away.
Goodbye. Just being a menace here. Yamson just off doing his thing again. Just jungling. Terrorblade's favorite place in the world.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're maintaining this lead.
Oh, he's going to run into Hellscream.
And see you later.
Yep.
Are they going to try and get Tormentor now? Or waiting for people up on the
Scam
high
has,
ground?
he has an obs. Oh, if they kill
Bignum.
Bignum, this would be a great way to start it for them. Just drop the tombstone on him.
Is the
Hello?
RCY Bignum spotted? Okay, yeah, he's dead. But that keeps RCY alive. And that's Tombstone down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, right, we're night raining. True. Elden Ring Night Rain. It's online. It's here. So our Tormentor, they're now moving towards it. They're smoked up. Here we go.
Scam, Yopaj. Who do they spot? Not quite at the BKB yet. Speed would be a huge kill if they could get him. Drums run. Backs out. And they manage to get away from the side of Shopify.
But they get Tormentor for sure.
Yes.
Run along back. No sign of contest here from Wildcard. They know what's happening. But they're just going to back it up. And they're not going to get a trade on like a tier 2 or anything. They're not going to get a trade on Roche. Despite being nearby with Meta and Chen. Like, they're right in there scanning because they're like, hey, they should be trading for this. But they're not. So now then they
Right.
scan as well. The Dire scan the Twin Gate. Like, are they coming through?
Yeah. Yamson's going to get some pressure onto this bottom, or top tier 2 tower, rather. And Shopify are going to have to react to that because the meta's going. The damage is
Yeah.
starting to be doled out.
They want to steal the
Nobody's
shrine
reacting. Whoa, Night
first.
Stalker cancels it. Oh, okay. That was cool. They know he's up here now, though. And so we'll get out the glyph and still hitting onto the tier 2. Now the TP back. Fade is
He's
still
just gonna
hitting
sack
it,
his
though.
life?
Yeah, they get the tier 2. Sunder?
Yeah, son, you're crazy.
Oh my god, and the walk away. He TP's out. I don't think they can catch him.
That was so risky.
Wow.
My carry goat right there. Man,
was
if
really
you die
well
as
done.
Terrorblade there, I mean, I'm just going to be sad as Night Stalker if you die for that, but nicely
Right.
done. Yeah, he stays out on the map. Whew, okay.
They got
Living.
a tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, now you have a Death Prophet with 9-second BKB, the Aghanims, but do Shopify just get Roche? That would be my question. Like, Fate is close, but they're just moving in. They're just checking off these objectives. We get the Hypothermia online now as well here on that Drow Ranger. So that's going to make the Death Prophet pretty sad. They scan to protect themselves, and that's an Aegis.
This is the type of game where I feel like both teams have like an idea of how they want to play it, and they both think that their idea is better than their opponents, and so they're both content just like going into the later and later stages almost. You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
think that's correct. Yeah, 100%.
And
You
it
can see why,
feels-
too.
Right.
Like, for me, it's because I have Terrorblade if I'm Wildcard. I'm just thinking, what do I care? You guys don't want to fight us? Fine. I'll just farm the entire map. And then once we get like 30 minutes, I get to choose when we fight forever. Oh, nice grip.
He
they have
just
the
straight
damage?
up gripped him. Yeah.
Silence. Oh, they got the damage. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's huge.
Dude, I kind of love Bane. I don't know. I just always love this hero a little bit.
It shows, like, you think that you're safe as Puck. You walk forward, there's creeps right there, and then all of a sudden you just get gripped. Wow. Okay.
I mean, they have level 2
Exorcism.
split, though.
I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but yeah, they do. And Fade is actually right on top of Yamato here, so he can break TPs. They can't go because they don't have Drow. Oh my God, they're going to take this. Although Divine Llama now goes for the split. They immediately start to hit, pulling in. That DP has BKB, walks away. And as Fade does back out, they see that the Drow is returned and are, well, going to find the Terrorblade. He's still in a little bit of trouble right now. Yopaj shows up, the silence is there, and he ends up going down. So when it felt like things were actually going okay for Wildcard, they do end up losing their Terrorblade. Fade shows up, gets the illusion, and will blink away.
Yeah, they
But
had
they
a
got a
plan,
tier 3.
and then they got a little bit cocky there because Tomato hit the silence and then got the TP off. So he wasn't able to cancel on the Night Stalker, unfortunately. I'm not sure how it happened, though, because does he have, like, oh, he has alert. That's why. He's got the alert neutral on the Drow, so he gets the 150 bonus night range. So he was probably trying to play off of his usual night vision as Night Stalker, and then got spotted by the Drow unsuspectedly, and got Gust, and was like, I fucked up. And then Drow gets to come home.
I see. Yeah, that's fair. Interesting. Okay. Well, 13-8, and still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. They take the tier 3 tower down bottom on the side of Wildcard. Now Shopify trying to strike back a little bit, looking to claim a tier 2 of their own. While this is happening, Divine Llama is up top with RCY nearby. Bignum has grip back up again, and with Skem being pulled in, it looks like this Undying, they're even going to use the grip on him. So that ensures the kill, but no grip for a while.
Yeah, they'll get back out on the map with the help of that. Maybe get some D-wards going would be great. Try and see where they left some of this forward vision, because last game we did talk about quite a bit. Shopify just had a fantastic vision throughout a lot of this game. Constantly having good wards. I mean, they got one in the mid lane that's already past half its lifetime there from Skem. This pillar ward was put up here in Bignum. He is going to check for it. Good job. So won't leave anything here in this area. But I mean, Tomato's scary. Like, it's not easy to fight them right now if they don't find some way to kill this Drow ASAP. Is Yamsun going to be pushing this bottom lane? They're going to smoke towards him, and Tomato not scared, staying pretty far up mid. Even wants to hit this tier 2 tower with his Aegis.
Yeah, he just has a good feel of where everybody's at and what they're trying to do. But now Yopaj found. Do they decide to go for... Oh, Yopaj has a sense of what's going on, but they get the silence on him immediately. Now Force Staff. Ooh, getting him away. They jump in. Tomato's there. Finds the Bane. Hit. Hides away. Tries to get out of there, but dead.
Fate immediately just running towards the raiding side of the map as well.
Yeah.
They're just killing some creep waves.
Oh, yeah. Goes in for him, takes these out, easy peasy, needs to blink away after the fact. It looks like Hex is the call for Death Prophet after going blink BKB with Ags. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that just puts so much pressure on Yopaj and Divine Llama. It's an amazing game for a Scythe. Forces them to itemize against it, really. Because, like, if you can get the Scythe and then chain it into the silence, because they don't have those tools, right? I mean, we have a Hurricane Pike Drow. I'm sorry, Hurricane Pike Puck.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say. Which is very cool with Coil, very sneaky. But he does not have a Dispel still for the silence.
RCY kills off the creeps right as they're coming over to him. Has BKB ready if he needs it. Meanwhile, Chen is nearby. Has the Hand of God. Blinks forward. Gets the silence onto Drow. Forces out the BKB. Now trying to chase Tomato, but the zombies are on him. Slow down onto both and decides to TP out.
Okay, making him sweat a little bit there. Kind of testing his limits somewhat as we hit the Wisdom Shrines. Fade is just lurking. He's going to steal Radiance.
Radiant are scanning.
And he does get scanned. And there's a cheeky little TP on the way out, so grabbed. The bottom one is visible from the Watcher by the Radiant, though. Speed's going to run over to it. Oh, yep, as they're saying that, Bignum dies to Yopaj and Divine Llama, and I think Speed's dead. He's going to see this Watcher. Oh, panic. Might as well just get it and die. He's actually, because Yopaj used the coil. Oh, actually, he didn't coil, but he doesn't run for it anyway, so they get both shrines.
Well, Yamsun has Scotty done now and looking to the BKB next. Wants to be big and bad and out of control.
What a strange game. What was the biggest lead? Like 2K? I feel like this whole time.
It's been nothing, basically.
Yeah, the gold lead has been absolutely puny for the majority of this game. XP as well. Nothing at all really shifting here.
Both teams just trying to get the most amount of farm that they can and sort of passively make their way to the top tier items and think that their strong side is going to be stronger when they get them.
Yeah, it feels like people theory crafting builds about like this hero's really good when you have like 8 items and we're just going to play for that. It's like, yeah, but like imagine when the Octarine's out. Like it's just unstoppable.
Yeah.
Are scanning.
Well, next Roche going to respawn. We'll find out.
Oh, Yopaj,
in
if
30
he
seconds
tries
or
to kill
so.
this wave and then shows after. Hold, Big Gnome.
Hunting,
they got him.
finding. Yeah, they got him right there. Nicely done. Silence tries to get away. Not going to happen. The mana drain is pretty brutal on the Nightmare.
It is. Yes, it is. It is absolutely disgusting on the grip. It just drains it all.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I guess this is an interesting idea, right? You just get really solid pushing heroes and then 2 pickoff guys, right? Bane, Night Stalker, and they've basically just been running the game.
Divine Llama, level 18 right now. He's really strong at the moment, though. Like, level 18 pandas are pretty good when you're at basically the same level as a lot of your opponents, but they just can't get a fight where they're actually able to utilize it all, right? There's no, like, decisive fight. They're winning a lot of the engagements, but they're just little scraps, little scrimmages. Other people
Right.
get out of there. So they need a smoke up into next big objective kind of fight, which Tormentor is back up right now. It's on the bottom. They have a ward on it. It looks like they're going for it right now on the Dire. Yopaj will be respawning. He could TP. I don't know. I don't think he can get there in time.
Yeah, I don't
He's
think
going to
so
start
either.
blinking and running.
They wanted to go Roche, which actually is going to spawn pretty quickly.
Oh,
So
that's very
it-
lucky.
Yeah. The
If they
question
park
now,
in here,
can Wildcard get over in time to take the Roche for themselves, or like at least contest it? It's going to spawn in just a moment. There it is. But the problem is that now they've moved far enough down bottom that if they go for Roche, you're probably losing racks.
yeah, assuming they keep this push up. And looks like they are going to respect it.
Yeah.
Divine Llama going to TP back home. But now, of course,
This
if they
is
press
good.
here, they see you high ground, then Wildcard are just going to start heading towards that Roche pit. Fade is pulling some of the creeps into the jungle to kill, but there is still a big wave going up through mid. And now, Bignum, he's looking for his grip spell. Wants to get a big fish. Hold it up on the line. Show his friends what he caught.
I think this is smart though from Wildcard. The only thing, I don't know, maybe they can't actually do a full 5-on-5 fight though. I kind of feel like they need to push in bottom again with like Chen creeps. And they do have a Croaker down there. So Brewmaster sends out his illusions. They've got a Croaker that needs to
Croaker.
move.
He needs to use his tendrils.
Oh no. And there's Divine Llama that moves in. See, this would have been great to try and like catch him as that's happening. But you can see he's also just like in the void stance getting status resistance.
Yeah. Bignum's like looking for his moment, but can't find him.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, the little chip damage isn't good enough. They still want to play for Roche. They also want to push her pressure down bottom. I think Wildcard really do not want to take a 5-on-5 fight but they're gaining a gold lead while all this is happening because of Terrorblade.
Yeah, the only way they
know-
want to fight 5v5 is Exorcism. And then if they don't have Exorcism, they cannot fight 5v5.
Look at this, though. Okay, so they push in bottom really hard, know that Divine Llama's going to be here, and then they try and go for this fight. And this is right as Shopify are going in for Roche. Now they see this, jump forward immediately onto Scam, Bash dead. And this fight's over. I mean, that's it. No, look at Ceaseless Sturge. Ceaseless Sturge, he's back in. And now Brew is here. Okay, now it's become a bad fight. They miss on the silence.
Oh, they got the grip on Yopaj.
RCY, they're in some trouble. Do they have enough to grip onto Yopaj? It's not enough for a kill, though. And RCY turning to hit onto the Divine Llama Brewlings. Yamsun starting to punch into Scam. This is going to be a second death for that Undying. Fade takes down the Tombstone, and now Divine Llama, he has to back out.
They
doesn't have any more Brewlings left.
He can't cast.
Jump silence on the 3. What a great combo. Oh, and they got him. He couldn't get out.
He had the tiniest little orb.
Oh, no.
Have you ever seen those videos where like he can't even move with W on the puck? Oh my god,
so bad.
It's so annoying when it actually hits.
All right.
Oh, that was
wild card.
They're just in there. They're looking for the 2-0.
Yeah, that is double sets of racks most likely. Drow's dead for 45 seconds. Really clean play from them, pulling Shopify around the map.
And Fade's just one bash into a potential kill as well. Like you jump on him like this as Yopaj, there's a chance that you just get bashed and immediately you're psyched up.
Oh man. And the other thing that they are not even on the register of prepared for here is that Bane is getting his Aghanim Scepter delivered. As 2 racks are down, they can still go back and secure Roche if they want. It's going to start heading down bottom.
Yeah, the absolutely insane part of this Aghanims is, like, it kind of sucks this game because it can get canceled by the Terrorize anyway. But the crazy part is just the cooldown. Like, it reduces it by 45 seconds. So the way they win this game is by being ahead on numbers. They know that for every single fight, they want to be ahead. They want to find this quick pick with the Bane. And now you can just be non-stop hunting for it as the Bane.
Right. This RCY build, too, of the Blink Hex after BKB Ags. 3,000 HP, 22 armor. And, you know, you've got all these heroes sitting behind him. Shopify need to get this Roche. And they actually, it looks like they're going to get it.
I mean, they're on a bear hunt.
Playing a little bit too cavalier. Yeah, I think that they're still fine, though. Roche getting lower and lower. They want to jump in, try and find it with the Night Stalker. Blood pushed outside for the moment. It's down, and Tomato gets the Aegis. He gets outside of it for the moment. That's 1 life down, and unfortunately, he's getting surrounded by opponents. The Hex is there. Where's the follow-up? There isn't any.
They still have grip.
Deny the Aegis, and also you're chasing down these Divine Llama Brewlings. Will be a TP out from Hellscream, but they are in some trouble. Puck, Yopaj gets away for the moment, and they have eyes on this Brew. No way out of here. Pulls them back in, kills off Devi, and eyes on the high ground and potentially the throne.
Oh, I'd say so. I mean, Shopify, upper bracket troubles right now. I mean, it's not even a matter of winning this game. I feel like at this point it's recovering the mental for the grand finals. I think wildcard, they've run him over.
Yeah. I mean, we said it. Game 1, when you win a game like that, it all turns around so quickly. And there it is, the Fiend's Grip connection. Now, eyes forward. Better luck next time. Bignum, don't say that because there might be a next time.
That's foreshadowing.
As it is going to be full Mega Creeps going their direction. No Metamorphosis, but still Shopify just trying to buy time until this Drow is back up to 1 second away. They're going to have to do it without the Brew, though. RCY, no BKB. Maybe an opportunity, but Terrorblade, he does have a BKB. 25 seconds until they have Fiend's Grip back up again.
Yeah, that's really the spell for me, for sure. It's just like, I feel confident if Grip is up. Because the only way they're going to disable the Bane is getting within range of the Scythe. And so you try and hunt the Bane, you're going to get just clapped on by the DP as well as the Night Stalker, so life's just easy. And
They
I
go
gotta
again
say,
with Brew Dead.
like whoever is doing the drafting strategy or just like looking at the other regions and the qualifiers and stuff for wildcard is doing a fantastic job. I don't know if it's just speed or Fade or whoever, but like whoever is looking at this stuff, maybe it's Bignum, they're doing a great job. They are looking at the right heroes.
Yeah.
Because these are the heroes that I'm seeing winning in other regions, and I love the way they're playing the map too.
Good damage now. They break the coil. Do they have enough? Oh, the Nightmare save keeps Yansun fine and dandy. The throne exposed. Shopify are going to get 2-0 wild card. Come in and take the series over them. There were a lot of people that thought after all the troubles that Wildcard got that this would just be a complete and total free spot for Shopify to go further. But showing they got to bring their A game for this best of 5 that's coming up.
What do I hear? It's like it's TI6 again. USA. USA. It's been so long.
That's
wow.
right.
The proud chatters, the fans, they're chanting here. I can sense them from the future when they finally get to see this after our delay because, wow, what a series. What another game here from Wildcard. Bignum crushed it on this Bane. I really do think that it was pivotal to how they win this game. So much pressure on the map with this Bane, and a lot of that because of the pressure that you're getting from a Terrorblade, giving a lot of space, forcing him to split up to deal with these waves. It opens up these gaps where Bignum can strike in, but catching Yopaj time and time again, Yopaj choosing to be kind of greedy, I would argue, in both games on his itemizations, trying to avoid investing in these super heavy taxing items against the single target disable. But both games, you know, a lot of his deaths resulted in some pretty hefty penalties for his team.
You know, I think it's not often that you end up in a situation where so little damage is done between heroes by the 20-minute mark. I'm just looking back through this stuff, and it's like Chen is the second highest damage at the 20-minute mark. And that tells you a lot about what was going on. He was just spamming spells because the damage that he dealt at 20 minutes was basically the same damage he dealt at the end of the game at 40 minutes. What was basically happening was just go down lanes, push out lanes, do some damage to towers, do some more of that. And whether it was because Shopify couldn't find the fight or they didn't think that they had to take the fight, whatever the case was, they let Wildcard get freely to this win condition. And yeah, I don't know. I think that a really heads up play, like you said, to Wildcard to recognize these heroes as the ones that they need to focus on, and really just put together a solid game plan and executed it flawlessly.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed right now by Wildcard. And they get themselves a little bit of a break, obviously, until the grand finals tomorrow. So they can just kind of relax a bit, keep an eye on that lower bracket, and try and refine this even further. See if they can bring in some of these other successful heroes across it. And let's give it to them. Let's give it to Bignum, the standout player for sure there on this Bane. Gonna have to agree. He was running this match, getting all the vision down, going for his Agnum Scepter there to clutch up there and make sure that his team can confidently go into the next fight ahead of Hero.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just everything that I feel like you could want out of a support player. There was that one time too where he ended up dying and like making sure that RCY got out alive. RCY, I think, had one death in the entire game, and was, you know, sort of the focal point for a lot of the fights. Also being able to be there for, you know, several key clutch Nightmare saves. It's what you want to see. And I think, you know, we've got a heck of a rest of this qualifiers going on. The other thing to consider, which could be crazy, we still have a lower bracket to play through. Is there a possibility Shopify playing on tilt, running into big underdogs that people could take them down? Could you imagine?
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
we'll find out here on our anime. That's what it's become. The NA qualifiers in anime. You know, that's what we got. Yeah. So very, very well done. It's I'm looking forward to it, and the best part is that we get to see this other potential anime story right after this. That's right. What we got next for you.
We've got a solid one, everybody. Stick around. We've got lower bracket semifinals. BSJ and friends facing off against 4 Anchors and Dota-sama, which is going to be a good one. Stay tuned, everybody. We're going to be back after the break with our final series of the night.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for our final match of the night. And Trent, it is BSJ and friends facing off against 4 Anchors and Dota Sama. I can't wait for this one. Lower bracket semifinals. It's going to be hype.
Yes, I liked the question you posed to them, though, was, are you actually BSJ's friends? You know, that was a good question. Because they don't actually make it clear in the name. It's BSJ and friends. So, like, you know...
That's right.
Just
BSJ.
they are friends. They're two separate entities. Like there's BSJ, and then there's a group of friends. That must be what's happening here.
That's so mean. Well, what can you do? We already have a draft going, though, so I'm pretty stoked about this one. We'll see how it's going. These, to me, do really sort of show up as, like, the top 2 teams in NA that are not Shopify and Wildcard. And the question mark is, are they going to, like, one, who's going to be able to come out on top? And then out of that, can either of them sort of battle to take down Shopify?
That is true here. And we did get a chance to watch both these teams so far. BSJ and friends, they had some tough games, but they always kept it fun, you know, very chatty. We saw them laughing, having a fun old time. And I'm expecting that jovialness to continue here. They obviously are a little bit more laid back, I would say, than their opponents.
I also just saw some all chat in the drafting screen, which is Dota Master said, be careful about Noble Wings Muerta. And Monkeys, if anybody doesn't know, Noble Wings is the old name for Sammy Boy. Monkeys Server said, Double King drafting Pog. Double King says, I've been drafting. You think I watch games? Stop glazing him, please, Brown. Fraud NA fan. Maybe keep him humble. Shaking my head. Sammy already stumped. And it is worth noting that there is a lot of reserve time used. So, like, the trash talk is happening in the draft, which I don't think I've ever seen. Yeah, Monkeys said, just giving you reserve time back. Good guy, Sam. There you go. Look at that.
Wow. I have never seen this much chat in a draft in a very long time. So maybe both teams a little laid back here as we get what has become the classic across every region. When you have first pick, you pick Shadow Shaman.
Look at them. They're
the
all
plan.
giggling. Oh, Double King's not, though.
I mean, he's
Serious
drafting.
business.
Yeah, that's right.
So is Sam
he's thinking
today.
hard right now.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, we'll see what they go for.
What am I going to do?
What's the play? I think I've seen that that beanie in a lot of places. Whoa!
Holy DNM.
Wow.
Damn, that's pretty sick.
Look, he's got like the lights on even now. That's crazy. Oh, and RZN has the working on spreadsheets filter on his his webcam. That's good.
Yeah, very helpful. I like it. Big Fat B currently taking his match in the asylum. That's nice. Nothing sharp in that room, I can tell you that much.
Look at that mirror there. That was interesting.
The
Okay.
padded walls of a Dota player, keeping him safe.
So Undying Shaman, I guess at some point we need to talk about this actual draft. But to be honest, we've seen this draft so many times, I feel like we don't need to talk about it. Uh-oh. Sammy Boy's doxing himself. Don't look out that window.
Oh, no. Keep Rain Bolt away. You know, I found this Dota player in 10 minutes.
Oh, that's really scary. I don't like that one at all. Well, Pango, AA, Omni, and Bristleback Band, and then we've got the Kunkka, Oracle, TA, Death Prophet. Oh, the Dawn, just in case they do the old Tusk Dawn shenanigans.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's... talked about it. It's really good. That's kind of where I would want to go, I think, in a matchup like this. We know it's going to be brawly. Do you think they should ban the Brewmaster here?
I don't know. I think it's probably fine. I was thinking they were going to ban Lena on BSJ and friends, but they're letting that one through. I guess with Shaman, like, you kind of have some amount of an answer if you can get to a Blink Dagger, get on top of her.
I just feel like it's just one of those not worth it. But I guess TT game this morning, they banned it in both games and lost both games. So the brew was not a necessity for BSJ and friends.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it is definitely Monkey's like favorite hero, but I don't know if it's his best hero.
Damn.
You know what I mean?
Savage.
I think that's more a function of Brew as a hero than it is Monkeys as a player, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Brew is usually a situational hero, so trying to shove him into every draft is generally not going to be the most successful strategy.
10 seconds remaining.
For Angus and Dota Samba, they do have a very particular hero that they like, and that is the Necrophos.
Right.
They did use it in their victory earlier today. They lost game 2 with it, but then they won game 3 with the old Necrophos. We saw them pull it out 2 games straight versus Shopify Rebellion. Didn't win either match, but obviously it's a pretty tough matchup to go into either way. And the AA's banned, so that's one way to kind of open this up a little bit for them. I'm also thinking about this Clinks because they have this Undying in the safe lane, presumably as a position 5. Could obviously
Whoa.
flex to position 3, but we get a Ringmaster, a hero who has fallen off a little bit. Actually, I shouldn't even say fallen off a little bit. We just haven't seen him in this region in the games we've been casting. I go to other regions, I still see plenty of Ringmaster.
Right. Yeah, that is interesting. So already picking their position 4s very early and will be going for that Brew. So just straight up comfort out of BSJ and friends. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, it gives you split versus Tombstone. Like, you're planting for the fight, we're going to plant for the fight. But I do think it is that situation that you were exactly discussing where I don't think Brew's particularly good against either of these two heroes. And he doesn't have a
Right.
core matchup to look at all either. So he's giving a lot to his position 1 and his position 2 by offering up this Brewmaster so early as something for Anchors and Dota Samba to draft against. But it's going to just make it a worse game overall for him.
They'll take the Morphling into it feeling like this is the answer to the spam of spells that they're going to be thrown his way, which is just, okay, I'll just take all that damage, attribute shift down and then get back up to full again. And they are going to go for the Necrophos. Worth noting, Ringmaster really good against Necrophos Reaper Scythe.
Yeah, how does that work?
You go in the box.
Does it just end it, or does the scythe still come down and do the damage?
I think it still comes down and does the damage, but it's whatever
But they
that
just
is.
can't do
like,
anything else.
it's like that 80% reduction or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty
All right.
gross.
Yeah, obviously not a lot of Necrophos lately, so it is 50, 60, 70, 80% magic resistance at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's one of the easy. It's like up there with Shadow Demon in terms of ease of use.
Oh yeah, 100%. All right, well, they got to wait a long time before they got the 2 core picks. That Lina is still in. Pretty good hero versus Morphling and Necrophos, alongside 2 heroes that don't get in easy either on the supports. The only downside is they don't have a melee support to support her, but yeah, they're just going to grab the Lina. This could even just be a mid Lina for Iron Island, I feel like. Potentially, just because he does tend to play a little bit more of these more classic mids a bit.
The only reason that I feel like he wouldn't potentially also, if he wanted to switch something else, like play Quap, would be because giving Morphling Blink is kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
They take out the Ember. Where's
Ember would
Stormbit?
really tie their draft together because they really can't jump the Lina. Like they're just they only care about heroes that would get to the Lina in the back line, which almost certainly suggests that it will be position 1 Lina, and
Yeah.
they'll probably be picking I would say Pango. Pango's banned. Okay, so
Storm.
Pango, Tiny are the go-tos. Kunkka's banned. They're gonna ban the Puck. Yeah, I'd say Tiny should be your other ban. They banned the Storm. Okay, cool.
Interesting. All right, well, last pick to think it through and figure out what they want to do. I thought that 4 Anchors might want to go for Storm themselves, but they will take the Tiny out.
Ban it and take the Void Spirit instead.
Interesting.
That's interesting. Kind of removing all of the typical mid-jumping heroes.
I think this over Tiny tells you a lot about what BSJ and friends are trying to do, right? Like Tiny is about going all in, getting that kill. This is about being able to go all in, but then also you've got that like slight ability to escape and like letting these people go first, and then just Lina deals all that damage.
And when you have that second layer of survivability, like the Void Spirit does, it gives a second opportunity for the Ringmaster to get saves on you. Because like when Tiny goes in Avatos, if he gets disabled, that's it. Like you as Ringmaster have to like get there and save him, and if you don't, he's dead. But you know, maybe Void Spirit can dance around a little bit, and then you get there for the save after. And in response, though, they do get a Monkey King, very strong mid hero in all melee matchups. So that's a pretty good grab for them, I'd say. And what? There's feathers falling over this Lena's head.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that one before. We'll see it once we get in game. But is a pretty quick pick that they come out with that Monkey King, and we'll see how DNM does in this one. It feels like the match for BSJ and friends is all about the Lina. For 4 Acres and Dota Sama, I guess it's just the idea of like getting Double King to be huge, and then he eventually like wins you the game. DNM kind of can run around, make things happen, try and shut down that Void Spirit a little bit more.
Yeah, I think we've got similar ideas on both sides. It's a lot of my carry is stronger than your carry.
Right.
Looks like the end result that we're going to be seeing.
Well, we'll find out who indeed is correct as we get ready to pop into this game number 1 lower bracket semis. Winner moves on to face Shopify Rebellion and see if they can take down that big behemoth of a lineup. Do you have a favorite right now based upon what we're seeing so far?
I kind of like the BSJ and Friends draft a little bit more. Like they ended up getting some value out of this Brewmaster that he didn't necessarily expect. So that's kind of cool. He can be a little bit annoying for a lot of these heroes. I feel like the Cyclone can really break up a lot of these team fights. Maybe he can kidnap the Monkey King out of a Wukong. So that could be pretty cool as well. He's got some cheeky plays that he can accomplish. And that's one thing that Monkeys is really good at. Because he spams the hero so much and often just picks it without knowing what his matchups are, he has a lot of experience versus many heroes. So he knows these little tricks that can give him the edge in these matchups that he's not usually used to. Also, the Dispel versus the Ghost Shroud is always great too.
Oh yeah,
the only match with 10 NA players, says Dota Master.
Oh, what a way to start. Streamer battle. I like that. Yeah, apparently there's some audio issues. They're going to need to restart on this one. But we should get into the game because the all chat, I feel like, is going to be coming out fast and furious. And that's always a nice thing to get to see. What's that?
That's here, of all places, NA Dota?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Absolutely.
Just maybe.
I tried to add a bunch of them to my friends list and nobody responded yet. I'm so sad.
DNM is posting Double King Dota's Twitch. That's good.
Good.
Let him know. Twitch.tv/Double King Dota if you guys want to follow. Letting you guys know. NA needs their viewers. He needs some support.
That's some free publicity right there. I like that. Well, they should be getting underway in just a moment now, as a hotbed of trash talk is surely going to be flowing out in this one. But it's, it feels like there's a friendly banter to it that's going on.
Oh, yes.
Also, I will say that it's not 10 NA players because they're like very few of these players play on the NA servers anymore. I feel like almost everybody's switched over to playing on Europe, it feels like.
Just had to point it out, huh?
I mean, look, gotta keep it real.
It's that's an unusual Imperial Ember crown on the Lina with the quality unusual feather fall effect. There you go. Neat. So she just drops feathers wherever she goes, I guess.
That's why they picked the shaman.
Oh, man. Logic right there. Solid logic.
Well, they will head out. And looks to maybe be a fight for one of these two runes here. Monkeys Forever and Anusham are playing together, and it looks like the Undying and the Monkey King will be there for this one. On the other side, Zexy, kind of in no man's land, is going to run into some issues. So they managed to get the 2 runes apiece. Zexy does get out.
Burns,
and when all is said and done, it's just going to be the trade.
All right, no first blood on the bounties this time. Keep it a little bit simpler as this tree blocks some creeps in the mid lane. And DNM should be set for a really good time. That's generally how it goes with Monkey King versus any melee hero. That being said, Void Spirit does have the Sanctuary. So he gets a barrier versus everything. Not that he needs it versus Monkey King, but he can try and use that protection to sort of mitigate some of the bonuses the Monkey King's going to get, as well as get some last hits.
Yeah, needs to be careful how they do with it. And I mean, I guess the other thing to watch for is going to be how much are they going to be able to proc this Cinder Brew. As down bottom, Nusham is already pulling some waves here. Big Fat B tries to pull him in. And a little force back after the Impalement Arts goes out.
Yeah, I've seen this combo before in a couple different teams where the Cinder Brew into the dagger, fairly consistent. Like, generally you can hit the daggers in the laning stage.
Yeah. Again, keeping some amount. One of the few heroes I feel like that actually can kind of be a bit of a challenge for Undying to deal with in the laning stage. Because, like, your right clicks are good. You've got this annoying ass Impalement Arts. And then also, like, your movement speed is pretty decent. 10 above the Undying.
And then he randomly gets, like, because Undying plays on the edge in terms of just like, oh, I'm going to get the walk down, I'm going to get the decay. And then he just, like, has a whoopee cushion. And you're like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Why did he just disappear?
Should talk a little bit about this mid lane here, as it is 10-5 to 6-1, and Annihilate is going to get counted to 4 on. Does pull him under tower there for a moment, which is a little annoying for DNM, but can't boundless in a moment.
Mischief dodge. And there's that, and then of course there's a Necrophos in this game. So a hero you probably haven't seen in a while, unless you watch some of their other games. Recently, the Dota Master on his Necrophos grind at the moment, but doesn't have the best matchup. No melee hero in the lane, so no support to threaten a little bit with the Heartstopper aura, and Sammy Boy can just kind of keep his distance for a lot of it, so he's not even being harassed by the one tool the Necrophos kind of has. And then of course Ghost Shroud doesn't really keep you that safe.
Yeah, not against all that. Bottom lane, Monkeys Forever in some trouble as they chase him down, tries to go for the tombstone kill on Nusham, but it was never going to happen. And it's Big Fat B that draws the first blood.
You know, how come Necrophos still takes bonus damage on Ghost Shroud when Decrep doesn't do it anymore?
Because they have not looked at this hero.
That's probably what it is, honestly.
Oh, LSA. It's on the 2.
Yeah, there's some serious value on that one. He thought it was Sunstrike. He was trying to help, you know.
I see.
I'll just walk in there, give you a hand.
Makes sense. But yeah, it's sort of a slow again start to the laning stage. A little bit of a lead in mid, not like hugely significant yet. The difference is going to be once those levels really start to stack up as Zexy tries to get away. Zan able to move in and find the finish though, and now Sammy Boy needs to back out. Does have another LSA at the ready, but will not go for it.
Yeah, it's a good amount of damage there, and you know, I actually didn't know that Annihilate was a Grandmaster Void Spirit. I was not familiar with his game, so that kind of makes a bit of sense as to why I opted for it here. So, talk about DNM spamming this monkey a lot, and Monkey's spamming the brew a lot, but Annihilate, I'm sure, has run into his fair share of Monkey Kings because of picking this hero in the mid lane so often. So, probably why he's still doing decently well, considering the matchup.
Little harassment down bottom, a miss on the Impalement Arts, but a big creep wave coming in for Double King, who's 22-5 versus the 14-0. Monkeys Forever having a tough time in this lane. Is still getting a lot of experience, but is about half a level below the Morph lane.
Yeah, and if you guys want to know what to expect, this Necrophos, we had the blink into Radiance, I think, every game. He looks like he did it earlier as well. And then the 2 games versus Shopify, I believe he went the same build, yeah. Blink into Radiance. So that's generally his game plan, is have the site to help out his allies, and then try and use that to get some kills and farm in towards that Radiance later on. So does he have the damage to finish these kills? I mean, Morphling, it's going to be busy for a while. I think you're going to have to count on the Boundless from the Monkey King jumping on in there, and as well as the Bedlam from the Dark Willow.
Right. Yeah, if she can get in position, that would be helpful to get him over the top of it. But I also think just in general, the way that their game is sort of setting up, it feels like they're kind of okay if this goes somewhat late and maybe aren't going to be pressuring as much. There is a bit of a move coming through. Big Fat B tombstone down.
Oh,
and
nice.
Zexy is going to be the one left behind. As well, Zexy actually living, walking away from this one. The zombies will eventually take him down. Now Sammy Boy getting dove underneath the tower. How far are they going to chase this one? He has LSA back up again if he wants to, along with a
can hit
lot
the
of stick
brambles?
charges.
Ooh.
It's the brambles, has stick, 11 charges, turn, hit, good combination. The damage is not quite there. A miss, got greedy on the Tame the Beast. And Big Fat B gets away for now.
I mean, it looks like you had something there, but he just had so many decays stacked up.
Right.
Oh, Zexy. He doesn't get it with either shock. He's too far away.
Yeah, he has
Big Fat B
magic
on the
stick
run.
and heal and Lotus anyways. I don't think it's going to be enough.
He's too fast.
And 7-minute mark. Look who's coming. They TP'd a lot up top. This actually could be a bit of an issue. I don't know if Monkeys can secure this for himself. With Monkey King moving over.
Yeah. No, I think that he has to just let this one go. There's a 0% chance he's getting this shrine. He will just die.
Well, they TP now. And good
nice.
Tame the Beast. Newsham trying to do what he can, but this one is going down. Can they get it in time? No. But they might be able to get some follow-up kills. This is huge. TNM goes down. They find a kill
0%
onto
chance.
Newsham. And I think that Roseanne is going to get taken down by Monkeys as well. So a double for the Brew.
How did Morphling steal that of all heroes? I
don't
thought they
know.
were on it, but he managed to find a time where he was isolated on top. So I guess he didn't get the shrine. We were correct on that, but I did not think they were going to be able to turn that around. That's for sure. Another
Jump
whip
away.
here from Newsham.
Trying to battle it out. He's got a funhouse mirror if things get a little bit too dicey. And we'll pop it now. Tries to hit waveform through and dead. Zexy takes the kill. Now the turn. Shackles from the Morphling form. And now he shackles back the other way. How do you like me now? Trying to do what he can. The Hex is there. A couple more punches, but eventually Dota Master and the crew come together for the finish.
Now Monkey's in though, has the split, wants a double.
This would be big. Who does he go for? Does he try go for both of them? He's gonna. Now the lift up. Pulls back down Dota Master. Dota Master in trouble. Does have a stick charge, but fully surrounded by the pandas. Will go for the Ghost Shroud. Dispel magic. Got him caught for the moment, but they move back in DNM. Monkeys Forever still chasing this now, and a couple more hits is going to be the double kill. That was a hard 2 kills to get.
That's classic Brewmaster too. I mean, obviously a player who's very good at utilizing the full toolkit, but one low hero and then another hero at near even full HP doesn't matter for this guy. If you get the split off, the level 6 one is crazy powerful, and you kind of need that. Like, it's a big part of having a good brew game is like a guaranteed kill at 6.
He just got 4 kills with his first 6, basically, because 2 of them
Yeah,
were
kind
placed at him underneath the shrine. And suddenly he's at 2,200 gold towards his radiance. Zexy
That is absolutely insane.
tries to back away, is going to buy some time with the shackles here, but eventually will be in the grave. While up top, they find Dota Master, catch, kill.
All right. I mean, it was a bit of a rough start. The kills were flowing on the side of the Radiant, but they have jumped back now. Now, they are getting some pressure on this middle tower, though. They got the ward in behind. The tombstone there kind of guarantees the fact that they're at least going to get it. And they will keep a 2K lead. But, yeah, the main concern will be this Brewmaster. Sometimes you see this and they don't even have boots. I mean, he's got his brown boots and well on the way to that Radiance. So, I mean, I don't even think they can come and kill him before his split either. They're instead chasing Newsham.
Does have a fart cloud, drops it behind him. DNM caught, shackles there, good damage. Will it be enough though? DNM pops the ultimate, but the hits keep on coming. They take down the Monkey King. I annihilate with the last touch.
Burns, doesn't it?
Very good rotations coming out from BSJ and friends.
Yeah, and they can't let this Monkey King fall behind. He is the tempo setter for the lineup because this Necrophos is just weird. And like they need as much damage on the Monkey King so that the Necrophos scythes are going to work so that he can snowball into his Radiance. You're never going to see Morphling for like 10, 15 more minutes. So a lot of heavy lifting by the Monkey King required.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, we had talked about the escape act being an answer for the Necro. Doesn't actually even have it skilled yet on Ringmaster. Opting for the other damage-oriented spells to secure these kills. Could be a chance now to go into Double King. Can they find the angle in time? Hex is there. He got the strength form off, though. And that should stop any chance of a kill. And in fact, the turnaround is going to be there. Yeah, that's a dead Zexy. It was a bold opportunity to go for that one, and doesn't actually end up working out. Monkeys Forever is caught. Oh, he does have split, but can't get it off in time. Now the turnaround. Can he escape? Yes, he will be able to get that split off. Pulls the Morphling in even deeper. Morph doesn't have waveform for another couple seconds. Switches over to the other form, but ends up dying.
That was so
Baited
greedy, man.
in. And another
So greedy.
couple of kills working out perfectly. Although Monkeys Forever now in trouble. He gets brought down by Rozan. DNM shows up, finds Annihilate, turns his sights over to the Dark Willow. Couple more punches, dead.
Here comes
Zexy shows back up. Now they got this one as well. How much damage they have for DNM? Not enough. He can't get it.
Oh, it's the
The chase
courier.
down though. They're moving in.
There's a
Zexy
scythe.
in some trouble. The scythe is there. They find their target. Turns around. Shackles not gonna work. It's getting squirrely, Trent.
So squirrely. Oh, first they overextend chasing the Brewmaster. It's like every Brewmaster's dream. Monkey's just waiting and waiting closer to the tower. He's like, I can't believe they're still chasing me. And then the waveform in full commit, but despite losing their Morphling and their Willow, it was a big win, especially for the Willow. I feel like she got a lot of gold. Yeah, 400 gold, 421 XP.
Yeah.
Great news for the Dark Willow, who's trying to get in towards the Yules to get some added protection.
I mean,
And it's going
all
to keep
of
the lead
this-
pretty steady where it was.
All of this does feel, though, like it's just great wins so far for this Lina, who has been left completely alone and has a completed Maelstrom coming out right now. If DNM could find Lina, that's where this game really starts to take off into the favor of the
like right
Radiant
now?
team here. If they can get him, but Sammy Boy playing it safe.
Back to the safety of farming some creeps here, but a threatening Necrophos here is still busy just juggling away right now, using those Sadist points here to just try and sustain his way towards that Radiance. And once he gets it, once they start pressuring into, Tormentors and stuff, how strong are they going to look? Morphling gets BKB. DNM's going for the Battle Fury. I kind of like with that. I'm wondering about the Blink Scythe. I'm curious to see how these kills work, because I feel like they're gonna have to target people like Zexy. Like, I don't see them Blink Scythe killing Annihilate or Monkeys, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty tough to imagine that. And in fact, I think that you're in a similar situation to last game where like 4 anchors are going to be looking for pickoffs more so than actual team fights, because the Radiance Brew is going to be an issue, and Annihilate just barely takes a step back before those brambles.
Yeah, that's one of the spots where maybe you could see the kill happen too if he gets brambled first and you actually get the Bedlam damage seems necessary. I almost feel like it'd be like a blinking Willow game or something here. They have a lot of aggressive vision right now. That is a Monkey King tree. He starts it. Deception.
But there it is, the Hex, the interrupt. They find him in trouble and dead. The turnaround was there. Zexy in position to turn that fight around, take out the Necrophos, and Sammy Boy barely surviving. They take down the Tombstone and he lives. 70 HP. What a freaking win. Nicely done by Zexy.
Oh, the tips are there. Yeah, the Hex turnaround save.
Notisama calls 100%. The hell? Oh, no.
I mean, that makes sense. He is the one with the blink, you know. And there it is. Radiance #1 in this game. It is out here on the Brewmaster. And Dotosama licking his wounds and currently queuing up the Shard right now, trying to get in towards the Death Seeker.
Okay.
which I don't remember seeing from him in the other games.
I will say that is one of the more brutal forms of trash talk that I've ever seen before.
You're not wrong.
Like,
I've played pubs with him, and I know, you know.
yeah, like it's too real. Like, I don't know.
That's gonna be a level
Jesus.
1 penalty next game. We can't be having that, you know.
No, definitely not.
Radiant are scattered.
Well, regardless, 11-11. It's a 1K gold difference. And still anybody's game is Big Fat B gets found. Hex pulled back in. And the shackles follow up. Newsham keeps on hitting. They keep on leaving people at just like barely alive HP.
Is it a mental warfare tactic
I don't know.
or incompetence?
Mercy. Just, it's a mercy rule.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm just keeping an eye here, perhaps hoping that they'll jump on the roads. Okay, interesting. Dota Master, he's in. Oh, he gets hexed again. No way.
Oh, and the fear for the pushback. They're taunted, but will still get the kill onto Zexy. Still, Wukong's command being used for that one hurts.
But you know, it's the threat of the scythe.
Ah,
It's like it's like black hole.
yeah, that's good. It's very true. I mean, the shaman is feeling like a really good answer in general for the Necro.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, should it work that well though?
Yeah, I don't know. If you see him coming, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
Monkey's gonna run into Dota Master here. Not who Dota Master wants to run into. Now has no blink out.
Annihilate. Right there. Goes for
Oh,
the
that was
Death
cool.
Seeker. Able to dodge away some of it. Now pulls him back in. Monkey's starting to die on all of his pandas. Monkey's maybe has bit off more than he can chew and might just end up dying the whole way through.
Radiant's bottom
There we
That was
go.
a sick Death Seeker. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
that
That was
was
pretty
really good.
cool. Yeah. That was a clever maneuver that delayed things long enough that it caused Monkeys to die. So nice pickup on the shard.
Thanks, calls.
Calls.
There you go. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Got him back.
Very good. Okay.
Dire Obs is going to spot what Big Fat B is up to here. Hopefully he doesn't notice exactly where he wards. Oh, yeah, they know exactly where he warded. Annihilate does play it easy, though. Doesn't just immediately chase him. I don't even know if he'd get the kill, to be honest. He just decays you like 2 times and feels kind of unkillable and TP's away, so...
True.
Although he is missing a TP, so that does make it a little bit harder.
Well, yeah, but you know, it's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
If you kill him right there, then he'll remember that next time he needs a TP. So you set up the kill for later.
Smart.
That's how that works.
He now decays from the trees, but Annihilate doesn't care. As we get some Searing Signets
Yeah.
coming out here for the Void Spirit. It's a pretty good one. Dota Master Searing Signet with the Radiance, always nice. Does go for the GPM bonus, so he's feeling a bit greedy.
If they're trying
There's
to
also
set up again.
It's an unleashed one, so it's a Searing Signet that's been unleashed for the Void
They
Spirit.
don't know that Zexy is here. They think that it was just Newsham and Sammy Boy. So the Hex stops any extra aggression that could have been coming out that way. And still,
Monkey's now
staying
just-
farming.
Yeah, he wants to ensure that he can keep farming on this Brewmaster and protect for those exact fight moments. So picks up his Boots of Travel. Obviously, just a pretty solid item on this hero overall. Any Glimmer buyers on the Dire? Kind of a bit of a classic hero versus the Necrophos, but also versus the Dark Willow. I feel like it's kind of a no-brainer on this one.
Yeah, it's nice. Could be a pickup. I mean, also,
is under attack.
I mean, even though it's been nerfed, it still just feels like it's one of those items that against a lineup like this can get you a lot of value, even out of a core roll.
Yeah.
Annihilate manages to dodge the brambles, and now they get tossed by Roche mid-ulti. They find Dota-sama in trouble. Master in trouble, but they find 2 kills. Lina dead. Okay, they'll kill off the Necrophos. Yeah, that was a thing.
He got tossed into Shadow Shaman and zapped to death. Roche just yeeted him.
That's not the way that was supposed to go.
That was kind of
Roche
their
had
fight.
A lot of impact in that engagement.
He really did. And he was playing so well, too. Because Double
Yeah.
King morphed into the Lina and hit a sick LSA. Helps get the kill.
Non-hero.
And he just got yeeted.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels bad. And they're actually just going to get this tower off of this too. Thank you. Thank you, Trent. I appreciate that. Very helpful. I Annihilate? Is he dying to this? Oh, no. Oh, no. No, the Reapers! They got him.
Comes for us all.
That was all because Zexy got his blink broken when he was going in.
And yet he lives.
True. Oh, 16-16. It stays silly.
It's feeling a little silly. I would agree with that. Roseanne down here keeping an eye on this Lina. Maybe saying, guys, TP here. I got Bedlam. I got Terrorize. I hit this Bramble. So dead.
Look at Zexy. He's just always here.
Radiant's bottom
Is he really gonna? Okay. Okay. He's gaming. Hold on.
That's good. I love that. DNM is going to have a BKB, though. And that does present a problem. I think you said you had the Battle Fury queued up earlier. Ends up going Mage Slayer BKB, which I think is the right
it might
call.
have been. It was probably Mage Slayer. I just saw the Cornucopia. He had nothing but a Cornucopia queued up, and I didn't look at what was on his courier, so it was probably just that. Do love me a Mage Slayer. And, I mean, he is playing out of the mid, too, so it'd be pretty unusual to see the Battle Fury with your Morphling. I would be pretty upset.
I mean, you got to try it. Surely. Also, Atos Ringmaster.
Yeah, that was a really good choice, I think. Because, like, the Monkey King, again, has to play kind of aggressive, wants to get in there, and then it's really easy setup for your Lina. They've already done it several times.
Right. And now, setting up for the Tormentor, this is the BKB timing for that monkey that we were talking about. He's going to TP to join the rest of the squad. And it looks like they're going to try and take the fight first. They find him low, Double King dead.
This is all before
Perfect
Undying and Necrophos are here.
The Atos LSA Yules, but Zan in trouble, starts to die. Shadow Realm in 2. It's 2 seconds too late. Monkeys Forever is just in. They're all in trouble now. Pull back in DMN, lift up the Necrophos, and everybody is dying right now. As nowhere left to hide. Atos LSA in trouble, gone. Shackles, why not? Just keep it going. They got this guy. The Undying is also gonna fall. Unreal.
Okay. That's just a straight up 5-hero wipe at 23 minutes as they were like planning and thinking about this Tormentor. They're like, okay, we're going to group at the tower and then we'll go. And then suddenly the fight is there and you don't have your numbers. There's no Necrophos. There's no Undying to dissuade things with the Tombstone. And you lose your Morphling pretty fast again.
Sexy stacking camps in the enemy Ancients. And finding another kill because why not? Honestly. Yeah, that just, it's been coming easy. Zexy has been my standout player so far from this team. He has been looking so good.
Yeah, he had a great way to turn that momentum early on when it actually looked like they could kind of cross the river and take over the map with his Necrophos. He just blocked that attempt on the tier 2 tower. He made that kill so easy that Sammy Boy didn't even bother using Laguna. Now this tower is going to go down, and they're just pushing out waves mid and bottom and realizing that they can't really do anything about it. Monkeys has the AC.
Jeez.
Oh, I mean, you saw what was happening in that fight, too. He was just running at them for so long before he didn't even need to split. He was just like, all right, we definitely get these kills if I split. Easy peasy. I want to make sure that I have stuns and the Dispel and the Ghost Shroud to make sure we get them.
A really good performance so far from BSJ and friends. And now, eyes, as they set out towards this tier 2 tower, they still didn't go back for the Tormentor just because there's better objectives to get here in the center of the map. But they could be thinking about heading that direction, or maybe even a Roche if they wanted.
Roseanne was just spotted on the obs and sentry over, well, obs sentry combo rather, but he's gonna deward the sentry, but he doesn't get the obs, so he's gonna know there was something here, but no chance to TP because of the whip. Oh, might have to terrorize, still dead.
While that's happening,
And the big snake.
yeah, into Roche pit they'll go. Sammy Boy gets the Aegis, while Monkeys is going to push out this bottom wave, and I think the siege of the rest of these tier 2s is imminent.
Are scanning.
Yes, most certainly. I like an instant smoke out on this if I'm Radiant, but without the Bedlam, it's kind of hard. But like, in these situations, one thing you'll see a tier 1 team do is that they'll immediately smoke after the Roche.
What the hell?
This Radiant's big timing.
Why is he bullying him? I feel bad now. What the hell? Oh,
It's coming,
yeah.
Courier's got it.
Big fat B. Hurting. Man.
Yeah, but imagine if he wins now.
I know. Honestly, I kind of hope he does. Let's go, team. You can do it, surely.
I've received intel
What's
from
that?
Eosin saying they go way back. Me and Sammy played an open qualifier with Dota Sama in 2018, I think.
Wow.
So they're homies.
Holy. All
It's a
right, well,
homie
that's fine.
situation. Yeah.
That's good. Sometimes, though, your homies won't tell you when the sting hurts that much more. So just be on the lookout, everybody. Make sure the L are OLing. What I'm saying.
Holy shit, put that on a millennial t-shirt. My God.
Has fallen.
Oh, that was terrible. That was really bad.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
saw I think it's an oldie at this point, but the millennials use lol like stop at the end of a telegram. That's
Oh, yeah, it's true.
I'm very guilty of that one. That's a classic.
Listen, we cringe because we know it's us. That's okay. That's fine. All right. Tier 3 tower dead, and the racks soon to follow. And the unfortunate situation for 4 anchors is that there is not a whole hell of a lot you can do about it. The plus side is that they don't have Serpent Wards back up for 90 seconds, Trent. So that's something.
No, that's true. And I mean, they got their Radiance, right? It's here. There were some issues with the shipping, but it made it here eventually.
Okay. Very good. Very good. And
Pop Century
again,
combo. Not my alarm, just to be clear. That was Lyrical's.
that's true. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not going to let you get
fine.
away with that one. Nice try.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep, I got you.
And tier 2
Is that
tower.
where your it's time to end the game alarm? Or you just
It's actually my
let 'em
wife
know?
wanting to know about my baby, but that's fine. Good blink back. Able to get away
Always
for a
an
moment.
excuse.
Morphling in no man's land. Kind of isolated. Well, now he's grouping back together with DNM. This fight is weird. Zex is on one side. The entire rest of Dire is on the other. Lift up now onto Brew. Can they bring him down? Jump on the back line. They find Dota Sama completely alone. Good Hex, but now the control and dead on the Shaman. BKB reaction. Good hits coming out. DNM finds Nusham, but can't do enough damage to take him down as of yet. They want to
here
kill
comes the
off,
scythe.
and it's there. They get him. Dota Master living for the moment, but no, the double kill comes out with the Maelstrom proc. 3 dead, and now the lift up onto the Morphling. Can they time it? Can they time it? Can they? Well, that makes it easier. Triple kill for the Lina.
Oh man, you saw the crazy amount of sustain coming in, but yeah, the combustion, some of the other magic damage, able to still finish him off there. I thought he was gonna live for a moment there, but it's not quite a noble attempt there. I gotta say, from the Radiant, like they almost had something.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the Lina survives. Saberboy keeps the Aegis, and they are in your base. No tier 2 to defend the top lane either, so they could just sweep for Megas right now with no Morphling coming home.
Tier 3 tower starts to go down. because I am still embarrassed about my phone ringing. And Reaper, he's looking okay on Sammy Boy. Yule's Scepter, lift up. 23 on the Aegis. Also 23 on the Morphling being back alive. And this is Mega Creeps. You got to go for it now. Jump forward, finds him. How much do they have left in the tank? Can't quite get the dodge, and DNM turns, tries to heal back up, does have buyback. 8 seconds left on this Aegis. They need to try and break the regen right when they're coming in for it. Terra's with a force step. It gets him away. There's the lift up right there, and the Aegis regen is done. So no more Aegis, but there's the save. Reaper trying to balk away, and he's going to be able to escape for the moment. Double King gets caught by the LSA. No man to dodge this time. They do manage to kill off the Shaman as the Lamau comes out. It is going to be DNM falling dead. And
this Lina
of them are gone. GG.
He looks like he's a satanic for some of these fights. He's just living and surviving. Like, I had to keep checking his items.
Yeah.
I mean, the damage is just ridiculous if he is just unchecked. And that's kind of what was happening. He's just sitting there and swinging. They don't have the disables to stack on top of him. They can't stop it from happening. He just made it look like there was no way to handle this hero whatsoever.
A lot of talk coming in from the crew as they come away with the victory. BSJ and friends take game number 1 in a pretty dominant fashion. Like there was a while there where things were looking like relatively even, but then at around this like 25-minute mark or so, everything just went south. And I think it was just that one big fight.
It was, yeah, the big save from Zexy, who kept pointing out doing extremely well in a lot of these engagements. And also just the Monkey's Brew, man. Like, he can do it. I think it's a value ban in some situations. Like, he picked that pretty blind. He just saw the two supports. Two supports who don't have the best chain disables and stuff. So you can argue, like, hey, I'll probably get my splits off. As long as I don't get, like, Bedlam Terrorized. But he's able to just recognize, like, oh, you went Necrophos? Like, there's very few heroes in the game that have a great dispel versus him, but luckily I already have one.
Right. And I think that if I'm in this situation, I try and take away comfort and worry less about like OP heroes. And that's where I feel like maybe one of them that you could probably take out still would be Shaman. I expect that to be banned next game. And then the only other one that I really want to see is probably like you're talking about, the Monkey's Brew. And then besides that, I don't really care, right? If you leave 2 of the extra broken heroes in there, you'll get at least one of them, and then you can still take out their comfort. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And there were actually more moments too in this game that were really close. Like the Roche chucking the Morphling was a pretty painful fight for them. Because that fight was looking kind of won at that point until he lost 80% of his HP from Roche and just got zapped to death. Because he was still controlling stuff and had some Lina spells to dish out, but a bit unfortunate there. Just not adapting to some unusual circumstances in that one, and they were punished for it.
Absolutely. Well, I think that, you know, adaptability is going to be important, not just in the game right now, but also in the draft. And that's where we need to see it all sort of start out from. Good stuff, though. Oh, I just got a text from Sammy Boy that says, bro, this guy talking shit to me all week. Dota-sama was on my team in Vegas. You met him. That's true. Okay. So they are. That's fine.
Sorry, Sammy Boy. I didn't realize you were listening to the cast and offended by us. Our bad. So he's holding up the 3 fingers in the bar right now, you know?
My bad. Sorry, dude.
When you stomp so hard, you gotta hit the cast in between games to be like, oh, what did they say about my sick Lina? Because you know what, Sammy? It was kind of sick, and I'll give it to you.
That's really good. I like that. I need to be more careful with this because now, like, in the game ends, they just pop on and they're probably like hearing that one thing, and he's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, all right, my bad. Yeah. Zexy, hard support, standout player. I would agree with that one with some of the plays. That being said, there's always a caveat of who was it that was making the calls. Now I'm all self-conscious and stuff. Goodness gracious.
No. Don't let them stop you. Don't let them change you.
That's true. Absolutely.
Don't let your L's or alls or whatever you said.
Okay. Yeah. Don't let my L. Make sure that my L's are OL.
Yeah. That's it. That's the one. That's what we're here for, North America, guys.
That's good. That's really good. All right. Well, that's going to do it for game number 1 in this final series of the night. Again, lower bracket semifinals. We'll see what ends up happening as we get ready to go into game number 2. Will 4 Anchors and Dota Sama be able to pull it back? Or is it just going to be another clean runaway 2-0? Find out after the break.
Who knows?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for potentially our final game of the evening. Lower bracket semifinals continuing on right now. We've had 2 series that have gone to 3 games throughout this entire spree of games today, Trent, which was not something that I thought we would begin in this region, but could we possibly get a third? Do you think they have it in them on 4 anchors plus Dota-sama?
I kind of do. I feel like they're being powered up by all this this chatting back and forth.
Yeah.
That's my theory, at least.
Well, and I did want to point something out. I didn't realize this fully, but they do go back super freaking long. So 2016 was one of the first events that I ever got hired for. It was actually before the one that even you and I got hired for in Dubai. But this one was in Las Vegas, and me and Aosin went. And like,
oh, I know the event. Yes.
And we cast it. It was probably Battle on the Strip. But they reminded me that at that point in time, it was Sammy Boy, 16-year-old, on a team with Dota-sama and a bunch of other people and just playing it out. And it was like a $5,000 prize pool, or like maybe a $10,000 prize pool or something like that, which was actually pretty relevant at that point in time.
Yeah. For NA Dota.
But that's the thing, right? Is that this like NA Dota crews, they just go back so far. Just pretty nice to see them being able to still have some success. Can you imagine if one of these squads made it to TI? Oh boy.
Do you remember who won?
No, I don't.
Because wasn't Sumail standing in for that too, if I recall correctly?
I don't think we had Sumail in Las Vegas. I could be wrong, but you're gonna look it up. I think it's like
probably. I'm
lost to the
thinking of a
ether.
different tournament. I think because there was another one in Vegas that was similar to that, but yeah, probably think of a different one.
That was that other.
No,
one.
there was one even. Yeah, don't worry about
even
it.
Before then. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, we
it
do
was 10K
have
cash though. I found the Faceit page for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Apparently,
That is
it was
the
called
only-
Battle on the Strip. Dota 2 qualifiers. Finalists will be invited to compete and have a VIP experience at the SLS Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, that's it. It's so
But
long
I don't
ago.
even see a Liquipedia for it.
Yeah, that's how far back it goes, and like how sketchy it was. We went there, and the guy was like, "Yeah, I don't really know Dota that much, but like we're gonna have a different game every month that's here. So next week we're gonna do like a medley of N64 games as the competition." And I was like, "What?" It's like,
Oh, now we're talking.
Like a Mario Kart Super Smash Bros. 64 like roundup with clearly no, consultation with Nintendo at all. But it's fine.
I loved the extremely Wild West days of esports when there was just infinite venture capitalist money to do whatever the hell you wanted.
But yeah, let's go. All right. Well, we do already have the beginnings of a draft, and I'm going to pull up the draft from last game as well and see what type of changes we're getting. So Oracle banned out along with TA, Bristle, Omni. That is all the same so far. They do decide to take out the Shaman since they don't have first pick. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely a good go-to play there. Monkeys again being very animated. I saw when the camera was on him. He was dancing around there, having his fun old time. They're gonna remove the Death Prophet. The Brewmaster remains.
Okay.
So historically, they would pick Tusk in this situation. We'll see if they've got a different idea in mind. Nope. They're gonna pick Tusk. Okay, sticking with their plan. Darkseer, of course, comes to mind. It isn't something that they've utilized, but they're going to ban the Dawnbreaker probably. That would be my guess. Slayers tried to let this through, so they ended up not banning the Dawnbreaker in a similar situation like BSJ and Friends did, and then they picked it at the start of the next phase. But I'm not really expecting BSJ and Friends to do that because I don't think Monkeys is much of a Dawn gamer these qualifiers.
Okay. Well, we'll see. They did leave the Kunkka in though, so Kunkka will get played. I'm excited to see this. I feel like we've been seeing so many bans of it, and actually to let it through is pretty hype. Now also, Ancient Apparition is still in the pool. I always feel like it's weird with Kunkka where like if you commit too hard to like an X into combo, all it takes is like a few little things to screw it all up, and they already have Tusk as an answer to it, you know.
Yeah, and the thing with the Kunkka though is that it is the last pick overall for BSJ and Friends that is available to them this time, and they haven't actually played the Kunkka yet. So, like, there could definitely be a chance that Annihilate plays this or Monkeys plays it, and so you have to kind of pick accordingly. As for Anchors and Dota-sama, I would be looking for Pangolier in the next phase if I was for Anchors and Sama. That would be my goal. Maybe like Dawnbreaker and a support, and then close out the round with Pango.
Well, they are, at least for now, debating, it seems like, between do we go for the Dawnbreaker ban or do we want to see something else?
I actually think I would ban Pango.
Yeah.
I think that hero's pretty good.
Oh.
Oh yeah, the AA true, as you said, is a pretty good thought there. So, okay, so they can have their Dawnbreaker combo. They say, go ahead, try it. You lost with it earlier today. We don't think you got the stones. Have at it.
Stones.
The stones.
10 seconds remaining.
So do you think that this is going to end up being a carry Kunkka like we saw some of those other matches, or more out of the mid? I guess like you talk about, it can be flexed too between monkeys.
Yeah.
I guess you just leave it open.
Yeah, the one has fallen off quite a bit, at least in my experience. I've definitely been seeing less of these one Kunkkas that Kiritich just like crushed Dream League with.
Whoa.
It feels like he's moved a little bit more to the mid and the side lanes at this point. Oh, interesting. So the Phoenix was a hero that was actually utilized against them when they did the Dawn Tusk combo earlier today. Because you know you're moving in against them, right? You have this big Solar Guardian coming through. If the egg just drops, it's pretty hard to fight into it. So they're going to try and cement their team fight situation by picking this Phoenix and presumably taking the Dawn right after. I can only imagine, because they do not have much reserve time. But they're going to go with TP instead. They're saying, well, they're not going to take Dawnbreaker, so let's make sure that we get a hero that we think they might actually want and is quite strong. So they steal the Terrorblade away from Sammy. But now Sammy has Abba. I feel like he's going to pick Abba.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this feels a little bit weird to me.
5 seconds remaining.
This collection of heroes on the Radiant. Yeah, they will just get Brew. So that is a great answer to Terrorblade.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I don't know.
Pretty annoying hero. Can just clear his illusions and can just like toss people up in the air.
10 seconds
I mean, this takes away the flex, but I think I'm okay with it.
5 seconds remaining. Pick.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. A cheeky little combo with the Brewmaster. The Shadow Wave surrounded by his Brewlings can be kind of fun. And do we get the Dawnbreaker? They say no. We don't need the cheese. We just want an Ember.
So what position Dazzle is this? Is this 1?
That's a good question. I mean, I assume it's 5 because of the changes to the hero, because they did buff it a decent amount in terms of the viability of the position 5, because they really buffed Grave, right? It's like it got rescaled to having the same cast range that previously had at level 3, having the same duration that used to have at level 2, I think, before, and then they also increased the heal amplification per missing. So yeah, they buffed it a decent amount. I forgot the Nothal projection still existed though, so that's still kind of weird as a support, but you know, it's there.
I mean, it makes sure that you're able to not get like chain stunned and not get your spells off.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a strange one. I don't know. They feel like they might be cooking too much right now on BSJ and Friends. This Ember pick feels really good.
Yeah, I mean, they could just be throwing it mid versus the Ember, though, which is maybe what you're suggesting. Is that
right?
But I guess, would you really pick the Ember? Yeah. Like, I guess that could be it. Like, it has fallen off, but maybe they're just like, hey, like, they're probably going to pick some melee hero mid. I just can't imagine they preemptively picked Dazzle for a mid lane matchup.
Right.
But maybe they did. And maybe they're going to just throw this Kunk into the safe lane and pick a support, and this will be our Tricore.
5 seconds
I mean, we'll see. They're banning out Drow right now. I just think that
Probably, like,
they
Morph.
really don't have answers for Ember at all.
Radiant team back.
Like, how do you
Silencer
control
banned,
this here?
so they're respecting the position 3 Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do not have good control. It's true.
Also, not great egg hitting.
Seconds remaining.
If they play one Kunkka, it's a nasty puck game, though.
5
Okay.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Radiant team pick.
And they're going to ban that
So-
ABBA, though, which I do think was probably what Sammy Boy would play based on their previous matches. It's kind of the only other carry he's really been showing.
There's been a lot of smiling on the side of this BSJ and Friends lineup. And they go for it. The Necro.
Immediately they pick the Brood. Okay, they're laughing. They're having a good old chuckle here. So Annihilate's going to take the Kunkka. Monkeys is taking the
Oh,
Brood.
God. Oh, now I see it. Ooh. Yeah, Brew Spider Explosion.
And also the Restoration Reduction versus Necrophos.
Holy.
He doesn't get to use his anything.
Oh, man.
That seems so sad. Look at them laughing.
No, that's
They're
really tough.
chucklers.
Yeah, that's a problem. That
they're
is
just
really
giddy.
gross.
They're giddy with it.
Yeah. Huh. Well, Trent, it looks good for BSJ and Friends.
It's a nice Brood. We've already had one other Brood game, which I believe was a win, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure. I think it was kind of stompy, in fact. Yeah. So that was it's a bit of a rare one to have across most of the regions right now. Brood's kind of considered a little bit dead,
Yeah.
but yeah, the laning stage is pretty sad. It's a bad lane for the old Brood mother.
Oh, yeah. No, it definitely could be a bit of a concern that way. And I think also the other thing that I really still want to watch for is like, how does they get the same amount out of this laning stage on Monkeys Forever? Does he have as free of a game as he had before?
Mm-hmm. That will be the question indeed. So, yeah, I'm sure they'll respect the chances of the turnaround ulti a little bit
Okay.
more this time. That was a bit too far, right? Shouldn't have been that bad. Shouldn't have had that many turnaround plays. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how good the necrotic webs are up top, because this would be kind of funny if it's just like unplayable for the necrophos.
Would it be funny though? I feel like it'd be sad.
Yes, objectively
Okay.
funny. Necrophos picker.
All right, fair.
Have no emotions, have no rights,
Delayed
those kind of
smoke.
things.
And it looks like they're going to try and get a little bit sneaky with it. Although likewise, so too are BSJ and Friends. Same boys already up there top, laying out the webs. We'll see if they catch anybody here. It seems possible. Oh.
Whoa, no shards though. I mean, that was kind of your moment. I feel like if that wasn't it, then you're not going to get one.
Yeah. Maybe they find Newsham over here. Look at this wraparound. Oh, the juke pass through the trees. Monkeys. Do they find him? Da, 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 da.
Unreal.
Da, 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 da,
he got
da. Blech. The master of Dota takes him down. Monkeys Forever giving up first blood. And that's a nice one to get it on, too. Getting your Necrophos off to a little bit of a better start, because it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, probably wanting some extra stats in this lane. And yeah, cheeky combos. I was worried before about this idea of the Shadow Wave on the Brewmaster, but after that they go for Shadow Wave on the Spiders, so even more disgusting. Of course, not something you have to worry about until level 6, so that is at least the one bright spot that they have to work with.
Yeah. And we'll be watching this mid lane matchup as well and see how things end up working out. But the Kunkka hero out of mid, oftentimes thought of as a bit of a bully and should continue to be that way a little bit in this one, I would imagine, as we'll be able to just spam out that Tidebringer. We'll see if DNM can get any clutch dodges of the Tidebringer splash damage.
Oh, quick career kill up top there as Roseanne was running in for the small camp block.
Another one?
Can't even get it. Almost died. Oh, okay.
He got it.
Yeah, he did get the sentry block in time. He's not de-warded fast enough.
Mid lane, not able to connect with that torrent there. I Annihilate in some trouble now. Body blocks coming out along with the tower shots, 3 of them in fact, and causing some issue. That was also with Admiral's Rum coming in, so he's going to be taking this damage delayed over the next little bit. And well, now trading hits with DNM. Looks like he's still fine for the moment.
All right, Annihilate, just thinking about it. I'll do it, he says. Pump faking these Tidebringers. It is chain gang though, so again, another game without the double impact. Seems to be a pretty dead facet at this point, but good news for Kunkka. Oh, dude, unreal. Unreal that just happened.
That was,
so he had chain gang, you get 4 lassos, and it hit the 4 creeps and not Annihilate.
That's pretty great. That's a skill move right there, honestly. They get the kill down bottom, taking out that Twirled Phoenix, and now Double King, he
now
didn't
Terror.
get the Cinder Brew reinitiated onto him. And finds him there with the root, and that should be enough. Peace Forever gets that kill too, and now has to TP away from Big Fat B all the way back to Fountain.
Oh, and look at that XP, see what they're going to miss out on. Oh, that's so much juicy XP and gold.
Yeah, Phoenix is going
Terribly
to get a lot of that.
He's like, please, please.
Well, so far, so good. 2-2. And in the mid lane, very even. DNM playing around a bottle, just all stats for the Kunkka, as per usual.
In terms of where we're going to go this game, it feels like it's going to be a little bit of a battle of where does Double King get to farm as this Terrorblade. Because on one side of the map, if Monkeys has an okay start, there's going to be this Brewmaster just roaming around, feeling a little bit invincible like last time. And with your generally low HP pool, it can be kind of scary to face against Brewmaster as a Terrorblade. And obviously we know he's the dispels and stuff for the summons, the illusions and whatnot. And then on the other parts of the map, there's this Broodmother who has a really high damage magic nuke and lots of vision. So Double King feels like he kind of has the hardest game here.
Yeah, that's fair. And I guess it gives even more reason for why you would love to be able to take down some early towers and get more access to areas around the map. Is up top, they're chasing down Dota Master, and the incapacitating bite comboed with a poison touch is pretty freaking gross. You can't really leave to go help mid, actually. Roseanne is going to have basically going to be leaving this Necro on an island every time that happens.
Yeah, and with the necrotic webs like already leveled up to 30% reduction too, so they've placed it under the tower where the wave is right now, so he's not even getting his normal status to just help him out a little bit.
Yeah, that sucks. Very hard to play against. Yeah, Brood might be a problem. I feel like this is maybe a hero that we're going to be seeing more of. I'm thinking even in terms of like my Darkseer games, you rely so much on like Aggrandize and other stuff like that that would really suck playing against.
I had looked at the numbers at the end of a Darkseer game the other day, and he healed like 18,000 health from that innate.
It's pretty insane how good it is. Zexy trying to back away and get some separation. Surviving? No. Will be Reaper finding the kill and now chasing down Dota Master, creating more havoc and more problems for him.
Did get the kill before Tusk died though, so he gets the XP at least. Very helpful for Tusk. He needs it.
first round of runes coming up in just a moment. And Roseanne makes the move over to DNM. We'll try and help secure the power runes as I Annihilate. They move on in, although there's the X. The boat comes out. It's level 5. He gets the slight dodge. It's too easy. Too easy to get that one away.
Well, they do hold the rune for Annihilate, though. Unfortunately, no
Oh.
bottle for it yet.
Fat B getting out of there.
Or ever, I should say, I guess.
And getting close because top lane has been left alone a lot. We're getting close to level 6s on both of these heroes, the Necro and the Brood.
Yeah, and it's looking like it might be similar to our last game with the early Orchid. I mean, makes a lot of sense. You're playing against Ember and Necrophos. I would love to be threatening with an Orchid this game as the Broodmother. And not really something that your mid Kunkka really wants to pick up. Is it a Blade Mail game for him? Kind of looks like it.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
Yeah, just a chunky little Kunkka running in, making space in these fights for you. Got a Radiance in the off lane.
Well, in the meantime, level 6 is there for Necro and the Spider. Oh, so, excuse me, Necro doesn't quite have his. But is going to be taking some damage for his trouble. Shard's there. Zexy backs away.
And yet a Broodmother.
Yeah.
I mean, Dunamaster's had a great time. This has turned into pretty much a 1v1 a lot of the time here. And it's not slowing him down.
No.
Despite this restoration reduction.
Well, I guess the other thing, too, that I hadn't really thought about is that if you do manage to kill the spiders, that's a lot of sadists coming back your way.
Yeah, reduce or not. That's true.
But you need a way to actually kill them. Wonder if you like go for an early shard or something. Top lane.
Mid lane, getting busy.
Oh yeah, there it is. X combo with the boat, the ulti. Big Fat B gets away. Roseanne might not be so lucky as there is the split used and Annihilate closes out for the kill. They get the lift onto an illusion. And now just going to start beating down this mid-tier 1 tower.
DNM coming back. But we need a whole lot to deal with this right now.
But with the creep wave about to wear out, it does look like they'll actually let it go. Not going to try and pressure for it anymore.
All right, fair enough.
Dire's bottom tower.
There is a Terrorblade in this game. 0, 1, and 2, but near the top of the board right now, having a fine time. And Necrophos, Dottasama, the GOAT, the master of Necrophos, top of the board.
Yeah.
I thought there would be a potential lane issue. You know, it's hard to tell exactly how impactful it's going to be. There was not. He's just doing his thing. Does he still go blink first? He does. It is there. 9-minute blink here. Do they have the damage this time?
Maybe with Ember.
Yeah, maybe he gets 6 on Tusk too would help, but I feel like consistently it's like he gets this blink dagger, but like you can't kill people because Reaper Sights just isn't that broken.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. They also have Grave in this one, so if Zexy is in position, it's just,
Yeah,
it's
he
just
did
over.
pick it into Grave. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's the Dottasama way, you know.
He's
No
not afraid.
cares counter. Yeah,
Yeah.
you just got to learn how to play around the counter. So, 10-minute rune. It will be bottom where they get a regen. I Annihilate. Caught there in the chains. The shard is
here
there
comes
for the
the
block
scythe.
off. Admiral's Rum.
He's waddling.
There's no way.
Unfortunately, Dottasama did not believe in the play. He was not making that rotation over. He was like, I'm going to jungle instead. I don't think anything's going to happen here. And then the fight starts. We started waddling over, but then he was too late. And meanwhile, in response, the BSJ and friends are going on a friendly excursion to run into Double King here. And Monkeys, I mean, you already know. Once the monkey walks like 2 steps, you're just like, I'm dead.
Yeah,
Wait,
there's no way.
wait.
Shirley, double king.
Oh, Roseanne, you're getting sundered, buddy.
The snowball. Good hits, living, and now Monkey's forever. Just barely out of there. Oh, doggy. Well, that's
Can't believe he
happening.
didn't sunder one of his buds.
I know. They're gonna try and pressure in mid. Zexy, he's in some trouble. DNM has another slight in 2-1. Remnant. He doesn't have mana. He doesn't have mana. Holy.
Meanwhile, Dota Master's just running through, chasing this Dark Willow out of his base, trying to get Nusha back to his own side of the map. But he's just going to run over to where Sammy Boy has pushed down the tier 1 tower, has a catapult wave with a bunch of range creeps beating into the tower, and is now farming through towards the mid lane.
And they got him.
The scythe, though?
DNM
Where's the
moves
master?
over. The hits, they keep on coming. Big Fat B moves forward. Double King shows up to this. Yeah, it's not working. Can't quite get it. You know, the other problem too, besides the grave, is actually the rum. The ghost ship and the Admiral's rum are both a problem for Reaper Scythe.
There are no problems for Reaper Scythe.
Okay.
Dota Master is all knowing. We've learned this.
That's true. All right, well, DNM is back in. This is not the game that I think he was hoping to have. 1-0 or 0-1-1 is a bit of a tough one to deal with.
Yeah, he's a bit behind on the old net worth. He's the playmaker, you know, he's got some damage coming in from the TB if he can join him for the engagements. And Tusk is one of the better damaging supports if he can get himself into the Walrus Punch. Helps a little bit. But man, Ember is a shit pusher, that's for sure.
Oh, yes.
He's just the worst.
It's got an Orb of Blight, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
What's Nushib doing?
Get it.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Monkey's Radiance right now. They're 2k gold up, almost at Manta. Broodmother decides to go that route instead of the Orchid. So just going to continue the farming spree.
Well, that kind of makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, why bother running onto their side of the map and hunting them down? If I can just use this Manta, stay a little bit safer, and wait till my Kunkka probably has BKB, to be honest, to really want to fully engage in these fights. And that won't be that far apart, as long as Annihilate just keeps getting some of these ancient stacks to himself.
Everybody's
just chilling.
farming. Everybody's farming.
Oh, I got excited thinking he had Dying Light, but it's a hotspot Phoenix.
Yeah. No such
So
luck.
this is not value farming right now. It's 200 HP.
I mean, you're not going back to base, so that's value.
That's true. That's Tranquil Boots.
14-minute mark, and Rune is arcane down bottom while the Necro takes the shrine and is eyeing up that Radiance. Still could go for the Ag Shard. Feels so inclined. But when you're this close, I almost wonder if you just want to sort of take it.
Yeah.
Smoke.
He's looking to improve his Radiance timing. You know, he got flamed a little bit last game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they're hoping that something is cooking towards their Necrophos. So they're going to run up. They have some good forward vision ahead of them. But, I mean, they're smoking into an area where the tower... Oh, yeah, I was going to say it doesn't have anyone guarding it, but there you go. They actually do find the Willow. Nice terrorize, though. And she's out of there.
Yep, Nushim is fine, and now Monkey's Forever shows up. TP out, broken. So that is going to be an egg used. Zan going down, and Phoenix, they have a way out. Nope, X is there. Caught, killed. That's egg down too.
Could have been a nice TP, but yeah, they try and force the fight. It does not go well for them. And she's after the Manta. Instead of even thinking about the Orchid, Samboy's considering just going straight in towards the Nullifier on this Broodmother. Really ensuring that they have all the answers for Dota Master. Maybe thinking that this Necrophos is one of the only reasons they could potentially lose the fight. As mid lane double king gets caught in the torp, but it'll be okay.
Reaper running in, finding Dota Master low. That was really close to dead. And yeah, steals away a couple of ancients. And Sammy Boy is starting to put some serious pressure onto the map. 4K gold lead. And I mean, they'll kill some spiders here, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Oh, Annihilate using that ward. This ward has become a classic, but not able to find the right timing here, unfortunately, for him and his team. So Ember will escape.
Yeah, a Radiant's almost done now on Monkeys. And with the stop off on the Death Seeker, Dota Master is going to be a little bit later to the party. We'll see if they decide to take advantage of that and go for a fight. We'll find Zexy. Has Grave at the ready. Oh, Terrorize onto 2. And now the jump forward
nice.
and trying to find the finish. Will get him with the Reaper Sight. Times it incorrectly. Oh. Annihilate walking that one off, and DNM is dead. Big Fat B finding Nusha. Monkeys Forever still living with this Radiance working.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a win. Radiant win. They get a slight edge on Golden XP. Most of the XP going to the Phoenix. 973. That is a fair chunk of change for one hero.
Has to pop egg. Nope, not going to do it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
good
fine.
choice.
Okay.
This monkey is a monkey brewmaster's a problem.
Yeah. Oh my God. Double
He
king.
just goes for the split.
Sunder something. Not sure what that was. Boat. Oh, combo dead with a big hit coming in. Shadow Wave. Mass tips a Lamau. Oh no.
I mean, that was while Monkey literally just solo killed Dodo-sama. Just 100-0 all by himself. You're just dead. And they're winning the fight mid.
Yeah.
They are
I didn't
feeling
see
the
that
GG
one.
maneuvers. That is a BKB on Annihilate.
Oh God. Yeah. DNM gets caught. Laid down the brambles right on his remnant, hoping to escape, thinking about going in even further. Dodges 1 bits of damage. They do still have that egg ready.
Someone's yelling.
It won't go for any more.
Get back, get back, get back, get back.
Fair.
Come on, get the Orchid. He already commit for the helm. Like the Orchid would just eviscerate them. They would have nothing.
Yeah, but what if he's already in the form, you know? He's in Ghost
Yeah, but
Shroud.
there's an Ember.
That's true. You're not wrong.
Oh, they're
Orchid
right on a
doesn't do
century
enough
if there's smoke
damage, Trent.
pops. That's true. Especially not to creeps. Sammy Boy, smoke pops on him. They miss with the jump though. He's sliding for 1,000 years.
He's
Humble
stuck.
mother.
He can't get out. That's the new way to win. Just crash his game.
That's right. We just trap him forever. Oh, look at the Necrophos ghosts. Look out for the spider horde. They're being chased. Mid lane. Oh, they're burning.
They're dead. It's over.
There's creepy green ghosts chasing them.
They got him. Well done. 20 minutes, 9,000 gold lead here. And off the back of a really solid game number 1 that felt like it could have gone either way at various points, BSJ and friends are having a complete and utter breakdown as they find Ember Spirit will kill him off too. Does
He
he
is so
drop
not
the
scared.
supernova? Well, yep, I think that's going to happen there. So he goes down to more spiders. Oh, and they found Double King. Double King caught in the mid lane. Well, Dota Master is dead from Monkeys Forever. They all got to run away. They also got eyes now on the Tusk. Everybody's just dying trying to this game is falling apart.
I do appear to have
Oh,
picked
and
a
there's
core that
Double
gets
King.
Solo kill by
double king.
Brewmaster.
Double king, no. Say it ain't so.
Do a 360 on Annihilate.
He does have a sunder, though. And they move in. He got him. He couldn't sunder him. He could have sundered DNM, but decides not to. And now DNM is also caught. Will dodge the Curse Crown stun, but now the X is there, pulls him back in. No remnants, no slights. Actually, did have one remnant still out. Looking, hunting, trying to find him. Can't get him. Meanwhile, Sammy Boy is taking racks. Oh, God. These last couple of minutes have been brutal.
Yeah, the wheels have completely fallen off. They're long gone at this point. They're down the whole mountainside. We don't know where they went.
Have you ever seen Rocky before?
Yes.
Okay.
What kind of question is that? I'm 34.
I know. It's great. It's a great movie. But it's like, you know, if somebody's fallen down with, like, in boxing or something, and then, like, they're just stumbling around, and it's like they're still getting hit. That's what it feels like right now. Like, they're stumbling, they're trying to live, and then they're
the ref's
still
trying to call over the trainers, like, no, I won't throw in the towel. No.
They're getting punched in the face. He's still all chatting him about his radiance timing. Like, it's so messed up. Oh, God.
But you know what Rocky says, Lyrical?
What's that?
You, me, a nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward.
Look at them go. Oh my God, it's almost dead. The radiance timing. No!
Huge radiance.
What the hell? How are you doing this to him? Double King is also gone now. No chance for a sun there. Do you know what the name of that song is, by the way?
I don't actually know.
It's called Flying Higher.
I mean, they did well.
Yeah. I think that we might have gotten copyright struck because of how good of an impersonation we did of that song.
Ah, that's true. Our bad. Our bad,
Sorry.
BGL.
My bad.
It is an unfortunate talent that we possess.
That's true. 23 minutes, 22,000 gold, and another set of racks
kills.
down. That's true. DNM hiding off to the side, and Nusham on the hunt. And then they find him. Okay, no. That's not happening. Nullified, running away. Blade Mail is out. Hits now onto DNM. They keep on coming. Reaper's Sight! Oh, Annihilate goes down.
He did it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, well, it's still going to be a dead Dota Master. Does get the buyback now. TP's in, wants to make something happen here. But they will respect the Dota Master. And, well, they back away for a moment. Now they go back in. Okay, less respect going that way.
Don't respect them.
That's the snowball save a little bit late. Double King now. Can they do anything else? Annihilate gets the tip. Oh, Sammy Boy, run away. But there it is. They have the Reaper's Scythe already used, so the Grave can be used freely. Nusham is out. Wait a minute, Double King. Dubla King is gone. Big Fat B, nowhere to go. DNM, nullified again. And this poor old Ember will be found and chased. GG is called. And it is going to be indeed BSJ and friends moving on. Oh my God. Oh no. We'll be moving on to battle off against Shopify Rebellion. And look at the monkeys is hype. Oh, Nusha's hype. They're all excited. Look at that. Oh, I did a pog face. That was so good. Put that on the thumbnail. That's what you want to see.
Put it up. Put it up. All right, we did it. We made it through that one. BSJ and friends, they made it through to the next part of this bracket as we bid farewell to Four Anchors and Dota Sama. But we appreciate their service as a team that showed up for the qualifiers, which is more than a lot of these teams can say.
Yeah. And they always put on a good performance. They always had something interesting happening in their games, which is what you want to have happen. We'll see
And they
some of the
showed
highlights
innovation
here. Yes.
with the Necrophos. Well, I mean, not so much in the build, but in picking the hero. He
Yes.
did.
They were
Wasn't a lot
trying
of
new
innovation in
things.
the build.
No, he had the build like nailed into a T, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough. Yeah, that was a good one. I am excited to see what happens tomorrow with the matches that we've got, because there's a high possibility, that the normal thing happens and just Shopify moves on to face off against Wildcard, but you never know. BSJ.
I mean, we've set it up. That's true.
BSJ, Trent.
And even
Look
then,
out.
I mean, even if we get that grand final that was, expected of Wildcard Shopify, it's not in the way we thought. I mean, it is Shopify sitting
Yes.
in that lower bracket right now. And they've already proven on Wildcard they can do it once. Can they possibly, maybe even sweep them? Could it be a 3-0?
I mean, there is a possibility that could happen. That seems a little bit far-fetched to me, but then again, people might have said the same thing coming into today with the 2-0. That's what you're talking about. So
I most certainly
big,
would have.
big. Yeah. I'm excited. It's going to be awesome. A thrilling finish. And I mean, one of the things that I was thinking about that would be kind of crazy is like, if Wildcard do make it to TI, this is a collection of players that like have a bunch of new people that haven't gone to TI before. That'd be pretty awesome. Would love to see
Yeah,
that.
that would be great. Yes, we would. We're always hoping for some new talent to make it, especially in the regions that are a little bit less represented, like our dear North Americans here.
That's
As we
right.
take a look at this final scoreboard here, Samson, aka Sammy Boy, aka Noble Wings, aka Reaper. He went 9-0-9 and got himself a last pick Broodmother. That was well done. They had a good
Yes.
idea. They spotted their moment. They used it. And we appreciate that. So good job busting out the Brewmother. Yeah, Monkeys, you played Brewmaster again. Whatever, man. Congrats.
you think it gets
don't give it
banned?
to him.
No.
Don't give it to him.
Do you think it gets banned tomorrow against him?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I think so too.
Can't make him play something else.
I feel like it would be a pretty hype moment to see it like come in and take like I think if you're Shopify, you just let them get all their heroes, let them get all their best heroes, see if you can beat it, because I want to see that style of Dota, if like just them playing at their best can beat them. You know what I mean?
Yes, 100%. Understood.
Yeah.
That's
Well-
what we're here for. Do you guys want to see what's happening tomorrow? You want to see what
Hey.
this bracket looks like?
Whoa.
Take a look. We filled this thing out almost all the way. We only got 2 more series left to go. You can see down there at the bottom, Shopify Rebellion versus BSJ and Friends. That'll be your first series tomorrow, followed by Wildcard. Now, don't be confused. That's not Wildcard like when you're talking about some sort of a tournament. No, that's the team name. They're in the grand finals. Going to be facing the winner of that Shopify Rebellion versus BSJ and Friends, which happens first, as you can see, at 10 a.m. PDT tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait. I think that it's going to be an absolutely wonderful matchup that we have on both instances. And honestly, I think that BSJ and Friends are going to go all the way.
All right, that's some. You heard it here first. Some hard belief from
That's
Lyrical.
right.
Believes in the Friends of BSJ, not featuring BSJ here, despite the Reddit comments flaming him for being a self-centered narcissist for putting a team with his own name on, despite not being affiliated with the team at all. So shout outs BSJ. Boy's getting
yeah.
flamed when he's not even on the continent. And see if BSJ and Friends can do it tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see now. Go enjoy your day off, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. That was great. Thank you.
you.